Chapter 1 A warning to stay away from her. Besure to readel 3 chapters if I find it unsatisfactory, feel free to baratim. Thyses atri of dem and beast bloodveals. Keep your distance from Lanlan. If I catch you uni her again I want go assign you. Clang! As Malhan bag was forcefully to said unto thedeningtable. Jiang Ping swiftly opened the bog, revealing 3 veals of fragrant and beast blood, their alluring crimson hue dazzling to behold. A horty boy, his nose held high and adorned in designer attire, scoffed disdainfully, look at you, sound cultured. Jiang Ping embraced he veals, inhaling her intoxicating scent with delight. Rest assured, Li Xiao, if Eva seek Lanlan, I'll write my name backwards. At this, his bro furrowed suddenly, however, Lanlan is my dear friend. Li Muzi, with Evie full visage and married Bianger, retorted, jumping. What do me an be that? His first arose sharply. Jiangping, observing Li Muzi's ignorance of decorum, replied with a hint of exasperation, you need to pay more, how could you not know this? Li Muzi was on the verge of exploding with rage, is 3 veals notener, your family runs accamatorium what a see doya hate for somic blood, thys is already 3 months simplify an ordinary student. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Pingcomly applied, will you add more on it? Li Muzi, suppressing Iserga to lash out, gritted his teeth and produced 2 additional vials of dem and beast blood, 2 more, that's the maximum. On it then did Jiang Ping display a grind reminis enterfania jerpupi. Li Xiao, take care, and ipromise I want bother Lanlan. Li Muzi huffed could live for turning Taliav, at least you know your place. Ashurchatin transof thes military, perhaps feeling unsatisfied, he furiously with edificed at Jiang Ping, the harmonious society safety out. Jiang Ping cowed and thelp birchuk elite the kildish display. Just as a prepared to serve worth a demon beast blood, or eri voice over middle-aged women interrupted. Pingzi, a rare sing Lanlan toes windlam or re-blood or gain? Jiang Ping's expression served. Aunt Hui, you insult my character, swindle, he willingly gave this dome, countless with necescanatus twat. He gestured towards the familiar patrons around him, shooks he heads in resignation, amused by the scene. Aunt Hui approached, poking Jiang Ping lightly, you, hurry up and scram, Lanlan will be back soon, and do you want to be able to escape? Upon hearing thought Lanlan was returning, Jiang Ping's VC turned palish glanseed at the clock and fuel. 5:40. Oh no, Lanlan's training class in at 5:30, if I don't 3, I'll be late. Panic visibly washed over Jiang Ping's face. Grabbed evil softem and beast blood and shouted while a rushing out, Aunt Hui, please hold on to this form. Dad wants me home to help and I'm running good off time. Aunt Hui watched Jiang Ping fold, shaking her head with a chuckle, that brat, our Lanlan must bedu me to encounter Askandra like you. Just then, Avi Brandgull, brimming with youthful vitality and standing at least stones of anti-centimetre stall, appeared a theatri, her athletic attire accentuated her youthful beauty, and shilurkid curie slyeth thes milling patrons. After greeting them, she glanced towards a particular spot, her expressionist and lied acting, Mom, did that Jiang Ping we just leave? Aunt Hui nodded, used not wanting to find the sane excuse and traded for Vivevil softem and beast blood. Dong Fanglan was furious. She dashed outside, shouting towards Jiang Ping Sherm, jumping, you bastard, I'll kill you. By this time, Jiang Ping had already sprinted at half theli. I think I heard Lanlan's verse. Yikes, soskery. I must be imagining things. It wasn't until here at Shadastri corner that Jiang Ping had no longer content himself, pulling out the demon beast blood and drinking it with fervor, much like our gentleman savouring fine wine. After a full 5 minutes, he finalized contentedly delicious. He took out Dong Fanglan's more mirror and liquid remnants from the corners of his mouth. In that moment, he felt truly alive at the sensation of hunger was unbearable. With his backpack slung over on his shoulder, Hugh whistled nonchalant Laish made his way home. Strolling leisurely, he arrived at a dilapidated dine sign. Nanching Crematorium. This was a shame. He skillfully at his backpack and Tothio and spat into his palm. With a leap, he sprang into action, his movements smooth and fluid. Wait, where's my backpack? Is thighs weight you're looking for? Hearing that verse, Jiang Pingle tutor stoutled panda attempted to flee, only to feel a tight grip around his neck, his feet barely touching the ground. Ha quickly flashed a to the grin, not caring whether she could see it, and pleaded, "Mom, dear mother, my neck, it's a bit tight." Cooled it not but tight, the position fell taken to hanging. Yet, heck knew he wouldn't die. With own hand gripping Jiang Ping, his mother brandished a darling pine with theatre, scolding as she swung, "You still have ethan vita speak, Lanlin just called mayor use it her toes windly gain." Jiang Ping vehement lied need it, but haprasori round his neck made I thard to articulate. But yo you jing did it trillant. Fuming, she declared, "Andy our teacher called Metu, whoing Nan Cheng doesn't know your sordid reputation, a broken homie and an alcoholic mother. How dare you concoct such lies? Explain yourself." Jiang Ping sheet sunk. He was subtly damed. Summoning his strength, he stammered, "Mom, dear mother, let me explain." His verse was barely coherent. At thin trans of the crematorium, his further watched with a tense expression, gritting his teeth. Ultimately, he couldn't to assist a bleeding look in his son's hand, under his wife's murderous gaze, forced a smile, wife, our child eyes av our toral his ease can twedgest frighten him a little. At it, Yao Yujing released Jiang Ping, holen dead to flee. She glared at Jiang Wanli, "How can you still speak? You've spoiled him." Her tirade rendered Jiang Wanli unable to meet the gaze. Watario standing therefore, the rear is still several demon corpses stoban, shouldn't you hurry? Far around sun dashed into the incineration chamber like rabbits. Once inside, Vix Shenji den owing smile before kickly jetting talk. Jiang Wanli watched his own skillfully extract the last remnants soft blood from their demon corpses. Up and go fine explicable sorrow struck him. "Son, with parents sleekiest you vetrila suffered." Jiang Ping paused, looked up at Jiang Wanli, and earnestly replied, "Dad, I want to test Edmund beast meat." Thor Matmer's fury shattered instantly. Jiang Wanlin licho keyed with anger. "Jiang Ping, how many times must I tell you, demon corpses are not for consumption. If you are der entertains without sargain ilbray aculags." Jiang Ping's expression was nie of lament. "What if in a meat? Eating it would sula stavy of hunger. Why can't I eat it?" Jiang Guanli knew had taught you this boy a lesson ter day who's acting you again. "Come, recite with me. What do is it say on Thule?" Pointing to the larger characters on Thule behind the incinerator, he enunciated the word clearly. Jiang Ping obediently shrank his neck and focused on the direction Jiang Guanli pointed on Thule. Chapter 2: A Good Death. What a rare writing. Demon beast Saranato beckons you med ho so he dowel have ether stern crimson and become attainted. Jiang Guanli's hearted, reminding Jiang Ping emphatically. Fuming with anger, Jiang Guanli looked at this ounce innocent sand felt as if sand blown into them who realized his son was merely jesting. Turning a sheeder way with her huff, hemuttered, "Ilgosha condonarier handly thir cedar mon cup sissy ourself." Watching Jiang Guanli's gradually stooping figure, Jiang Pingle to taberly perceptible sigh. Jiang Ping whistle. Severely ill. From a young age, he could get as if his stomach were in and less abyss, since he could remember, he had never truly felt full, and his parents shad set out in any doctors, spending money as if it were water, until he was 3 years old, emaciated and pale. Then, an uncle returned and, upon seeing his condition, suggested trying them in beast blood. Miraculously, it worked immediately. He stopped crying. His parents were overjoyed and began purchasing them in beast blood for him from that day forward. However, this substance was exceedingly expensive and far beyond the means of an ordinary family. Someone suggested to his further to Panacamatorium the ways a noon written ruling this lineal of works a demon corpses brought in would retain some residual lessons, serving as a form of compensation for the crematorium workers. Demon corpses, as the name please, are their main of demon beasts. Decades ago, fueled underwent cataclysm need countless rifts in space and time, allowing demon beasts to invade the land. Humanity paid their blood price to learn how to combat these creatures. The solution way so consume Edmund blood and swallow demon cores, average ultimate beast would produce a core, which human scalding is to gain a portion of the beast's abilities. Subsequently, experts develop training methods table for humans, averting the precise extinction. Yet, even so, at least half of the population perished back then, and half of the territory was lost. Now, only 13 cities remained. However, the ways appersing you hila thousands of them and beasts were slaniachire, only their blood and cores were usable. The corpses temsel veswere practically worthless and caldiven become sources of pollution, causing mutations in urbanal sand plants. Thus, the crematorium industry was born, not one incineratumen remains, but to dispose of them and beast corpses. Thousand had contemplated utilizing them in corpses for food, without exception. All had met dire fates. It was rumored Tate Hadrick was later developed talkord save some manuho accidentally ingested as element of them and meat within 3 days, but the remedy was not affordable. As for them and beast blood, which could enhance human strength, its price was astronomical, yet, Jiangping's parents never complained, scrimping and saving, doing everything they could to ensure his wealth. In his childhood, Jiangping that thighs was quite normal. It was in life to starting school to have realized he was an anomaly, and the pressure in his parents was immense, thus began his summer life. Since their family operated a crematorium, contributing to humanity's well-being, children from families in the Slanio Fork were granted a spot in our training school. Jiangping, like a sheep mingling among huskies, began his journey. Starting from prescale Athijafhour, he was never idle. Initially, helicid thibitums of bloodvilles provided for the children in school. He was Melandator Modista Petite, earning him the nickname Bottle. Ashigawalder, Breathijafate, Heisa Petit had increased significantly. The vials from amazingly class were no longer sufficient. He needed the entire greatest worth. Soon, he was consuming the vials from Thew Holy Scale. Later, when Dongfanglan's further was skilled in battle, Shintaret the Semescal shined quiet, often belied. Bython Jiangping Hergani de degree o fineful when seen school having licativials from Alva students Happerstead notch in the bulletin board beneath the principal's smiling face. Il protect Dongfanglan. Signed Jiangping. Thus, Dongfanglan's tumulty were kulai fiended before it even began, Shukied with her head lowered, but curiously, Nernebelid Haranamore. Over time, Dongfanglan began to deliberately leave some meat or blood for Jiangping, yet he was the type who would never accept anything unless he was truly starving. His parents had managed to crepitor jether Justin or to keep him from fainting from hunger. Beauty season skein Jeeten Diuspust, before Egg knew it, had graduated from junior high, has cool her transition ed from providing avial off blood reclitammently, and those white conditions had started researching victim in chorus for a table for consumption. By high school, training had commenced and the basics were no longer sufficient. Jiangping's situation grew dire. Relying on the principal's goodwill, Jiangping took an artist became responsible for the monthly collection of blood fields from 3 ikuls in Nanjing, even gaining some Asian the distribution of fields from Than Jergradis. Jiangping became irregular at various ikuls, enjoying freedom to mix with students, bringing along reads they liked, and earning himself reputation. From kindergarten to high school, had transitioned from in called bottle brother to bottle guy. Yet, as Dongfanglan blossomed and attracted more suitors, Jiangping's appetite continued to grow, seizing an opportunity. He major design that went against Dongfanglan's wishes, targeting students likely musiha transferred in who was neither the first victim or would be the last. In essence, to stave off hunger, Jiangping's life was more vibrant than the Tofadine Gelder. Gazing at the demon beast cups before him, his swallow wet hard. The iron-tailed eagle skin must be worth our fortune, if any of it has been plucked, I can still sense its entice and garama. Just as she hesitated, preparing to shop the iron-tailed eagle line top pieces forth the incinerator, has suddenly felt her warmth radiating from eyes waist, intensifying to shearing heat. Unoblitoricist, he fumbled in his pocket, and a book shot out like the den counter-datum pest, fluttering abashoutically. Rubbing eyes in disbelief, he exclaimed, "Isn't this the little comic book I brought for the kids? How did it attend you, Plakeithus?" He hard purchased it from an antiquities market, having taken on a commission, he never anticipated it would transform in this manner. Suddenly, a flash of golden light enveloped him, causing Jiangping to shield his eyes. Yet, the golden glow vanished almost instantly, and the entire golden book seemed to merge a direct line to his mind. Shaking his head, he saw the words Demon Feast Compendium emblazoned in golden letters in his retainer, accompanied by a series of smaller text. Iron-tailed eagle, a minor demon beast, the Metisto fan spas, lacking flavor, yet wasteful to discard. Pair with 50 grams of strong liquor, 200 grams of dried mushrooms, and 10 grams of dried tangerine peel. Simmer in low heat. Note Ken's light lie enhances strength and providium modicum of satiety. Comment notive ener dog wohl dietet. Staring at the text in his retainer, Jian Ping was astonished. He murmured, "Heavens, what on earth is this? Is this divine intervention for my stuffing belly? Yet, is this genuine? I don't want to poison myself." In an instant, Jian Ping came to a realization. Life and death are determined by fatuilt and nobiliture in the hands of heaven. If I don't find a solution, it really will starve. With a determined egg right of his teeth, Heston paid his foot. The door swung open. His parents entered, carrying Gazmal bag, their expressions anxious. "Son, your father and I must step out for Ohio our great uncle in the neighbouring city soon well." Jian Ping shoot leaped with joy just when he was fretting about how to find an excuse to eat, so car fortuitous event occurred. He blurted out, "A good youth." In that instant, the air became palpably still. Chapter 3 The Illness of Poverty, a cureless affliction with a menacing expression. My mother ominously inquired, "Oh, what did you just say, son?" Even Jian Guanli cast an incredulous glance at his own little rascal. Jian Ping, quick to respond, noticed her displeasure and promptly clarified, "I meant to say that the second master died prematurely. Mother, I was referring to why the second master passed away so early. Is 80 not a mere youth, that must be considered an untimely death?" Only then did Yao Yujing let out a huff. "For the next few days, you will remain at home. When someone brings the demon corpse, follow the proper procedures. I have already requested leave from school, and while we are away, you will mind the stall at home." Jian Ping felt an unexpected surge of joy. He didn't even have to attend that dreadful school. Honestly, he found no purpose in going to that wretched institution. He lacked the skill to cultivate, and with his hunger unabated, how could he muster the energy to train? Even the slightest movement felt like a sacrilege against life itself. As for cultural subjects, for someone destined to become the director of the crematorium in South City, what utility did they serve? While ordinary individuals might ascend the social ladder through the rigorous examinations for cultivators, his family was not afforded such luxury. Once entangled in this profession, the opportunity for further studies at a cultivator's university was irrevocably lost, along with any hope for future generations. "All right then, mother, wishing you a safe journey. I shall not see you off. This demon corpse is quite laborious." Jian Guanli sighed, acknowledging his son's growth. "I've left some money in the cabinet for you. If hunger becomes unbearable, purchase a vial of demon beast essence. Do not let Lan Lan become upset again." Jian Ping awkwardly rubbed his nose and muttered, "Understood." Half an hour later, a shifty figure darted out from the incineration chamber, stealthily checking whether his parents had truly departed. He then erupted into laughter, hands on hips, pointing at the corpse of the iron-tailed eagle, exclaiming to the heavens, "This demon corpse is mine for the taking. Not even the gods can intervene." At old John S. traditional medicine shop, an elderly man with evident mixed heritage deftly manipulated a small scale, his nimble fingers leaving Jian Ping feeling envious. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, he sauntered over to the medicinal barrels, took a whiff, then waved his hand dismissively, feigning disgust. "Uncle John, your concoctions are becoming increasingly dubious. I might just report you." Old John, adjusting the scale-S lever, retorted with a chuckle, "What brings you here, you little scoundrel? You know nothing. Fake medicine sells better." Jian Ping scoffed. "Nonsense, the big pharmacies sell only authentic medicine. That is true skill. You, on the other hand, peddle scraps to fool the unsuspecting. Be careful not to get caught." Old John huffed, "Youth." With disdain, he remarked, "You know nothing. It is precisely because I sell counterfeit medicine that my shop has thrived. Selling real medicine would see me shuttered within 3 days." Jian Ping stood dumbfounded. Old John, noticing his bewildered expression, burst into laughter. "Now you understand. Contemplate it slowly. Let us keep matters straightforward. If there is nothing else, be gone." "I am busy." Jian Ping, unable to grasp old John's logic, decided to ignore it. He approached with a grin. "Uncle, I need some medicine." He handed over a list. Old John glanced at the list, sneering, "All worthless items. Fetch them yourself." Just give me $50, Jian Ping said without hesitation, turning to head into the backyard. When he emerged, a patient was being treated, their complexion pale, clearly grievously injured. Jian Ping quietly placed the medicine packet on the counter, then took it upon himself to sweep the floor, remaining silent. Once old John finished treating the patient and dispensing medicine, Jian Ping inquired, "Uncle, is this person salvageable? They look like they are on the brink of death. The IT resembles something akin to shattered meridians." Old John cast a glance at him. "And no saving them. If they could be saved, would they come here? It's merely a matter of offering psychological comfort." He patted his clothes. "Your perception has indeed improved, you are correct." Jian Ping looked at old John in confusion. "Why would they come to you?" "They should go to a major hospital. I heard they have new methods that can cure such ailments." Old John scoffed. "Do you see how they look? Can they afford treatment? Quickly, be off." Jian Ping suddenly remembered he needed to tend to the eagle. The real task of tending to the eagle. He hurriedly departed. On his way back, he pondered over old John's words. Indeed, that individual was likely beyond the reach of treatment. He recalled a statement from old John that had left him despondent for several days. The illness of poverty is incurable. At the time, it referred to him. He dashed along, quickening his pace as he passed by the small restaurant owned by the Dongfang family, only to suddenly spot a familiar figure. Without a second thought, he sprinted away. "Little bottle, come here." Jian Ping internally lamented. How could he have been spotted? Turning his back, he adjusted his demeanor and feigned a naive smile, exclaiming in surprise, "My goodness, is that my dear principal? What brings you here?" The principal, exasperated, pointed at him. "Don't try that with me. I specifically came to find you. Let me tell you, Lan Lan is a genius. You better stop using her to swindle food and drink. Do you know that because of you, my pride in the cultivation world has become a disgrace in the educational realm?" He received a thorough reprimanding. Jian Ping shrank his neck. "Do you remember?" Jian Ping nodded eagerly. The principal, observing Jian Ping's demeanor, shook his head in resignation. "And stay away from Li Muzi. He has significant connections. Be wary of future repercussions, understand?" He hesitated for a moment, then slipped a small package into Jian Ping's pocket. "I don't know how you've grown such a belly. My rations from my grandson barely made it to him, and now they've all found their way into your stomach." With that, he turned and walked away, grumbling. On his way home, Jian Ping felt the 3 vials of demon beast essence in his pocket, a pang of bitterness settling in his heart. Yet, in an instant, a question struck him. Could Li Muzi truly not handle this? Did he report to the principal? Otherwise, how would the principal know to come looking for me? What a petty attitude. Can 2 children play around? Without a doubt, it was Li Muzi's family exerting pressure on the principal, though the principal didn't state it. He could surmise as much. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Damn it, you shall witness the vastness of the people's sea. Li Muzi, meanwhile, was unjustly kneeling before a striking woman, his face filled with despair. The woman, stern-faced, brandished a parenting rod, demanding, "Do you understand your mistake?" Li Muzi, feeling wronged, replied, "A sister, that brat is too cunning. I only just realized it. Rest assured, I will reclaim my honor. I'll bring Uncle Liu to confront him." Crack, a strike landed. Li Muzi gasped in pain, struggling to breathe. The beautiful woman, exasperated, chastised him. "I was referring to those vials of essence. Does the Li family lack such trifles? You foolish child, as the heir of the Li family, you lack common sense. A mere boy from a remote city can fool you so easily. Have you learned nothing? You foolishly blame others for your own stupidity. And calling him Uncle Liu, why not let your sister avenge you? You think you are something." Frustration simmered, and she couldn't help but strike him again. "Now, tell me again, where did you go wrong? What should you do?" Her delicate face was shadowed with frost. Chapter 4, Eating Your Way to a Bright Future. At this moment, Jian Ping was entirely unaware of Li Muzi's plight. He was squatting in the incineration chamber, having set up a military pot, which was rather large, comparable in size to a basin. He muttered to himself, 10 grams of dried tangerine peel, 200 grams of dried mushrooms. What else was there? Yes, my father's strong liquor. That should be potent enough. He swiftly used a knife to chop the meat of the iron-tailed eagle into small pieces, tossing them into the pot. He filled it halfway and still felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, but the pot could hold no more. With a chuckle, he thought, let me first taste a small portion to gauge the flavor. I can deal with the rest later. According to the book, simmering on low heat would bring out the flavors, yet even though the aroma was tantalizing, Jiang Ping had to endure until the clock struck midnight. At that hour, the incineration chamber was shrouded in swirling smoke, steam rising, and a delectable fragrance wafted through the air, a scent far superior to that of any dish prepared by a master chef. Jiang Ping could no longer resist, gazing at the iron-tailed eagle simmering in the pot, resembling a tender chick. Saliva trickled down his chin, however, he still harbored a slight fear of the unknown. Swiftly, he picked a piece of the now plump dried mushroom with his chopsticks and slurped it up, his expression immediately transformed, replaced with sheer delight. Wow, this is delicious. Yet, this was not what astonished him most. What left him in awe was the sensation that eating the dried mushrooms evoked, a faint echo of consuming the essence of a magical beast's blood. Though the feeling was not overwhelmingly intense, after years of hunger, Jiang Ping was acutely aware of its presence. In an instant, he made a decision. This is effective, truly effective, regardless of the consequences. Even if it leads to my demise, I will at least die with a full stomach. Without his burden, his parents could consider having a second child and start anew. With an insatiable appetite, Jiang Ping devoured the iron-tailed eagle, whose flavor was utterly delightful, reminiscent of roasted chicken but even more exquisite. He could not bring himself to stop. For a solid half-hour, he gnawed on the bones, ensuring not a shred of meat remained, before finally nodding in satisfaction. This half-iron-tailed eagle has made me feel almost full. How remarkable! Jiang Ping was elated, for his current appetite could barely be satiated by 3 bottles of essence blood, yet half an iron-tailed eagle had afforded him a sense of contentment. Heavens, after all these years, I have finally experienced what it means to be satisfied, to feel full. Tears streamed down Jiang Ping's face. Looking at the remaining half of the iron-tailed eagle, he resolved to add it to the pot. He tossed it in, eager to continue his feast. With great enthusiasm, he plunged into the broth, working tirelessly until the early hours of the morning. By 3 o'clock, he could no longer contain himself and began to eat. After devouring the entire iron-tailed eagle, including its head, he felt an unparalleled sense of fulfillment. He was full, truly full. Reclining in his father's armchair, he savored the moment. Now this is what life is about. When I think of all those years gone by, what were they worth? Just then, Jiang Ping felt a sudden discomfort. His stomach rumbled, and he sensed an unusual vitality coursing through every cell of his body, as if they were all surging with energy, eager to leap out. Jiang Ping was bewildered. What is happening? There was no time for contemplation. He felt a surge of energy throughout his limbs, his eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling. Is this qi? What do cultivators cultivate? What is taught in school? It is, in essence, qi. Prior to middle school, one lays the foundation. By the first year of high school, awakening qi becomes the mark of a competent student. No matter the quantity, it is expected that some manifestation occurs. Otherwise, all those years spent consuming essence blood would be in vain. Qi is also a hallmark of a cultivator. Jiang Ping had never awakened it before, but he had witnessed it countless times. His daily hunger prevented him from focusing on cultivation. Even if he attempted to practice, he could barely mobilize a fraction of his energy. Yet today, after consuming an iron-tailed eagle, he had awakened his qi. Jiang Ping murmured to himself, could it be that I am a cultivation prodigy? The reason I had never awakened qi and could not become a cultivator was solely due to my body never being satiated. A glimmer of possibility dawned upon him, and the more he pondered, the more convinced he became. But this was not the end. In an instant, golden light appeared before him. Consumed one iron-tailed eagle, gained the innate skill of the iron-tailed eagle's claws. What the hell? Jiang Ping exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Is it not said that one can only acquire a beast's skills by consuming its core? Can I truly gain abilities from devouring a beast's body? This defies all known practices. No one has ever heard of such a thing. Moreover, a diagram illustrating the flow of qi appeared in his mind. This must be the diagram for the claw technique. Jiang Ping attempted to direct his qi to his fingers, gazing at the stone propping up the table. Taking a deep breath, he swung downward with great force. Whoosh! To his astonishment, 5 deep imprints appeared in the solid stone, while his fingers felt no pain whatsoever. Jiang Ping was astounded. No wonder those who can afford to consume beast cores progress so rapidly. These innate skills from magical beasts are nothing short of extraordinary. In the 13 cities, there exists a saying, "You are what you eat." This ancient wisdom was vividly exemplified at this moment. Many members of prominent families seek rare beast cores for their descendants to awaken corresponding innate skills. The more one consumes, the higher the probability. Yet, some fortunate individuals can acquire innate skills from a single core, but they are rare exceptions. The majority rely on sheer quantity, leading to a significant issue: resources. Typically, ordinary families cannot afford to support students who consume large amounts of rare beast cores. Thus, after awakening qi in high school, the children from common families find themselves at a disadvantage compared to their affluent counterparts. Ordinary families can only afford to purchase cores from common magical beasts like the iron-tailed eagle for their children. Even so, a single core is exorbitantly priced. For instance, the core from a 3-tiered iron-tailed eagle commands a market price of at least 100,000. This means that Jiang Ping, by consuming 1 iron-tailed eagle, had saved himself a fortune. 1 eagle, 100,000. If this keeps up, I could bankrupt the southern city. Jiang Ping's eye sparkled with excitement. This means that I can obtain innate skills, which others must acquire through cores, simply by eating. The thought filled Jiang Ping with exhilaration. How exhilarating this was! Without wasting another moment, he began to channel the qi coursing through his body, following the cultivation methods taught in school. He had a dream of becoming a cultivator. Previously, he had no opportunity, but now that it was within reach, who would let it slip away? In a mere half-hour, the clock struck 3:30. Jiang Ping felt a sudden release, as if he had pierced through a thin membrane, and a wave of comfort washed over him. He opened his eyes wide, filled with joy. I've reached the first level of cultivation. Har 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 har. Jiang Ping could not contain his laughter. Chapter 5, The Hound of the Eighth Heaven. That night, Jiang Ping experienced an unprecedentedly sound sleep, discarding all the leftover bones into the incinerator to prevent any leakage, patiently awaiting their complete combustion. As he gazed at the remaining corpses, the iron-tailed eagle let out a sinister chuckle. Little treasures, I shall feast upon you tomorrow. With a nonchalant stride, he returned to his chamber for rest. For the first time since maturing, he did not awaken in the middle of the night due to hunger, slumbering until noon. Had it not been for the heavy knocking on the door, he might have remained lost in his sweet dreams. Coming. Who is it? Jiang Ping, clad in slippers and rubbing his sleepy eyes, made his way to the door. Just as he opened it, he received a sharp smack to the head. You little rascal, what time is it? Still asleep? Where's your father? The bodies are here for collection. Jolted awake, Jiang Ping turned to face the ghastly sight of the corpses, nearly gasping in astonishment. I haven't even finished my meal yet, and more have arrived. How fortunate. However, with others present, he knew he must restrain himself. A grin spread across his face as he replied, Uncle Miao, I pulled an all-nighter studying. My second uncle has passed away, and my parents have gone to pay their respects. Uncle Miao laughed while scolding him, Stop your nonsense. Yet, his expression soon turned serious. In that case, I will take these corpses back for cremation. Panicking, Jiang Ping, disregarding his slippers, grasped Uncle Miao's arm. Please, Uncle Miao, you don't trust me. I've practiced with my father. After all these years of burning these monsters, do you think I wouldn't know how? Just toss the corpses in, I guarantee the task will be completed. Uncle Miao eyed him skeptically. Are you sure? This is the 8th heaven howling moon dog that was slain last night. Can you truly handle it? Jiang Ping thumped his chest confidently. Absolutely, Uncle Miao. Rest assured. My father could be gone for an extended period, and we cannot afford to be idle. Otherwise, we risk demotion. Uncle Miao pondered for a moment. Indeed, they were part of the body collection team, responsible solely for gathering and delivering to the crematorium, but they were not authorized to perform the cremation themselves. The crematorium had its own regulations, and based on the quality and quantity of monsters burned each month, ratings were assigned, with varying rewards for each level. "Fine, just be careful," he relented, waving at the young men behind him. They began unloading the cargo from their vehicle. Lighting a cigarette, Uncle Nyo glanced around to ensure no one was watching and whispered, "Pingsy, these corpses were taken down by someone significant. They were not treated with utmost care when their essence was extracted." At his words, Jianping nodded vigorously. "Uncle, I understand the situation. I'll keep it in mind." Uncle Nyo smiled but said nothing more. Who in South City did not know Jianping? It was a pity, though he could only offer this small assistance, yet Jianping held a different view. His survival to this day was the result of the collective efforts of these individuals. Taking a deep breath, he changed the subject. "Uncle, how come there are 8th heaven beasts here? Aren't you responsible for the area within the walls?" The body collection teams each had designated zones, and if memory served correctly, Uncle Nyo was responsible for the 3rd district inside the walls. Generally, 8th heaven beasts rarely appeared within, as they could pose a significant threat to ordinary people. Uncle Nyo sighed. "I don't know, nor do I understand. However, we are not the only team encountering this. Many others have reported 8th heaven and even higher beasts. I've even heard rumors of some teams collecting from the spirit realm." Uncle Nyo's words plunged Jianping into deep contemplation. Nodding, he suggested, "Uncle, why not come inside for a cup of tea?" Uncle Nyo waved his hand dismissively. "What would a little brat like you have to offer? I must be going. Oh, and someone will come to inspect in 3 days. Don't you dare slack off." The 3-day period was the deadline for contamination, hence a special team would arrive for inspection. Jianping promised, "I guarantee it will be dealt with in 3 days. As for how he would handle it, that was a secret." After Uncle Nyo departed, Jianping gazed at the 8th heaven howling moon dog, a tear involuntarily slipping from the corner of his mouth. No rush. First, I'll deal with the iron-tailed eagles, and then I shall feast upon what has been delivered today." He needed to act quickly. There were still 2 iron-tailed eagles left to consume, one for lunch and the other for dinner, ensuring he would have enough for tomorrow. As he approached the howling moon dog, a book suddenly flipped open before him, revealing a page. 8th heaven howling moon dog, a minor demon. The meat is average, tough and bony, providing a boost of energy when consumed, with a mediocre flavor. Recommended preparation: simmer in a secret broth with a dash of chili. Serve as a base, sliced and grilled, accompanied by a special dipping sauce for enhanced flavor. Special dipping sauce recipe. Note: can slightly enhance energy and kidney function, increasing satiety. Remarks: dogs really don't eat this. Jianping strategically overlooked the remarks. The book seemed rather proud. Despite being an 8th heaven entity, it still failed to attract attention. Hot pot with dog meat. I've heard that in the harmonious society of old, common folk wouldn't dare eat dog meat for fear of repercussions. Thank goodness I wasn't born in that era. To be punished even for eating meat, how terrifying. He placed the monster corpses upon the designated steel rack, patting his belly, feeling hungry once more. Time to cook. Boil some water, dried tangerine peel. Toss it in. The aroma of meat wafted through the air. It was immensely satisfying. Throughout the day and night, Jianping consumed the iron-tailed eagles. Upon vanquishing the last one, he felt as though the world had transformed into a brighter place. Sensing the shift of energy within his body, he inhaled sharply. I've actually reached the 2nd heaven. I've only eaten 3. Yet, what struck him most was the transformation of his claws. They could merely leave marks on pebbles before, yet now they could penetrate through like tofu. My claws have at least reached the minor mastery level. According to the book, an average person would need to swallow at least 10 demon cores and practice diligently to attain such a stage. And I have achieved this level merely by consuming 3 iron-tailed eagles. In that moment, Jianping felt a surge of optimism regarding his future. For 7 consecutive days, Jianping's life unfolded in this manner, ordinary yet blissful. Being well-fed was happiness itself. With his parents still away, the quality of demon corpses he had been consuming gradually improved. In just 7 days, his cultivation ascended to a terrifying level of the 7th heaven. His claws had reached a significant mastery, far surpassing that of an ordinary high school student. Skills at the major mastery level were already capable of inflicting damage on beasts below the spirit realm, even though he himself had yet to enter that realm. One night, after feasting upon the demon corpses as usual and engrossed in his training, he suddenly sensed a movement at the front door. Frowning, he thought, who could possibly come at this hour? Glancing at the clock, he noted it was midnight. He made his way to the living room, retrieving a steel knife from the cabinet, his father's prized possession. Generally, no one would visit the crematorium at such a late hour. Carefully slipping on his shoes, he observed the door, but suddenly, his nose twitched as he took a deep sniff. His expression changed. A demon beast. Chapter 6, The Rift. Jian Ping's expression changed dramatically. There was actually a beast within the walls, which was exceedingly unusual. Although his residence was located in the outskirts, it was still within the walls. The sudden appearance of a beast felt utterly amiss. Reflecting on Uncle Nio's words from the past few days, a thought struck Jian Ping. Could it be that there is a spatial rift near the crematorium? The mere notion startled him. The 13 cities maintain stringent control over spatial rifts, especially the wild ones, implementing varying measures based on their levels. Jiang Ping sniffed the air. There is a beast outside, roughly at the 5th level of cultivation. This ability manifested after he consumed the Howling Moon Dog. It allowed him to sense the surrounding environment through smell. At a minor level, he could detect dangers within 100 meters, provided there were no disturbances. This was a unique talent of the Howling Moon Dog. Having feasted on dog meat for several days, Jian Ping had now reached an advanced stage, capable of roughly discerning the target's cultivation level. His gaze flickered, and he felt a deep conflict within. Should I report this to the city defense team or? Previously, his first instinct would have been to notify the city defense, allowing professionals to handle the situation. However, now he felt conflicted. As the saying goes, those who possess sharp weapons often harbor murderous intent. Now that he had reached the 7th level, wielding skills like the Claw of Death, he was already quite formidable. The youthful fervor surged within him. What if I take a chance? Perhaps I might acquire something valuable, a spiritual realm, indeed. Suddenly, he made up his mind. Even if the spiritual realm might not allow him to surpass the 5th level, who would ever complain about being strong? Let us do it. I'll first test the waters with this beast outside. He inhaled deeply, gripped his steel knife, and flung open the door. However, upon seeing the beast, he immediately abandoned the idea of confronting it with the knife. A rat, a gigantic rat, at least as tall as Jian Ping's 1.8 meters, and it was not at all smaller than him. With bared fangs, it exuded no charm of a typical rodent, but rather a wild savagery akin to that of a boar. Its eyes glowed red as it regarded Jian Ping, and he could even see drool dripping from its mouth. Clearly, it was driven by hunger. Jian Ping took a deep breath, beckoning the rat with a flick of his hand, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Come here. Whether it was provoked or simply driven by its desperate hunger, the rat lunged towards Jian Ping. He fixed his gaze on the approaching creature, recalling what he had learned. One must not fear beasts, be fierce. Only by being fiercer will the beast be intimidated, ensuring one's survival. Moreover, with his current cultivation, he could suppress this rat, couldn't he? In that split second as the rat lunged, a glint of determination flashed in Jian Ping's eyes, and he recognized his opportunity. Claw of Death. Channeling his energy, he shifted his stance, raised his right hand, and struck down with tremendous force. With a mere sidestep, the rat displayed a surprisingly human-like expression as it began to convulse. Jiang Ping spotted 5 finger-sized puncture wounds along the rat's spine and laughed heartily. You insignificant rodent dare to challenge me, Jiang Ping? This is your fate. Purely dramatic, yet, almost immediately, his legs weakened. Damn, I overexerted myself. It took him a full minute to regain his composure. Approaching the rat, he felt the familiar sensation of his book of knowledge flipping open in his mind. Burrowing rat. 5th level beast, minor demon. The familiar introductory phrase greeted him, as if every beast he encountered was merely a minor demon in the eyes of the tome. Flesh quality extremely poor, tasteless, barely edible, preparation left to personal creativity. The text bluntly stated that the rat's meat was unpalatable. It didn't even offer a recipe, Jian Ping pondered. It seemed not all beasts were deemed consumable by the tome, and this particular burrowing rat was evidently looked down upon. If it can't be eaten, then let's burn it. Dragging the rat's carcass into the incineration chamber, he first dismembered it to see if there were any demon cores. As expected, a green bean-sized demon core appeared, accompanied by a foul stench. Jian Ping had no desire to consume it, so he tossed it into a bottle for safekeeping, perhaps to sell for a bit of money later. Subsequently, he released his blood essence into another bottle. He had plenty of empty ones at home. Finally, he discarded the carcass into the incinerator. Flames roared to life, and after shoveling in a few shovels of fuel, Jian Ping closed the door and set out to search for the location of the spatial rift. On his way, he encountered numerous burrowing rats, and each one he came across was treated as practice fodder, honing his mastery of the claw of death, gaining insights into how much strength to wield based on the opponent's cultivation. None of the burrowing rats he encountered exceeded the 6th level, which greatly excited Jian Ping. It is well known that beasts emerging from rifts signify the danger level of the rift. The fact that only 5th and 6th level beasts were appearing suggested that the spatial rift might not be particularly hazardous, likely not exceeding the 9th level. Some researchers have posited that behind these rifts lie fragmented regions, potentially continents or lakes and oceans. They too have their limits, however. While the beasts have constraints on their strength, the treasures within are not bound by such limitations. Some have even acquired high-level treasures from low-level rifts, thereby catapulting themselves to genius status. This was even more thrilling than winning the lottery. Racing forth, Jian Ping finally discovered a rift shimmering with silver light less than a kilometer from his home, resembling a vertically growing eye. Without hesitation, he dashed inside. Upon his entry, the rift's light abruptly dimmed. At that moment, an alarm was triggered at a local office of the South City Guards. Energy fluctuations detected in the suburban area of South City. Nearby teams, please respond. Caution, energy level not high, continue hunting missions for those above the spiritual realm. Rookie teams proceed to assist. After a flash of light, Jian Ping once again felt solid ground beneath his feet. Opening his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings. The steel knife on his back radiated a silvery glow in the dim atmosphere. Is this what lies within the rift? Two shadowy paths diverged to the left and right, appearing indistinguishable at first glance, both cloaked in dense foliage. Yet, Jian Ping sensed danger lurking within. Sniffing the air, the left path contains the scent of at least a dozen burrowing rats, all at least at the 5th level. The right path has fewer, about 7 or 8, with similar cultivation levels. It was clear which path to take. In that moment, Jian Ping felt immense gratitude for the acute sense of smell bestowed upon him by the howling moon dog. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for which direction to choose. Taking a step onto the right path, he was suddenly confronted by 7 or 8 burrowing rats, their eyes glowing red as they charged toward him. Jian Ping remained unfazed. After his recent training, he was no longer a novice. He knew how to fight. Claw of death, his hands became his weapons, his body shifted, dodging and countering. Chapter 7, Chinfu Mountain. The burrowing mole did not last even a single round. Within mere seconds, the once ferocious creature lay sprawled on the ground, each of its heads punctured by 5 bloody holes. TSK, it feels somewhat unfair, Jian Ping mused. Having attained the 7th level of cultivation, he naturally possessed a superior prowess compared to the mole, particularly with his formidable skill of sharp claws, a peak-level technique that rendered him utterly dominant. Such advanced skills were standard for those in the spirit realm. However, Jian Ping had acquired his abilities solely through sheer consumption. Even more astonishing was his developed sense of smell, allowing him to anticipate threats. The group of moles could not even attempt a surprise attack. Wasn't this truly unfair? He continued his pursuit, digging for demon cores. After a full 20 minutes, Jian Ping finally emerged from the narrow path, but upon surveying the scene before him, he was taken aback. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Is this a temple?" Cautiously inhaling, he detected no immediate danger, yet what could explain the serene atmosphere and the golden light radiating from this temple? Dong! As he pondered, a distant, hollow chime resonated. A young acolyte appeared at the temple's grand entrance, beaming with a smile, clad in resplendent monk robes, and approached Jian Ping. Little monk greets the benefactor, I am Liao Chen, and I offer you my respects. The abbot invites you to come inside for a chat. It was Jian Ping's first venture into a rift, and he was completely unaware of what to expect. He had anticipated battling monsters, yet here he found himself in an entirely different situation. Moreover, he sensed no hint of danger emanating from this monk. Imitating the monk's demeanor, he tentatively replied, I happened to pass by here. How did the abbot know of my arrival? Liao Chen smiled warmly, there are formations surrounding Qinfu Mountain. The moment you stepped in, we were aware, however, outside the gates, demon beasts have been rampaging, sealing the mountain for many days. We are powerless to intervene, but fortunately, the benefactor is blessed, having navigated this calamity. Jian Ping's heart jolted, quite impressive. If Qinfu Mountain is so formidable, why not eradicate the demon beasts at the foot of the mountain? At this moment, Jian Ping remained uncertain about the true nature of this monk. Liao Chen sighed, we too have contemplated that, but the formations are currently incomplete, and we can only barely maintain our defenses within the temple's confines. Benefactor, please do come in. Jian Ping nodded. Having arrived, there was no reason to hesitate. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to step inside, yet, as he crossed the threshold, his brow furrowed sharply. The scent of blood. Why is there such a strong odor of blood here? Though faint, it was unmistakable to Jian Ping's advanced sense of smell. In the courtyard, a group of young men clad in monk robes sat cross-legged on meditation mats, reciting scriptures with an air of compassion that was quite infectious. However, Jian Ping remained incredibly vigilant, as the scent of blood unmistakably emanated from these individuals. Liao Chen gestured invitingly, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Jian Ping was nearly terrified. Only moments before, in the dim light outside, he had not discerned clearly, but with Liao Chen's grin, he saw the truth. Flesh. And the smell of blood was overwhelmingly pungent. Jian Ping followed closely behind, his head bowed. Before long, they arrived at a meditation chamber, where Liao Chen cheerfully announced, the abbot has stated that guests are to be treated with respect, especially those who can arrive at Qinfu Mountain during these times. Benefactor, please make yourself comfortable, the abbot will personally attend to you when time permits. By the way, as you are a worldly person, you must enjoy meat. Coincidentally, a wild chicken wandered into the temple last night and met its demise. Let me prepare soup for you. Jian Ping took a deep breath, sensing something was amiss at Qinfu Mountain. The fact that a monk had strands of flesh at the corner of his mouth was telling. This indicated a breach of monastic vows, but more critically, where did this meat originate? From Liao Chen's words, it was evident that Qinfu Mountain was besieged by demon beasts. A faint suspicion began to take root in Jian Ping's mind. Sitting cross-legged on the mat, he pondered deeply. Soon, Liao Chen returned, carrying a bowl of steaming meat. Benefactor, please eat while it's hot. We monks cannot partake in meat, but there is plenty in the pot, all for you. It is rare for Qinfu Mountain to have a guest. However, at that moment, a tempest of alarm surged within Jian Ping. Observing Liao Chen smile, he found it eerily unsettling, internally cursing, damn it, this monk is trying to deceive me. This isn't wild chicken meat, it's clearly the flesh of an iron-tailed eagle. He was all too familiar with it. Damn it. If I consume this bowl of meat, I'll be polluted within 3 days. Suddenly, clarity struck him. Could it be that the strands of flesh are from the demon beasts? Are these monks feasting on demon flesh? This was madness. How long had they been consuming such fare? Once transformed into pollution, they would become dangerous sources of chaos. Jian Ping's heart raced with dread. Liao Chen regarded Jian Ping's stillness and said softly, Benefactor, why do you not eat? Is it not to your liking? The smile persisted, yet Jian Ping was filled with horror. This monk was not a benevolent figure, but then, a thought crossed his mind. He chuckled, it's not that it's unappetizing. Rather, your methods are rather unorthodox. Liao Chen's expression froze. He considered many reasons but failed to foresee this one. What do you mean, Benefactor, do you not wish to eat? Instantaneously, Jian Ping felt the temperature around him drop several degrees, an ominous aura enveloping him. Damn, this little monk was at least at the 9th level. What about those individuals in the courtyard and the unknown abbot? At that moment, Jianping realized he had acted with reckless abandon by entering. Nevertheless, having come this far, there was no turning back. Jianping laughed heartily. You monks surely wouldn't know how to prepare meat dishes, right? Where is your kitchen? Allow me to demonstrate my skills. As he spoke, he took the bowl of meat and strode toward the exit. Liao Chen was left in astonishment. So it wasn't that he refused to eat, rather, he found it unpalatable. However, since he was willing to eat, the threatening aura gradually dissipated. Following Jianping closely, Liao Chen remarked, "Oh, then I shall witness the benefactor's culinary prowess." Jianping exhaled in relief. It was best not to engage in conflict. The kitchen was soon reached, and Jianping gazed at the pot brimming with iron-tailed eagle meat, cursing that bold donkey for trying to swindle him. Yet, encountering him was indeed their misfortune. He chuckled coldly. Liao Chen, this involves the secret recipe. Would you kindly step aside? Liao Chen paused for a moment, then smiled. Of course. He stepped outside to wait. Jianping scoffed, retrieving the ingredients needed to prepare the iron-tailed eagle. Damn, did you expect this? I have my own methods. Before long, an enticing aroma filled the air, wafting outside, causing Liao Chen to swallow hard in anticipation. Just then, the door swung open, and Jianping, holding a large bowl, tentatively inquired, Liao Chen, would you care for some? Liao Chen quickly waved his hands. No, we monks cannot eat meat. Please enjoy it yourself. Jianping was unceremonious, indulging heartily. He was indeed famished. Under Liao Chen's watchful eyes, he devoured the meal voraciously, leaving Liao Chen utterly flabbergasted. Could this man truly eat so much? In just half an hour, an entire pot of iron-tailed eagle had vanished into Jianping's belly, not a drop of broth left, with only a pile of bones remaining. After finishing, Liao Chen cheerfully escorted Jianping back. The next morning, Jianping opened the door to find Liao Chen grinning broadly, holding another iron-tailed eagle. Benefactor, what a coincidence, another wild chicken met its demise in the temple. It seems you are truly fortunate. Jianping's pupils constricted. This was no benevolent figure. Chapter 8, Benefactor, please enjoy the chicken. The iron-tailed eagle is no fool. How could it possibly perish within the confines of a temple? After listening to Liao Chen's account, he referred to it as a wild chicken. Is he truly blind? Taking a deep breath, I remarked, well, that is indeed fortunate. Master Liao Chen, shall I proceed to take matters into my own hands, as per the old customs? Liao Chen smiled and nodded, yet to Jianping, that smile appeared eerily unsettling, imbued with a sinister charm. Juang! Juang! Sounds emanated from the kitchen, drawing the attention of several monks engrossed in their chanting, who subsequently revealed smiles. The Buddha said, if I do not enter hell, then who will? During the day, the weather remained as bright and clear as ever. Jianping consumed the prepared iron-tailed eagle once more, its cultivation level modest. At the third heaven. He felt an unsettling strangeness about this temple, prompting him to consider taking his leave. He sensed he had acted impulsively. However, just as he was about to voice his intent to depart, Liao Chen reappeared, his tone brooking no dissent. Benefactor, the abbot is available. It is said that a handsome young man has arrived at the temple and wishes to speak with you. This effectively stifled the words Jianping had been about to utter. He realized that if he chose not to go, it could lead to a serious fallout. Forcing a smile and maintaining clear eyes, he replied, very well, I have long admired the teachings of Buddhism. In his spare time, he had not been idle. He explored the temple, astonished to discover that many of the monks seemed to possess cultivation levels around the 7th or 8th heaven, and there were at least dozens within the entire monastery. Overwhelming, should he choose not to attend, it was likely he would provoke violence. Moreover, he discerned a peculiar rule: as long as he did not cross the bottom line of these monks, he would remain safe. For instance, consuming the flesh of demon beasts was an absolute taboo. Each time he declined to partake, Liao Chen's demeanor would shift: anger, impulsiveness, a desire to kill. Evidently, he had struck a nerve. During his time at school, he had not been entirely devoid of attentiveness. He had been aware of various fissures. Some fissures led to alternate realms, while others were fragmented spaces. Still others were scenarios, events that had transpired yet were stuck in an infinite loop. Jiang Ping felt that this place resembled such a scenario. These monks might be individuals from a millennium ago or mere projections from a different time and space. Within these fissures, strength was not always the measure of success. Wisdom held greater value. As long as one did not breach the fundamental rules, the danger remained minimal. Otherwise, Jiang Ping might have already fought his way out. Taking a deep breath, he approached the Zen room and knocked on the door. Faintly, he could hear the sound of a wooden fish. An elderly monk, his hair as white as snow and bearing the marks of age, struck the wooden fish in his hand and smiled at Jiang Ping. "Benefactor, you are the young man who arrived last night?" Jiang Ping was uncertain of the old monk's intentions but managed to smile and nodded. "Indeed." The old monk warmly invited Jiang Ping to sit. However, the moment the old monk opened his mouth, Jiang Ping's pupils constricted suddenly. Goodness, there was indeed meat. Had the 1,000 Budomenton gone mad? Were they truly consuming flesh? The pungent scent of blood assaulted Jiang Ping's nostrils, and he fought back the urge to vomit as he sat down. The old monk inquired, "What do you think of my 1,000 Budomenton?" Jiang Ping pretended to ponder, revealing 8 gleaming teeth. "It is splendid, the food and drink are delightful, the environment is beautiful. Compared to the rampant demon beasts outside, it is undoubtedly a paradise." A flicker of surprise appeared in the old monk's otherwise impassive expression. "A paradise?" He chuckled lightly. "What a novel metaphor. Since you find it agreeable, benefactor, why not remain here at 1,000 Budomenton? Though it has fallen into decline, it boasts a long heritage and numerous unique skills. If you wish to stay, you may choose a secret technique." Upon hearing secret technique, Jiang Ping's eyes nearly bulged. Here came the bait. He had studied about such fissures in his textbooks. This was one of the rewards. Embracing the opportunistic mindset of seizing a bargain, Jiang Ping contemplated briefly before acquiescing. Staying would pose no issue. However, as I am still unfamiliar with 1,000 Budomenton, it would be beneficial if the abbot could allow me to explore the sutra repository to learn about its history. The old monk was utterly taken aback. In all his years, this was the first time someone had made such a request. Typically, people either refused or were dazzled by the mention of secret techniques, while he had encountered someone asking to assess them. For a moment, his mind struggled to process the situation. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping continued, subtly gauging the old monk's expressions, confident that he had not overstepped any boundaries, and thus spoke more freely. "Of course, nowadays, mutual selection is all the rage. What do you think, abbot?" The old monk pondered for a long while, finding no fault in Jiang Ping's reasoning. The concept of mutual selection struck him as intriguing, and he nodded. "Very well, but I can only grant you 2 days. How does that sound?" His long-dormant mind acquiesced to Jiang Ping's words, as he surprisingly found merit in what Jiang Ping had proposed. Jiang Ping let out a sigh of relief inwardly. "Thank you, abbot. By the way, may I have a look at the secret techniques first? After all, I need to understand the strength of 1,000 Budomenton." The old monk was once again taken aback. According to protocol, one could only view the techniques if granted permission. Refusal would naturally breach the rules, justifying a lethal response. Jiang Ping observed the old monk's silence and quickly urged, "Abbot, if you do not allow me to see the secret techniques, how can I gauge the strength of 1,000 Budomenton? Without understanding its strength, how can I be decisive about staying here?" The old monk instinctively nodded. "Let Liachen take you." The old monk felt that his thinking had been somewhat challenged today. Although Jiang Ping's points were sound and had not transgressed any limits, he still sensed something amiss. He needed time to ponder what had transpired. Jiang Ping inwardly chuckled. The old monk was rather ineffective and had inadvertently revealed 2 significant boundaries. The first was the consumption of demon corpses. This was undoubtedly the foremost taboo. Should he refuse to eat, he likely would not survive to see the old monk again, as Liachen would take action. Although he was confident in his ability to handle Liachen, it was unnecessary. The second boundary pertained to joining 1,000 Budomenton. At that moment, Jiang Ping understood many things. Joining the temple might lead him to become one of those monks reciting scriptures in the courtyard. He even suspected that the method of salvation employed by Thousand Buddha Mountain was precisely this. Upon joining, one would reap the benefits of this place. However, there was a paradox. Once one joined, extricating oneself would undoubtedly come at a steep price. Here he had found a clever loophole. Joining was acceptable, but he insisted on assessing their strength first. Was that unreasonable? Following Liuchen, Jianping arrived at a 3-story building. Benefactor, this is where the secret techniques are stored. I must inform you of a rule. In Liuchen's heart, Jianping was now considered one of their own, and his tone had softened considerably. Chapter 9, The Cave, The Woman in Red. The first point is that you may only choose one ultimate skill, located on the 3rd floor, and you must not be greedy. Jianping nodded, indicating his understanding. The second point is that you must exit within 2 hours. The ancient door creaked open, and Jianping stepped inside, where scrolls and tomes were neatly arranged on the shelves. He was astonished to discover the plethora of techniques available at Qinfu. In truth, he had little interest in ultimate skills. The guiding technique taught at the 13 Cities Academy was meticulously compiled by numerous distinguished figures, far surpassing the meager offerings of Qinfu Mountain's fractured realm. Even if the ultimate skills held any merit, they were of no use to him at present. The path of the 13 cities diverged from theirs, opting for the straightforward method of consuming demon cores, which was significantly superior to what any ordinary sect could produce. Moreover, techniques were not something one could simply learn. However, by consuming demon cores, one could directly acquire skills, particularly those that inflicted the most damage upon beasts. Of course, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that these so-called techniques were passed down in an orderly manner. Why would he forsake the already established guiding technique for the madness of Qinfu Mountain's methods? It was utterly nonsensical. If something went awry, he would have no one to turn to for guidance. How did Jianping possess such knowledge? It was imparted during his schooling. He had a penchant for tales of cultivators, which brimmed with various extraordinary anecdotes. Among these were cautionary tales regarding techniques, one concerning a genius who stumbled upon a spatial rift and, after tremendous hardship, acquired an unparalleled skill. He ascended from the lowest ranks to the top 3 in the citywide examinations, garnering immense prestige and undoubtedly smiting many faces in the process. Yet, such glory was fleeting. Upon entering university, he found himself at a loss when selecting a mentor, as none would accept him. The uniform response was, "I do not teach that." Ultimately, he was left to navigate his path alone, while his peers rapidly advanced. This cautionary tale was still disseminated by the 13 cities as a warning to the younger generation. Never presume oneself to be more intelligent than the majority. Thus, Jianping was not particularly interested in the ultimate skills on the 3rd floor. It was merely a pretext, a delay of time. He opened a scroll, curiosity piqued, and discovered that the 1st floor was filled with extraordinary anecdotes, his favorite genre, and he found himself engrossed in reading. An hour must have passed, during which he had perused at least 2 volumes of captivating tales, when suddenly, his keen nose twitched involuntarily. What is that scent? How delightful! If it were anyone else, they would not have detected it, but Jianping possessed the keen sense of smell akin to a fully matured Syria dog, albeit only faintly. This fragrance seemed addictive, compelling him to abandon his reading and embark on a search, his body moving mechanically as though he were a marionette. Alarm surged within him. What on earth was happening? He desperately attempted to reclaim control over his body, yet could only watch helplessly as it moved of its own accord. Eventually, he found himself beside a bookshelf, where his body inexplicably activated a candlestick. What on earth? Am I going mad? Just then, a faint sound echoed, revealing a staircase before him, dark and foreboding, clearly leading to a hidden chamber below. Grasping a nearby candle, Jianping cautiously descended. Despite an inner voice vehemently rejecting this course of action, he could not regain control. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a sudden creak. The path he had taken vanished, and Jianping regained control over his body, panic gripping him as he surveyed his surroundings. Who is behind this? He shouted, unable to continue. Yet, the mournful wind howled like a gentle rain. Is someone making a fuss? Where could the wind be coming from in a basement? A voice, tinged with sorrow, emerged, a woman's voice, extraordinarily alluring. Jian Lang, come save me. Jian Ping was startled, quickly raising the candle in search of the source, only to find his pupils dilating and his heart racing. There was no woman. Before him lay a crystal coffin. Summoning his courage, he approached, realizing that fear would solve nothing. He had to attempt to unravel this mystery. As he drew near, the scene within the coffin became clearer, and the more he saw, the more horrified he became. Inside lay a woman of exquisite beauty, clad in a vibrant red bridal gown, her waist so slender it could be grasped with a single hand, and her bosom, even at rest, was undeniably remarkable. Her lips were crimson, reminiscent of fresh blood, and her face glowed like the twilight sky. Jian Ping couldn't help but rub his eyes, as he felt her gaze was entrancing, casting flirtatious glances his way. At that moment, the voice returned, filled with longing. Jian Lang, wipe away that Buddhist seal, and free me. I wish to be with you. Swiftly, disaster struck. Jian Ping's body once again slipped from his control, and he found himself reaching out to wipe the golden Buddhist seal from the crystal coffin. Stop it, he internally pleaded, desperately attempting to rein in his limbs. This was undoubtedly a harbinger of doom. He could sense it instinctively. The sheer magnitude of it all was beyond his comprehension. Taking a step back, he considered that he was in Chinfu Mountain, a sacred Buddhist site, where a corpse was evidently. If he were to release it, the consequences would be catastrophic. The scraping sounds echoed in his ears, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. He vowed never to act so recklessly again. A spatial rift was not a place for mortals to tread. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in his own room, where Liao Chen gazed at him with concern. "Benefactor, what has happened to you?" Upon hearing Liao's voice, a wave of relief washed over Jian Ping. Tentatively, he inquired, "What has happened to me?" Liao Chen smiled, "Perhaps you were simply lacking nourishment. After 2 hours in the scripture chamber, I called for you but received no response, so I entered and found you unconscious. However, do not worry. A hearty dose of wild chicken soup will remedy it." Jian Ping's heart seethed with anger at the mention of wild chicken. If he were an ordinary person, he would have perished long ago. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he cautiously asked, "Is there anything else?" Liao Chen regarded him with curiosity. "What else do you seek, benefactor?" Jian Ping remained silent, inhaling. He could eat without concern. His hunger was undeniable. Setting aside his heavy heart, he savored each bite, while Liao Chen's smile grew ever brighter. Chapter 10, The Demonic Transformation. Master, you are mistaken. It may have been the reason for Jian Ping's fainting that the old monk ceased his pursuit of him, and Liao Chen also refrained from mentioning the ultimate techniques. Remarkably, Jian Ping was allowed to stay. However, each day, Liao Chen presented him with an increasing number of demon beasts to consume. The next day, it was a 7th-tier iron-tailed eagle, elevating his sharp claws to the pinnacle level. On the 3rd day, astonishingly, it was a 9th-tier iron-tailed eagle, endowing Jian Ping with yet another skill set: Smiley Eagle Eye, Dynamic Vision, an auxiliary ability, the quintessential method for the iron-tailed eagle's foraging. Consequently, Jian Ping's cultivation ascended from the 7th tier to the 9th, with 3 iron-tailed eagles consumed each day. Progress was inevitable, yet, a heavy sense of foreboding weighed upon Jian Ping's heart, as the increasing presence of iron. Even Liao Chen's demeanor towards him shifted uneasily. That night, while Jian Ping honed his skills within his chamber, he sensed impending danger drawing near. He could only fortify himself. However, the rift he sensed would not surpass the spiritual realm. As a 9th-tier cultivator, he could always fight his way out if necessary. In the dimly lit room of the old monk, flickering candlelight cast shadows as a raspy voice broke the silence. "He has not undergone demonic transformation. Liao, without the secret methods of Chinfu Mountain, how could he resist demonic transformation? Are you deceiving me?" Abruptly, Liao Chen was seized, a grip tightening around his neck. Gazing into the old monk's eyes, filled with brutality, he cried out, "I truly witnessed him consuming them." The old monk scrutinized Liao Chen carefully. "Prepare a 9th-tier iron-tailed eagle for tomorrow. Bring your junior disciple and supervise him personally. Those who have not undergone demonic transformation cannot be enlightened." This is the rule of Chinfu Mountain, and indeed, the rule here, once released, Liao Chen gasped for breath, suffused with fear. Yes. However, recently, the iron-tailed eagles have grown cunning, beginning to distance themselves from us at Jinfermenton. We can only procure them for 2 days at most. The old monk scoffed, wretched creatures. Do not concern yourself with the iron-tailed eagles, I shall handle it. In recent days, the iron-tailed eagles surrounding Jinfermenton had suffered greatly, nearly facing extinction after 10 consecutive days of capture. The old monk's irritability grew, and the temple's inhabitants began to exhibit similar agitation, casting glances at Jiang Ping as if they wished to devour him. Liao Chen, you're back again, are you? Will you be having chicken today? Jiang Ping greeted Liao Chen with a smile. After consuming so many demon beasts over these days, he had finally reached the spiritual realm, which significantly lightened his mood. He now stood on solid ground, regardless of the old monk's schemes. He felt confident in his ability to cope. The spiritual realm represented the pinnacle of this space, a realization he had come to. Otherwise, his cultivation would continue to rise. Unexpectedly, fortune had favored him. Someone was delivering demon corpses to him daily. What bliss! Yet, just after Jiang Ping uttered this thought, the old monk appeared. Today, I shall treat you to a dish, esteemed guest. These are some elixirs I have concocted, as I noticed your frail condition, and I have come to present them. Jiang Ping was taken aback, gazing at the objects before him. Joy bloomed within his heart. Elixirs, these were, in fact, demon cores. They were not mere elixirs. Maintaining a facade of composure, he replied, "Thank you, master." Accepting the demon cores, he realized these items were of no use to him. Consuming demon corpses granted him skills, and he could easily sell these cores for a considerable sum. After all, necessity often cultivates resourcefulness. However, the old monk's triangular eyes fixated on him with intensity. Esteemed guest, these elixirs are crafted by me and must be consumed under my guidance. Please, take them now for optimal efficacy. Jiang Ping hesitated momentarily. This old monk harbored ulterior motives. Nevertheless, he remained undaunted. Is this an upgrade in gameplay? Over the past few days, he had discerned that the old monk was persistently attempting to taint him. Perhaps because he remained untainted, the monk could not act against him, now, resorting to demon cores instead of corpses. Yet, he felt no fear. Those from the 13 cities had no qualms regarding the consumption of demon cores, primarily due to the guiding. The guiding arts differed from ordinary techniques. They formed the foundation of the cultivation system in the 13 cities, meticulously developed by the elites to facilitate the consumption of demon cores. Even the essence blood distributed by the elementary schools was a component of this. With a smile, he said, "Very well, master, I appreciate your effort." Accepting the box containing the demon cores, he selected one that appeared appealing and prepared to consume it. This was his first experience with such a substance. He had often fantasized about when he could indulge in a demon core, and now his dream was realized, indeed, not just one. Boldly, he swallowed the demon core and activated the guiding arts. The old monk's gaze remained fixated on Jiang Ping's every move. Upon swallowing, a flicker of delight crossed his face, sensing a hint of demonic transformation, yet that trace vanished abruptly. Jiang Ping savored the taste of the demon core, contemplating if others gained skills through consuming demon cores, and he acquired them from demon corpses. What could he gain from the cores? His anticipation grew. The moment he made contact with the demon core, a tome in his mind began to turn its pages. 9th tier iron-tailed eagle adult demon beast core, containing a trace of demon bloodline. Consumption method: pair with bitter chrysanthemum, camellia seeds, to fully harness the demon bloodline and enhance corresponding physical strength. Evaluation: bloodline is too sparse, merely marginally effective. Jiang Ping nearly burst into laughter. This was indeed delightful. It turned out that his consumption of demon cores was also beneficial. If he followed the recipe provided, he could further amplify his physical prowess. What were the iron-tailed eagles most renowned for? Their claws, eyes, and wings. However, he was human and lacked wings. That aspect could be disregarded. Yet, the claws corresponded to his hands, and the eyes needed no further explanation. This meant that consuming the demon core of the iron-tailed eagle could enhance the strength of his hands and his vision. Unbeknownst to him, this would render his claws significantly more formidable than others. Regrettably, the enhancement was minimal, and he had not adhered to the recipe this time, which was somewhat disappointing. The old monk stared at Jian Ping in astonishment, detecting a trace of lingering satisfaction on his face. He was enraged. "Esteemed guest, you are mistaken." The old monk resolved to capture this anomaly at all costs. Indeed, an anomaly, having consumed so many demon corpses and now a flicker of excitement crossed his mind. Perhaps he could study this freak. Could Qin Formentin possess such methods in the future? Qin Formentin had survived all these years thanks to a formula that delayed demonic transformation, thus avoiding starvation. As he gazed upon Jian Ping, it was as if he beheld a treasure. The old monk was exhilarated. Chapter 11. The plot unfolds. Yet, just as the old monk contemplated taking action, a sudden alarm rang in his mind. Instead of fear, he felt a surge of excitement. The warning only solidified his intent. That evening, Jian Ping sensed that he had lingered within these confines for quite some time. It was time to depart. However, after all these days, he had yet to devise a means of escape. The path up the mountain had vanished without a trace. Lying in bed, restless and unable to sleep, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of footsteps. He had sensed something amiss in the old monk's demeanor today. Liao Chen's arrival was surely not for a convivial gathering. He subtly moved his right hand, feeling the master-level sharpness of his claws, which provided him with some reassurance. The spiritual realm, along with the skills of a master, was his confidence. "I'm coming." Yet, the moment he opened the door, a heavy, forceful staff abruptly appeared. Jian Ping cursed silently. A sneak attack. His claws activated, effortlessly seizing the advancing staff, which he held as if it were weightless. Liao Chen was struck with terror. Jian Ping smiled at Liao Chen. "Master Liao Chen, what is the meaning of this?" Liao Chen exerted force to pull away, yet the staff did not budge. How could this be? He was a 9th-tier cultivator, his face flushed with exertion. "Brothers in attendance." Within a brief moment, a multitude of bald heads emerged. Upon counting, all present were those monks who had been chanting scriptures during the day, yet their expressions had transformed from benevolence to ferocity, baring their teeth. From afar, the scent of blood wafted through the air, and Jian Ping sensed that, aside from Liao Chen, the pupils of these individuals were distinctly abnormal, a manifestation of madness akin to that of those tainted after consuming demon corpses. Seeing reinforcements arrive, Liao Chen let out a maniacal laugh. "Seize him alive, the master will reward you handsomely. Each of you shall receive a potion to delay transformation." "Kill, kill, kill." Jian Ping's heart tightened, and he scoffed. "Do you truly think I am a soft persimmon?" With dazzling speed, he darted to an FRO.AT. This moment, he was in the spiritual realm. Dealing with a group of novice monks was hardly a challenge. In a mere 30 seconds, the cries of battle ceased. Liao Chen's expression shifted from laughter to horror, retreating repeatedly. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can you be this strong?" Jian Ping felt the blood trickling from his fingertips and smiled slightly. "Isn't this surprising? It's all thanks to you." Villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter. With a swift motion, he plunged his palm into Liao Chen's skull, blood gushing forth from 5 gaping wounds, akin to the other monks. Jian Ping looked outside and softly uttered, "A master, will you not reveal yourself?" A roar of fury echoed, "You wretched scoundrel!" Yet Jian Ping remained. "You likely cannot act against me, or else you wouldn't have sent these worthless fools to attack. Their eyes are abnormal. Is this the price of striking?" The old monk's anger intensified, his triangular eyes reddening with rage. Jian Ping relished the sight of the monk's expression. "It appears I was correct. You are in the spiritual realm, as am I. Why not make a trade? Reveal the way out, and I shall spare your life." The old monk burst into laughter. "Leave? Har, if I could leave, would I have remained here for so many years? You still wish to escape? Har, how naive, truly naive." "You are correct. I truly cannot act against you. Since you have not undergone demonic transformation, I cannot harm you. However, do not think you can escape. Stay here with me. I possess great patience and will thoroughly study you. I will unearth your secrets." The old monk laughed maniacally. Meanwhile, once activated, one may enter but may not leave, and demon beasts are subject to the same rule. Jian Ping questioned, What of the burrowing mice and the iron-tailed eagles I consumed these past few days? The old monk snorted. Of course, they are bred by Qianfu Mountain. Otherwise, how could you have entered? Even these disciples cannot leave. To survive, one must consume demon beasts. To consume demon beasts, one must withstand demonic transformation, which relies on the secret method. Hearing this, everything became clear, aligning closely with Jianping's suspicions, save for the revelation of one particular formula. But what does keeping me here have to do with you? This was his point of confusion. According to this reasoning, retaining Jianping seemed pointless, and if the old monk was luring individuals from the mountain below, what was his purpose? The old monk glanced at his disciples and revealed a sinister smile. This is a secret of Qianfu Mountain. A formula must be brewed from the flesh of the youngest disciple in the temple. Consuming a spoonful daily ensures that reason is preserved and prevents demonic transformation. Qianfu Mountain is renowned for its myriad Buddhas. Could you not deduce something from this? In an instant, Jianping felt a chill run down his spine. You mean to say that Qianfu Mountain, with thousands of inhabitants, has dwindled down to just these few? The old monk beamed at Jianping's cleverness. This was far too monstrous. This was no temple, it was a purgatory. Thus, you shall remain here. Har har, you cannot escape. Jianping glared at the old monk, who appeared to have everything under control, feeling a surge of anger. And now? Your disciples are all dead. Does that not mean you are unable to concoct medicine? I fear no demon beasts, so let us see who can outlast the other. Perhaps if you perish, I might just escape. The old monk laughed until tears streamed down his face. Previously, there were many, yet those consuming them were numerous as well. Now, I stand alone, and the disciples before me are sufficient to sustain me for over a decade. You, however, how long can you endure? If you die, your secrets become mine. Perhaps by consuming you, I could adopt your physique. Looking at Jianping, his eyes gleamed with greed. Unraveling Jianping's secrets was his foremost desire. Upon hearing the old monk's intention to consume him, Jianping spat in disgust. Go to hell. To eat me, you better have the capability. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he grinned mischievously. The old monk felt a shiver at Jianping's smile. What are you laughing at? Instead of answering, Jianping turned his attention to a particular spot in the room. Striding over, he abruptly yanked down the curtains and thrust them into the candle flame. In an instant, flames soared to the heavens. Jianping's voice echoed ominously. Tell me, if I were to incinerate these disciples' corpses, how many days do you think you could endure? Chapter 12. Mount Chin. For the old monk's expression was one of sheer horror, as if flames had erupted from his bald head. His eyes bulged with rage as he bellowed, How dare you? The force of his thunderous voice sent a shiver down Jianping's spine. In that moment, a metallic lighter clattered to the ground. With a deafening roar, the temple's drapes and candles ignited, sending flames soaring into the heavens. The old monk was furious. No, he was driven nearly to madness by the sight of the fire consuming his precious resources, the very sustenance for his survival. Just like that, reduced to ashes, the gazes of the young monks, once filled with fierce intensity, seemed to soften beneath the flames, and in the distance, Jianping thought he could faintly hear the resonant tones of sacred chants. Yet, the overwhelming presence of the old monk's wrath was unmistakable as he howled in outrage, You little brat, are you seeking death? How dare you? With an innocent expression plastered on his small face, Jianping shrugged his shoulders. Old monk, you've put me in a terrible position. If you hadn't he shouted so loudly, I wouldn't he have slipped up. The old monk could no longer contain his fury. He lunged towards Jianping, his steps rapid and unsteady. Jianping was taken aback by the monk's astonishing speed. As he gazed at the old monk's pale fingers, joints, and even the gleaming nails, a chill ran down his spine, a perfected eagle claw. He gasped, realizing that not everyone possesses such extraordinary abilities to acquire skills through consuming beast cores. How many demon cores had the old monk ingested, or just how perverse were his secret techniques? Nevertheless, he felt little trepidation. After all, he was Jianping, famously known as Bottle Brother. Now he had even become a minor adept in the spiritual realm. With a smirk, he declared, "Old monk, take this palm strike." He deftly evaded the old monk's assault, swiftly stepping to the left. In that instant, he recognized his own shortcoming. He lacked any speed-related skills. He committed this to memory and summoned all his strength for a fierce claw strike. The sensation was peculiar, somewhat soft. Just as he pondered this, his eyes met those of the old monk, and he nearly retched. Even after dealing with demon corpses daily, nothing compared to the grotesque sight before him. The skin on the old monk's arm had been torn away, revealing a shocking spectacle, an arm riddled with razor-sharp claws. "My heavens, old monk, are you dabbling in bioengineering?" The old monk turned with a sinister grin, blood staining the gaps between his teeth, his eyes ablaze with madness. "Bioengineering? I know not of such things, but I do understand that to conquer beasts, one must first become a beast. This arm you see before you is my masterpiece, having slain countless iron-tailed eagles. Har, today, you are fortunate indeed." Jiang Ping nearly burst into expletives. "Fortunate, your so-called fortune can go to hell, old monk." The old monk, unfazed by the insult, instead proclaimed loudly, "The Buddha says, if I do not descend into hell, who will? Har, come, offer your life." In that very moment, his arm transformed into a multitude of razor-sharp claws resembling those of the iron-tailed eagles, moving with an unrelenting ferocity, fluid and relentless. Jiang Ping, left with no other recourse, relied on his increasingly proficient eagle claws to fend off the assault, thankful that the old monk was limited to just one arm. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration struck Jiang Ping. With a swift slide, he evaded the old monk's form and launched a powerful strike at the monk's unaltered arm. "R!" The sound of flesh tearing echoed as blood gushed forth. "I shall have your life." Jiang Ping's prediction was proven correct. The old monk was but a half-baked creation, or perhaps he possessed merely this limited capability. With the loss of his other arm, the old monk's balance faltered. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Ping executed a low blow, delivering a punishing strike to the old monk's left leg. The leg shattered as well. The old monk's gaze grew vacant. He could hardly fathom that his years of research on the Iron Eagle arm had culminated in such failure. Ultimately, his right leg too was severed. With hands on his hips, Jiang Ping laughed heartily. "I am indeed clever, old monk, weren't you so proud? Come, face me again." The old monk appeared bewildered, even forgetting the pain coursing through his body. "What?" Before he could finish his thought, his eyes fluttered shut. Jiang Ping's claws descended as promised, leaving 5 gaping wounds in the old monk's skull. At last, Jiang Ping exhaled in relief. He had finally vanquished this old spectre. Despite his calm demeanor, he had been immensely tense throughout the ordeal, having never encountered such a situation before. Yet, post-battle, he couldn't help but feel that the old monk's spiritual prowess was somewhat lopsided. Furthermore, he had observed no application of qi during their fight. Why was that? Pondering this only led to frustration, so he decided to let it go. At that moment, the temple was engulfed in flames, and Jiang Ping felt a pang of regret. It seemed he had gained nothing from this venture into the rift. It was nothing like the fortuitous encounters with rare treasures described in the tales of cultivators. With a sigh, he lamented, "Still too young." Jiang Ping felt a wave of self-reproach. If the old monk were to learn of this, he would surely spit blood, having dedicated the full strength of the temple to slay the iron-tailed eagles, nearly wiping them out just to nourish Jiang Ping, who had now reached the spiritual realm, yet remained unsatisfied. Jiang Ping puffed at his singed hair, relieved it had not marred his appearance, before reluctantly turning back to gaze at the inferno consuming the temple. "Farewell, Mount Qianfu. Farewell, old monk." There was an unexpected tinge of sorrow in his voice. Retracing his steps along the path he had come, he noticed that the surrounding beasts seemed to have vanished overnight. Confounded, he chose to dismiss it. The world was filled with peculiarities. After much effort, he finally located the entrance to the rift. At that moment, the rift radiated with brilliant light, and he swiftly darted through it. "We have received confirmation. The rookie team has arrived at the designated location." Repeat, "The rookie team has arrived." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping's heart sank. He quickly concealed himself in the nearby underbrush, spotting a multitude of individuals clad in various standardized uniforms. He recognized them immediately. They were the City Defense Corps. Muttering to himself, 13th city truly lives up to its reputation as humanity's hope, having discovered the rift so swiftly. Were it not for his proximity, he might not have reached it so promptly. However, the timing doesn't align. Could this rift be a rare temporal rift? But that doesn't seem right. According to what I learned in school, temporal rifts are fraught with peril. Mount Xinfu doesn't seem to fit that description. Jianping found himself increasingly skeptical. According to the textbook, there were numerous types of spatial rifts associated with otherworldly invasions, and temporal rifts were among the most dangerous. The most notable characteristic of a temporal rift is that when you enter, you exit at the same time you entered, regardless of how many years you spent inside. Such rifts are deemed highly coveted. Once discovered, they are not only preserved but fiercely contested by various factions. Chapter 13 A turmoil. There have even been rumors that a coordinate for a temporal rift was sold for an astronomical sum of 80 million. Such a sum is sufficient to allow an ordinary person to transcend social classes, illustrating the rarity of temporal rifts. However, if one believes that the purchasers suffered a loss, they are mistaken. Those who acquire such coordinates are undoubtedly affluent and influential families, or governmental entities. They are not fools. Once they penetrate this temporal rift, they will invest heavily to stabilize it, ensuring not only the structure of the space but also the flow of time itself. The cost of this endeavor is immense, determined by the rarity of the materials involved, which ultimately dictates the rate of flow and the extent of space that can be preserved. Despite the exorbitant expenses, the allure of time remains irresistible. Time, for the prodigies of these esteemed families, cultivation within such rifts yields exponential benefits. For an ordinary individual, 10 years is merely a decade, yet for a genius from a prominent lineage, those same 10 years could equate to 20. The specifics are directly correlated to the depth of their background. Thus, even with such precious rarity, temporal rifts continue to be fervently sought after. Reflecting on this, Jianping felt as though he had missed out on a fortune, no, 10 fortunes. Had he known this was a temporal rift, he would have, well, it seems there was little he could have done. The stakes were simply too high for him to digest. Watching the rookie team approach the rift, his sense of loss intensified, his eyes wide with disbelief. Step by step, they drew nearer. He lifted his foot to advance, but, what? It was empty. Damn, Jianping nearly cried out. What had he just witnessed? At the very moment the rookie team prepared to enter the rift, its radiance abruptly vanished, almost causing the team, composed of at least spiritual realm members, to tumble headlong. The entire rookie team stood in bewilderment. One diminutive female team member, confused, inquired, "Captain, what just happened? Did we actually enter?" The captain was equally perplexed, gazing at the unchanged surroundings, his expression mirroring the team's confusion. "Perhaps we did not actually enter." A silence enveloped the group. Uncertain of what had transpired, the team members, who had diligently studied all regulations, found themselves questioning their knowledge for the first time. The rift had disappeared the moment they attempted to enter, defying all logic. Most crucially, they had not engaged in any cultivation. It is well known that rifts only vanish after being cleared, some even requiring deliberate dismantling, yet such a scenario had never occurred before. It felt as if they were playing hide and seek. Perhaps that phrase was quite fitting. "Shall we report this?" A voice broke the silence, suggesting the idea. The captain nodded. From his hiding place in the grass, Jianping nearly erupted with laughter, desperately covering his mouth to stifle any noise. This was simply too amusing. Now, Jianping experienced a peculiar sense of relief. Previously, he had lamented the loss of 10 fortunes, but now he discovered that those fortunes were unattainable by others as well. This realization brought him a satisfaction akin to enjoying an ice cream on a scorching summer day. Though perhaps morally questionable, it was undeniably gratifying. The rookie team seemed to have received a response, departing shortly thereafter. Jianping, exercising caution, waited a few more minutes before cautiously emerging from the grass. He dusted himself off and headed home. That night, Jianping enjoyed a deep, restful sleep. Although battles raged outside, as long as he remained within the safety of his home, it felt like two different worlds. Ordinary people typically sleep soundly, blissfully unaware of such turmoil. As dawn broke, Jianping awoke refreshed, stretching lazily. Without bothering to wash up, he hurried to the cooking area, where remnants of the eightfold celestial half moon dog's meat awaited him, perfect for breakfast. With a cheerful demeanor, Jianping set up his cooking pot, heating oil, and indulged in a satisfying feast. Patting his full belly, round and content, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. This is what living is all about, he mused. Eating to his heart's content brought him true happiness. However, after only a few moments of reflection, he swiftly began to clean up, restoring everything to its original state before his parents returned. Why? Because the week-long period had come to an end. His parents were coming home. This morning, Jianping had already seen the message from his parents stating they would return today. Their timing was impeccable, as he was preparing to head to school to catch up on his studies. Previously, he lacked the aptitude to focus on cultivation courses, often dozing off instead. Now, he was determined to make up for lost time. Unable to afford a personal tutor, what did Jianping possess that was most potent? His face. After years of navigating social circles, he was well known, from the principal down to the janitor. Was it a hassle to seek knowledge? After washing his face and brushing his teeth, he prepared to welcome his parents home, but while grooming, he furrowed his brow slightly. When did this happen? Who did this to me? He noticed a small red mark on his left wrist, resembling a woman's tear mole. Touching it, he found it neither painful nor itchy. How strange, I didn't have this before. Could it be a result of that book? It can't be an illness, can it? He felt a twinge of concern, having heard that many men with chaotic personal lives in a harmonious society might fall prey to such ailments. But the location seems off. Jianping murmured, pondering for quite some time without reaching any conclusions, ultimately deciding to set it aside for now. Just as he finished tidying up, the front door creaked open. Click. Jianping immediately plastered a cheeky smile on his face. Father, mother, my dearest parents, I've missed you so much. He dashed outside. His parents exchanged glances, perplexed. His mother, Yao Yujing, exuded her usual commanding presence. Has this rascal been getting too cheeky these past few days? Jiang Wanli looked at Jianping with surprise. Son, you seem quite spirited today. In the past, Jianping had never been well fed. How could he possibly look good after 7 days of hearty meals? His complexion had naturally improved, yet now, Jianping felt a twinge of apprehension, fearing his parents might struggle to accept the changes in him. He was uncertain how to explain that he wanted to stabilize the situation before gradually revealing everything. Not much has changed, right? Yao Yujing scrutinized Jianping. How could the honest young man he was ever tell a lie? He swiftly slung his backpack over his shoulder and bolted. Once outside, his voice echoed back, I'm off to school to study. I've skipped too many classes. Jiang Wanli stared in astonishment at the already vanished Jianping. Dear, is that really our son? Is he actually worried about skipping classes? Jianping intentionally avoided the street where the Dongfang family lived, opting for a longer route. Upon arriving at school, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Then, a plaintive voice broke through the air. Bottle brother, you are so untrustworthy. What about the books you promised? It's been 7 days, 7 whole days. Do you know how I've spent these last 7 days? Chapter 14, Believe it or not, I'll chop you. Jianping smacked his forehead, exclaiming, how could I have forgotten about this? He prided himself on being honest and trustworthy, yet here he was, standing someone up. This was the little brother from the Sanxiao school, the one who had received that book which had transformed from a children's story into a cookbook. Jianping felt a pang of anxiety. This situation was spiraling out of control. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he decided to feign ignorance and wait until after school to seek him out. After all, children can be easily swayed with a little sweetness. With that thought in mind, he promptly turned on his heel and dashed into the school gate. The little radish head was on the verge of tears. Brother Ping, it's me. Look at me, he shouted, jumping up in an earnest attempt to catch Jianping's attention. Blissfully unaware that Jianping had overlooked him, he exerted himself to leap higher, but was intercepted by the security guard at the entrance. Little friend, what are you doing here? This is not a place for you. With a sniffle, the little radish head felt somewhat aggrieved and huffed at the guard. Sanxiao Meilele, isn't it just a school for cultivators? What's so great about it? Sooner or later, I'll be here too. This left the security guard at a loss for words. He feared that if the conversation continued, the child might start crying, which would be hard to console. Realizing he had been a bit too stern, he forced a smile and said, "I believe in you, little classmate." Maylele rolled his eyes dramatically. "Who are you? Do I need your approval?" He was eager to find Brother Ping, and being delayed by the guard meant that Jian Ping was slipping further from reach. Wow. Brother Ping, the guard felt flustered. He realized that this troublesome child was associated with Jian Ping, which made everything clear. Jian Ping, watching Maylele's discontented figure retreat, let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a hand clapped down on his shoulder. "Jian Ping, being chased into school by a primary school student, you truly have a talent," came a voice, and upon hearing it, Jian Ping stiffened. The previous expression of relief vanished as he quickly adjusted his demeanor, grinning sheepishly. "Lan Lan, do you think I'm about to lose a tooth? My teeth have been aching lately." Before him stood a lovely face, with the scent of flowers wafting through the air. Dongfang Lan, clad in a sleek black training outfit and sporting a long ponytail, possessed an elegant stature that would elicit admiration from anyone. However, she was currently wielding a knife in her left hand, its sheath exquisitely crafted from the hide of some mythical beast. With a swift motion, she partially drew the blade, declaring, "Jian Ping, do you believe I will chop you?" Despite Jian Ping having previously deceived her into drinking the blood of a demon beast, she could not suppress her fury. Quick-witted, Jian Ping instinctively grasped her eager right hand. "Lan Lan, please don't blame me. It's just that guy is too foolish. If he doesn't experience the harsh realities of society, I fear he won't manage when he leaves school." She even questioned whether she had neglected to eat enough. "Are you not afraid that I might lose my grip on the hilt?" she challenged, leaving Jian Ping at a loss for words. Just then, a voice filled with indignation broke through from behind him, laden with skepticism. "Jian Ping, release Lan Lan's hand, remove your filthy paw." Turning around, Jian Ping nearly burst into laughter upon recognizing the irate figure. It was none other than Li Zimu, the rightful owner of the grievance. With a broad smile, he replied, "Li Zimu, did your teacher not instruct you on the importance of politeness in conversation?" Li Zimu was seething with rage since Jian Ping had deceived him into surrendering his blood. The hurt was minimal, but the humiliation was immense. As the heir of the Li family, he had been duped by this slippery character, and the aftermath, a meal of bamboo shoots with pork, had resulted in a proper thrashing from his sister, far more severe than any symbolic chastisement his parents might have given. He had been nursing this grudge for quite some time. He had envisioned confronting Jian Ping the very next day to reclaim his dignity, convinced that Jian Ping, a mere mortal lacking any cultivation, could not possibly be his match. He had even imagined countless scenarios of Jian Ping begging for mercy, yet, to his astonishment, when he arrived at school, Jian Ping was nowhere to be found. After much inquiry, he discovered that the scoundrel had taken a week-long leave of absence. Had it not been for the Li family name, he would have sought out Jian Ping's home. However, he recalled his sister's words, "Matters of the martial world should be settled within the martial world. One must resolve their own issues." Thus, he refrained from visiting Jian Ping's residence, but upon arriving at school that morning and witnessing Jian Ping holding his beloved's hand, he could no longer contain himself and unleashed a thunderous roar. "Jian Ping! If you have the ability, drop your tricks, let us settle this man to man." Surrounded by fellow students, the scene caught everyone's attention. Jian Ping, Dongfang Lan, and Li Zimu were all prominent figures, one a slacker, another a genius, and the last a wealthy and powerful young master. This trio could easily fill the script for a 30-episode soap opera. A crowd began to gather. Li Zimu, seeing the onlookers approach, felt not a shred of anxiety, rather, he reveled in the attention. The more witnesses to this spectacle, the more gratifying it became. Just as he was basking in his perceived triumph, a voice rang out, as sweet and clear as a lark, yet tinged with coldness, "Li Zimu, who are you calling a filthy paw?" The crowd erupted in a chorus of gasps. Some cheered, "Wow, it's been ages since our senior Lan Lan lost her temper. Looks like the new young master is quite foolish, unaware that when it comes to Brother Ping, Lan Lan means business, and her affections are genuine." Indeed. Remember that time when some street thugs thought they could bully Brother Ping? Lan Lan dealt with them decisively. I suspect she has nearly reached the spirit realm now. Heavens, the spirit realm. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Li Zimu, listening to the taunts and jeers, felt his anger boil over. Why should this be? Yet, upon seeing his beloved in front of him, he suppressed his fury, forcing himself to speak through gritted teeth. Lan Lan, step aside. This is between Jianping and me. But Dongfang Lan's beautiful eyes shone with unwavering resolve as she pulled Jianping behind her. At that moment, Jianping no longer held her hand. With a fierce determination, she drew her knife, pointing it directly at Li Zimu. Jianping's affairs are my affairs. If you seek to reclaim your blood, I advise you to abandon that delusion. If you're lacking in wit, don't blame others. The impact of her words struck Li Zimu as if struck by lightning, leaving him in utter disbelief. The girl he cherished was standing against him, all for a worthless wretch, a man incapable of cultivation. The youthful fervor surged within him, and he bellowed, "Why should this be?" Then he lashed out at Jianping. "Jianping, are you even a man, hiding behind a woman? What sort of man are you?" Chapter 15. The charisma of bottle brother Jianping, standing behind Dongfang Lan, couldn't help but laugh at such a question, one he deemed unworthy of explanation. Pointing casually at a classmate devouring a pancake, he grinned and said, "Xiao Huang, why don't you enlighten young Master Li?" Xiao Huang, with his mouth full of pancake, stood up from the crowd, puffed up with pride as he gestured grandly to those around him. The others responded with a chorus of boos. Unfazed, Xiao Huang declared, "Young Master Li, it's clear you're an outsider, unfamiliar with our customs. Here in our school, nay, in all schools within South City, there exists an unwritten rule." He struck a pose as if he were a sage imparting wisdom. For a moment, Li Zimu found himself genuinely pulled into the narrative. He blurted out, "What rule?" With a chuckle, Xiao Huang replied leisurely, "Bottle brother is everyone's, and must be protected. Today, it matters not if you are a young master or a big shot. In South City, you simply cannot touch Bottle brother." He pointed at Dongfang Lan, continuing, "Today, not only will Senior Lan Lan not lay a finger on you, but if you dare to harm even a hair on Bottle brother, I, Xiao Huang, along with every classmate within your... Do you believe that?" With a thunderous clap, Li Zimu was thrown into disarray. Meanwhile, the classmates who had been chuckling just moments ago suddenly marched in unison to stand behind Dongfang Lan. Some, having training that day, produced their weapons, while others retrieved any sturdy objects they could find. Over 100 students stood resolutely before Jianping and behind Dongfang Lan. The sight terrified Li Zimu, who staggered backward, nearly losing his mind. His thoughts raced, "Impossible, impossible, how can this be? Why are they supporting him? I've done my homework, he's just a waste who can't cultivate, why are you all standing by him? And you, Dongfang Lan, what is it about me that you find unworthy?" Having observed his classmates' attitudes, he understood. He had gathered information about Jianping from students, even spending a considerable sum, but if what Xiao Huang claimed was true, that Jianping was under everyone's protection, then he would never uncover the truth. At this moment, Jianping observed the unfolding scene with a sense of pride, though more so with gratitude. These were his classmates, juniors, and seniors, but he knew the moment of sentimentality could not last, lest it cause him harm. He realized that Li Zimu was merely an overzealous youth, and it was time for him to make his entrance and bring this fast to an end. However, just as he thought to step forward, a chilling voice startled him back. "What are you all doing here, slacking instead of engaging in morning exercises or study? Are you all mad? Jianping, is that you? Step forward." With a bang, Xiao Huang was the first to flee, bolting away. Following his lead, the others seemed to receive an unspoken signal, shouting in unison, "Bottle brother, we're sorry. We can stand before enemies, but not our own." Then someone bellowed, "The stern director is coming, run, brothers and sisters." The once orderly and tense group of students scattered like birds, fleeing in every direction. Dongfang Lan stood momentarily stunned. Could Jianping simply ignore this? He grabbed Dongfang Lan's delicate hand and whispered urgently, "What are you dawdling for? The wind is fierce." With a swift dash, Dongfang Lan was pulled along. In an instant, only Li Zimu remained. He stood there, dazed. The stern director glared at Li Zimu, fuming. "Speak, is this trouble you've caused with Jianping?" Li Zimu desperately wanted to shout, "Yes, it's Jianping." But he had too much pride. If he said that now, wouldn't he be the petty one? The heir of the Lee family would be ridiculed for seeking help against a mere nobody. How could he face anyone? Silently, he remained mute. Though the director was furious at the mischief of the students, he found some respect for Lee Zimu's silence. Speak up, as long as you tell me who it is, I won't punish you. Yet Lee Zimu continued to stay silent, which only increased the director's admiration. It seemed that despite his temper and arrogance, the boy had some integrity, but rules were rules, and punishment was necessary. The school's rule states that inciting a disturbance requires 50 laps around the training ground. Plus 100 swings. Upon arriving in class, Dongfang Lan shook her sore hand, expressing her dissatisfaction. What good was your running? The director knows it was you. You're the only one capable of instigating such a brawl in the school. Jian Ping, however, was unconcerned. Does it matter? Being caught in the act and merely being suspected are two different matters. Dongfang Lan scoffed, rubbing her aching wrist, casting a doubtful glance at him. Tell me the truth, Bottle, have you gotten stronger? Jian Ping was unsure how to respond to this matter, so he shrugged it off. Perhaps I was simply well fed. My parents left me some money recently, and I borrowed some vitality from Lee Zimu. I had quite the feast. Dongfang Lan's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Is that so? She sensed something was amiss. Not far from where the conflict had erupted, in the teaching building, Lee Zimu's sister, Li Ziqing, clad in a black long coat that accentuated her perfect figure, spoke softly, her vibrant red lips moving. Principal, I appreciate your help. Please take care of my brother's education. She bowed slightly, showing great respect. The old principal sighed as he looked at Li Ziqing. Ziqing, you know you are the most suitable to inherit the Li family, yet you insist on this. As a teacher, the principal took pride in watching his students grow into capable adults. Yet sometimes, such capability brought its own burdens. A smile flitted across Li Ziqing's striking face, reminiscent of snow melting in spring. Principal, some things must be done by someone, and now it's my turn. I cannot be a coward. The principal sighed again, his hands clasped behind his back, remaining silent for a long while. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he spoke again, pointing in the direction of Lee Zimu. Are you not afraid that this will break him? Aside from his inability to cultivate and that strange illness, Jian Ping excels in every aspect. Are you not concerned that this sharpening stone might shatter the blade? Upon hearing this, a cruel smile tugged at the corners of Li Ziqing's lips. Then let us wait and see. If Jian Ping cannot overcome this, please inform my parents to have another child. Chapter 16, Bottle Brother. Enough of this another child. The principal was taken aback by Li Ziqing's boldness, as if she were speaking of acquiring produce at the market. He fell into a long silence. Very well, let us see what happens. Li Ziqing departed, while poor Li Zimu was left running laps on the playground. 50 laps, in a harmonious society, was a distance that could be considered the limit for an ordinary person. Even among the current students, who had grown strong on the essence of magical beasts, completing 50 laps would be quite a trial. For an hour to run 50 laps was one thing. To do it in half a day was entirely different. Thus, Li Zimu panted heavily, and if he slowed his pace even slightly, the director would flick a small glass ball that struck his thigh muscle, delivering just enough pain to keep him in check without causing injury. It was said that the director's ability to maintain order stemmed from this very skill. On the third floor of the teaching building, Xiao Huang approached Jian Ping and Dongfang Lan with a look of delight. Bottle Brother, you should see this. Young Master Li has been caught by the director. Strangely enough, he didn't implicate us. The two exchanged surprised glances. They had assumed that given Li Zimu's earlier behavior, even if Jian Ping escaped, he would ultimately be dragged back. Who would have thought that Li Zimu was now the only one left running? This kid was interesting. As they approached the window, Jian Ping squinted slightly at the sight of Li Zimu. Dongfang Lan watched too. It seems Li Zimu still has some dignity. Before long, the class bell rang. The teacher responsible for guiding them, Mr. Bai, entered, and the students hurriedly returned to their seats, behaving like obedient children. Mr. Bai was not a woman but a robust man, bearing a scar on his face, about an inch long, just beneath his eye. He looked quite intimidating, and few dared to skip his class. It was rumored that the scar was a remnant from his time in the front line. Whether true or not, it had become part of the school's lore. In stark contrast to previous lethargy, Jian Ping listened intently this time, even drawing a curious glance from Dongfang Lan. She found it strange that after a week, he was acting so differently. Her curiosity was piqued, gnawing at her like a cat's claw. Unable to contain herself, the typically diligent Dongfang Lan whispered, "Bottle, you're acting strangely. This is the first time I've seen you pay such close attention in class since elementary school." Jian Ping waved his hand dismissively. "Don't interrupt my class." Instantly, Dongfang Lan was taken aback. How audacious! Previously, he would fidget and distract her, and now he dared to chastise her. Unable to resist, she jabbed him with her pen. Jian Ping yelped, drawing the attention of the entire classroom, who stifled their laughter. Had it not been for the teacher's presence, the laughter would have surely been louder. This was the norm. It was evident that Jian Ping had once again gotten into mischief, and everyone was waiting for the show to unfold. Indeed, Mr. Bai's fierce gaze zeroed in on Jian Ping, who was now looking sheepish. "Jian Ping, answer this question." As for Dongfang Lan, she was conveniently overlooked, for surely such a good student could harbor no ill intentions. It was clear that Jian Ping had once again drawn the teacher's ire. Jian Ping, observing Mr. Bai's expression and the snickers from his classmates, felt utterly speechless, his teeth aching. The perils of habitual thinking. He glanced at the question on the board. The application of qi. Deflated, he thought, if I knew this, I wouldn't be relying solely on my physical prowess to spar with the old monk. Understanding that any explanation would be futile, he could read the expressions of his classmates. "Mr. Bai, you might as well just tell me how you're going to deal with me." Laughter erupted throughout the room. Even Mr. Bai's stiff face betrayed a slight twitch. This boy was simply too honest. Mr. Bai ignored him, merely pointing towards the back of the classroom. Jian Ping instantly understood and quickly made his way there, employing an old tactic. This time, however, he brought along a notebook and pen. Mr. Bai continued his lecture, having dealt with such interruptions countless times. "Students, pay attention. This year marks your rapid development phase. Most of you will begin attempting to break into the spirit realm this year, and whether you succeed or not will determine your prospects for admission into several spirit realm and qi. He then directed an encouraging look at Dongfang Lan. The students instantly grasped the significance, realizing that Mr. Bai's remarks were likely prompted by her impending breakthrough. Some expressed envy, while others looked astonished. Yet there was no sense of strangeness regarding Mr. Bai's gesture. Such was the treatment afforded to geniuses. The application of qi is the most crucial weapon in the spirit realm. A practitioner who cannot wield qi is akin to a child wielding a knife, intimidating in appearance, but easily disarmed. Today, I will begin by explaining the structure of skills and their relationship with qi, starting with the renowned skill of the Zhang Yuan wolf, the wind-cutting slash. Students who understood the material, like Dongfang Lan, were completely entranced, especially since the inner elixir she was currently consuming was from the Zhang Yuan wolf. It was evident that Mr. Bai was aware of this. Even those who didn't grasp everything were captivated. Mr. Bai spoke eloquently, and Dongfang Lan's notes filled several pages. Just as the class was nearing its end, Jian Ping could no longer contain himself. He raised his hand eagerly, his face alight with curiosity. Teacher, I have a question. How do you use the iron-tailed eagle's claws?" The class collectively turned to stare at him. Mr. Bai, displaying a hint of playful sarcasm, remarked, "Oh, look who is suddenly eager to learn. This is far beyond your reach. Perhaps you should focus on not causing trouble first." This was their dynamic, treating him as if he were no different from anyone else. The more attention they gave him, the more uncomfortable he felt. True friends would encourage him to play soccer while he was in a wheelchair, treating him as if he were just like them. Thus, Jian Ping's inability to cultivate was not a topic of avoidance. Everyone was candid about it. The students chimed in, teasing him. Exactly, Bottle Brother, you should focus on figuring out how to fill your stomach first, cultivation is far beyond you. Hey, Bottle Brother, don't joke around. You're throwing us off with this sudden change. Har har, Bottle Brother, you're killing me, you've suddenly become ambitious, did we not agree to be academic underachievers together, you can't betray the team. In the past, he would have fired back with a few retorts, but now he truly lacked the energy for it. He grumbled, go play somewhere else, I'm having a serious discussion with Mr. Bai about the issue at hand, why are you all making a fuss? Chapter 17, The Spiritual Realm. This seriousness elicited peals of laughter from many, with Xiao Huang even clutching his belly and pounding the table, giving a thumbs up, Brother Pingzi, you truly are one of a kind. I dare say no one else could conjure such a hilarious joke. Jiang Ping, feeling a surge of urgency, thought to himself, are these little brats looking down on me? Although he had refrained from voicing his discomfort after such a long hiatus from cultivation, he certainly felt a twinge of unease. Who hadn't he entertained thoughts of retaliating against others, yet he understood that words would be futile, it was far more effective to let his actions speak, thus, he resolved to take immediate action. Extending his right hand, he unleashed his master-level claws upon the blackboard at the back of the classroom. With a thunderous crash, his hand struck the surface. A subtle, almost imperceptible energy flowed between his fingers, glowing faintly red. In an instant, the sturdy blackboard was punctured with 5 deep, gaping holes. The classroom fell silent, as if time itself had been suspended. Dongfang Lan covered her mouth in astonishment, while Xiao Huang, eyes wide, clutched his belly in disbelief. Even Teacher Bai was momentarily taken aback by the aura Jiang Ping emitted and the red energy that flickered at his fingertips. The spiritual realm, he gasped internally, the force Jiang Ping had just unleashed, along with the distinctive energy signifying the spiritual realm, clearly declared. I, Jiang Ping, have attained the spiritual realm. Observing the shock etched on everyone's faces, Jiang Ping's lips curled into a faint smile. With a nonchalant gesture, he turned his back to the class, surveying them like a grandmaster. The blackboard is rather fragile. Might I borrow your heads for practice? The aura of teenage bravado soared to dizzying heights. Dongfang Lan's eyes sparkled with joy as she stood, tears glistening. Brother Pingzi, you can cultivate now. As her words resonated, Xiao Huang and their classmates also snapped back to reality. In a frenzy of excitement, Xiao Huang dashed over to Jiang Ping, lifting him off the ground, his face a mask of shock. Heavens, Brother Pingzi, you can cultivate now. At that moment, the entire class erupted in a frenzy, momentarily forgetting they were still in a lesson. No way. My Brother Pingzi can cultivate. The heavens reward the diligent, Brother Pingzi has cultivated. They surrounded Jiang Ping, their expressions brimming with excitement that rivaled their own breakthroughs. Looking at their fervent faces, Jiang Ping, hoisted aloft, suddenly felt a pang of disinterest. Shown to you all have doubted and questioned me, only for me to return with a resounding comeback. Your overwhelming enthusiasm is rather disconcerting. In the midst of the commotion, someone bolted into the hallway, shouting, great news. Brother Pingzi can cultivate, everyone, come quick. Instantly, the entire floor was abuzz with astonishment, heads poked out from every classroom. Jiang Ping, Brother Pingzi can cultivate. The news spread like wildfire. Countless individuals gathered outside Jiang Ping's classroom, marveling at the spectacle of him being tossed high into the air. Among them were several teachers. Jiang Ping had initially imagined a grand display of prowess to redeem years of humiliation, yet it had transformed into this. Observing the crowd's expressions akin to those in a zoo watching monkeys, he silently concealed his face. As he continued to be tossed up and down, he felt increasingly withdrawn. After an indeterminate number of tosses and witnessing countless astonished gazes, Teacher Bai finally spoke up. What are you all gawking at? Return to your seats, class is not over yet. Teacher Li, is this how you conduct class? Why are you all in our classroom? The classmates were terrified, immediately standing at attention. Then, with a loud thud, they caught sight of Jiang Ping's mournful expression. You insolent wretches, I'm still up here. On the verge of tears, he truly felt a sense of despair. How had his grand display turned into this? Finally, Dongfang Lan squeezed through the throng, helping Jiang Ping to his feet, her eyes shimmering with joyful tears. Brother Pingzi, please tell me how you overcame your ailment. When did you recover? Suddenly, all eyes turned towards Jianping. The intensity of their gazes made him uncomfortable. With Dongfang Lan's assistance, he slowly stood up. I recall it was a dark and stormy night when I encountered an old man who said, "Youngster, I see you are once in a millennium genius." The crowd collectively displayed gestures of disdain. HMPH, they chorused in unison. Teacher Bai, though glad for Jianping's advancement, was exasperated that they were neglecting their studies. Rapping the blackboard, he commanded, "Silence, return to your seats, and those from other classes should return to their own." With a cacophony, they scattered, and at last, tranquility was restored. Jianping let out a sigh of relief. It was then that Teacher Bai kindly looked at him. "Brother Pingzi, come with me, the rest of you will study independently. If anyone dares utter another word, I will have them face the consequences during practical training tomorrow." The students fell silent, sitting up straight, all fearful of the impending training. Jianping had anticipated Teacher Bai's inquiry and had prepared himself. A child accustomed to the vicissitudes of human relationships would certainly know to tread carefully. He could not conceal the fact that he had attained the ability to cultivate. There were several reasons for this. First, he aspired to enter the academy, for only there could he access advanced techniques and resources for systematic cultivation. Moreover, it would allow him to encounter high-level beast corpses. Remaining outside, confined to a crematory, he would hardly have any hope of attaining the spiritual realm. Second, how could he engage in legitimate learning if he did not disclose his newfound ability? Thus, after much contemplation, Jianping resolved to reveal his capabilities. He even aimed to present himself as a genius. As for becoming a king among dogs, that had never crossed his mind. Without the help of others, would he have survived to this day? Watching his classmates prepare to head to the battlefield after graduation while he hid away, pretending to be in a stupor, was simply unacceptable. He owed it to the moniker Brother Pingzi. As they walked, neither Teacher Bai nor Jianping spoke. Although he was ready to unveil his abilities, he was uncertain how to articulate it. "Aren't we heading to the office, Teacher Bai?" Suddenly, Jianping sensed something amiss. Their path felt wrong. With a rare smile, Teacher Bai replied, "We're going to the principal's office." He was no child. He understood perfectly that Jianping's cultivation was no simple matter. If it were merely a miraculous recovery, that would be wonderful, but if it were something more, thus, it was best to consult the principal. Knock, knock, knock. "Enter." The elderly principal, with his shock of white hair, was engrossed in reading a report detailing the frontline situation and various achievements, his attention unwavering. "Teacher Bai. What brings you here?" Upon noticing Jianping, his irritation flared. "Have you stirred up trouble again?" This time, Jianping did not flinch. Instead, he stood tall, nodding slightly to signal Teacher Bai to speak. Teacher Bai, exasperated yet amused, remarked, "You rascal, it seems your nature is hard to change." Turning to the principal, he continued, "Jianping can now cultivate, and he has reached the spiritual realm. I am at a loss, perhaps you could take a look." With a swift motion, the principal sprang from his chair, the chair scraping against the floor with a sharp sound. "What?" Chapter 18. Teacher, how long did it take you? At this point, Teacher Bai pursed his lips and said, "Speak up." Regarding Teacher Bai, a person of considerable stature with such a strong sense of retribution, Jianping found it exceedingly difficult to accept. However, under the piercing gaze of the old principal, he felt compelled to articulate his thoughts. "I'm not entirely sure. Didn't I meet you last week? After drinking the essence you provided and taking a nap, I was back to normal the following day. Therefore, this matter should be directed towards you. From where did this essence originate, and what is its remarkable nature?" The old principal's mouth gaped wide in astonishment. "Is that all?" Jianping shrugged nonchalantly. "That's precisely it." It wasn't that he was reluctant to speak the truth. Rather, the absurdity of the situation rendered him speechless. The consensus that the flesh of demonic beasts was inedible was deeply ingrained. If he were to voice it, not only would he struggle to explain himself, but it could also unleash uncontrollable consequences. While the notion of cultivation was peculiar, it could still be rationalized. However, the consumption of demonic beast flesh was utterly inexplicable. The old principal fell into a contemplative silence, then picked up the phone on the desk and inquired sternly with the person on the other end, "Hello. Where did the essence of the demonic beast you provided me last time come from?" On the other end was his son, who was stationed with the Special Operations Unit. He was momentarily taken aback by the call. "Dad?" Unbeknownst to them, after the old principal hung up, a look of surprise spread across his face. Pointing at Jian Ping, he exclaimed, "You little rascal truly hit the jackpot. That essence was procured by my son from a certain department as a gift for me. I had no idea it was from a beast king. Had I known, I wouldn't have given it to you." Jian Ping's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is that even possible? I was just making it up." Moreover, judging by his extensive experience with various essences, it didn't he seem particularly special. Teacher Bai's eyes nearly popped out at this revelation. "What essence from a beast king? You actually gave it to this kid?" The old principal shrugged indifferently. "I've already stated, I was unaware at the time. Who could have anticipated it was essence from a beast king? It's also my son's fault for not clarifying. He simply mentioned it was for my health, thus benefiting this lad." Having said that, he turned to Teacher Bai and remarked, "Xiao Bai, you handled this matter splendidly. Now that we understand the situation, let us proceed to class. You mentioned this lad created 5 holes in the blackboard. He must compensate." Jian Ping glared at the old principal. "Principal, please don't jest. Our school is well established. Do we truly need to fuss over this minor detail? Besides, I didn't do it on purpose. It's just that everyone doubts me and ridicules me." The old principal scoffed dismissively. "I believe you, but ridicule? Who doesn't know you as Brother Bottle? Otherwise, do you think I earned the title of disgrace in the South City education sector for nothing?" Upon hearing the old principal's words, Jian Ping felt utterly deflated, as he found himself at a loss for a retort. After all, one mustn't bite the hand that feeds. He quietly followed behind Teacher Bai and, once outside, murmured, "Teacher Bai, you can't be that petty, can you?" With a hint of a smile playing on his lips, Teacher Bai replied, "That depends on how you perform. Come, let us head to the training room. I'm curious to see what your spiritual realm is all about. Is the essence from the Beast King truly that remarkable?" A beast king, after all, was a high-tier demonic beast, and the essence from such a creature was typically reserved for only the most elite cultivators. It was rarely accessible to ordinary practitioners. Naturally intrigued, Teacher Bai couldn't help but lick his lips in anticipation. "Should we perhaps seek out some old comrades to hunt a beast king?" he mused, absent-mindedly touching the scar at the corner of his eye. Once the two departed, the old principal's smile vanished, and his composure dissipated. He promptly dialed a red hotline. This was a direct line. "Hello, this is Mo Xingqi, Xiao Wang. I don't care what methods you employ. Lock down the files of a certain student at our school. No A-level permissions are to be granted for access." The person on the other end was taken aback. "Teacher, please don't joke. That would lead me to make mistakes." The old principal erupted furiously. "Don't you dare mention mistakes to me. How many errors have you committed in the past? Would you be where you are today without my assistance? Stop pretending to be innocent." The other side sighed, exasperated. "Teacher, I concede. Just tell me how to proceed. I'll follow your instructions. I might as well abandon this job and head to the front lines." The old principal then smiled slightly. In that case, an A-level designation was already significant enough. The reason for his urgency was due to a glaring issue in Jian Ping's elementary school records. It stated for significant words, "Absolute Zero Physique." What does absolute zero physique indicate? It means that no energy can enter his body. Any form of energy exposure results in a null state. This is fundamentally different from an ordinary person who cannot cultivate energy. This would need further explanation. In essence, this meant that Jian Ping would never be capable of cultivation in his lifetime. However, the old principal recalled reading a book that stated while those with an absolute zero physique cannot cultivate, their intellect is exceptionally sharp. The current guiding techniques were developed by an individual with this very physique. That person is a deity in this version, a god in the hearts of countless individuals, despite lacking any cultivation. Thus, the old principal harbored a particular fondness for Jianping, otherwise, he wouldn't have consistently supported him. After a lengthy wait, the other party finally responded. Teacher, it's done. If you ask me to do this again, I might just jump off a building. The old principal didn't reply, merely hanging up the phone. If you refuse, there are plenty of students who will take your place. At that moment, the regular phone rang again. The old principal answered, hello. On the line, his son, clad in a black uniform, looked perplexed as he spoke. Dad, what on earth is this Beast King essence you mentioned earlier? Without a moment's hesitation, the old principal reprimanded, you need to come home for a discussion. With that, he hung up the phone abruptly. In this regard, it was evident that the old principal was indeed aging. In the practical training room, Teacher Bai stared in astonishment at Jianping, who was undergoing various tests. Jianping, too, wore an expression of excitement as the blood energy manifesting from his 5 fingers grew increasingly robust, resembling veins affixed to his digits. Unbeknownst to him, as he slightly waved his arm, the blood energy from his fingers surged forth with remarkable speed, striking a testing stone 10 meters away. In an instant, the stone emitted a dull thud, displaying its readings. Teacher Bai, is this what you refer to as external energy projection? Is that how it works? Teacher Bai's mouth fell agape, utterly astounded. What a prodigy! How could one possess such intelligence? Were it not for that innocent gaze, he would genuinely believe this was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Just moments ago, he was oblivious to energy manipulation, and now he could execute external energy attacks. Moreover, glancing at the readings, he exclaimed, 2000. In disbelief, he muttered, a freak, that's 3 times higher than the average person at the spiritual realm. How on earth did this child achieve this? Teacher, do you think I'm a genius? How long did it take you to master this technique? Teacher Bai's lips twitched slightly, suppressing the urge to slap him. Chapter 19, Little Rascal. However, in order to maintain his esteemed image as a teacher, he cleared his throat lightly and said, Jianping, your comprehension ability. He was quite naive about the intricacies of cultivation. Well, I shall continue to strive, he replied. My teacher, I read in a book that the color of one's chi relates to its attribute. Is this fiery hue indicative of a fire attribute? Attribute abilities are inherent to one's chi and vary according to individual physical constitution. Teacher Bai rubbed his stiff face. Fire, how utterly absurd. That crimson hue you possess is more akin to blood than to fire. He voiced his inner doubts. Upon hearing this, Jianping fell silent, pondering the discrepancy. What does this mean for me, then? I can't simply attribute my extensive consumption of essence blood throughout my life as a blood attribute, can I? The textbook didn't mention such a thing, he continued. Teacher Bai contemplated for a moment, surprisingly finding Jianping's reasoning quite valid. What you say might hold merit, it eludes my understanding for now, perhaps someone in the academy will enlighten you. In a state of confusion, the master and disciple lingered in the practical training room for an extended period. During this time, Jianping not only mastered the techniques of spiritual guidance but also learned the application of the claw technique. When he executed the claw, a blood-colored projection akin to a battle armor sprouted from the back of his hand. After experimentation, it proved effective for direct close-range combat and could even be projected outward. Jianping watched in astonishment. Why does this seem increasingly unseemly, he mused, not giving it much thought. As for the capabilities of the Howling Moon Dog, he dared not speak, for acquiring its demon core was no trivial matter and he could not articulate it clearly. He could only await the gradual development of his skills. In this regard, Jianping held a firm belief, as the saying goes, understanding one concept leads to understanding many. Once he comprehended the iron-tailed eagle's claw, he could ponder the application of the Howling Moon Dog's abilities in due course. Patting his stomach, Jianping bid farewell to Teacher Bai. Upon returning to class, he was met with a cacophony of cheers and countless inquiries. Frustrated, he exclaimed, enough with the incessant questioning, or I might just leap off a building. Outside, Li Zimu was drenched in sweat, fixated intently on Jianping. Oh, so you were playing possum, were you? Jianping, is it merely the spiritual realm? Give me 20 days, and I shall surely surpass you and claim victory. The moment he learned that Jianping had indeed entered the spiritual realm, he felt a mix of discomfort and excitement. Well, my good fellow, what excuses will you have to refuse now? If I can defeat you fairly, everything lost will be restored. After school, Jianping hastily escaped class, primarily to avoid the incessant questioning but also to attend to an important matter. He could not delay acquiring the little yellow book, the comic book for his little brothers. By the time he returned home, satisfied with his haul, it was nearly 8 o'clock, and night had already fallen. In the past, he would never have dared to return at such an hour, but now, having entered the spiritual realm, his courage had naturally grown. Skillfully shedding his backpack, he was about to toss it aside when a sudden realization struck him. How foolish of me! I have attained spiritual prowess. Surely, I can easily leap over this modest wall if I channel my chi beneath my feet. With that, he hoisted his backpack back onto his shoulders, spat into his palm, and rubbed his hands vigorously. Har! As chi enveloped his legs, Jianping felt exhilarated. Indeed, it worked. With a powerful thrust, he shot upward like a cannonball, landing securely within the courtyard walls. Had he not feared a beating, he would have laughed uproariously. He had truly succeeded. This chi was delightful beyond measure. Stealthily, he prepared to ascend to his room when he heard Yao Yujing clear her throat. Good son, where are you off to? Jianping looked up to see his amiable mother, though her eyes bore a hint of redness, clearly having shed tears. Mom, have you eaten? Yao Yujing chuckled through her frustration. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, Son, is your illness truly gone? Jianping feigned nonchalance. Yes, indeed, it's gone. Did the principal mention it to you? Yao Yujing playfully smacked him. You impudent child, if you had recovered, why not tell us? If it weren't for the old principal, how long would you have kept this hidden? Jianping grinned sheepishly. I was merely concerned about building false hopes. Now that you're better, we needn't be so tight on resources. By the way, Mom, I passed by a cosmetic store today. They claim to have the latest product. Would you like to try it? He pulled a small bottle from his bag. Yao Yujing felt an urge to cry, yet she held back. Her son was far too considerate, though a bit mischievous. What a waste of money. The mother and son chatted amiably in the courtyard while his father, Jiang Guanli, silently smoked nearby, listening intently. Compared to the previous somber atmosphere, today was filled with joy. Their son had recovered, and they could finally live like a normal family. Yet, suddenly, Jiang Guanli cast a glance at the crematorium, his brow furrowing slightly. Bottle, now that you're well, what do you plan to do? Jiang Guanli spoke cautiously, fearing he might hurt Jianping's feelings. Jianping, being astute, immediately grasped the implication. He recalled his identity as the offspring of the crematorium director. In a harmonious society, this was regarded as a lowly occupation, while it wasn't expressly forbidden for someone like Jianping to take the college entrance examination. The process was fraught with complications. Furthermore, there existed an unspoken rule in this line of work. Once one took on such a role, they were bound to it for 3 generations. This was largely due to the few who willingly pursued this line of work, as it was detrimental to one's health and posed risks of contamination. Consequently, it was a job that people held in conflicting regard, valued for its potential profitability yet resented for its significant limitations and the burden it placed on future generations. Today, Jianping was so elated that he momentarily overlooked this reality. Everyone was so focused on envisioning Jianping's bright future that they subconsciously ignored his background. Dad, what do you mean by that? Jiang Guanli pondered for a moment before hesitantly suggesting, what if I take on the work for now and try to find a way to get you into the academy? We could bypass the normal entrance examination and simply focus on your studies, perhaps. Jianping did not wish to burden his father, flashing an earnest smile. I have no objections, whatever works is fine. Yao Yujing, overhearing this, felt a pang of discomfort. Their son had just recovered, and now he might not even be able to attend school normally. Such a predicament was due to their circumstances. Why not consult the old principal? He has extensive experience and might have a solution. Jiang Guanli's eyes lit up. Yes, of course. He hurriedly dialed the phone. When Jiang Wanli relayed this situation to the old principal, the latter erupted in anger. Jiang Wanli, you little rascal, how dare you, I should have given you a thrashing back in your school days. If you lack ambition, that is one thing, but to drag Pingxi into this, not a chance. What is wrong with the crematorium? It contributes to the 13 cities, what you mentioned is merely an unspoken rule. He dares to voice it openly. Chapter 20, Dreams. Enough of this nonsense, you needn't worry, I have my own arrangements, you fool. As for Xiao Jing, have her answer the phone. Jiang Wanli felt utterly humiliated under the scolding. Indeed, both Jiang Wanli and Yao Yujing were students of the old principal, who was not yet old at that time. Yao Yujing, somewhat apprehensive, answered the call, having overheard her husband being reprimanded. Gritting her teeth, she called out, Teacher, this is Xiao Jing, how have you been lately? Jiang Ping couldn't help but chuckle at her demeanor, reminiscent of a guilty schoolchild. The old principal's tone softened considerably. HMPH, I haven't been driven to my grave by you two yet. Do not concern yourself with the matter of the bottles, I will manage it. Your senior sister has encountered similar cases before. That child went to the front lines to enlist and was eventually recommended to the academy by the military. Rest assured, I will not let the bottles be delayed. I will mention it to your senior sister later and see what she has to say. Yao Yujing felt immensely touched. Her teacher was genuinely worried for them. Tears nearly escaped her eyes as the old principal huffed, Stop crying, I can't bear to see such things at my age, hold it back. Yao Yujing indeed managed to keep her tears at bay, merely glistening in her eyes. After a lengthy conversation, they finally ended the call, sharing a smile as a family. Yao Yujing gently patted Jiang Ping's head, saying, Pingxi, one must have a conscience when living. Your life is a gift from the elders of Nanchang. Remember this always. Jiang Ping nodded in agreement, suddenly feeling better. The three of them enjoyed a hearty meal together. It was a rare occasion, and Jiang Wanli allowed Jiang Ping to have a bit of wine. They didn't retire to bed until 10 o'clock that night. From that day forth, this family truly came alive. Jiang Ping, drowsy, lay in bed, realizing that despite not consuming any demon beast meat that day, he did not feel as ravenous as before. He surmised that perhaps he had overeaten recently, and missing a meal now and then wouldn't matter. It was akin to a harmonious society where people's bellies were well fed. Skipping a meal or two would hardly make a difference. There was, however, a pressing concern. He needed to find a secret base to discreetly pilfer some demon beast remains while working at home. Otherwise, how could he satisfy his hunger? Lost in such thoughts, he drifted off to sleep. In a hazy state, Jiang Ping seemed to return to Qianfu Mountain. The temples on Qianfu Mountain had all collapsed, save for the scripture pavilion that still stood tall. In his dream, a tipsy Jiang Ping wandered through the realms of dreams. This feels quite real. The dream even seems to evolve on its own. Could it be that what we ponder by day manifests in our dreams at night? Following the threads of his memory, he intended to enjoy himself in this dream, as he had not finished exploring the peculiar wonders he had encountered last time before the old monk pulled him out, leaving him with lingering regrets. He wondered if he could resume his exploration in this dream. He effortlessly arrived at the previously visited spot, and just as he opened a book, he heard that strange sound again. A smile crept across Jiang Ping's lips. Hey, how fascinating, even this is present. Hadn't he once ventured into a cave and encountered a stunning woman? Surprised that she appeared in his dream as well, he set the book down and chuckled as he confidently entered the cave once more. Once again, he found himself in the underground cavern, face to face with the crystal coffin. To his astonishment, it was identical to the one he had seen on Qianfu Mountain. The woman remained there, yet the seal on her forehead had vanished. Just a breathtaking woman in a red wedding gown lay quietly within the crystal coffin. He could faintly discern a slight smile at the corners of her mouth. Jiang Ping was taken aback, then it dawned on him, what the hell, even in dreams, you frighten me. In reality, I fear you, but in dreams, I shouldn't be afraid. Boldly, he leaned closer to scrutinize her. Incredible. It's so realistic, even the tiniest hairs are detailed. Has dreaming become this remarkable? Jiang Ping was utterly astounded. As he drew nearer for a better look, he couldn't help but marvel at the creator's ingenuity. How could there exist such extraordinary beauty in this world? Every feature was perfectly crafted. Suddenly, just as he intended to examine her more closely, darkness enveloped him. When he awoke again, it was due to hunger. Jiang Ping stared blankly at the ceiling, bewildered. Wasn't I dreaming? How could I awaken from hunger so suddenly? Glancing at the clock, he found it was already 7 in the morning. Damn, what about the events in that dream? Rubbing his stomach, he noticed that the incinerator at home was already ablaze, indicating that Jiang Guanli was up and starting work. Hastily donning his clothes, he dashed into the cremation chamber. Father, you should take a break, let me handle this. Jiang Ping had a clever plan. He intended to pilfer some meat, quietly preparing, he would then take it outside to cook, although he was uncertain which demon beast it would be today. Jiang Guanli observed his son's maturity and remarked, "You've grown up, haven't you? No need to overexert yourself. All right, you know the process, I will go buy some breakfast." He handed Jiang Ping a professional bone-cutting knife. "By the way, son, do you still drink the essence blood?" Jiang Ping shook his head, "Not anymore." "Don't you worry, father, I'll extract enough for us to sell a bottle." Jiang Guanli laughed heartily, indeed. After his father left, Jiang Ping examined the corpse before him, searching meticulously. Disappointed, he muttered, "Another iron-tailed eagle. The yield on these is rather high." Yet, he couldn't afford to be picky. His stomach was growling. He first extracted the essence blood and then, after ensuring no one was watching, carefully skinned the iron-tailed eagle and chopped it up. Finally, he selected the most tender piece of meat. He had developed a certain level of expertise in this process. Discarding the remaining parts into the incinerator, he wore specially designed gloves throughout the procedure. He could have forewent them, but with his parents at home, he felt it necessary to maintain appearances. Delighted, he wrapped the 2-pound piece of the finest meat in an oilcloth, preparing to smuggle it. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind about the rift he had seen that night. Smacking his lips, he mused, how wonderful it would be to have a time rift of my own. I wouldn't have to hide the meat so covertly, and I'd even have a place to cook it. The thought of the size of Chinfu Mountain made him salivate. Suddenly, Jiang Ping felt darkness enveloping him. What is happening? Where's my meat, the large piece I had? He realized in shock that the piece of meat he had just wrapped was nowhere to be found. Panic set in, it wasn't on the table or the floor. Beads of sweat formed on his brow. As he crouched down, he thought he saw the tear mole on his wrist twitch slightly. His heart raced. Heavens, could it be? An absurd idea struck him. Remembering the first time he had seen the woman in the crystal coffin, he recalled that she too had a similar tear mole beneath her eye. If it weren't for his dream of her last night, he might never have made the connection. It seems the tear mole on that woman in red was missing last night. Chapter 21. A shocking revelation. Their Cultivator's Tales was once his favorite reading material, akin to the magazines from a harmonious society era. Published monthly. It featured an array of intriguing anecdotes from various regions, including the remarkable feats of influential figures and tales. There were also stories of the everyday lives of noble families. In the past, he found immense delight in such narratives. Just moments ago, a particular story resurfaced in his mind, albeit merely a tale, about a young man who, a decade prior, inadvertently entered a secret realm, enduring grueling battles before emerging victorious. By a stroke of luck, he acquired a token from that realm, and fortuitously, the rift was a temporal one. From that point on, he enjoyed the benefits of accelerated cultivation, ultimately rising to prominence. Yet, it seemed that this once great figure had fallen in recent years, with details of his life only emerging posthumously through the investigations of his admirers. Of course, the veracity of these claims was now impossible to ascertain. Jiang Ping found himself indulging in fanciful thoughts. Could it be that I am also a fortunate one? Reflecting on how he had just made the beast's flesh vanish, he proceeded to slice another piece. Fixating on it, he commanded, "Enter." A miraculous event unfolded. Jiang Ping nearly gasped aloud. With a swift motion, the beast's flesh disappeared, as if it had never existed in this realm. He clamped his hand over his mouth in astonishment. He realized a grave implication. He might be on the brink of prosperity. Just moments ago, he had mused about how wonderful it would be to possess a temporal rift, eliminating the need to hide his food. Little did he expect that fate would grant him exactly that. after a considerable time, he finally calmed himself. Closing his eyes, he caressed the blood-red tear mole, and in an instant, he vanished from this world. When Jianping reopened his eyes, he found himself at the familiar Thousand Buddha Mountain, still characterized by crumbling walls and the towering presence of the scripture repository. Witnessing this scene, Jianping felt a pang of grief that rendered him breathless. He couldn't help but slap himself twice in frustration. You fool, had I known this would become my property, why would I have burned it? Indeed, his earlier act of incinerating the mountain had been somewhat trivial, motivated by the knowledge that it wasn't his home and the desire to provoke the old monk. If he had known he would possess this place, he would never have committed such a foolish act. The exhilaration of that moment now mirrored the agony of his regret, leaving him with a sense of tearful despair. Oh my, so many houses are mine. Woe is me. After lamenting for a time, Jianping sighed, what I gain is my fortune, what I lose is my fate. At worst, I can always rebuild. After all, the great figures had developed their temporal rifts gradually, hadn't they? The tear mole pulsed slightly, and Jianping's heart followed suit. He glanced at the scripture repository, suddenly seized by an inexplicable fear, for yesterday's dream felt so vividly real, otherwise, he wouldn't have discovered the issue with the tear mole. Does that imply I was likely not dreaming yesterday? By the way, what did that woman call me? Jian Lang, what a peculiar title. Perplexed by the matters here, he resolved, perhaps it's best to avoid the scripture repository for now. After all, I only need a place to cook. One must learn contentment and avoid greed. Jianping reassured himself. He then turned toward the ruins of Thousand Buddha Mountain. Although the fire had ravaged many structures, some remained salvageable. After considerable effort, Jianping finally located a relatively intact building. Following his memory, he found the kitchen and gathered the pots and pans, then began to construct a stove in the modest room of less than 50 square meters. Yet, an unsettling sensation crept over him, as if someone were watching from behind. Turning around, he was taken aback to find a Buddha statue. Hey, even with Thousand Buddha Mountain gone, you still dare to observe me? With swift claws, he struck, sending the statue crashing to the ground. At last, relief washed over him. Before long, a small stove was assembled, and he tossed in some iron-tailed eagle meat. Following the recipe, he began to stew the meat. As he gazed at the flickering flames, Jianping suddenly noticed a peculiar issue. Previously, there were beasts at Thousand Buddha Mountain. Why are there none now? This realization puzzled him, however. Given the vastness of Thousand Buddha Mountain and his growing hunger, he had to suppress his curiosity and focus on cooking the meat. After a hearty meal, having consumed 2 generous portions of meat, Jianping felt an overwhelming sense of contentment, akin to indulging in ice pops on a sweltering summer day. A satisfying fullness enveloped him, and he perceived that his claws had strengthened considerably. Has the power of my claws increased? A slight movement of his wrist confirmed his enhanced control over them. Now that I possess this precious land, I must make the most of it. How can I exploit the beast corpses? His mind wandered, contemplating various possibilities. Jianping silently chanted a phrase and found himself back in the incineration chamber, glancing at the clock hanging on the wall. 7:50. He recalled entering at 7:30. He had spent approximately an hour within 20 minutes more than the previous hour amounts to 60 minutes. 1 to 3. Observing the remaining iron-tailed eagle, Jianping refrained from hoarding it and instead tossed it into the furnace. For several consecutive days, Jianping pondered how to acquire more suitable beast corpses, as he had grown weary of iron-tailed eagle meat. Moreover, as a foundational beast species, its developmental potential had reached its limit. Fortunately, while his skills remained stagnant, his energy continually surged. The unit of measurement for energy was their ko. Initially, upon entering the realm, he possessed 1 ko, yet, after consuming meat for several days, he had gradually reached 3 ko. With 9 as the apex, upon attaining 9 ko, one would reach the pinnacle of the spiritual realm. It simply required honing a particular skill as a primary focus to embark on the next stage. This was a significant watershed moment, as the difference between an ordinary child and one from a prominent family would manifest at this juncture. The primary skill was of utmost importance. In gaming terms, it could be likened to a character's signature ability. this skill would be etched into one's very being, accompanying them throughout their life and shaping all subsequent combat styles and developmental paths. Meanwhile, children from esteemed families could procure high-grade beast cores at great expense, utilizing secret methods to extract and refine the skills within those cores. Admittedly, the effectiveness of this approach was subpar compared to direct consumption, akin to a reduced version of the original. Nevertheless, it was quite suitable as a signature skill, for a fragmented, abridged skill was more amenable for cultivators to develop and offered superior compatibility. Chapter 22, The Secret Realm of Devouring Heaven. To put it simply, the skills extracted from monster cores, the larger the operational memory, the sturdier the framework, and consequently, the greater the potential of this innate skill, future achievements are bound to be more significant. Naturally, this is a privilege reserved for the offspring of prominent families, while ordinary individuals can only seek out comparable monster cores and then approach specialized institutions to extract a similar skill. Thus, the gap between them and the children of illustrious families will inevitably widen. The authorities of the 13 cities have taken this issue into consideration, which is why they established the academy. It is universally acknowledged in the 13 cities that all students are prohibited from advancing to realms beyond the spirit realm during their high school years. This prohibition was enacted with the intent of addressing the disparity faced by ordinary individuals in acquiring quality monster cores and robust frameworks, which can be obtained at the academy. Regardless of whether they hail from prestigious or humble families, 90% of the monster cores they can access are leftovers provided by the authorities. To secure superior resources, one must attend a reputable academy. However, the academy is not entirely altruistic. Acquiring a high-quality monster core necessitates effort and contribution. The distinction between ordinary individuals and those from affluent families lies solely in the latter's ability to procure monster cores more swiftly and effectively through familial assistance. In contrast, ordinary individuals must rely on their own diligence or demonstrate exceptional talent to earn their way. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Jianping was well aware of these nuances, having recently immersed himself in this knowledge. It was precisely this understanding that illuminated the reason behind the old principal's efforts to secure his admission into the academy. Outside, there truly were no avenues for advancement. No matter how exceptional one's talent, lacking resources renders it futile. The most recognized resources, after all, reside within the academy. The military has resources too, but, well, that is a far more challenging endeavor. Casting aside these distractions, Jianping began to contemplate his temporal rift. He found the term temporal rift rather unappealing and thus decided to rename it. Let us call it the secret realm of devouring heaven. He then pondered the ratios of time involved. A 1:3 ratio offered considerable operability. However, he found himself scratching his head. Unlike ordinary individuals who require time to cultivate their skills, he did not need to engage in tedious practice. Time seemed rather inconsequential to him. Whether it was augmenting his energy or refining his skills, ordinary individuals needed time, while he merely required sustenance. As long as he was provided with ample monster carcasses, he was content. A sudden realization struck Jianping, and he found himself grinning slyly. If this idea could come to fruition, it would be splendid. However, unbeknownst to him, the old principal was far from pleased, feeling somewhat irked by the student's inability to handle matters competently. Juanxiu, how could you possibly fail at such a trivial task? Not only is he my apprentice, but he is also your junior sister's child. Why must others merely take a stroll to participate in the academy's examination, while our child must endure the rigorous path? On the other end of the line, Juanxiu, clad in a crisp black military uniform, managed a wry smile. Teacher, this is not my decision. It is a directive imposed by the higher authorities. It is an imperative. As a senior sister, Juanxiu was acutely aware of Jianping's circumstances, yet, despite her current high-ranking position, there were matters beyond her control. The 13 cities had never belonged to any one individual. It was a collective entity representing the entire populace of the 13 cities. With her hair elegantly coiled and a sigh escaping her lips, she sat poised behind her desk. Were it not for her military attire, anyone would have praised her as a distinguished lady, yet, presently, she found herself massaging her temples, attempting to soothe the teacher's disgruntlement as one would a child. Nonsense! You all presume that I am simply old, but Juanxiu, You know me well, I have never asked anything of you in all these years, yet now, for this trivial matter, you treat me so. It breaks my heart. The old principal lamented. Juanxiu could only chuckle helplessly. Teacher, you're at it again. I am equally troubled, she replied. She faced a dilemma. On one hand, there was the unyielding order from above that she could not contravene, and on the other, the teacher, whose wishes she also felt reluctant to disregard. A conundrum indeed, however. Although she recognized that the teacher's grievance was somewhat theatrical, it nonetheless tugged at her heartstrings. She recalled how, in her own pursuit of a high-quality monster core, the teacher had humbly licked the boots of an old rival for an entire semester, a fact she only learned later. The teacher was of that ilk, never seeking personal favors, but rather advocating for the well-being of her students. Perhaps it was precisely this selflessness that garnered her such profound respect. Reflecting upon her own early days in the military, were not her seniors the ones shielding her from the storm? Lost in these thoughts, Juanxiu bit her silver teeth, as if grappling with a difficult decision. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. Teacher, there is, in fact, another avenue I could pursue. The old principal's face brightened at her words. Speak, my dear disciple. Juanxiu caressed the document that had arrived less than 3 hours prior and said through gritted teeth, Are you familiar with the fire seed competition? The fire seed competition. In a sudden burst, the old principal nearly leapt from her seat. Juanxiu, I cannot believe I have wasted my efforts on you. Do you truly think Jianping can partake in such an event? He would be better off hunting monster beasts. Juanxiu managed a bitter smile, fully aware of the implications behind the teacher's words. The fire seed competition was not an initiative of the 13 cities but rather a collaborative effort among multiple regions. Following the establishment of a harmonious society, the invasion of monster beasts and the emergence of rifts had resulted in the original descendants of the dragon dwindling, leaving only the 13 cities. Other regions, however, had not been completely obliterated, except for a few unfortunate souls, like the original inhabitants of Cherry Blossom Island who were annihilated by a high-ranking monster beast. Most had managed to survive. Yet, the extent of survival varied, leading to the formation of disparate factions. Initially, there was a semblance of peace among them, but as rifts proliferated and resources became contested, conflicts arose over territorial claims, such as the Temporal Rift. Dividing resources proved to be a formidable challenge. Engaging in warfare as they once did was out of the question. The true enemy was the monster beasts, but how could they resolve these issues? Thus, the fire seed competition came into existence. Though termed a fire seed, it was, in reality, a contest of life and death. A saying had emerged, fire seeds can only be born by the living. This captures the competition's brutality succinctly. It required competing against the prodigies of various factions. It was not a contest in which a mere novice like Jianping could hope to engage. Teacher, you misunderstand. What I propose is for Jianping to qualify among the top 16 in the 13 cities, thus allowing him to obtain the preliminary fire seed qualification, which would enable him to participate in the Academy's examination. Once he secures a spot, I can arrange for him to be eliminated directly, allowing him to attend the Academy's examination while the others continue to compete. This is the best solution I could conceive. The old principal hesitated, weighing the options. Compared to the harrowing journey through the military, this route appeared far more favorable, yet, entering the top 16 and qualifying for the preliminary fire seed to proceed directly to the examination seemed promising. Chapter 23, The Flame Seed Competition. Is it difficult? Juanxiu laughed until she was in tears. If it were anyone else, she would have scolded them a few times, but given the circumstances, how could you say it was difficult? Yet, this was her esteemed mentor, so she could only nod with a face full of helplessness. Not difficult, the old principal finally revealed a smile. Good, this path is well chosen. I believe it will suffice. Indeed, teacher, since we've made a decision, let us have Jianping take part. This selection contest will be held in the third domain, and time is of the essence. I will issue a formal letter. You can bring the child along. The old principal frowned slightly. The third domain, is it safe there? Haven't there been reports of at least 10 new fissures appearing recently? It should be a tense time now. Juanxiu nodded. Yes, the higher-ups have stated that to possess the flame seed, one must embody its essence, prepared to ignite everything, which is why the front line is the most appropriate. Juanxiu, the teacher has no other means, I can only rely on students like you. This was a heavy responsibility. Juanxiu nodded. Rest assured, teacher, I will make the necessary arrangements. This child will not encounter any issues. Jianping was diligently taking notes, absorbing various cultivation knowledge like a sponge, all of which he had previously missed. Suddenly, he noticed teacher by approaching. Jianping, come out for a moment. Curious glances turned towards Jianping. Bottle brother, have you caused trouble again? Jianping rolled his eyes. Get lost. A group of students laughed heartily, unconcerned. They all thought Jianping had stirred up some trouble, as this was his usual behavior, until the following day when Jianping had yet to arrive at school. Xiao Huang frowned and remarked, what is up with Bottle brother? Hasn't he been taken down? Has he? It's almost class time, and he is still not here. Confusion spread among the crowd. Indeed, Bottle brother had not shown up, neglecting his cultivation. At this moment, Dongfang Lan stood up calmly and said, everyone, don't worry about him, he has his own path to tread. He won't be back for a while. Let me remind everyone to focus on your cultivation. The academy is gathering. Instantly, a wave of chatter erupted. What, Bottle brother, isn't he coming back? Sister Lan, what is going on with Bottle brother? At this moment, a bespectacled male student stood up and urged, everyone, be quiet and listen to Sister Lan. The students fixed their eager gazes on Dongfang Lan. Without concealment, she explained, you all know that Bottle's family runs a crematorium. He must find another way to reach the academy. Silence fell upon the group. So, Sister Lan, does this mean we can't hang out with Bottle brother anymore? Dongfang Lan shot a glare at the speaker. Didn't I say the academy is gathering? You all need to put in the effort. Jianping has gone to strive for success. We cannot lag behind. Jianping said he would definitely make it to the academy. He is waiting for you all to ensure you don't fall behind. The students' spirits were rekindled with determination. Xiao Huang scoffed, the underdog dares to mock us now. Exactly, Bottle brother has been getting a bit too proud lately. Just wait, wherever he goes, we will surely follow. A group of spirited youths felt as if the academy was already within their grasp. The teacher at the podium wore a satisfied smile. Jianping possessed a certain charm that allowed him to connect with anyone, exuding a natural leadership quality. Though he often engaged in antics, his judgment was always spot on, and wherever Jianping was, teachers found their jobs considerably easier, whether it involved settling disputes among students or mediating fights. He truly managed to bring both parties to a handshake, earning the teacher's indulgence. Jianping, with a travel backpack slung over his shoulder, followed closely behind the old principal, waving goodbye to his parents. Even the usually carefree Yao Yujing had tears in her eyes. Teacher, there really won't be any danger, will there? The old principal kicked Jiang Guanli lightly, leaving him bewildered. In a stern voice, he replied, danger. All you talk about is danger. Is there really a safe place in this world? Bottle has his own path to walk, don't hinder him. Yao Yujing, chastised by the teacher, fell silent. Only Jiang Guanli remained puzzled. Teacher, why did you kick me? For what? She said. The old principal kicked him again. Who else should I kick if not your wife? Jianping nearly laughed out loud. Jiang Guanli looked utterly helpless, shooting a glare at Jianping, who was stifling a chuckle. Kid, when you're out in the world, don't stir up trouble. Outside isn't Nancheng. There are always bigger fish in the sea. Keep a low profile. Yao Yujing refrained from expressing any negative sentiments and began to advise Jianping. The old principal merely scoffed, thinking, low profile. Even without cultivation, he had made quite a name for himself in Nancheng. Now that he was part of the larger group, how could he remain low-key? Whatever, let the students handle their own headaches. After all, he may not excel in many areas, but he certainly had plenty of students. In the midst of their conversation, a loud screech echoed from the sky, and a massive bird, 10 meters long, descended from above. The bird's beak was as sharp as a sword, and the wind generated by its wings could create a small whirlwind. Once it landed, a man in a black uniform, around 24 or 25 years old, saluted and said solemnly, hello, I am Team Leader Chen, sent to escort the participants of the Flame Seed competition. Who is Jianping? His gaze settled on Jianping. The old principal, observing the man before him, smiled warmly. Monkey cub, you've grown up. Are you with Juanxiu? At this moment, the man in black awkwardly scratched his head, resembling a bashful student. Principal, yes, I graduated a few years ago without resources. Chen thought highly of me and let me handle this black-winged eagle. The old principal patted his shoulder approvingly. Do well, I remember this is your area of expertise, and it seems we've put talent in the right place. The man nodded excitedly. Principal, I will definitely make you proud. Surprised that the principal still remembered his nickname, he nearly shed tears. Meanwhile, Jianping stood there, stunned by the scene before him. In that moment, he realized just how impressive the old principal truly was. The saying peach and plum trees fill the world suddenly made sense. This was yet another student. Jiang Guanli nudged Jianping. Pay attention. The teacher is formidable, you better not provoke him in the future. Jianping nodded earnestly. I'll do my best. Seeing the murderous glare from Jiang Guanli, he quickly amended, I promise. After reminiscing for a while, the old principal called out to Jianping, stop being so sentimental, follow your senior brother. Jianping silently gave the old principal a thumbs up. He had just recognized him as a senior brother. How impressive. Jianping bid farewell to his parents and trotted over, greeting cheerfully, hello, senior brother, I'm Jianping, also known as Bottle. The man smiled back warmly, we're all family here. No need for formalities. He was quite amiable. Jianping then turned to the old principal. So, I'm off now. The old principal nodded silently. Just as Jianping was about to mount the black-winged eagle, the principal, Jianping halted. The old principal approached, pulling out a thick leather-bound notebook from his pocket. After a moment's hesitation, he flipped through it, and within seconds, he moistened his right index finger and tore off a page. With a formal demeanor, the old principal said, take this with you when you're out in the world. If you encounter anything you cannot resolve, call these people. Chapter 24. The old principal's notebook. Jiang Guanli's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. He hastily exclaimed, a teacher, you? The old principal turned around sharply and retorted, a silence. Who gave you the right to speak? Jiang Guanli was incredulous. Could it be that my son is not allowed to voice his thoughts? Beside him, Yao Yujing held him back. She was well aware of the significance of that notebook. The names and numbers contained therein were undoubtedly not trivial. She knew she should not covet it, yet it was her son after all, and she too harbored selfish desires. Jianping took the piece of paper, glanced at it, and committed it to memory. The black-winged eagle flapped its wings and soared into the sky. He had anticipated a tempest, yet the atmosphere was astonishingly serene. Turning to the man seated beside him, he remarked, senior brother, your aura is truly formidable. Can it even ward off the wind? How did you achieve that? Might you impart your wisdom to me? By the way, how should I address you, senior brother? The man, seeing Jianping as one of his own, smiled and replied, I am Jiang Nan, the alternate driver for Team Chen. This phenomenon is known as an energy shield. Once you enroll in the academy, this will be among the most fundamental applications. However, it requires at least a fusion level of mastery, so for now, it is best not to concern yourself with it. Jianping expressed his astonishment. Indeed, it seems one truly gains insight when stepping into a grand arena. Senior brother, you possess such prowess, yet am merely an alternate driver. Jiang Nan laughed heartily, reminiscing about his own naive beginnings. Of course, I am merely an alternate. Do you know what vehicle the full-time drivers of Team Chen operate? Jianping widened his eyes in anticipation, playing the role of the curious listener. What is it? Jiang Nan sighed in admiration. The winged python. It is said to be a royal lineage. Jianping was left speechless, unable to close his gaping mouth. Royal level, and it is merely a vehicle. Goodness, even he, lacking knowledge of cultivation, understood such common knowledge. Beastly creatures can indeed kill, but they can also be tamed, albeit with great difficulty, typically requiring nurturing from a young age, and often under the guidance of secret techniques. This leads to the emergence of various steeds, mounts for the skies, earth, and beyond. Regardless of type, they are exclusive to the elite of humanity, and their breeds are exceedingly selective. Creatures like the iron-tailed eagle simply do not qualify. The black-winged eagle before him was mentioned in texts, capable of exhibiting combat prowess at the fusion level in adulthood, and this was merely an alternate. The gap between the spirit, fusion, mystery, and royal levels is vast. A royal descendant, upon maturation, would be. For the first time, Jianping felt a twinge of inadequacy in his perspective. With keen eyes fixed on Jiang Nan, he declared, I too must acquire one. just envisioning it fills me with grandeur. Jiang Nan smiled faintly. Then you must strive diligently, however. It is evident that the old principal holds you in high regard. That notebook is a mythical entity among the graduates of our South City High School. Jiang Ping, intrigued, inquired, "What do you mean?" Jiang Nan spoke with ease. "It is said that no one knows whose numbers are recorded in the old principal's notebook. When I was in your position, I lacked the qualification to obtain any numbers from it. When I was accepted into the airline academy, the old principal merely made a casual call, requesting assistance for me on the other end. I initially thought the old principal looked down upon people, but upon entering the academy, I realized that the person he called was the one responsible for selecting mounts for the academy. It was then that I managed to secure this black-winged eagle as my steed amidst a throng of competitors." Reflecting on this, a nostalgic expression crossed Jiang Nan's face, tinged with a hint of wistfulness. Although his subsequent achievements were attributed to his own efforts, without that phone call from the old principal, he would have never made the connection. "Thus, young man, you now comprehend the true value of that piece of paper." Jiang Ping had not anticipated its formidable significance. He placed a hand over his heart, feeling warmth swell within him. The academy, what an extraordinary entity it is. He could not afford to disappoint the old principal's expectations. The flight was swift, yet even at such speed, it took a full day and night to reach their destination. As the black-winged eagle passed through a membrane, Jiang Ping's eyes widened in astonishment. "The domain, is this truly the domain, senior brother?" Jiang Nan nodded. "Indeed, after another hour of flight, we shall arrive at the command center of the third domain. That is also where you will participate in the selection." Upon landing, Jiang Ping obediently followed Jiang Nan, waiting for him to secure the black-winged eagle and feed it a substantial amount of meat before accompanying him through the streets, ultimately arriving before Jiang Nan produced a card and, after a meticulous check, they entered the lobby. An elevator. Jiang Nan gazed at Jiang Ping in astonishment. "You know what an elevator is? This is a remnant of the harmonious society. Few are aware of it." Jiang Ping chuckled. "I read about it in books." Curiosity piqued, Jiang Ping scanned his surroundings, and when the elevator activated, it descended rather than ascended. They traveled down for a full 23 floors before it finally halted. The area was bustling with activity, and an impressive screen displayed data that Jiang Ping could not comprehend. Phones rang incessantly, and men and women in black uniforms hurried about. "Report. Enter." A mature female voice echoed. "Team Chen, Jiang Ping has arrived," Jiang Nan formally announced. Chen Juanxiu lifted her elegant face, scrutinizing Jiang Ping. "You are that little bottle." Jiang Ping found the person before him familiar, yet he could not recall where he had seen her. Chen Juanxiu seemed to read his thoughts and waved Jiang Nan away, who stepped outside. With a smile, she rose. "You do not remember me. Your words were quite sweet in your youth." In an instant, a flood of memories surged forth. Jiang Ping's eyes widened. "Aunt Xiangxiang." "Aunt Xiangxiang," Chen Juanxiu burst into laughter. Jiang Ping recalled that Aunt Xiangxiang had indeed visited him during his childhood, particularly during a time of great hunger, when she had brought him 3 vials of essence blood, the taste of which remained unforgettable. It was incredibly fragrant. Those 3 vials sustained him for an entire month, a cherished memory indeed. "I'm surprised you still remember, little bottle. You are not an outsider. I shall be brief. In 3 days, talents from all over will gather here to compete for a place in the top 16. A competition will ensue, and danger may arise. If you are fearful, I can arrange for someone to ensure your entry into the top 16. However, if you take that route, you shall only be regarded as a child in my eyes. Do you understand?" Jiang Ping fell into contemplation, clearly grasping her meaning. He resolutely lifted his head. "Aunt, please tell me what you wish for me to do." As the highly intelligent local prodigy, he was merely inexperienced, not foolish. Since Aunt had voiced such sentiments, it was evident that she did not desire him to follow that path. Moreover, he wished to assert that he was no longer a child. Chen Juanxi's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. "It is not about what I want you to do, it is about how you choose to navigate this path. Will you remain a sheltered child beneath my wings, or will you forge your own path?" The choice is yours. Chapter 25, Departure. At the outset, Chen Juanxiu intended to adhere to the teacher's directives. However, upon catching her first glimpse of Jianping, her resolve. Although the teacher's intentions were to protect Jianping from unforeseen mishaps, can a sheltered environment truly foster growth, she could easily secure his placement among the top 16, and with the teacher's connections, guarantee Jianping a promising future at the academy. Yet, such an arrangement would render the child ineffective. From the very first moment she beheld Jianping, a spark of vitality resonated within him, something she had not encountered in ages. Additionally, she took a moment to gauge his cultivation level. His foundation was remarkably solid, and most importantly, his physical attributes were exceptional. It was said that this boy had merely practiced some fundamental skills, with his claws being his strongest technique. To achieve such a level undoubtedly required an effort beyond ordinary comprehension. A child of this caliber, if allowed to sail through life effortlessly, might very well squander his potential. Consequently, she altered her decision, contemplating the idea of allowing Jianping to test his mettle. After all, she would be there to support him. The 7th mark of the spirit realm signifies a considerable distinction from the initial foray into the spirit realm, does it not? What does this indicate? It suggests that Jianping, amidst his peers, even stands shoulder to shoulder with the scions of prestigious families. Such talent and determination ignited her desire to nurture him. With a bit more diligence, he might even ascend to the fusion realm. Should Jianping excel in the upcoming assessment and possess a foundational cultivation in the fusion realm, he could very well secure an exceptional demon core during this evaluation. This would certainly be preferable to vying with a multitude of candidates at the academy. He need not rank among the very top. As long as he placed within the top 8, she would have grounds to extend her care towards him, procuring a fitting demon core for him. That would set an entirely different starting point for him. However, all of this transpired in a fleeting moment of thought. Ultimately, it was Jianping's choice that mattered. Indeed, he did not disappoint her. Very well, now that you have made your choice, embrace the challenge ahead. Your aunt believes in your capability. Charge forth with confidence, Chen Juanxiu declared as she stood and patted Jianping's shoulder. Jianping nodded vigorously. Just watch me. He had no doubt that he was as capable as anyone else. Although he accepted the arrangement, it did not signify his acquiescence to being merely a beneficiary of connections, who does not harbor a sense of rivalry within. Having heard that this group comprised his contemporaries, he was eager to ascertain how he measured up against them. Chen Juanxiu discerned the fighting spirit blazing in Jianping's eyes, which pleased her immensely. Jianping then descended to await the first wave of eliminations in 3 days' time. During this interval, he patiently bided his time, indulging in the iron-tailed eagle from the swallowing heaven secret realm whenever hunger struck. This also contributed to the enhancement of his claws, which were nearing perfection. Yet, an issue arose in his training. He discovered that consuming iron-tailed eagles, while satisfying his hunger and slightly improving his skill proficiency, no longer exerted a positively significant impact. To be fair, it was not entirely ineffective. It simply paled in comparison to previous results, where he once experienced a notable boost from consuming 2, now he found that 10 would scarcely yield similar effects. This implied that the benefits derived from eating iron-tailed eagles had diminished significantly. This predicament left Jianping troubled. What should he consume next? Having just proclaimed his ambitions, it would be quite the embarrassment to falter now. Thanks to Jiang Nan, he acquired several demon beasts native to the 3rd domain. He scrutinized the illustrated guide, examining each one in turn. White Feather Chicken, a spirit realm demon beast, skill. Golden Rooster stands alone. What on earth would I practice that for? Mao Mao Duck, a spirit realm demon beast, skill. Snowfall everywhere. Isn't that just about plucking feathers? Ducks are fine, but do I have that much down to spare? Confronted with these peculiar demon beasts, ultimately, after considerable deliberation, he settled on a particular demon beast. Wind-chasing wolf, a spirit realm demon beast, signature skill, blood drink, which enhances speed by 30% when activated. The reason for selecting it was common for individuals to adopt one as an auxiliary skill, and a 30% boost was indeed substantial. However, for Jianping, a minor issue lingered. He murmured to himself, is wolf meat tasty? What a curious contemplation. If others were to learn that consuming meat could foster growth, it would not be long before every demon beast was hunted to extinction. Having settled on the wind-chasing wolf, he commenced preparations, first visiting Chen Juanxiu's office to inquire about information regarding the creature. Chen Juanxiu, with her mature elegance, casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled faintly. You really should augment your abilities, little one. Relying solely on your claws is insufficient. The wind-chasing wolf is an excellent choice. I do not possess the authority to give you an inner core directly, but you are fortunate that this round of eliminations will take place in a fissure controlled by the military, where wind-chasing wolves abound. Upon hearing this fortunate news, Jian Ping grinned. Auntie, could you enlighten me on how this elimination process works? Chen Juanxiu did not respond directly but instead ushered him out, saying, all right, if there is nothing else, you should leave. Also, you ought to vacate that single room. The contestants will be arriving in droves, and you should interact with them. Jian Ping was taken aback, not anticipating such a sudden dismissal. The single room was quite the comfort, yet he dared not voice his objections, merely feeling a hint of frustration. Very well. Chen Juanxiu turned her face slightly, an almost imperceptible smile gracing her lips as she impatiently waved him off. She then returned her attention to the documents at hand, which detailed the site selection. To maintain confidentiality, the first round of eliminations was conducted with strict protocols. Consequently, the specific location was still under consideration among several fissures, yet to be definitively determined. However, since Jian Ping expressed interest in acquiring the skills of the wind-chasing wolf, this particular secret realm might prove to be quite suitable, given Jian Ping's capabilities and cultivation level. As long as he refrained from reckless wandering, he would likely encounter no issues. It is worth noting that the wind-chasing wolf possessed its own skill set, thus, obtaining that enhancement skill was not a straightforward endeavor. Some individuals had consumed numerous inner cores before fortuitously acquiring it, which bordered on the mystical. As she spoke, she circled a name in red ink. A colleague nearby rang a bell, and a young woman in a black uniform entered. Team leader Chen. Chen Juanxiu's expression turned serious as she placed the newly circled location into a file bag. The young woman immediately grasped the significance of the location and nodded eagerly. He understood. Soon after, the entire assessment team became bustling with activity, busying themselves with the preparations for. Meanwhile, Jian Ping, clutching his bedding, gingerly made his way back to the ground level, where a nondescript, dilapidated classroom building served as their dormitory. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sounds of animated conversations. Chapter 26. Join me, Liu Xiao. I have heard that all the elites from the 13 cities have come this time. The geniuses under the fusion realm are all here, and the competition will be fierce, one person remarked with a hint of awe. Another chimed in eagerly, indeed, I've heard there are as many as 300 participants. This will be quite a challenge, but with Liu Xiao, our top talent from Zhongming City, I am confident he will prevail. Jian Ping listened intently, a sense of excitement igniting within him. Having failed to assert himself in the southern city, he felt a surge of hope here. Wasn't this the classic narrative of the antagonist, carrying his bedding and clutching his basin and toiletries? Jian Ping suppressed his thoughts and was just about to knock on the door when a furious voice cut through the air. Jian Ping. What a twist of fate. Jian Ping even caught a hint of a sinister chuckle in that voice. He turned around and couldn't help but smile. Well, what a coincidence, Li Daxiao. He was somewhat surprised to see Li Zimu here, but not entirely so. Li Zimu was clearly agitated. He could no longer endure the scrutiny of his peers at school, their gazes laden with judgment. Had it not been for his sister's intervention, he would have rebelled long ago. Thus, upon learning of this assessment, he had resolved to participate, having pleaded with his parents for quite some time. Eventually, he managed to secure a place through connections, and naturally, his own abilities were sufficient to gain entry. He envisioned a future where he would shine brightly on television and dominate the arena, relishing the thought of Jian Ping and his entourage's dismay. However, this delightful anticipation paled in comparison to the thrill of encountering Jian Ping. Har har har. You choose to walk the path to heaven but ignore it, while charging into hell without a door. Jian Ping, this is not the southern city. You do not have Dongfang Lan and your little minions backing you up. Just wait for your demise. he boasted as he made a slashing motion across his throat. Jiang Ping found himself amused by this spoiled child's bravado. Wait for death? Please, did Li Zimu even dare to harm anyone? Li Daoxiao, do be careful not to overstate your threats. You might just end up with a backlash. Li Zimu scoffed dismissively. Rest assured, I won't resort to my family's influence to suppress you. I will genuinely defeat you. The assessment is about to commence, and should you be... Their exchange drew the attention of several onlookers peeking out from their dormitories. Someone whispered, isn't he that the young master of the Li family from Zhongming City? Why is he so furious? Indeed, who is that facing him? Seems quite confident. Even Liu Daoxiao leaned out to take a look. Upon recognizing Li Zimu, he let out a disdainful laugh. Just a waste of space. Li Zimu? The animosity between them was palpable. Liu Baichuan laughed lightly as he stepped forward. And what of it, Li Zimu? You are just a defeated foe pretending to be formidable. He then turned to Jiang Ping. You need not fear. You appear to be one of us in this dormitory, and I shall protect you. What can he do to you? Jiang Ping observed the two adversaries with a hint of amusement, finding their rivalry somewhat juvenile. He smiled slightly. Thank you, but there's no need. A mere Li Zimu does not concern me. Instantly, Liu Baichuan's expression soured. He hadn't expected Jiang Ping to dismiss him so casually. He had hoped to provoke Li Zimu through Jiang Ping, yet Jiang Ping's nonchalance only irked him further. Classmate, you should be grateful for Liu Xiao's attention. He is a genius who has already reached the spirit realm and is now a formidable master at the 5th level. Liu Baichuan's followers chimed in, their voices rising in excitement. The 5th level of the spirit realm was no small feat. At this stage, talent was paramount, and resources mattered little. Liu Baichuan's attainment at such a young age certainly bore testament to his potential. Yet, there were naysayers, including a short-haired girl who turned away in disdain, and a boy clad in white who smirked and walked off as well. Liu Baichuan, buoyed by the adulation of his followers, waved dismissively. A hook, you're being rather presumptuous. While I believe this classmate has promise, no one should be forced into our ranks. His underlings quickly fawned over him. Jiang Ping felt a headache coming on. This group was even more pretentious than he was. With a slight smirk, he replied, thank you for your kind intentions, but I'm here to compete, not to form alliances. Let us just coexist peacefully. With that, he moved to push the door open. Liu Baichuan, intent on making a move, was taken aback when Jiang Ping remained unfazed. A flicker of seriousness crossed Liu Baichuan's face as he offered a faint smile. Very well. A minor skirmish was averted, yet the cameras captured every moment. Chen Juanxiu observed the scene with a bemused expression, scolding lightly, this rascal has some skill. To restrain his temper while possessing real strength is commendable. She had encountered many talents, but character was equally significant, and her regard for Jiang Ping grew. At that moment, an elder beside her chuckled, are you interested in a certain young man? Chen Juanxiu laughed heartily, what can I discern now? We must wait to see their subsequent performances. The elder remained non-committal. That evening, Liu Baichuan's followers relentlessly probed into Jiang Ping's background, but Jiang Ping was too preoccupied with strategizing on how to capture the wind-chasing wolf without alerting the exam proctors to pay them any mind. He merely laughed off their inquiries, which led Liu Baichuan to feel as though Jiang Ping was intentionally opposing him. Jiang Ping, sometimes talent alone does not suffice, one must also have access to good resources. Jiang Ping chuckled, thank you for the advice. Liu Baichuan scoffed, your character will eventually lead to your downfall. The world is a treacherous place. He felt frustrated the moment he had encountered Jiang Ping. It was evident that Jiang Ping's abilities were considerable, prompting him to attempt to recruit him. This was a common tactic among young masters of prominent families. However, he had not anticipated Jiang Ping's indifference. Jiang Ping remained non-committal. At present, nothing mattered more than his own survival. Moreover, the resources he sought were not aligned with what these individuals could offer. Liu Baichuan's words held little allure for him. Time swiftly passed, and the assessment commenced with the first round of eliminations. While the preceding days had been relatively uneventful, there had been no significant conflicts. for all were acutely aware of their purpose. Chapter 27, Controlling the Field, Become That Spark. The ultimate goal is to be that spark. The first round of the elimination competition has commenced, and it is not as grand as one might envision. A group of individuals followed a figure clad in black uniform into a rift in space, where they were casually informed, "You have 1 day to hunt the demon beasts alone. Bring back a right ear as proof, with points awarded based on the level of the beasts. Be advised, there are no entities below the spirit realm here, so if you wish to withdraw, now is your chance. By the way, do not contemplate any tricks or cheating. Those caught will be permanently disqualified. These motorcycles are provided for you, one for each of you." With that simple directive, the figure departed, leaving a multitude of bewildered prodigies. This was not what they had anticipated. They had expected to be revered like stars, yet the treatment was so hasty and careless, resembling more a makeshift gathering than a rigorous assessment. Amidst the discontent of others, some had already sensed the underlying tricks. Numerous cameras were discreetly positioned throughout the area. Jiang Ping was the first to discern several of them, a heaviness settling in his heart. The presence of cameras would hinder his operations. Nevertheless, he resolved to take action. In the gaze of his peers, he was the first to plunge into the desolate expanse. Indeed, the Wild Wolf Rift was a barren land, adorned with trees and shrubs that concealed the likes of gale wolves, alongside meandering streams. Had it not been for the knowledge of lurking demon beasts, the scenery would have been quite lovely. As for the size of the expanse, Jiang Ping could not ascertain. It stretched infinitely before him. He quickly mounted a motorcycle and surged forth. The crowd remained speechless for an extended period. Even cultivators were reduced to riding motorcycles, which was utterly absurd. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Charge! Don't let anyone else get ahead." 300 students scattered like birds into the wilderness. Jiang Ping, the first. From a distance, the thicket appeared to be no taller than a person, but as Jiang Ping's nose twitched, he sensed something amiss. Activating his Howling Moondog ability, he could detect the hidden dangers within the thicket, an amalgamation of scents that he could not fully identify. Cautiously, he parked his motorcycle by the roadside and unsheathed the long knife strapped to his back. Crouching low, suddenly, a flash of sunlight caught his eye, revealing a camera. Jiang Ping smiled to himself, realizing why the others were so relaxed. The area was riddled with cameras. In the command room behind, Chen Juanxiu and his team observed the contestants, some recording their every move for analysis and interpretation. Not bad, strong intuition. He can sense danger. Jiang Ping's evaluation is rising. Wait, Jiang Ping's profile has been updated. There are suspicions regarding his potential olfactory abilities. Every action was scrutinized meticulously. Even Jiang Ping was surprised by how much could be gleaned from his seemingly trivial movements. The elder in the command room cast an approving glance at Chen Juanxiu. Well done, this is precisely how it should be. The Spark competition tests not only the contestants' abilities but also serves as a battle of information, where every micro-expression is subject to interpretation and study. Juanxiu, you are onto something here. Chen Juanxiu humbly replied, "It's all thanks to your guidance." Time continued to pass, and upon realizing the presence of cameras, Jiang Ping did not hastily enter the thicket. Instead, he meticulously observed where the cameras were positioned. Ultimately, he discovered a staggering number. 86 cameras were stationed just within this small thicket, while, according to his keen sense of smell, there were no more than 10 gale wolves present. His lips twitched slightly. This was a bit excessive. A wave of frustration washed over him. How could he deal with the gale wolves with so many cameras watching, killing them? He felt confident in his abilities, bolstered by his 7th-tier spirit realm cultivation and perfected claws. As long as the wolves did not swarm him, he would not back down, but to kill indiscriminately seemed wasteful. All he needed was an ear to prove his feat, and such wanton destruction would be a travesty. Furrowing his brow, he contemplated his next move. In the command room, the observers remarked, "Hesitation, is he afraid, or is he devising a strategy? We can analyze his subsequent actions." At last, after 10 or so minutes, he drew his knife and executed an unexpected maneuver. First, he picked up a stone from the ground, testing its hardness with his blade. With a swift motion, he hurled it toward a specific spot within the thicket. An immediate, pained howl echoed in response. He had employed his long-range claw technique, and the sensation was less than pleasant. Soon, a gale wolf burst forth from the thicket. Jianping's eyes lit up, and he erupted into laughter, executing a remarkable retreat as the 3-meter-tall wolf lunged at him. Just as everyone presumed he would confront the beast, Jianping made another unforeseen move. Instead of halting, he accelerated, leaping onto his motorcycle and revving the engine, roaring away, not outward, but straight toward the thicket. This action left not only the gale wolf bewildered but also the observers in the command room. Is he seeking death? Just when they thought Jianping would charge into the thicket, he halted, waiting for the pursuing wolf, provocatively beckoning it with a gesture. The wolf, incensed by the challenge, lunged at Jianping. As it approached, he deftly twisted the throttle, propelling the wolf into the thicket, where it presumably collided with another wolf, eliciting. In an instant, 2 gale wolves emerged. Jianping chuckled, continuing to taunt them. After a series of antics, Jianping found himself with over 10 gale wolves in tow, the pack pursuing him at breakneck speed. He revved the engine fiercely, utilizing his Howling Moondog's olfactory prowess to detect the presence of wolves, and replicated his earlier strategy. Nearly an hour later, Jianping had amassed no fewer than 50 gale wolves at his rear, a spectacle that left all onlookers in awe. What is he trying to accomplish? Is he playing a game? Once he runs out of fuel, won't he be doomed? His audacity is astounding. What is he after? Has he lost his mind? The recorders could no longer decipher Jianping's intentions. Chen, I propose we dispatch someone to terminate this contestant's participation. If this continues, I fear he may endanger himself. Remember, there are blind spots in our camera coverage along the route, and many areas are unmonitored. Should an accident occur, Chen Juanxiu was acutely aware of the implications behind the recorder's words. No matter how competent they were, it was impossible to place cameras everywhere. The areas densely equipped with cameras were their designated testing grounds, deliberately set up for observation. Chapter 28, The Art of Bold Theft. At present, Jianping's actions had not only compromised numerous surveillance cameras but also led him in an erroneous direction. Having fled the examination grounds, the abundance of cameras diminished significantly, leaving him with little recourse should danger arise. Chen Juanxiu fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, he spoke with difficulty. Let us disregard him for now and observe his intentions. Jiangnan, ride the black-winged eagle and investigate. Jiangnan promptly set about his task, entering the rift in space. He felt a twinge of anxiety, hoping this reckless youth would not meet his demise. Jianping, glancing back at the ever-increasing pack of wind-chasing wolves, was overcome with exhilaration, nearly salivating at the sight. There were already 70 or 80 of them. Assessing his current surroundings, he noted the scarcity of cameras, and thus, his confidence swelled. He began to gradually close the distance between himself and the pursuing wolves. At that moment, the fastest of the wolves was drawing near, and Jianping grinned. Come on, little darling. He lightly touched the red mark on his wrist. In a flash, that particular wolf vanished. It was astonishing, truly remarkable. The remaining wolves, bewildered, were left to ponder the fate of their large companion. This location was deliberately chosen by Jianping, devoid of surveillance, with the nearest camera situated 800 meters away, facing a different direction altogether. Hence, he felt emboldened to act. Seizing the opportunity, Jianping swiftly dispatched 2 more of the bewildered wolves, and in an instant, the first wave had vanished without a trace. Breathing heavily, he surveyed the billowing smoke behind him, his lips slightly moistening. Despite his apparent ease, the feat was no small achievement. He needed to engage the wind-chasing wolves to draw them into his grasp. However, being able to ensnare them did not imply he could act with impunity within the Devouring Sky's secret realm. Should he inadvertently attract a foe beyond his capabilities, he might find himself deterred from entering that realm altogether. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the meat would ultimately simmer in the pot. Once inside the Devouring Sky secret realm, he had already half immersed himself in his own cauldron. Consumption was merely a matter of time. After successfully capturing 6 wolves, Jianping hastily remounted his motorcycle and continued his flight, remaining stationary posed excessive risk, as it would increase the likelihood of detection. He needed to provoke another group before collecting his prize. This was Jianping's strategy. If he were to capture them one by one, he would perpetually remain under the watchful eyes of the surveillance cameras. Even if he managed to evade them, a mere 1 or 2 would hardly suffice. They would be consumed in mere days. Thus, to achieve a bountiful yield, he must embrace high risks. Who could ascertain the exact number of wolves he had stirred? Even if he eventually entered a monitored area and found fewer wolves, what difference would it make? The pursuit could not cease simply because of a diminished number. With so many wolves at his heels, a minor reduction was inconsequential. Several hours passed, the motorcycle's fuel tank could sustain travel for 300 kilometers, and Jianping still had 1/3 of his fuel remaining. Yet only half a day had elapsed, indicating his impressive endurance. Currently, he was trailed by approximately 50 to 60 wind-chasing wolves. Once the moment was right, he could exit the monitored zone and gather 7 or 8 more. Jiang Nan, anxious and impatient, rushed to assess Jianping's condition, and naturally, Jianping recognized the familiar silhouette of Jiang Nan's eagle, prompting him to rein in his wolf-catching efforts. A genuine battle ensued. With a few precise strikes, he swiftly dispatched the first approaching wind-chasing wolf, cleanly severing its right ear before extracting its inner core and regretfully discarding the carcass. He mounted his motorcycle and sped off. From above, Jiang Nan watched Jianping's movements in a state of disbelief, muttering to himself, "Is it truly possible to engage in such a manner?" He had just witnessed Jianping's efficient handling of the wolves, which was attributable not only to Jianping's exceptional prowess but also to the wolves' exhaustion. He noted that their speed had diminished by at least 40% from their peak. Indeed, this method, while perilous, appears to offer substantial rewards. Jiang Nan mused. By leveraging he could kill as many as possible before retreating. The cycle continued. Remarkably clever, Jiang Nan thought, yet a pressing concern lingered. The motorcycle consumed fuel. What would happen when it ran out? Jianping seemed attuned to Jiang Nan's apprehensions. As the motorcycle's fuel warning light illuminated, he sped toward a particular area. Just as Jiang Nan wondered what his intentions were, Jianping halted the motorcycle near a thicket and called out, "Classmate, come forth. Shall we exchange vehicles?" From within the thicket emerged a trembling student, on the verge of tears. "Big Shot, please spare me. Quickly, take your pack of wolves away." Jianping had been wreaking havoc in this vicinity for some time, and those perceptive had already taken notice. The sight of billowing smoke was impossible to overlook. Indeed, a person raced ahead while their spirit trailed behind. Everyone was consciously avoiding this madman, curious as to which brave soul dared to confront him. Alas, misfortune struck. The student merely wished to participate in an assessment, yet everything had turned so arduous. Jianping grinned mischievously. "My motorcycle can still run for 20 km. I promise not to trouble you. How does that sound?" The student was nearly in tears. "Big Shot, please don't do this. How can I compete in this desolate wilderness without a vehicle? Our realm isn't like the fusion realm, where one can swiftly traverse." Jianping chuckled. "If you don't agree to exchange, I won't leave. What will you do then?" The student's face flushed crimson. "Big Shot, don't push me too far. If it comes to that, I'll fight you first and then flee on my bike. You can run. I can run too." One must acknowledge that those who came to compete were hardly foolish. Wouldn't riding a motorcycle suffice? As long as fuel was available, there would be no significant issues, but Jianping wore a mysterious smile. "Is that so?" His claws unleashed 5 streams of blood energy, and a wind-chasing wolf lurking within the thicket, poised to ambush, was instantly crushed. The student felt a surge of despair. "Big Shot, you can openly rob me." Indeed, such strength rendered direct theft unproblematic. Jianping had even attempted to negotiate, which was quite generous of him. He waved his hand dismissively. "That won't do. We are classmates, and who knows, we may need to fight side by side in the future. It wouldn't be wise to steal too much." Ultimately, the student capitulated, as the thickening smoke signaled the imminent arrival of a large pack of wolves. Should they delay any longer, while Jianping possessed the ability to escape, he could not guarantee his own safety. Tearfully, he relinquished the keys to Jianping, exchanging motorcycles. "Big Shot, you'd better keep your word. I'll head left, and you head right." Jian Ping smiled contentedly. No problem. By the way, take that ear with you as compensation. With that, he revved the motorcycle and sped away. Observing the full tank of fuel, Jian Ping felt a surge of security. Others were not like him, they wouldn't waste fuel unnecessarily. Meanwhile, the student reflected on his unexpected acquisition of a free ear, feeling somewhat moved despite the circumstances. Chapter 29, Is it still worth following? On the back of the black-winged eagle, Jian Nan observed Jian Ping's actions, quietly picking up the specially designed walkie-talkie. Chen Group, is it still necessary to follow? In the command room, whether it was Chen Juanxiu, the elder, or the recorders, a heavy silence enveloped them. This boy is far too reckless. Who among them hadn't witnessed Jian Ping's technique in crushing the Wind Chaser Wolf? There were numerous cameras capturing that moment. The Wind Chaser Wolf was at least of the 5th realm, yet Jian Ping dispatched it with a single move. Why, with such prowess, must he resort to such theatrics instead of simply killing? What was he after? A thrill of excitement? Chen Juanxiu pondered for a moment, rubbing her temples as she said, let us pull back. Let him play his own game of self-destruction. For the first time, she felt she could not decipher this mischievous lad. She inwardly scolded him as a rascal. The elder also smiled. Juanxiu, this is the boy that old Mo mentioned. How could she not recognize the teasing? But what could she do? After all, this boy was her own. What could the elders do but clean up after him? Let us observe the other contestants. She deftly shifted the topic. Meanwhile, the recorders continued to scribble in their notebooks, outstanding strength, but temperament, reckless. Some even wrote bluntly, has a screw loose. What were they after? Really, Jian Ping continued to flee with the wolves, yet the attention had significantly waned. Jian Nan had departed. Jian Ping finally felt free to unleash his full potential. Not far from Jian Ping, Li Zimu also dashed forth with commendable speed. Coming from a prominent family, he believed himself to be on par with the rest, thus he headed straight for the thickets of the wilderness. His initial strategy bore similarity to Jian Ping's, luring out a wolf. However, unlike Jian Ping, he displayed a focused intensity. You little wolf cub, I shall harness you to augment my points. He drew his knife and struck with a finesse befitting his lineage, steady and powerful. Anyone witnessing his prowess would certainly acknowledge his potential and solid foundation. With some skillful assistance, he quickly subdued a Wind Chaser Wolf, a smile creeping onto his lips as he glanced at his watch. 10 minutes. Quite an improvement. Indeed, someone like Li Zimu had long been acquainted with beast hunting, albeit under protective circumstances. For instance, he could hunt monsters while 10 robust bodyguards stood vigil behind him, ready to intervene at the slightest hint of danger. Thus, he felt no trepidation towards the Wind Chaser Wolf, viewing it instead as an old acquaintance. This was part of his background. Typically, one would harbor a sense of dread upon encountering a beast for the first time, especially one as imposing as 3 meters long, towering over a horse, with gleaming claws and silvery fangs. How could a novice not feel fear? Li Zimu methodically continued, believing that at this rate, excluding rest periods, he would undoubtedly achieve an impressive result, certainly far surpassing Jian Ping. The thought of eliminating Jian Ping amused him. However, perhaps he grew overconfident or made a miscalculation. When he attempted to lure another wolf, he inadvertently drew out 3 Wind Chaser wolves instead. This momentarily flustered him. Fortunately, having witnessed much in his life, he quickly regained composure and ultimately turned the tables. This scene did not escape the watchful eyes of the command room. Not bad, he's a promising candidate, steady. Indeed, but he adheres too strictly to convention. To achieve greatness, he must be more adventurous. The group continued their observations. Others, like Liu Baichuan, exhibited more notable performances. Despite his appearance as a spoiled heir, his strength was not to be underestimated. Upon spotting the thickets, he directly provoked the beasts. 1, 2. Not enough, bring more. 3, 4. Still insufficient, bring more. He continued to taunt until he finally felt challenged with 5. He confidently utilized the Wind Chaser wolves to hone his skills, proving his capability. Liu Baichuan possesses commendable strength and audacity, yet he is overly impulsive. 5 is manageable. What about 6? As anticipated, a little wolf, perhaps finding the scuffle amusing, joined in, amplifying Liu Baichuan's pressure. The girl who had previously departed exhibited a contrasting demeanor. While she bore a hint of heroism, being a girl, yet her approach was forceful and impactful, wielding a dagger of no less than 2 meters on her back, one hand grasping the hilt, the other supporting the blade's spine. What a magnificent dagger! Impressive, her strength is formidable, and she has clearly begun to master the essentials. Her skill seemed to enhance her physical prowess. Indeed, the compatibility is commendable. Perhaps there is someone guiding her at home. What is her name? Xu Qinjiao, observing her single-handedly battling a pack of wolves, it certainly conveys the essence of a prodigy. Then there was the boy with glasses. In an age where few were nearsighted, he donned a pair of black-rimmed spectacles. His fighting style was peculiar. Despite possessing the cultivation of the 7th realm, he fought with utmost caution, executing each move with minimal effort to achieve maximum lethality, overly prudent. In stark contrast to Jian Ping, another of the 7th realm, one being flamboyant, the other exceedingly conservative. Moreover, his movements appeared meticulously calculated. The recorders found him intriguing. Upon glancing at his name, they burst into laughter. Zhuge Jingyi, so he hails from the Zhuge family, that explains it. The Zhuge family had gained renown years ago across the 13 cities, not primarily for their martial prowess but for their strategic acumen. It was said that during a confrontation with other alliances, they devised 18 intricate traps to ensnare their opponents, driving them to the brink of despair. This family was naturally inclined towards being mathematicians. A flourishing of talents, a cacophony of voices. The recorders were thoroughly entertained, and the elder and Chen Juanxiu nodded approvingly. Overall, the talents displayed were commendable. They were worthy of cultivation. Had it not been for the anomaly that was Jian Ping, this elimination round might have concluded successfully. Jian Ping, accompanied by a throng of minions, rampaged across the wilderness, disturbing the peace of countless beasts. From a distance, one could see Jian Ping trailed by a pack of wolves, with bears following behind, and 3-legged golden roosters in pursuit. The sight was indeed spectacular. The entourage grew larger, yet it gradually exceeded Jian Ping's control. He found himself somewhat dazed. It had been half an hour since he last paused to stock up. The speed of both the wind chaser wolves and other beasts had escalated, nearly matching that of his motorcycle. Time slipped away, and the sky darkened. The headlights of Jian Ping's motorcycle shone brightly. At this point, he was uncertain of his whereabouts. Chapter 30, Little Demon. As night descended, Jian Ping's task became increasingly convenient. He intermittently dispatched a few and captured others. He refrained from engaging with the ferocious bears trailing the wind chaser wolves, as he could sense their formidable nature. He dared not provoke them. He focused solely on capturing wolves. With a physique honed in the 3rd realm, he had acquired some extraordinary traits. Staying up late was no longer an issue. Enduring the night felt akin to play. Yet, it wasn't just Jian Ping who was occupied. Everyone else was equally busy. Who would dare sleep? Sleeping could lead to being surpassed, potentially resulting in elimination. Each individual fought fiercely against the wolves, while others dared not encroach upon different regions. Only Jian Ping wandered aimlessly. By dawn, Jian Ping found the opportune moment to slip into the Swallowing Heaven secret realm and began to stew his meat. Wind Chaser Wolf, 3rd realm, Little Demon. The meat is tough, with little flesh and abundant bone. The bones can be boiled to slightly enhance the concentration of energy. The meat can marginally increase satiety. Ingredients: 80 grams of strong liquor, 200 grams of dried chili, 10 grams of bay leaves. Simmer on low heat. Note, the Wind Chaser Wolf possesses a trace of the wind's insight, which may be randomly absorbed. Commentary: difficult to swallow, however, it can be tasted when one is starving. Once again, a rather haughty commentary, but it was evidently an improvement from when he had yet to enter the 3rd realm. What was once deemed inedible had transformed into merely difficult to consume. This indicated that Jian Ping's culinary standards were on the rise. Elated, he heated oil in the pot, added the wolf meat, and incorporated the ingredients. Meanwhile, outside, the beasts were in a frenzy, wolves howling, bears roaring. They searched desperately for the human's whereabouts, having been led around like dogs all day. Each beast was seething with rage, eager to devour that human and relieve their frustration. Yet, just as they were about to close in, the human vanished. How could they not go mad? Trees around them were knocked askew as they rampaged in search of him. Thus, a mass exodus of beasts commenced, scattering in all directions. This created a predicament for the participants of the examination, each hoping to capitalize on the darkness to eliminate others, yet they never anticipated being caught in a riot. The chaos even summoned beasts from the fusion realm, their terrifying presence sending chills down spines. Everyone could only hide in the thickets, employing various means to conceal themselves, refraining from engaging with the beasts. Many lamented inwardly. Their achievements were already meager. This only made matters worse. This left the command room in a state of helplessness. Chen Group, where has that boy run off to? These beasts have gone mad. We've never seen such a disruptive contestant in previous assessments. The cameras have sustained damage beyond measure. Someone muttered quietly. Chen Juanxiu's expression darkened. What is the cost of these cameras beyond your means? This is an assessment regarding the selection for the Fire Seed competition. If such an unexpected incident occurs, it's not solely the contestant's fault, but rather your failure to prepare adequately. A group of people flushed with embarrassment. They were equally unaware of such a contestant's existence. Jianpan sighed inwardly. Chen Group remains consistently protective of their own. No, one should say it's fortunate to be part of this faction. Time dragged on, and finally, dawn broke. With the arrival of daylight, the rampaging beasts gradually calmed, as what could they do? They had lost all traces. Jianping, having feasted, even managed to sneak in a brief nap in the sutra repository. He then opened his small backpack, sitting cross-legged on the ground to count his spoils. A total of 35 right ears. This should suffice, right? At the very least, I shouldn't he be eliminated, but it's hard to say. Well, now he felt secure. However, he needed to consume the wolf meat within the next few days, otherwise, it would spoil. This could be considered a happy dilemma. Afterward, he washed his clothes in the stream at the site of Mount Qianfu, as the aroma lingering on them was too enticing. After a hearty burp, he cautiously exited the Swallowing Heaven secret realm. Indeed, upon stepping outside, their pursuers had vanished. Jianping chuckled, choosing a direction and speeding off. By around 10 o'clock, the contestants began returning, though each wore a grim expression. Even Liu Baichuan was no exception. Frustration boiled within them. Not a single gain was made throughout the night, and they hadn't dared to move. They hadn't even risked sleeping, fearing an ambush from the enraged beasts. This night had been the most hostile they had ever encountered since entering society. How did it go? Not great. I probably came in last. What about you? Sigh, I did poorly too, just the little I gathered during the day. I am sure I'm finished. When I go home, my father will surely beat me for a first-round elimination. How embarrassing to reveal that. Don't remind me. I have no idea what drove those beasts mad, howling throughout the night. I didn't dare move an inch. Same here. As discussions unfolded, Liu Baichuan and the tardy Li Zimu felt somewhat relieved by the shared plight. If everyone was in a similar situation, perhaps the rankings wouldn't fluctuate drastically. Their gazes involuntarily drifted towards Zhuge Jingyi and Xu Qianjiao. Both pondered. These two were formidable rivals, yet their own gains remained uncertain. Most participants had returned. The examination committee appeared, glancing at their watches. 3 minutes remaining. Anyone who fails to return on time will be disqualified. Everyone surveyed their surroundings. Li Zimu searched for Jianping, a smirk forming in his mind. At this point, he likely would not return, most probably lost. Liu Baichuan felt similarly. He valued this rebellious little brother and found himself puzzled. This shouldn't be. According to paper strength, Jianping should not be far behind him. How could he fail to return? They were merely outside the wilderness. The highest threats were at the fusion realm. Could this boy truly be so unlucky? With 1 minute remaining, just as the examination committee was about to announce the results, the roar of a motorcycle echoed. A young man sped over, performing a stylish drift as he came to a stop, then leaped off the bike. Li Zimu's pupils constricted, just as Jianping spotted him. Grabbing his backpack, he grinned and said, "Surprised to see me back, right?" Li Zimu huffed, offering no reply. Jianping paid him no mind, standing among the crowd. Those who had previously lost their motorcycle to Jianping were inwardly lamenting, "Heavens, how is this troublemaker still alive?" While others might be oblivious to, yet, hearing the collective grievances, they dared not speak. They could not afford to offend Jianping. However, it seemed several shared similar thoughts, ultimately standing behind Jianping and whispering, "Boss, how about I follow you from now on?" Before Jianping could respond, the examination committee spoke up. "Time is up. We will now begin tallying the scores. Control the entrance. Anyone returning now will not receive a score." Chapter 31, The King of the Volume. Jianping finally realized that he had returned just in time, feeling a twinge of relief. Had he overslept, the consequences would have been dire. However, he overheard the conversation of the three boys behind him. Given their camaraderie forged through their gift of a car, he felt obliged to engage. "What were you just discussing?" The boys exchanged glances, visibly relieved, as it turned out they had all been usurped. The one in front, approximately 175 centimeters tall with a few adolescent blemishes on his face, quietly repeated, "Boss, let us follow you." Jianping couldn't help but chuckle. "Follow me. This is a selection process. Everyone here is a competitor." To his surprise, the boys shook their heads, insisting, "I meant that once we're outside, wherever you go to college, we'll follow." "I've heard that at college, one can form their own battle teams." Jianping was momentarily taken aback by their intentions. He chuckled again. "Let us talk about that after we exit. I have no interest in weaklings." "Shut up." Jianping was still basking in his self-satisfaction when a member of the assessment group bellowed. Startled, he jolted. The assessment group glared at him with ire. Frustrated, they felt this lad had significantly increased their workload, and his whispering warranted a stern lesson. "Continue speaking, and you'll be disqualified." The atmosphere fell silent. Jianping felt a sense of helplessness. He sensed a palpable anger directed at him, yet he hadn't done anything wrong. Just a few days prior, the assessment group had greeted him with smiles, especially that one elder brother, who even used his meal card to get food for Jianping. How could their bond, forged in less than 2 days, have unraveled so swiftly? The results of the assessment took a full half-hour to tally. However, the final outcome was somewhat astonishing. To everyone's surprise, the individual who claimed the top spot was neither Jianping, nor Xu Qinjiao, nor Zhu Gezhengyi, and certainly not Liu Baichuan or Li Zimu. Instead, it was someone who had never garnered any attention before. Xiao Qi, 53 first-place finishes. The announcement of this ranking created quite a stir. Xiao Qi? Who is that? I've never heard of him. Which family does he belong to? Wait, the surname Xiao, there's no prominent family of that name in the 13th city, is there? The members of the assessment group paid no heed to the murmurs, focusing instead on a tall, slender boy in the crowd, whose resolute expression and dark complexion caught their attention. Congratulations to Xiao Qi for securing the top position in the first round of the elimination match, with a score of 53. In an instant, many felt a sense of injustice within their hearts. Why him, especially Liu Baichuan and others, who were filled with joy at the prospect of claiming the first place, only to discover an insurmountable gap between themselves and him? Yet, no one dared to voice their discontent. After all, cheating was out of the question. However, when Xiao Qi stepped forward, someone exclaimed, "Damn, I thought it was someone else, turns out it's the mute." Mute? This instantly piqued the... Even the corner of the examiner's mouth couldn't help but curl into a slight smile. This child was far more obedient than that mischievous Jianping. Since entering the rift, he had been relentless, methodically slaying the demon beasts. Even at night, he boldly launched attacks, not only courageous but also exceedingly cautious, while others feared being surrounded by large numbers of demon beasts and took a more conservative approach, prioritizing safety, especially those from privileged backgrounds. I truly respect him for achieving first place. This person can be regarded as our king of competition. The remaining discussions revolved around how Xiao Qi managed such an impressive feat, and the spirit of perseverance led many to nod in agreement. It seemed acceptable that someone so diligent would achieve such results. Next, the second place was announced. It was actually Xu Qinjiao, With 48 beasts slain, the third place went to Zhuge Jingyi, who had taken down 45. Liu Baichuan's expression grew increasingly grim as he realized he had only defeated 38, which placed him outside the top 3. Jiang Ping, upon hearing the scores of the second and third places, lost interest. He knew that with his own 40, he would certainly make the rankings, just unsure whether he'd be towards the front or the back. This aligned perfectly with his intentions, to showcase his abilities without standing out too much. Little did he know, he had already distinguished himself more than the first place. However, he was taken aback to find himself in fourth place, which was quite impressive. Liu Baichuan's expression darkened even further. Li Zimu's face was equally clouded, having fared even worse than Liu Baichuan, yet, what astonished Jiang Ping was that the 3 individuals standing behind him had all made it into the top 16. Observing Jiang Ping's skeptical gaze, the trio helplessly explained, "Big shot, we merely competed with you for fun, but we're not truly lacking in skills." Jiang Ping hadn't anticipated being called out, and he chuckled awkwardly. "Please, don't call me Big Shot. I am just an ordinary person. From now on, you can call me Jiang Ping." The trio, however, disregarded this and directly addressed him, "Bottle Brother." This scene did not escape the notice of Liu Baichuan and Li Zimu, who were envious that this fellow had somehow gathered followers when they had struggled without success. Their teeth ground in frustration. The 16 who advanced remained, while the rest returned home. Jiang Ping found himself curious about the relatively low intensity of the fire seed competition. What sort of talent could emerge from such a selection? However, by the next day, his perspective shifted. The true test lay ahead for the top 16. According to calculations from the strategic department, tomorrow there will be a wave of beasts assaulting the third domain, which will disperse to join the genuine armies of the 13. It will be a life or death situation. Those who are afraid may leave now, the examiner stated solemnly to the 16 individuals. A wave of shock rippled through them. They were merely in the spirit realm, and now they were to face a beast to hide. Liu Baichuan raised a question, "Is this really necessary?" The evaluators replied sternly, "These are the rules. Those who wish to participate may stay, those who fear may depart." Once again, the emphasis was on rules, leaving no space for dissent. "Now, make your choice. Step forward if you wish to remain." The contestants hesitated for a moment, but Xiao Qi stepped forward decisively, followed by Xu Qinjiao and others. Jiang Ping certainly wouldn't withdraw. What was the point of coming here otherwise? Moreover, the examiners wouldn't send them to their doom, so there was no pressure. He stepped forward without hesitation. Seeing their leader advance, the 3 followers naturally followed suit. In the end, none of the 16 chose to withdraw. The evaluators finally revealed smiles. This was just the first hurdle. Courage. What qualification did those who feared facing beasts or the tide have to represent the 13 cities in battle? Fortunately, they all passed this step, which was crucial. As the 16 experienced this choice, they realized the difficulty of the competition was escalating, not least due to increased psychological pressure. "Excellent, since everyone has chosen to stay, we shall proceed. The examination committee, to prepare for any eventuality, we have provided you with the inner cores of merging realm beasts." The room fell silent as everyone processed this information. Inner cores from merging realm beasts. Those who remained did not express joy but rather confusion. Glancing towards the evaluators, only Jiang Ping appeared somewhat perplexed. Looking at his followers, they explained, "Bottle Brother, didn't we come here to achieve the merging realm? But we're not here for these unknown grade inner cores, we're here for the final rewards." It's common knowledge that ordinary beast inner cores have limited potential for breakthroughs, even if there is future development. Now they are giving us an unknown grade. Isn't that detrimental to us? Jiang Ping suddenly understood. These contestants, unlike him, had likely prepared for a long time, hence their deeper understanding. However, he was also curious about the evaluators' intentions. "I know you must have doubts, but the examination committee is considering your future, after all, which is more valuable, your future or your life? You should understand that although the inner cores provided are not of a high grade, merely of the mysterious level, they are sufficient to bridge some gaps." The initial part of the statement resonated with everyone. The evaluators were providing inner cores for emergencies to enhance their capabilities. After all, the merging realm and the spirit realm represented two distinct concepts. While the spirit realm merely hinted at a touch of the extraordinary, the merging realm was truly extraordinary, offering a substantial increase in power. In the face of danger, a temporary breakthrough could indeed serve as a viable tactic. However, the latter part of the statement was met with skepticism. Why would they come here merely for mysterious inner cores? Their sole purpose in coming here was to attain the title of king, to excel among their peers. They could acquire mysterious inner cores back home. There was no need to come here for that. However, among those who felt dissatisfied, Jianping and Xiaoqi were exceptions. Jianping did not rely on such things. A breakthrough would only mean a bit more sustenance, which he could easily recover from later. As for Xiaoqi, he was merely constrained by his lack of resources. A mysterious core was already an unattainable dream for him, but with the prospect of a king-level core ahead, who wouldn't he desire it? Nevertheless, he accepted it with care, treating it with the seriousness it deserved. Only Liu Baichuan and others regarded it with disdain. Even Xu Qinjiao and Zhu Gezhengyi displayed similar sentiments, albeit less overtly. The reactions of everyone were keenly observed. In the command room, Chen Juanxiu and an elder watched each individual's performance intently. The elder remarked, "This boy seems to have a commendable mindset. It appears he doesn't take this matter too seriously." He pointed at Jianping on the screen. Chen Juanxiu smiled slightly. "You flatter him. This lad is simply ignorant. He had no prior exposure before coming here." Chapter 32, Fulfillment. Little did the elder know, he slightly shook his head. No, the child behind him explained it to him. Did you see his expression change? His temperament is indeed commendable, whether feigned or genuine. I find myself rather eager to witness his performance. Having spoken, he turned to Chen Juanxiu. Is the beast hide stable? Chen Juanxiu's demeanor turned serious. Not particularly stable, but it is feasible to create an examination arena for this group of children. I will communicate with the front lines and personally oversee the situation, ensuring they release some suitable demon beasts. The elder nodded in satisfaction. I trust your capabilities. Since there are no issues, let preparations commence. Chen Juanxiu accepted the order. The assessment team also sprang into action. Each member was carried on the backs of black-winged eagles, which were then gently placed down by the assessment personnel. This place was unlike the wasteland. Here lay their homeland, the third domain. What lay within the rift belonged to others, but here it was different. It was the front line of defense. It was home. The dense forest, towering trees, obscured the sunlight, creating an almost impenetrable canopy. Jianping caressed the unique towering trees of the third domain, overwhelmed by emotion. I have heard that originally, this homeland lacked such trees, and there were no conditions conducive to the growth of these giants. Their current stature is a result of the remains of both humans and demon beasts that have been left behind. The immense nutrients absorbed by the trees enable them to flourish thus. A little-known fact. In the third domain, after slaying demon beasts, only their essence, blood and inner cores are extracted. No one pays heed to the corpses of the demon beasts. As for the pollution. The soldiers on the front line have all endured countless battles. Who among them would be daunted by such matters? Moreover, their resistance to pollution is remarkably strong, thus rendering incineration unnecessary. Within the city, incineration occurs because many ordinary people reside there, or those lacking adequate cultivation, who naturally cannot withstand pollution. Thus, any demon beasts that escape through the sporadic rifts must be burned to prevent future calamities. Yet, all of this holds little significance on the front line. Hence, remnants of shattered walls and ruins are ubiquitous, with 99% comprising the bones and decaying bodies of demon beasts. For as long as humans are not in dire straits, they will carry their comrades away. Shaking his head, Jianping cast aside these distracting thoughts and began examining a map. It was quite simple, with only a starting point and an end point. The first phase of the task was straightforward: travel from the current location to the designated mark on the map, and then join the combat team prepared by the assessment group, thus completing the task. Subsequently, the combat team would provide him with the second phase of the mission. However, this time, there was a slight difference. Hello, contestant Jianping, please respond. If you can hear me, your recording device is misaligned. Adjust it accordingly. Jianping felt a bit helpless upon hearing this voice. Indeed, This was the distinction: each person had a recording device that they could not lose. Losing it would mean forfeiting. This made it rather challenging for Jiang Ping to engage in any clandestine activities. I'm here, adjusting it now. Jiang Ping made the necessary adjustments, halting only when the earpiece confirmed that it was satisfactory. How to deal with this headache? An idea sparked in his mind. As long as his thoughts did not falter, solutions would outweigh difficulties. Jiang Ping commenced his journey according to the map, yet only after a few hundred steps did he come to a sudden stop. Damn, there are quite a few demon beasts. His nose nearly went deaf from the overwhelming scent, completely unable to discern how many were present. The beast hide truly lived up to its name, yet he felt a surge of excitement. Was this not an opportunity? Cautiously, he unsheathed the long knife from his back, grasping it firmly in his right hand and adopting a combat stance. He advanced carefully, taking one step, then another. Suddenly, it seemed he had triggered some sort of switch, and a cacophony of wails erupted ahead, followed closely by the emergence of more than 10-inch-old friends. Jiang Ping's eyes lit up. Howling moon dogs. Seeing the howling moon dogs made his mouth water. Strictly speaking, he currently possessed only 3 skills. The first was the perfected claw, the signature technique of the iron-tail eagle. The second was the keen sense of smell from the howling moon dogs. The claw, though it consisted of just one move, was already formidable in its perfected form, and combined with his extraordinary aura, its power was significantly amplified. The blood-red aura was something to behold. The sense of smell also provided him the confidence to roam freely in the previous wasteland, making it crucial. However, he had been previously troubled as he did not know how to train his sense of smell. The primary materials were limited, and having only one howling moon dog, despite consuming tons, had only allowed him to reach a plateau in his skill. After all, having consumed only one howling moon dog, it was already fortunate to have developed a skill. As for proficiency, that was a distant thought. Skills, strictly speaking, have delineated thresholds: beginner, minor success, major success, perfection. Beyond that lies mastery. Each level manifests vastly different powers. Currently, his spiritual realm was not distinctly evident, but once he entered the integration realm, transformative changes would unfold. Yet, even a perfected claw at the spiritual realm could manifest as an ethereal hand, capable of striking enemies from a distance. Should he enter the integration realm, one could only imagine its overwhelming prowess. As for the third skill, it was needless to say, he had just consumed a wind chaser wolf, gaining an enhancement skill that boosted his speed by 30%. Thus, Jiang Ping was exhilarated. With more than 10 howling moon dogs, he could at least elevate himself to minor success. In the command room, Jiang Nan anxiously observed the screen. Team leader Chen, are you being a bit too stringent with the bottle? Sending out over 10 spiritual realm howling moon dogs at once, I'm worried he won't withstand it. Chen Juanxiu's lips curled slightly. You underestimate him. After creating such a stir in the first round of eliminations, you wouldn't think he possesses only those 2 skills, would you? This lad has considerable talent. Once he deals with this batch, open the switch for the next batch immediately. Jiang Nan was taken aback. Team leader Chen, are you certain? The third batch comprises as many as 50, including a half-legger king dog that has entered the integration realm. Chen Juanxiu nodded earnestly. Rest assured, even if he cannot defeat them, he can flee. His temperament needs to be tempered, otherwise, he will soar too high in the future. Jiang Nan was left speechless. The little bottle was indeed too unruly. He now found himself worried for Jiang Ping. Facing 10 howling moon dogs, Jiang Ping grinned. Here they come, little treasures. With a sudden burst of energy, he leaped like a cannonball, soaring up to a height of 4 or 5 meters onto a massive. He then swiftly hurled his long knife, leaving onlookers perplexed. Yet, in the next moment, no one remained bewildered, for the perfected claw transformed into a blood-red hand, firmly grasping the long knife, which the first 3 howling moon dogs that charged forth were swiftly decapitated. Jiang Nan, watching the screen, gasped in disbelief at Jiang Ping, who was unleashing his skills. Damn perfection. Just a senior in high school, to have perfected a skill at such a young age, what a prodigy, or perhaps a fool. No wonder he dared to roam recklessly in the first round. It turns out he possesses considerable talent. For the individuals in the command room, a perfected skill was not particularly impressive. All who entered here were geniuses and elites, each boasting their own set of perfected skills, a prerequisite for any self-respecting academy. However, they pondered the age of Jian Ping, remarkably young. At such an age, comparisons become starkly apparent. To refine a skill to perfection during high school essentially grants one a ticket to admission, as many students are. Was it for the Royal Klaus Demon Beast's inner core? Upon examining Jiang Ping's profile, silence enveloped the room, some even feeling a twinge of shame. Goodness, this boy hails from a crematorium? What on earth were his parents thinking? Such a path is surely destructive. It is no easy feat for someone from a crematorium to enter the academy. Jian Nan was already aware of the situation, so he refrained from commenting. Instead, he turned to the composed Chen Juanxiu. Chen, did you already know about Jian Ping's prowess? Chen Juanxiu smiled faintly. After all, he is our own. With that single statement, everything was said without uttering much. After a brief moment of shock, Jian Ping decapitated 3 howling moon dogs, provoking the wrath of the 7 that followed, who charged at him in unison. They expelled a dazzling orb from their mouths. Jian Ping's heart raced. He recognized this as the howling moon dogs' greatest ability. Aside from their keen sense of smell, they earned their name from this gleaming disc that resembled the moon from a distance, and it was a formidable ranged attack. Swiftly evading the concentrated onslaught, he witnessed the colossal timber behind him splintering apart, a testament to the howling moon dog's might. Yet, Jian Ping stood unfazed, brandishing his long knife and engaging in combat. 10 minutes later, a smile graced his lips as he stood tall, sheathing his blooded blade. Not much to it. How ostentatious, how adolescent. To single-handedly confront 10 howling moon dogs of equal rank at such an age is indeed outstanding. Just as he prepared to obscure the camera and collect the carcasses of the howling moon dogs, his eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. What the hell, have I stirred up a hornet's nest? With a cry of alarm, 50 howling moon dogs surged towards him, compelling him to abandon the corpses and flee for his life. 50 of them, each one could easily devour him whole, yet escaping was no simple task. Previously, he had managed to kite them due to the advantage of his motorcycle. Now, bereft of that, he relied solely on his legs, which, even at full speed, barely kept him ahead. Indeed, he was dashing ahead while the dogs pursued relentlessly, unable to create any distance between them. It was a most desperate situation, provoking laughter from those in the command room. Har har. You need not observe the other contestants, he instructed, lost in thought. Later, retreating to his private chamber, he dialed a number. Hello, senior, there is something I need to discuss with you. Jian Ping was in dire straits, glancing back to see a howling moon dog closing in within mere meters, its breath palpable against his skin. He could feel the skills it unleashed brushing past him. Despair coursed through him. Were it not for the camera strapped to him, he would have sought refuge in the devouring realm, as this situation was becoming unbearable. Instinctively shielding the camera, the nearest howling moon dog lunged at him, and Jian Ping thought, damn it, let us take him down. As soon as he made contact, he drew the howling moon dog into the devouring realm. Expecting a moment of respite, he was instead met with increased ferocity from the remaining dogs, their fury ignited by the loss of their comrade. The chase intensified. He fled, capturing one whenever the opportunity. Gradually, the number of howling moon dogs dwindled, yet Jian Ping was nearing his limit. He had sprinted for miles, and had it not been for the enhancement of his physical condition, he would have collapsed long ago. With only 6 or 7 dogs remaining, one with half-red eyes let out a howl. Jian Ping's heart sank. He had sensed this one earlier. It was the leader. Acknowledging the formidable aura it exuded, he understood he could not fight it. This creature was at least in the fusion realm. He quickened his pace, daring not to look back. Hours passed, and he had no idea where he was running. To his astonishment, the howling moon dogs had ceased their pursuit. The half-fusion realm creature followed closely, eyeing Jian Ping's retreating form, yet it dared not advance. Seeing that it no longer chased, Jian Ping exhaled in relief. After running for another 5 or 6 minutes, he finally climbed a tree, catching his breath. These damned creatures are relentless. Their sense of smell is simply unmatched. Indeed, the howling moon dogs possessed an acute sense of smell, and he felt utterly trapped. He had heard rumors of specialized powders to counter such tracking, but he didn't have any. Who would provide him with such tools? Glancing at the map, he frowned slightly, irritated. Where the hell am I? The landmarks were unfamiliar, indicating he had strayed far from his intended route. Just then, an earth-shattering roar erupted, sending vibrations through Jiang Ping's skull, instinctively causing him to curl up against the tree trunk, his gaze fixed on the source of the sound. Astonishment washed over him. He beheld 5 figures clad in black uniforms, clearly military personnel, each adorned with a tiger insignia, engaged in a fierce battle with the colossal beast towering 10 meters high. Indeed, they were clashing head-on. The 5 maintained their positions, creating an encirclement, unleashing ranged attacks. Jiang Ping was left speechless, his jaw agape. What the heck is that? The windstorm of the hurricane beast? Isn't he that its signature skill? Heavens, what is that? Flame splash, the hallmark ability of the larva giant? Chapter 34. The initial encounter with the monarch. The 5 individuals each possessed their own unique skills, all of which seemed to originate solely from the tales of cultivators that Jiang Ping had read. Moreover, their execution appeared remarkably adept, showcasing a high level of proficiency. Most importantly, the colossal beast was also evading their attacks. Numerous skills missed their mark entirely, crashing to the ground, resulting in either a conflagration or a tempest. The winds fueled the flames, causing them to blaze ever more fiercely. Jiang Ping was so frightened that he dared not move. Gripping his wrist tightly, at the slightest hint of danger, he would retreat into the abyssal realm. At that moment, the battle raged at least 2 miles away, yet he could still feel the searing heat and the sonic waves of their attacks bearing down upon him. This ignited a spark of exhilaration in Jiang Ping's eyes. This is what it means to be a cultivator. Could this be the fusion realm? Yet, it became evident to him in the next instant that he was mistaken. The beast erupted in a fit of fury, unleashing an overwhelming force that made it nearly impossible for him to stand. Certainly not the fusion realm. It could not possibly be this formidable. Then it must be the mysterious realm, he speculated. But in the very next moment, he was proven wrong yet again. As the beast retaliated, the 5 individuals revealed their most formidable abilities. Point 1. Evidently the leader calmly issued a command. Suppress. Submission or compliance he could not discern. Sweat poured down his forehead, and his jaw clenched tightly, producing a grating sound. With great difficulty, he uttered a few astonishing words. The domain of kings. Jiang Ping was nearly beside himself. A monarch, this was the pinnacle of existence. A figure of such stature, one that ordinary people could scarcely hope to encounter in their lifetimes, now stood before him in all their glory. Were it not for his inability to stand upright, he would have been beside himself with excitement. The man who had unleashed the suppressive domain furrowed his brow slightly, casting a fleeting glance in Jiang Ping's direction before refocusing on the colossal beast before him. Simultaneously, the pressure on Jiang Ping diminished significantly. Today, Jiang Ping had gained invaluable insight into the nature of high-level combat. While he could not claim that a monarch's battle was apocalyptic, it certainly resonated with the intensity of a cataclysm. Resolute in his decision to witness this spectacle, Jiang Ping braved the pressure and refrained from fleeing. Having come this far, it would be a shame not to see it through. Encounters with monarch-level battles are not commonplace. Thus, the beast must also be of monarch caliber, otherwise, how could a single monarch and at least 4 formidable figures of the mysterious realm conspire to vanquish it? Half an hour passed, and Jiang Ping reveled in the spectacle, yet those in the command center were growing increasingly anxious. Jiang Ping's camera had lost signal, a clear indicator of trouble. Each individual hurriedly sought to locate Jiang Ping's signal. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping remained captivated by the thrilling battle until, ultimately, a shard of ice brought the conflict to a decisive end. The monarch let out a sigh of relief. Clear the battlefield, retrieve the essence and inner cores. Then, with a swift motion, he appeared before Jiang Ping in the blink of an eye, akin to traversing a vast distance in mere moments. Jiang Ping, still in awe, wiped the camera lens and dabbed at the sweat on his brow before hurriedly stating, "Esteemed one, I am a participant in the examination." He recounted the tale of his frantic escape. The monarch could not help but chuckle. You reckless fool, what makes you think this is a place for you? Your examination is in the outer circle, this is already the inner circle. You are fortunate, with the deterrence of the monarch-level beast, no other creatures dare linger here, otherwise, the moment you entered, even a mere rat could have ended you. Here, the weakest possess the strength of the fusion realm. Jian Ping was taken aback. He had not realized how perilous his situation truly was. Relying on the protection of the abyssal realm, he had indeed allowed himself to grow a bit arrogant. He had thought that if he couldn't fight, he could always flee, but he had overlooked the possibility that the beasts might be guarded, and if they struck while he was caught off guard, death would be his only fate, a thought that sent shivers down his spine. Now do you understand fear? The smile on the man's face grew ever more pronounced, particularly after Jian Ping introduced himself. Enough? For the next half-day, no beasts will return. We must proceed deeper to assist others. Here, take this map and find your own way out. Jian Ping accepted the map, which was vastly superior to his own, clearly marking numerous locations. It was evidently a genuine strategic map. Upon glancing at it, he asked, "Esteemed one, if I take this, what will you use?" The man laughed heartily. "Do you think I would need such a trinket?" Enough of your prattling, be on your way. Jian Ping was eager to leave, fully aware of the imminent dangers. However, he found himself reluctant to depart. Glancing back repeatedly, the man, observing Jian Ping's demeanor, could easily discern his thoughts and chuckled at him. What? Never seen a monarch-level beast and want a closer look? Jian Ping, caught with his thoughts laid bare, offered an embarrassed smile. Indeed, I've never encountered one, I'm simply curious. To Jian Ping's astonishment, the man hoisted him up and began to walk back towards the monarch-level beast. As they drew near, Jian Ping's breath quickened. At that moment, a voice called out, "Look, once you've had your fill, make sure to scram." He severed a claw from the beast, which measured a full half-meter in length. After carving a notch into it, he tossed it over to the man, who then handed it to Jian Ping. "If you wish to survive, hang this around your neck. It will at least ensure your safe passage out." Jian Ping stared blankly at the imposing claw, radiating an intimidating aura and gleaming ominously, utterly bewildered. He suspected the man was jesting. "Hang it around my neck." This was a half-meter-long claw. He imagined the sharp end would uncomfortably brush against his throat. The man, barely containing his amusement, nodded casually. Jian Ping hesitated, yet something about the man's demeanor suggested he meant no harm. Gritting his teeth, he hung the claw around his neck. Indeed, once secured, the oppressive feeling was palpable. He had to be cautious, lest he inadvertently. "All right, go take a look. We must be off. Remember to return to the outer circle within 2 hours." With that, he called out to his subordinates, who had already finished gathering the essence and inner cores, even stripping the beast of its fangs and hide. "Let us move. Continue the cleanup." With a swift motion, the group vanished in an instant. Jian Ping gazed at the enormous beast before him, nearly drooling with awe, yet he couldn't help but shout. Jian Ping hastily rummaged through his memories. Indeed, the old principal's surname was Mo. It was rumored that the principal's son had achieved great success. Could this possibly be the principal's son? But if that were the case, why was the father not equally remarkable? This conundrum left him perplexed. Shaking his head, he decided to dismiss the thought. He steadied himself against the camera and began to meander around the royal-level monster, feigning an observant demeanor. After a good 10 minutes, he smirked, subtly angled himself to obscure the camera, and swiftly captured the royal-level monster. As Jian Ping engaged in this endeavor, his heart raced. A royal-level beast. Consuming this would undoubtedly elevate his status. He had previously witnessed the creature's combat prowess and was aware that it excelled in wind and sound waves. How could he tell? It moved with such speed that 5 individuals had nearly failed to contain it, and the sound waves were something he had personally experienced. At the thought of it, saliva nearly dripped from his mouth. If I were to consume it, imagine how formidable I would become. Truly, one cannot thrive without seizing opportunities. It was time for him to soar. What were the other contestants striving for? They risked their lives for a royal-level inner core, aiming to awaken their potential and enhance their maximum capacity, yet he had obtained it directly. Of course, this method was exclusive to him, but it did not diminish the fact that he was about to become extraordinary. The corpse of the monster, aside from some vital components like its formidable claws and teeth, held little value beyond its inner core and essence. Even the flesh would gradually decay without the core, merging back into the earth, albeit with inevitable pollution, but this was the third domain. A little pollution was of no concern here. It was precisely for this reason that the former Principal Mo would extract the useful parts after slaying a monster and leave the rest behind. Everyone had grown accustomed to this practice. Naturally, there were no fears regarding Jian Ping's potential mischief. What could he possibly do with such a large creature? Moreover, it was a strict rule that monsters were not to be consumed. Jian Ping longed to immediately dive into the secret realm of devouring heavens and whip up a pancake filled with the essence of a royal-level monster. Yet he resisted the urge. The primary concern was the lack of safety in this area. Old Mo said we must exit within 2 hours, and half an hour has already passed. He hastily made his way out, albeit with a somewhat peculiar gait, a half-meter-long monster's finger dangling from his neck as he cautiously avoided its sharp spines. With the map in hand, Jian Ping suddenly realized why the Howling Moon dogs had ceased their pursuit. It turned out this was a demarcation line. The dogs were indeed clever. Just as Jian Ping emerged from the perimeter, the command center once again displayed the signal from Jian Ping. Jian Nan exclaimed in delight, "Jian Ping has reappeared." Chen Juanxiu hurried over. She had been terrified by his sudden disappearance, fearing he... However, when the network connection was established, the previously recorded footage gradually transmitted back. Silence enveloped the room. Jian Nan gazed in astonishment at Jian Ping's image, murmuring, "Chen, this lad is incredibly audacious." If he continues like this, I fear he may endanger himself. That was within the perimeter. How dare he venture there? That's the true front line. How could a mere spirit realm individual take such a risk? Chen Juanxiu, too, fell silent, acknowledging that Jian Ping had once again exceeded her expectations. The footage clearly documented how he had been forced into the fray, albeit with some interruptions, but the undeniable pressure from 50 Howling Moon dogs was evident. Furthermore, it captured Jian Ping maintaining composure amidst the royal-level monster's domain, a feat that was nothing short of remarkable. The notion that had taken root in their minds grew ever stronger. At this moment, Jian Nan curiously inquired, "It seems that Team Mo is familiar with Jian Ping. Didn't they say he hadn't returned in... Yet this lad is quite fortunate. He not only witnessed a grand battle but also acquired a royal-level monster's finger. Once he returns and finds someone to forge it, he needn't worry about weapons even at the Shen level." Jian Nan couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Weapons crafted from the sharp parts of royal-level monsters were exceedingly rare. How could one not covet such a prize? Moreover, the finger still bore a bit of skin, which, with a little modification, could serve as a protective gauntlet. Its defensive. The envy was palpable not only for Jian Nan but among others as well, for they had yet to achieve similar feats. Unfazed by the discussions in the command center, Jian Ping pressed on with his journey. He had lingered far too long, and the sun was nearing its descent. He needed to locate his team, lest he risk losing his qualification. He certainly did not wish for this trip to be in vain, even though he had already secured his entry ticket to the academy. But who did not aspire to perform even better? While the royal-level inner core held little utility for him, it would at least bring honor to the old principal, who, despite his silence, understood everything. The old principal had put his reputation on the line to secure this opportunity for him. Should he fail, it would not only be a personal embarrassment but a stain on the principal's dignity. Thus, before coming here, he had resolved that even if he were to play the role of a benefactor, he would strive to be the most formidable of them all. Retrieving his map, he sought the direction of his team. Meanwhile, in a certain area outside the circle, a trio was idly fanning themselves against the breeze. "Boss, why does this thankless task always fall upon us? You re-slacking?" "Indeed, these young masters are troublesome. They understand nothing. If something goes awry, we'll be the ones left holding the bag." The leader, a man with a dark complexion, responded curtly to his subordinate's complaints. "Who makes the decisions here, you or I?" Finally, the smaller, leaner member sighed. Fine, fine, let us just hope this one turns out to be an easy job, just follow orders. Yet the dark-faced leader felt no assurance that this would indeed be an easy task. Experience told him otherwise. As he noticed the branches stirring, he raised his gaze and called out to his companions, "Someone is approaching. Get ready." The two quickly sprang to their feet, drawing their weapons, surprisingly, firearms. It was well known that conventional firearms had limited effectiveness against monsters and had long since been discontinued for development. To his astonishment, they were still equipped with them. Observing the figure hold a nonchalant attitude towards life and death, the lean monkey scrutinized through the scope, his jaw nearly unhinged in shock. "Boss, it seems so. Where on earth did he procure such a massive finger? Is he truly capable of dealing with a beast of this caliber?" Although it is not always the case that larger beasts are more formidable, this colossal finger certainly appeared beyond the means of an individual at the spirit realm. Despite being merely a law enforcement squad, classified as a third-tier unit, they possessed a discerning eye. Old Black was at a loss for words. Ultimately, he resolved to adhere to their plan. The image of their subsequent beating flashed through his mind, and he sighed heavily. He took aim at Jian Ping, who was cautiously navigating with the colossal finger of the royal beast, occasionally sniffing the air to ensure no other beasts lurked nearby. To his surprise, the finger proved remarkably effective, as there were no traces of beasts along the way. It was only moments ago that he caught a whiff of several humans. Just as he was about to approach, he suddenly sensed a chilling gust of wind. A jolt of alarm surged through him. Damn! An ambush was underway. Before he could process the situation, a hailstorm of bullets greeted him. Jian Ping felt his scalp tingle. Firearms, while guns had little effect on beasts, as they discharged bullets rather than harnessing spiritual energy like melee weapons, they were still quite deadly against humans, particularly someone at Jian Ping's level, who was not yet extraordinary. He found himself leaping about in panic. Had he not reacted swiftly to take cover behind a massive tree, he might have met his end just then. The thought alone sent a shiver down his spine. Jian Ping felt a surge of urgency as the bullets thudded into the tree, adrenaline coursing through his veins. This was exhilarating, far too exhilarating. His mind raced, and he quickly grasped the situation. The assessment required them to locate their own squad, initially presumed to be allies, but who would have thought they were actually adversaries. This was undoubtedly a test of their mettle. Then came the taunts. Hey, Jian Ping, right? Hand over your contestant card and we won't harm you." Indeed, Jian Ping smirked coldly at the suggestion. Surrendering his card meant forfeiting his qualification, an unacceptable outcome for him. The command room was also focused on Jian Ping, observing his every decision. The atmosphere was thick with tension, for the members of this squad were not merely play-acting, they were genuinely prepared to engage. If he refused to submit the card, they would unleash their firearms upon him, perhaps even mortars. "What do you think this slippery kid will do?" one inquired. "I doubt he'll be intimidated." "He is bound to surprise us," another replied. "Not a chance. Once he witnesses the strength of the squad, he'll surely be frightened." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a mortar shell descended towards Jian Ping. His pupils dilated in horror. What the hell? Is this for real? Without a moment's hesitation, he bolted, prioritizing escape. He dashed from behind the tree, strategizing his next move. Glancing at the trio atop the small hill, he seethed inwardly. Damn it, just don't let me catch you. Yet, under the relentless bombardment, he found himself at a loss for an effective strategy. While he could certainly flee, doing so would be tantamount to surrendering his card. However, refusing to submit was equally futile. He wouldn't stand a chance against them. Jian Ping felt desperation creeping in. Fixing his gaze on the trio, he declared resolutely, "You think I'll back out? Not a chance." He adjusted the camera, inhaled deeply, and placed the royal finger on the ground, as it hindered his performance. Don't ask why he didn't store it in the Swallowing Heaven secret realm. This item was a beacon of his path. If he were to store it, it would surely reveal his intentions. Thus, he could only hold onto it. As he felt the erratic gunfire, Jianping's mind raced to devise a plan of attack. The hill towered at least 10 meters high, surrounded by numerous trees. As long as he could approach the base of the hill, he would be safe. To him, facing 3 opponents at once was not insurmountable. He noted the spacing between each tree, approximately 8 meters apart. It was not that there were no trees in between, but rather that they had been deliberately felled. A glimmer of understanding dawned on Jianping. A smile crept across his face. Courage. The courage to confront fear. He sensed that everything was meticulously orchestrated. One could either charge through the storm of bullets or capitulate, but Jianping was nothing if not stubborn. Taking a deep breath, he propelled himself at full speed toward. This was truly exhilarating. His heart raced, and adrenaline surged. He distinctly felt several bullets was perilously close to his scalp. With a thud, he leapt over a tree. In the command room, Jiang Nan's palms were drenched in sweat as he watched Jianping vault over a tree, his face flushed with excitement. Well done. Just like that, treat life and death with indifference. As a spark, how could one lack the resolve to face mortality? Chen Juanxiu smiled faintly, saying nothing but closely monitoring Jianping's movements. One tree after another, each leap was a monumental psychological challenge. A moment's lapse could result in being struck, and if he were hit, retreating would be the least of his worries. He might end up incapacitated. Jianping was exhilarated. Each leap felt like a breakthrough, from initial trepidation to palpable excitement, even anticipation. He couldn't help but lick his lips. It seemed he was beginning to relish this sensation. At last, he cleared the final tree and triumphantly reached the base of the hill. By this point, the bullets had lost their intimidating edge. Jianping erupted in laughter. Damn it, just wait until I get up there. Meanwhile, Old Black and the others above wore expressions of resignation, wiping sweat from their brows and rubbing their wrists. Old Black sighed, "It's futile, we can't stop him now." Jianping took a moment to catch his breath, cursing under his breath before he launched his claws to latch onto the edge of the hill. With a powerful pull, he soared upward, catching everyone off guard. No one anticipated he could utilize his claws in such a manner. Just as he was about to exact revenge for the earlier assault, he found the trio seated with weary faces. They addressed him, "Brother, come on up." They quickly huddled down, heads cradled in their arms, their movements synchronized as if rehearsed. Jianping was taken aback, his frustration boiling over. He pointed at the trio, exclaiming, "Get up, stand and fight with me." Yet the 3 shook their heads vigorously, as if to say, "We can't fight back, we're merely at the spirit realm, not a match for your genius." Chapter 37. Stop looking. Jianping was so infuriated that he could hardly contain his laughter. How could you speak such words with such unyielding confidence? It was utterly exasperating. He had the overwhelming urge to give these individuals a thorough beating, yet they seemed entirely unprepared to retaliate. How could one fight against a foe that did not strike back? It felt akin to landing a punch on a cotton ball. Jianping was beside himself with rage, while the command room erupted with laughter. Har har, this is too much. These soldiers truly know how to grasp the thoughts of the youth. Someone chuckled. Another individual, covering their mouth to stifle their laughter, remarked, "Of course, these people are all quite sharp, they may lack in cultivation." Adhering to the principle of not being taken advantage of, he pointed at the trio of Old Black. "Stand straight." He delivered 2 resounding slaps to one of them, and that seemed to settle the matter. Old Black smiled slyly, having accurately predicted the outcome. He then obediently provided Jianping with the information for the second round. It was yet another map, indicating the starting point and end point, but this time with an additional waypoint marked in between. Noting Jianping's puzzled expression, Old Black whispered, "This is a convergence point. You will encounter other participants here, but only one of you can proceed." Having received a favor, Jianping felt reluctant to resort to violence. In truth, even if he were to strike, it would merely serve as an outlet for his frustration. The real source of his ire lay with the assessment group and himself. He waved his hand dismissively, "All right, I understand. It's just that I have a good temperament." The three exchanged knowing glances and smiled as they watched Jiangping walk away. Jiangping gathered his belongings, including the claw of the king-level beast. Old Black, filled with curiosity, inquired, "A classmate, what beast is this claw from?" Jiangping haughtily snorted, "It's from a king-level beast. You've never seen one, have you?" With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Time was of the essence. By now, night had fallen, and the stars sprinkled their light across the earth, filtering into the dense forest. Jiangping walked under the moonlight, but for some inexplicable reason, the tranquility of the journey seemed to have vanished, leading him to question whether the claw was genuine. However, after some contemplation, he found solace in the realization. No wonder old Mo had instructed him to return in 2 hours. It appeared that even the claw of a king-level beast could not maintain its intimidating presence indefinitely. Indeed, if it could be used perpetually, one could easily dominate using just a part of a king-level beast's body. Clearly, that was not the path of cultivation. If it was ineffective, best not to use it. Jiangping distinctly sensed that the level of the beasts encountered along the way was rising. He even caught a whiff of emerging realm beasts' aura. Had he not been swift, he might have found himself embroiled in a fierce battle once more. Finally, at midnight, he arrived at the convergence point, a marked house. Initially, he thought it would serve as a resting place, but unexpectedly, he detected the reverberations of a fierce battle emanating from ahead. Is someone fighting? It seemed someone had arrived before him. Cautiously, he approached and, indeed, he spotted a rather disheveled figure. To his surprise, he found himself amused. Liu Baichuan. Wasn't he this the very individual who had sought to recruit him as a subordinate? Liu Baichuan was currently besieged by 3 beasts, each one a pinnacle spirit realm creature. He was utterly outmatched. Jiangping climbed atop a tall tree to ensure he had an unobstructed view while avoiding drawing attention. He was quite adept at this. With a grin, he pulled out some jerky from his pocket and began to enjoy the spectacle. This infuriated Liu Baichuan. Initially, he had not been particularly angry, after all. However, what truly irked him was the competitive nature of the situation. Upon realizing he would converge with other participants here, he had deliberately delayed his departure and proceeded with great caution. Yet, here he was, cornered by 3 beasts. It was a wretched predicament. While the attacks might not have inflicted significant harm, the humiliation was unbearable, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. What was most galling was that he had just spotted someone, habitually scanning his surroundings. He caught sight of Jiangping, who was perched up in the tree, nonchalantly munching on jerky. Liu Baichuan could no longer contain himself. "Damn it, don't just hit me, there's someone up in the tree too." Upon hearing this, Jiangping felt equally displeased. "Liu Baichuan, while we may have our minor grievances, must you redirect your misfortune onto me?" He chuckled at his own jest. Liu Baichuan was enraged. "Jiangping, don't get too smug. Once I finish here, we'll settle this one-on-one." Jiangping was unfazed, casually waving his hand while savoring the jerky. "I am eager to see just how much strength you have left after this. Indeed, I've heard that only one person can leave this path." Liu Baichuan's heart sank. Yes, he had been caught. Yet, here he was, the one who had acted first. After expending his energy, how much would he have left? Even if he had some, he would stand no chance against a fully prepared Jiangping. Perhaps he was distracted. A sharp jolt to his shoulder elicited a muffled grunt from him. Jiangping was taken aback. Liu Baichuan was more capable than he had anticipated. He kindly warned, "Be careful of your right." However, Liu Baichuan, being stubborn, insisted on showing off and did not heed the warning, resulting in a solid hit. Another muffled grunt escaped him. Jiangping couldn't help but cover his eyes in disbelief. In the command room, Jiangnan curiously asked, "Chen Group, isn't this a bit unfair?" Even as someone aligned with Jiangping, he felt it was somewhat of a bullying situation. Chen Juanxiu did not respond, but another individual chimed in with a chuckle, "Unfair, this is merely the appetizer." Jiangnan's mouth dropped open in astonishment. An appetizer, he focused intently on the screen. Just as Liu Baichuan was about to strike down a beast, a cacophony of beastly howls erupted from behind. The sound was piercing and shrill. A creature measuring 3 meters in length, with wings spanning at least 8 meters, a black-winged eagle, descended from the sky. Jiang Nan exclaimed in shock, "What the hell, a merging realm beast?" The other individual chuckled, "The real show is just beginning." Chen Juanxiu also wore a smile, indeed, the true spectacle was only just commencing. As the merging realm black-winged eagle appeared, a mere flap of its wings summoned a tempest in the mountains. This not only disrupted Liu Baichuan's rhythm but also left Jian Ping, sitting in the treetop, visibly shocked. What was happening? A merging realm beast? This was entirely beyond the scope of the assessment. Liu Baichuan, overwhelmed by the pressure, could no longer withstand the onslaught of the gale. He swayed perilously, and soon after, numerous small wounds began to mar his body. Blood. He shouted at Jian Ping, "Stop being a spectator, someone might get hurt." Jian Ping realized it was time to cease his idle observation. Clearly, something had gone awry with the assessment. Given the assessment group's track record, they had always operated within the limits acceptable to their group. This time, however, it seemed they had exceeded those boundaries. Chapter 38, Chuanzi, come here quickly. Though the two had exchanged a few sharp words, both were acutely aware that they might very well be teammates in the future, and thus had not let matters escalate into open hostility. Now, Liu Baichuan found himself in a precarious situation. He had to take action. Jiang Ping leaped into the air, soaring 4 to 5 meters high before landing, creating a deep crater upon impact. Holding the king-level finger aloft, he shouted to Liu Baichuan, "Chuanzi, hurry over here." He intended to use the king-level finger to shield them from the wind blades. Liu Baichuan stared at Jiang Ping in disbelief. "What did you just call me?" "Chuanzi." He cursed inwardly. He had never dared to refer to himself that way in all his life. Jiang Ping, unperturbed, yelled back, "Hurry up, you're bleeding out." Only then did Liu Baichuan become aware of the pain coursing through his body. Those numerous small wounds were oozing blood, and he was quickly turning into a veritable blood-soaked figure, a terrifying sight indeed. He rushed to stand behind Jiang Ping, both of them holding the finger. The moment they made contact, they sensed its extraordinary nature. "Is this Dacian level?" Jiang Ping had no time to indulge in idle banter. After all, a finger barely half a meter long could hardly provide cover for two. "Stop your incessant chatter. How come I never knew you were this chatty? Think of a way to deal with that black-winged eagle. What tricks does it have, and how do we counter it?" Liu Baichuan recognized the urgency of the situation. One misstep could lead to both their downfalls. "Think of a way. What the hell do you expect me to do? That's a merging realm beast. Once it enters the merging realm, the difference is like night and day." They retreated hastily, and while they conversed, the black-winged eagle was already charging toward them. The bird's beak struck them hard, and had it not been for the finger's protection, they would have instantly become two-blooded corpses. Liu Baichuan was horrified. "Damn it, the assessment team, we've Meanwhile, in the command room of the assessment team, no one responded to their cries. Instead, there was a look of puzzlement. "Chen's team, can they figure this out?" Chen Juanxiu replied nonchalantly, "It's up to them to choose between their future and their lives. As the spark of fire, they must make the right choice at the right moment. If they cannot even manage that, what right do they have to be called sparks of fire?" It is said that in ancient times, there was a concept of enduring humiliation, which bears a striking resemblance to their current predicament. Chen Juanxiu was not worried about the two losing their lives, for they had the means to survive if they so desired. Each contestant had been provided with a beast core from a merging realm beast. If they wished to live, they would have to consume it. However, the decision of who would eat it was of great significance, as it also influenced each individual's scoring. The third round was not as simple as the first. It had now become a matter of human hearts. The assessment team observed the first group to come into contact with the merging realm beast. Deep in thought, some expressed concern. Young men, will they choose talent over life, or? Soon enough, they had their answer. The merging realm beast seemed to be toying with them, continuously applying pressure that left the two in a state of utter disarray. Had it not been for their considerable skills, they might have already perished. Yet they had reached the end of their rope. At that moment, Liu Baichuan stepped forward, a resolute expression on his face. He shouted hoarsely, "Jianping, keep that bastard occupied, I'll consume the beast core. Damn it, wait until I break through the merging realm and take him down. It's just a king-level beast core, I can do without it." Jianping suddenly realized he had been pondering how to retreat into the secret realm of devouring heaven, but Liu Baichuan's reminder struck a chord. Indeed, no one had said they could not break through. The assessment team had even prepared the merging realm beast cores for precisely such emergencies. However, using it might mean sacrificing their potential, for no one. If it were incompatible with their attributes or their own system, it could spell disaster in the future. Although the baseline was a Shin-level core, which could expand one's operational capacity, those who had made it this far were all aspiring for king-level power. Yet, none of this seemed to matter to him, as he did not rely on such things. At that moment, he found himself somewhat fond of Liu Baichuan, who could make such a decisive move in the face of adversity. Liu Baichuan was at least a responsible individual. A smile crept onto his lips. "You should save your energy, you distract him while I break through." With that, he tossed the merging realm beast core provided by the assessment team directly into his mouth. In that instant, Liu Baichuan was left dumbfounded. He had not expected Jianping to act in such a manner, and he was taken aback. "What the hell, are you throwing away your future?" Jianping was able to swallow it due. Even if it turned out poorly, he could always seek out another king-level beast core. After all, the Liu family was vast and prosperous. Time was the only issue. He might fall behind his peers by a year or two. Time was indeed the most lethal of all factors, but why was Jianping willing to risk it all? Yet, inexplicably, warmth surged within Liu Baichuan's heart. Seeing that Jianping no longer responded, he understood that further words would be futile. Resigned, he resorted to his signature move, taunting the black-winged eagle. "Look at your grandfather." He picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at the black-winged eagle. The impact was negligible, but the insult was profound, and sure enough, the black-winged eagle erupted in fury, directing its wrath toward Liu Baichuan. Liu Baichuan fled. It was a pitiful sight. He felt somewhat dazed, aware that this was a symptom of excessive blood loss. "Jianping, are you ready yet?" He was nearing his limit. At that moment, Jianping, who had been seated in meditation, finally moved. His eyes shone with intensity. The claws, now perfected, shot forth, carving a beautiful arc of crimson as they reached the black-winged eagle, delivering a fierce blow. Instantly, the anguished cries of the black-winged eagle echoed through the forest, piercing and heart-wrenching. Clearly in pain, its attention shifted from Liu Baichuan to Jianping. At that moment, Jianping felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. He had merely tested the power of his claws, yet the outcome had left him utterly astonished. The merging realm is astonishing. Moreover, the connection felt stronger than ever. He had a peculiar sensation that the claws he had unleashed were tangible, a true embodiment of a physical claw. This sensation was exquisite. The total amount of energy he possessed. Having just entered the merging realm, he felt as if he were 10 times his former self, terrifying. And oh wonder, people spoke of the merging realm as transcendent. Jianping murmured to him. Previously, Jianping would have been forced to flee in disarray, but now he felt a newfound confidence. He believed he could cleave through it. Wind, how could one cleave through wind? Yet the confidence surged within him. With his left hand, he drew his long blade, channeling energy into the weapon, and with a slight flick, the air turned crimson. Chapter 39. Consuming the Dan. Entering the fusion realm at this moment, a whirlwind materialized, resembling a tangible tornado, violently torn apart by a blood-red force. The furious wind split into 2 chaotic streams, careening off in opposite directions, shattering the trees on either side. Liu Baichuan, standing behind, was left in a state of shock, clutching his bleeding wand, and even those in the command room found it utterly astonishing, exclaiming, "Barrier breaking." Barrier breaking is an advanced ability that may be acquired after entering the fusion realm, yet it is not something everyone can grasp, nor is there a systematic method to achieve it. To possess this skill, one must rely on a series of coincidences, perhaps a measure of enlightenment or innate talent. There is no discernible pattern. The so-called barrier breaking refers to Jianping's recent move, which allowed him to rupture the enemy's energy with his own. Such an ability, even at the Xian or Wang level, is a rare treasure, yet here was a mere novice in the fusion realm, already demonstrating the capability of barrier breaking with his second move. It utterly shattered their preconceived notions, making them feel as if their years of cultivation had been squandered. Even Chen Juanxiu was filled with astonishment and delight, realizing the immense surprise Jianping had brought her. If he had indeed comprehended barrier breaking, then Jianping, having just broken through, had already surpassed the vast majority of practitioners. His future was indeed limitless. Moreover, the aura Jianping exuded was peculiar, blood-red and seamed. What would Jianping become if he were to consume a Wang-level inner Dan? She dared not imagine. At that moment, someone revealed a look of regret, lamenting, "What a pity, what a pity. This child is still destined to take the long way around." This was naturally in reference to the inner Dan's grade. Only Chen Juanxiu smiled. Jian Nan, curious, asked, "Chen, why are you laughing?" "This is our own seed. Even if he were to refrain later, it would still be a waste of time." Chen Juanxiu chuckled, saying nothing, and casually tossed out a file folder. Jian Nan and those in the command room eagerly opened it, revealing a few words inscribed Satsmiley Shui Rong Dan. Gasps of astonishment echoed. Chen Juanxiu then smiled faintly and explained, "This is a newly developed substance that allows individuals to directly dissolve their original demonic beast inner Dan and seamlessly consume a new one without harm. This item has only recently emerged. They are among the first to experience it, otherwise, the assessment group would not have posed such a challenge. But that's not the most remarkable aspect. The true marvel lies in the fact that the potential contained within the inner Dan. To put it simply, the capacity will increase again based on the original, rather than merely adding to the last one." Upon hearing this, the crowd was left in shock. Many secretly regretted, wondering if they had delayed their breakthroughs, would they have been able to catch up. Someone inquired, "Chen, do we still have a chance?" Chen Juanxiu mockingly retorted, "What chance could you possibly have? This is tailored exclusively for those just entering the fusion realm. You lot are out of luck." Many pounded their chests in anguish, lamenting their missed opportunity, wishing they had been born a few years later. Yet most understood that with each generation, new systems and innovations would emerge, which is precisely why humanity continued to grow stronger. Chen, it is still a pity. If he could consume 2 Wang-level demonic beast inner Dans, wouldn't he that be even more formidable? Although obtaining 2 Wang-level inner Dans was challenging, it was theoretically feasible. Chen Juanxiu shook her head slightly. "That won't work. The subsequent inner Dan must be stronger than the preceding one. If your first is Wang level, then the next must exceed Wang level." Heavens, the crowd could scarcely fathom such a notion. Wang level was already the pinnacle within the 13 cities, a feat even the most distinguished heirs of great families had to navigate countless trials to obtain. Aspiring for a higher tier was simply beyond imagination. They looked towards Jianping, realizing that this group was fortunate to be in the right place at the right time, filled with envy. After Jianping cleaved through the tornado, Liu Baichuan was also left in awe, rendered speechless. Barrier breaking, Jianping remained blissfully unaware of his own prowess, as if he had acquired a new toy, taunting the black-winged eagle, "Come on, give me another." Indeed, that recent mystical sensation had become somewhat addictive, akin to the feeling of an academic achiever effortlessly dominating a mediocre student. The black-winged eagle, unable to withstand such provocation, unleashed its ultimate technique, yet Jianping handled it with ease, engaging playfully. Witnessing Jianping's remarkable prowess, Liu Baichuan felt a surge of desire to break through himself, but, contemplating the future, he held back, increasingly grateful yet unwilling to apologize to the youthful figure before him. However, it was evident that the barrier between the two was dissipating. In the command room, Chen Juanxiu resolved to intensify the challenge. "Release 3 more fusion realm beasts." Gasps of disbelief swept through the crowd. "Chen, don't push the child too hard. We've finally found a promising seed." Yes, Jianping was someone they had watched grow, and aside from his mischievousness, he was flawless. What was even rarer was that in critical moments, he had the courage to make decisions that sacrificed himself for the good of his companions. Such individuals are invaluable, only they can serve as the spark of hope. Chen Juanxiu reiterated, "Continue, I want to repeat myself." 3 more fusion realm beasts were unleashed. Jianping, who had been practicing his techniques, suddenly felt a shift. instantly realizing the impending threat. More enemies were approaching. A smile crept across his face, as he had been longing for someone to spar with. He boldly charged forward, engaging 4 demonic beasts at once. His footwork was methodical and extraordinarily swift, even allowing him to hover in midair. In that moment, everyone discerned the nature of the inner Dan Jiangping had consumed. Speed.it was a speed-oriented inner Dan. Not only that, but he possessed skills as well. Wind-favoring steps. Observing Jiangping's effortless combat against 4 equally matched demonic beasts, the crowd was utterly astonished. Jiangping was indeed a genius. She had struck gold. No one knew that she had been prepared to dispatch reinforcements if Jiangping faltered, even at the risk of criticism. Yet, Jiangping had withstood the challenge with remarkable ease. By this point, the assessment had lost its significance, as Jiangping's capabilities had already surpassed those of his fellow competitors. The evaluation concluded as Jiangping vanquished the 4 fusion realm demonic beasts. Jiangping emerged victorious, while Liu Baichuan faced defeat, leading to an early conclusion. After Jiangping's triumph, Liu Baichuan approached, clutching his arm, and with a hint of pride said, "Jiangping, thank you." Jiangping smiled slightly. "I fear I may have no opportunity." In an instant, laughter erupted, though Liu Baichuan's smile was somewhat toothy and forced. "Jiangping, you are impressive, but I wish to know just how vast the gap between us truly is. It is unfathomable how difficult it must have been for someone like Liu Baichuan, who had been coddled since childhood, to utter such words." Jiangping chuckled lightly. He had encountered many such individuals before. "Oh, it's not the right time for a comparison. I have already entered the fusion realm, a realm of true transcendence. I doubt you could withstand even a single strike from me." This was no idle boast. The difference between the fusion realm and the spiritual realm was like night and day. Moreover, Jiangping was capable of levitation now, making it exceedingly difficult for Liu Baichuan to even approach him. To Jiangping's astonishment, Liu Baichuan performed a shocking act that nearly caused Jiangping to drop his jaw in disbelief. Even those in the command room were momentarily bewildered, questioning the sanity of the young man. Liu Baichuan swiftly retrieved the inner elixir issued by the assessment team and swallowed it whole, then sat cross-legged. His final words to Jiangping before closing his eyes were, Jiangping, rest assured, I will not compete with you for the quota, but I wish to spar with you. Otherwise, I fear I may never have another chance." Decisive, audacious, full of courage, Jiangping thought he had lost his mind and exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? There's no need for this. Why consume that Chen Juanxiu, however, appeared contemplative. "It seems Liu Baichuan's assessment will need to be revised. He is unaware that he has already obtained the snow-melting elixir, yet he dares to take such a step. At the very least, his courage is commendable, though it is indeed somewhat impulsive." Others may not comprehend, but Liu Baichuan was acutely aware of his own motivations. He was afraid, truly afraid, not of being unable to defeat Jiangping, but of losing the opportunity to compete against him in the future. As a genius of the 13 cities, he harbored his own pride, having always regarded himself as exceptional, yet after witnessing Jiangping effortlessly utilize the barrier-breaking technique, he found himself in a state of confusion, his resolve on the brink of collapse. An absurd thought flickered in his mind: if he did not engage Jiangping now, he might truly never have another chance. It was the first time he felt panic as a genius, and this fear prompted his reckless actions. After a significant interval, Liu Baichuan's aura shifted. He had entered the fusion realm. As he experienced this newfound world and the essence of transcendence, he finally grasped the distinction between the spiritual realm and the fusion realm. Without pausing to reflect, he stood up and drew his long knife, fixing his intense gaze upon Jiangping. "Come, let me witness your abilities. Use your full strength, do not hold back." Jiangping, too, straightened his posture, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at Liu Baichuan's solemnity, which compelled him to abandon his usual nonchalance. He regarded Liu Baichuan earnestly, sensing his aura, but soon felt disappointment. Liu Baichuan, in this state, did not seem as formidable as he had anticipated. He shook his head slightly. "Are you certain you wish to go all out?" With a serious expression, Liu Baichuan nodded resolutely. "Yes. I want you to treat me as a true opponent." The command room was abuzz, observing the reckless duel of youth, a clash for their futures. Yet, in the very instant Liu Baichuan made his move, a chorus of sighs filled the command room. The gap is too great. Liu Baichuan's brilliance shone, but at that moment, Jiang Ping also made his move. Without even drawing his blade, he merely flicked his fingers. Liu Baichuan's unique aura became ensnared in crimson tendrils, dissipating into nothingness. Liu Baichuan stood frozen, bewildered. Was it over? Within the command room, someone lamented, "The disparity is insurmountable. The barrier-breaking ability is akin to a cheat code. The energy at the same level cannot inflict effective harm on Jiang Ping. In fact, it is difficult to even approach him. No matter how hard Liu Baichuan fights, he is destined only to be a punching bag. I hope this young man does not suffer a blow to his confidence." The reality was indeed grim. Jiang Ping's possession of the barrier-breaking ability rendered him nearly invincible, as others' energies could be extinguished with a mere gesture while his own could roam freely. How could one possibly contend with that? It was an impossible battle. Is this really it? Liu Baichuan stood in stunned silence. Chen Juanxiu sighed softly. Enough, the third round has concluded. Bring him back and prepare the psychological counseling team to offer some comfort. Jiang Nan, perhaps lost in thought, innocently inquired, "Does Jiang Ping still require psychological assistance?" Chen Juanxiu shot him a look of incredulity. As Jiang Ping and Liu Baichuan emerged alongside the assessment team, even while seated on Jiang Nan's black-winged eagle, Liu Baichuan remained silent, his head bowed, gripping his knife tightly. Jiang Ping was at a loss for words. Anything he might say now would feel inappropriate. It was a matter for Liu Baichuan to come to terms with himself. Their assessment had concluded, but others were still ongoing. By the time everything wrapped up, a whole day had passed. The list of candidates was officially released, featuring 8 names: Li Zimu, Xiao Qi, Xu Qianjiao, and even the 3 little brothers who had sought to ally with Jiang Ping. Yet, for reasons unknown, the 8th name remained unannounced. Regardless, it was over. What lay ahead was their departure abroad in December. They would compete against other alliances. For the moment, they had no tasks left. However, aside from Jiang Ping, none of the victors felt particularly elated. The 7 of them lounged together on the military training grounds, 6 of them fixated on their prized king-level inner elixir, while Jiang Ping absent-mindedly chewed on an unknown wild herb. Considering they would soon be teammates, he sought to console them. "It's just a mystical inner elixir. There's no need to be so disheartened. Where there's a will, there's a way. If necessary, we'll just take a little more time." Xiao Qi appeared indifferent. Indeed, Jiang Ping is right. A mystical level is already quite good. Li Zimu hung his head and scoffed. "You guys don't understand a thing. The gap between mystical and king level is vast." Clutching his king level inner elixir, despair gnawed at Li Zimu. What could be more disheartening than this? He had worked tirelessly to obtain the king level inner elixir, yet he could not use it himself. He felt an overwhelming urge to shout, "What use is this inner elixir to me?" Jiang Ping chuckled. "Are you dissatisfied, Li Zimu?" Instantly, Li Zimu fell silent. The reason was clear to everyone. After the assessment, they had all trained together, and Li Zimu had been the first to be subdued. The others refrained from arguing with Jiang Ping for similar reasons. They simply could not contend with him. Just as they were mired in their despondency, Chen Juanxiu arrived with the assessment team at the training grounds. Looking at the 7 of them, he called out, "Fireseed Squad, come forth." Jiang Ping was the first to respond, jogging over with a grin, "Auntie." This elicited a collective eye roll from those around him. This fireseed was unlike what they had imagined. While others feared being associated with the assessment team, worried about being accused of foul play, this one, he never concealed it, practically eager to pin Chen Juanxiu's photograph to his belt, proclaiming to everyone, the head of the assessment team, "I am the real deal." Chapter 41, The Snow-Melting Pill. Chen Juanxiu found herself both gratified and troubled. The reason for her satisfaction lay in the fact that Jiang Ping was drawing ever closer to the lofty goal she held in her heart, having firmly secured the position of leader of this generation's Fireseed team. However, her consternation stemmed from Jian Ping's overly familiar demeanor with everyone around him. With an exasperated wave of her hand, she motioned for Jian Ping to step aside. Upon noticing the arrival of the assessment team, the others promptly sprang into action, aligning themselves. Regardless of the circumstances, they were indeed the Fire Seed team, albeit perhaps their weakest iteration in history. In previous years, teams had expanded their operational capacity with royal-grade inner pills, while they were limited to mere. Observing the expressions of her companions, Chen Juanxiu surmised their thoughts. This could be considered a form of trial, allowing a group of the privileged to experience the stark psychological contrast of descending from the. What do you mean by please bear with us? Even those who feigned indifference couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort. As expected, the expressions of the others visibly darkened. With a gentle smile, Chen Juanxiu clapped her hands. A man clad in black uniform, carrying a silver metallic box, stepped forward and opened it, revealing 8 elegantly designed small bottles, reminiscent of ancient styles. This is the snow melting pill, a groundbreaking research achievement that allows you to. She elaborated on the effects of the snow melting pill, leaving the 7 in utter astonishment. Such a method existed, surely they weren't being deceived. Their eyes widened as they gazed at the bottles, akin to admiring a stunningly beautiful figure in scant attire. This revelation had genuinely caught them off guard. Only Jian Ping's focus appeared somewhat peculiar. "And there are 8 of them, has the selection been made?" Chen Juanxiu nodded in satisfaction, admiring Jian Ping's calmness. It was evident that he had been dealt a blow. Not only had he fallen short of Jian Ping, but even his longtime rival, Li Zimu, had bested him, leaving him embarrassed. Li Zimu sneered, "Chen, this isn't a case of the Liu family pulling strings, is it?" Instantly, before Chen Juanxiu could respond, Liu Baichuan erupted in anger. "Li Zimu, are you out of your mind? Do you want to fight? You're just a defeated foe." His eloquence was exquisite, each word dripping with eloquence. Chen Juanxiu's expression darkened. "Li Zimu, please mind your attitude." Such insinuations cast doubt on the integrity of their assessment team. Li Zimu scoffed. He knew full well that no amount of favoritism could alter the outcome, but he relished the opportunity to irritate Liu Baichuan. Sent to Nanchang by his family, his encounters with Jiang Ping were often due to Liu Baichuan. Now, with the chance to vex Liu Baichuan, Li Zimu was eager to seize it. Let us discuss the snow-melting pill further. How is it used?" Jian Ping interjected, clearing his throat. Chen Juanxiu shot him a glare. He always seemed to be in the middle of everything. "Enough of this chatter. The snow-melting pill is your reward and your destiny. You are the first group to receive the snow-melting pill, and I hope you will train diligently once you return." She delivered a lengthy speech, igniting a fervor within the group. They could hardly wait for December to arrive, eager to bring glory to the 13 cities in the competition. "All right, head to the training rooms, someone will be there to supervise." Each person grasped a snow-melting pill and a royal-grade inner pill from a magical beast, their hearts racing with anticipation. Could they truly be the strongest cohort since the inception of the Fire Seed? Each was lost in dreams of grandeur. Even Jian Ping was no exception, though he didn't rely on them. More was never unwelcome. As they emerged, excitement painted their faces, but before they could revel in their enthusiasm, they were ushered away. With the assessment concluded, they were naturally required to vacate the premises. The third domain needed to clear out. This left Liu Baichuan, whose power had surged, with no opportunity to contest Li Zimu. The assessment team had stated that they would reconvene before December, allowing them to continue their studies in the meantime and accept invitations from their desired academies. Upon hearing this, Jian Ping's excitement became palpable. His primary purpose in coming here had been for this very opportunity. His fists clenched slightly. "Old principal, my parents, I haven't let you down." Thus, the issue of their identities within the crematorium sequence was resolved. However, before departing, Chen Juanxiu sought him out for a private conversation. "Jian Ping, do you wish to lead a mundane life, or do you aspire for greatness?" She gazed earnestly into Jian Ping scratched his head, a look of confusion crossing his face. He felt as if he had encountered this question before. It seemed somewhat dubious, yet he remained true to his heart, to see an end to the magical beasts. Chen Juanxiu exclaimed in delight, "Jian Ping, do you understand how difficult it is to realize this wish? Magical beasts are but one aspect. The selection for the 13 cities will commence in a year. Would you like to represent Nanchang in this event? In an instant, Jian Ping was rendered speechless, incredulity etched across his features as he pointed at himself. Aunt, are you jesting? I've just reached the melting realm. Isn't he the selection meant for committee members? Isn't he it reserved for those qualified to enter the highest ranks? Jian Ping thought his aunt had lost her mind. How could a mere novice like him, who had only recently begun his journey, possibly participate in such a selection? The selection was a hallmark of the 13 cities, distinct from the fire seed, which involved external competition. The selection leaned towards an election for a harmonious society. It aimed to identify representatives of the city and its various factions, gradually leading to positions of power. If fortune favored them, achieving the status of the foremost individual in the 13 cities was not beyond the realm of possibility. Yet, such an opportunity seemed explicitly reserved for the elites. Did he truly belong? Jian Ping was baffled by Chen Juanxiu's seemingly whimsical notion. Anticipating Jian Ping's incredulous expression, Chen Juanxiu smiled and reassured him, "Do not doubt it. It is you. I had never considered this possibility until I witnessed your performance, and now I believe you may have this opportunity." Jian Ping, Nanchang has languished in obscurity for far too long, and it desperately requires a prodigious talent to shine a light on its existence within the 13 cities. Are you, Jian Ping, willing to become that prodigious figure? To raise Nanchang's voice among the 13 cities and humanity as a whole, do you dare? Chapter 42, The Election. These words struck a chord with the youth. However, Jian Ping still found it hard to believe. He hesitantly inquired, "Aunt, how did you discern that I possess such potential?" He was aware of Nanchang's prolonged suppression, yet this oppression was not a deliberate subjugation but rather a result of the city lacking a true leader to emerge. It was entirely normal for it to gradually become marginalized. Although Nanchang still ranked among the 13 cities, its strength and influence had significantly waned. Chen Juanxiu did not address the question directly but posed another query. Do you know that Nanchang was not always called Nanchang? It once bore a beautiful name. Jian Ping was, of course, aware Nanchang was merely a colloquial term, while its official registered name was Lahore City. Chen Juanxiu expressed satisfaction with Jian Ping's response, exclaiming, "Will it eventually fall out of the ranks of the 13 cities altogether?" Jian Ping, ponder this well. There is no rush for answers. Simply inform me of your results in the fire seed competition when you have them. With that, Chen Juanxiu departed, leaving Jian Ping in a state of bewilderment. One could not deny that the revelations of the day had profoundly impacted him. It was akin to someone in a harmonious society suddenly asking you if you wish to become a member of parliament and perhaps even president someday. Suddenly, a story he had heard came to mind, about an actor who had indeed become president. Jian Ping chuckled at his own musings, realizing how absurd it all seemed. Never mind. Such lofty aspirations are too distant. I should focus on myself first. It feels excessive to contemplate such grand ambitions right after a hearty meal. He returned home, once again escorted by Jiang Nan. After parting ways with Jiang Nan, Jian Ping discreetly made his way back to his residence. His parents were absent, their whereabouts unknown. Upon entering his bedroom, he finally activated the Swallowing Heaven secret realm. What he urgently needed to address was a different issue, rather than the election. Ever since acquiring the royal level flesh, he had refrained from wandering aimlessly in the Swallowing Heaven secret realm. Having returned to the command center, he was uncertain of the capabilities of others, so he had been holding back. In truth, he was on the verge of bursting with anticipation. This was his greatest asset. Upon entering the Swallowing Heaven secret realm, he approached the mound of flesh resembling a small hill, which remained remarkably fresh. This prompted Jiang Ping to exclaim, "The preservation time of royal-level monster flesh is quite impressive." Leaning closer to sniff, he then quietly opened the demon-eating codex. A brilliant light erupted from the codex, sending a jolt through Jian Ping's heart. Such an occurrence had never happened before. Royal-level earth-splitting tiger, a great demon. The flesh is tender and rich, with abundant meat and minimal bone. Every part is usable. The tiger's heart, liver, and other organs each have their own culinary methods. The heart and liver can be marinated, requiring specific ingredients. The organs can be infused in liquor, needing certain materials. Enhances abilities. The meat and bones can be prepared through various cooking methods. Frying, roasting, stewing. Note, can significantly enhance physical strength and overall quality. Evaluation, worthy of attention. Jiang Ping gazed in astonishment at the changes in the demon-eating codex, exclaiming in disbelief. He never expected the codex to contain so much information. Previously, the descriptions of monsters had been dismissive, as if they were guarded with their words, dripping with disdain. Yet, this royal-level earth-splitting tiger was taken seriously. Furthermore, the variety of cooking methods and ingredients had increased. The treatment was indeed different, however. As he examined the listed ingredients, he felt a headache coming on. Mystical level Jianyu grass for odor removal, a pinch of earth level scallion. Each ingredient was an eye-opener for Jiang Ping, but ultimately, he realized he could not afford any of them. None of these items were inexpensive. Resigned, he muttered, "Well, let us just stew a pot and see if I can acquire the earth-splitting tiger's abilities." He heated the pot and began cutting the meat. After slicing a substantial piece, he realized there was still an abundance of meat left unprocessed. Although the flesh was still intact, who knew when it might spoil? It was quite the conundrum. Unexpectedly, the demon-eating codex provided a suggestion. By dividing half of the earth-splitting tiger's meat, the codex can offer a refrigerated space of 10 cubic meters. Jiang Ping's eyes widened in disbelief. This is a possibility. It was indeed too wonderful. Discarding half of the meat was preferable to letting it all spoil, right? This decision was not difficult to make. He promptly resolved to do so. Jiang Ping held the codex towards the mound of tiger meat, and visibly, half of it vanished before his eyes. Astonished, he collected the remaining meat and stored it away. Glancing at the pot, time passed slowly as the meat became tender. Even though he was using the recipe for stewed iron-tailed eagles, the aroma was so enticing that it made his mouth water uncontrollably. He could only wonder about its effects. He quickly picked up a piece and was instantly delighted. Delicious. However, an idea suddenly popped into his mind. A golden halo began to disassemble and reassemble within his thoughts, continuously breaking down and reforming until Jiang Ping grasped its essence. When Jiang Ping opened his eyes, he comprehended immediately. This was one of the skills of the earth-splitting tiger, yet, he had never witnessed this royal-level monster utilize such a skill before. Never mind. I'll give it a try. Following the notion in his mind, he channeled his energy, arranging and combining it until the halo suddenly appeared. At that moment, Jiang Ping sensed a transformation within himself. It felt as if his skin had tightened, and the speed at which he mobilized his energy had accelerated. He was uncertain about the purpose of this halo, having had little contact with royal-level monsters, and with no instruction from school, he felt somewhat troubled. He began experimenting. Ultimately, he discovered that his defensive power had increased. What was once a rating of 1 had now risen to at least 3. Astonishing, 3 times the defensive capability. What a joke. Coupled with his barrier-breaking ability, he would be invincible among his peers. Wouldn't he? The speed of energy mobilization had improved by at least double. The speed at which one could mobilize energy was crucial to victory or defeat. To illustrate, consider a smartphone. The larger the RAM, the smoother the operating system, and the more stable the framework, resulting in enhanced fluidity. Jiang Ping's situation mirrored this, signifying that this skill could temporarily elevate his limits and stabilize his framework. This was truly a divine skill, he thought with a sense of unworthiness. He decided to cease his distractions and focused intently on the tiger meat. One piece was already impressive, how much more could he handle? However, Jiang Ping failed to notice one critical detail. His halo differed from that of the earth-splitting tiger. His halo was crimson, while that of the earth-splitting tiger was golden. At the very moment the halo manifested, a crack appeared in the pristine crystal coffin hidden within the library's subterranean chamber, where a woman in red stirred slightly, her lips moving ever so slightly. Chapter 43, the spark having feasted to his heart's content, Jiang Ping, though devoid of any new skills, felt no discomfort within. The mere acquisition of this single skill was sufficient sustenance for him. With half a tiger's meat still remaining, not to mention an abundance of liver and heart, he was certain that new skills would come in due time. After devouring the meat, he even sensed a significant rise in his fortune. His recently attained cultivation level had stabilized, solid as a fortress. It must be the wrong method, if the method were correct, I dare not imagine the possibilities, Jianping mused, which own content. He returned to his bed, and soon drifted into slumber, waking later to the tender care of his mother. As both parents beheld Jianping's return, they embraced him excitedly, exclaiming, "Son, have you resolved it?" Their enthusiasm was tinged with a hint. Observing the anxious expression on Yao Yujing, Jianping nonchalantly replied, "Have you forgotten whose son I am?" Naturally, it was a piece of cake. In a few days, the notice from the academy should arrive, but now I'm troubled about. Upon seeing her child's demeanor, Yao Yujing recognized the truth of his words and immediately embraced him with glee. However, Jiang Guanli was somewhat perplexed. A notice? Didn't you only obtain a qualification? Where did the notice come from? Jianping, upon hearing this, cleared his throat and replied, "Before you stands Jianping, captain of the Fire Seed Squad from 13 cities. If I cannot directly acquire a notice, then who among this generation of students can?" The astonishment of Jiang Guanli and Yao Yujing was palpable as they stared wide-eyed at him. Yao Yujing's voice trembled as she asked, "Son, what are you saying?" Jiang Guanli, more bluntly, reached out to touch Jianping's forehead. "You're not feverish, why are you speaking nonsense?" Jianping felt a surge of frustration. After meticulously crafting his appearance, his own parents were disbelieving. Annoyed, he retorted, "What do you mean? I assure you, everything I say is true. You can always ask Aunt Xiangxiang." Aunt Xiangxiang, instant shock washed over Yao Yujing. "Are you referring to Juanxiu?" She recalled her son's childhood obsession with Chen Juanxiu. However, she remembered that Chen Juanxiu had long since risen to a prominent position. Though they had once been close, the years had widened the gap, and she struggled to process this revelation. Jiang Guanli also paused, evidently recalling someone. Jianping held his head high and affirmed, "Indeed." Yao Yujing sighed, "Where am I to inquire? We haven't been in touch for years. I remember she was quite fond of you when you were young." She glanced at Jiang Guanli. Jiang Guanli, however, averted his gaze, focusing solely on Jianping. Though both parents remained skeptical about the captaincy of the Fire Seed Squad, they believed the qualification was indeed genuine. Their son, though prone to exaggeration, was not one to speak frivolously when it came to serious matters. Jianping, sensing the disbelief, felt the facade slipping. If even his own father and mother did not believe him, how could he expect his classmates to? He needed to provide proof, producing a specialized phone, issued solely to their group of 8. He declared, "I have the number. I'll call, and you can hear for yourselves." He dialed the number right before the eyes of Yao Yujing and Jiang Guanli. After a couple of beeps, a mature voice filled with authority responded, "Hello, is this Xiaoping? What's the matter?" Jianping replied, "Auntie, I told you I became the captain of the Fire Seed Squad, but my parents don't believe me. Could you please vouch for me?" Chen Juanxiu, having just slipped out of a meeting to take the call, was both furious and amused. She had anticipated a serious matter, only to find it was such a triviality. Sighing, she conceded, "All right, I will verify it for you." Relieved, Jianping handed the phone to his parents. "See, I told you, let someone you can trust confirm it." His frustration was palpable. Why was this proving so difficult? Yao Yujing took the phone, her voice warm as she greeted, "Hello, is this Juanxiu?" Her tone was somewhat subdued, laced with a hint of deference. Jianping observed the scene, feeling a twinge of. In that moment, he couldn't help but ponder the implications of Chen Juanxiu's earlier words about choosing. If he truly ascended to such a position, would his parents be able to hold their heads high when speaking to others? Would passers-by on the street say, that's Jianping's mother, they certainly know how to raise a child well." Jianping's thoughts drifted far and wide until Yao Yujing hung up the phone, her expression complex as he gazed intently at Jianping, awaiting an answer. Jianping snapped back to reality and nodded, "Yes, I am the captain. However, they don't quite respect me yet. I will earn their regard in due course." His tone lightened considerably. "Are you proud of your son now?" Yao Yujing reached out to stroke her child's head. As the saying goes, no one knows a child better than their parents. She could tell that Jianping had ulterior motives behind his words, and she was simply indulging in the joy of the moment. Without asking how he became captain, she continued to caress her son's head, understanding that this position was hard-won, especially within the prestigious Fire Seed Squad, a name recognized even by ordinary folk as a symbol of honor. It was at this moment that Yao Yujing noticed Jian Ping's cultivation level had undergone a significant change. He had actually reached the merge realm. In a short span of time, he had progressed from having no cultivation to becoming the captain of the Fire Seed Squad. One could only imagine the effort he had expended behind the scenes. Her child had truly matured. Meanwhile, Jiang Guanli could no longer contain himself, trembling as he turned away, seeking refuge from the tender atmosphere of maternal affection. Observing his father's retreating figure, Jiang Ping turned to Yao Yujing and asked, "Mom, what's wrong with Dad?" Yao Yujing smiled softly as she stroked Jiang Ping's hair. "Your father, you see, now that he sees our son achieving success, he is feeling quite emotional." Jiang Ping was taken aback. He had no idea his father had once tried for such a position. However, he decided not to dwell on adult matters. Shifting to a more curious tone, he asked, "Mom, dear mother, do you and Aunt Juanxiu share some special connection?" Instantly, Jiang Ping sensed a shift in the atmosphere. He realized he might have misspoken. Despite having reached the merge realm, the long-standing influence of his mother's authority still made him feel apprehensive. Yet, the feeling dissipated quickly. Yao Yujing replied in a calm voice, "That's all ancient history. Ask your father about it later. By the way, son, what would you like to eat? You must not have had a proper meal or rest these past few days." Jiang Ping, seizing the opportunity, feigned hunger, even if he wasn't truly starving. The family enjoyed a delightful meal together. However, Jiang Ping noted that his parents had not inquired about his future plans. He decided to postpone that discussion for another time. After dinner, he called out to Yao Yujing in the yard, "Mom, I'm going to wait for Lan Lan to finish her. You don't need to leave the door open for me tonight. I'll be dining with Aunt Hui." Understood. Having reached the merge realm, and armed with the skill of wind step, Jiang Ping's speed was astonishingly swift. What once required him half an hour to reach school now took less than 3 minutes. He was reveling in his newfound speed. Hey, if I could learn the signature skills of the merge realm, the energy shield and floating walk, I'd certainly attract attention on the streets. Ironically, despite having mastered the breaking barrier tech, lost in his thoughts, he was suddenly confronted by a stern-looking man clad in a half-black, half-blue uniform, flanked by 2 teammates. The lead man called out to him, "Xiao Ping, we haven't seen you in a few days, and you've already caused trouble." Trouble? Jiang Ping recognized the familiar voice and turned around, instantly donning a cheerful smile. "Oh, isn't he this Uncle? Am I out on patrol today? I've been quite well behaved and haven't fought or caused any trouble." Uncle M.I., a middle-aged man with a square face exuding integrity, pointed at Jiang Ping and playfully scolded, "I've heard your antics. You've fooled the little ones. Lei has been crying for days because of you. If you don't make it right with him, I'll have to deal with you." Jiang Ping felt a headache coming on. He suddenly recalled that he had forgotten to deliver the book to M.I. Lei, who had already paid for it. "I promise, I'll ensure Lei doesn't cry tomorrow," he quickly assured, then hastily added, "Oh no, I'm late. I'll catch you later, Uncle M.I." He dashed off. This was a downside to living in South City. His notoriety was so widespread that any minor misstep would garner attention from parents. Uncle M.I. watched Jiang Ping's retreating figure, chuckling as he muttered, "Rascal." The 2 men trailing him exchanged curious glances. "Chief, weren't we here to investigate disturbances caused by those flaunting high cultivation levels? Why aren't we apprehending him?" Uncle M.I. shot a glance at the young man. "How old is that kid?" The man pondered carefully, 17 or 18, perhaps around 20. Uncle M.I. smacked him on the head. "If you know that, why ask? At such a young age, he has already reached the merge realm. Imagine what he will become in the future. Let me tell you something else, that kid didn't know how to cultivate before. And since he has a familiar face, you can figure out the rest." With that, he turned and left, leaving the young man in a daze. Jiang Ping strolled leisurely to the school gate, greeting the security personnel before entering. Had it been anyone else, they would have been questioned, but with him, well, everyone knew the score. Noticing the time, he realized there was still a bit before school ended, so he headed straight to the principal's office to report in. Chapter 44. Have you mastered your skills? In contrast to Jiang Guanli and his companion, the old principal evidently accepted the situation with remarkable composure, casually inquiring, "Is there anything else?" Jiang Ping instantly grasped the implication. It was a subtle dismissal. The old principal appeared quite unfazed, but a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Surely Chen Juanxiu had tipped him off, otherwise how could he remain so unruffled? Jiang Ping swiftly took his leave, handing over the royal grade finger to the old principal, requesting his assistance in managing it, as he was ill-equipped to handle such a matter on his own. He did not enter the classroom, opting instead to engage in casual banter with the security personnel at the entrance of the school. As the school bell rang, he spotted Dongfang Lan emerging from the gates, armed with her weapon. "Lan Lan," he called out. Dongfang Lan's face lit up with joy upon seeing Jiang Ping. She had been deeply worried during this period, not for herself but for Jiang Ping's future. What would she say to comfort him if he failed to qualify? The sight of Jiang Ping's lifeless expression made her realize that he must have succeeded. Just as she intended to approach him, a throng of people jostled her aside. Xiao Huang and others, upon seeing Jiang Ping's wide-eyed gaze, exclaimed, "Holy cow, Brother Ping, you're back. Sister Lan said you went to carve out your own future. How did it go?" "Brother Ping, life without you has been dreary. Teacher Bai has poured all her energy into us, and we've suffered. Indeed, it's a relief you're back. We can finally share the burden." Jiang Ping, who had just felt a surge of emotion, instantly adopted a scowl. "Get lost, all of you. Expecting me to shoulder your burdens, you're mistaken. Before you stands the prospective academy student, Jiang Ping. From now on, I won't attend classes." Gasps of surprise echoed from the crowd. Xiao Huang leaned in, earnestly asking, "Brother Ping, you really made it?" But in the next moment, Xiao Huang and the others erupted into jubilant cheers. "Awesome, awesome. Brother Ping, which academy? Tell us all about it." A gaggle of youths chattered excitedly, surrounding Jiang Ping like stars around the moon as they made their way outside the school. Dongfang Lan followed behind, a smile gracing her lips. Once the crowd dispersed and everyone returned to their respective homes, the two companions walked side by side. "Did it really happen?" Dongfang Lan asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Jiang Ping grinned, "Of course, I could protect you before, and I will continue to do so once I'm in the academy." Recalling their shared past, Dongfang Lan retorted playfully, "Oh please, I'm scared now." Jiang Ping quickly clarified, "I'm not just talking about it. It's genuine, just watch my performance." Having grown up together without the constraints of formality, their conversation flowed easily. Dongfang Lan smiled faintly. "The academy is filled with the elite of every city. Once you're there, stay out of trouble and focus on your training. You've finally attained the opportunity to cultivate your skills, don't squander it." Jiang Ping felt that Dongfang Lan underestimated him. He remained silent, thinking to himself that once he entered the academy, countless prodigies would warmly welcome their captain's return, and she would soon understand his true caliber. He would astonish her so much that he could write his name in reverse. Amidst their light-hearted banter, Dongfang Lan suddenly inquired, "By the way, Li Zimu left after you did. You didn't run into him, did you?" Jiang Ping pinched his thumb and forefinger together, declaring, "I have him in my grasp." Dongfang Lan's eyes widened in mock horror as she playfully slapped his shoulder, "You're incorrigible." She had worried for nothing. After escorting Dongfang Lan home, Jiang Ping chose not to stay for a meal, as he had other matters to attend to. He had merely told his parents he was eating there to ease their minds. Those in the know would understand. He turned and headed to Old John's herbal medicine shop. Upon entering, he found Old John, with his mixed heritage features, solemnly examining a patient. The scene was quite convincing. Not wanting to interrupt, Jiang Ping meandered about until Old John handed the patient a medicine package and took a sip of water, finally noticing Jiang Ping. "Haven't seen you in a while, kid. You haven't gotten into trouble, have you?" Jiang Ping rolled his eyes. "Uncle John, what are you implying? Am I that kind of person? I've come to inquire about something today." I heard you graduated from the Academy's pharmacology program. Old John nodded slightly. Yes, but I didn't finish. I dropped out, otherwise, would I be here passing the time? Jianping was not particularly concerned about Old John's academic status. Uncle John, you should be familiar with yinwu grass, right? Jianping asked tentatively. Yinwu grass was a basic ingredient for stewing tiger meat, categorized as a lower-grade material. It was also the most accessible material he could currently encounter. Facing the much more advanced materials was quite daunting. However, the name yinwu grass left Jianping perplexed. This particular herb was absent from high school textbooks. After all, no one would include advanced knowledge in basic educational materials, as it could lead to unrealistic expectations and inadvertently influence students' worldviews. Old John's eyes widened in surprise. Yinwu grass, a lower-grade material, where did you hear about that? Jianping didn't feel the need to defend himself. Instead, he chuckled, no need to worry about that. It seems you're in the know. Please tell me where I can find this grass and how to harvest it. Are there any precautions I should take? Pharmacology emerged alongside the appearance of rifts, which harbored not only various demonic beasts but also a plethora of herbs. Initially, these were just ordinary plants until people discovered their myriad uses. Legend has it that a cultivator witnessed a demonic beast consuming a certain herb and, out of curiosity, harvested some. To his astonishment, he found that it accelerated the flow of qi. Once this was made public, it sparked a tremendous wave of interest, eventually leading to the development of pharmacology. Over time, through extensive research, methods were devised for harvesting each kind of herb, maximizing their efficacy. These intricacies were still beyond Jianping's reach. He understood clearly that with less than a month until the academy entrance examination, he could not afford to waste time at school. So, what should he do? Naturally, he needed to gather materials for stewing meat. The entrance exam for students occurs every July, aligning closely with the Harmonious Society's schedule, but without winter or summer breaks. After the exams, there's a 7-day wait for results, and based on the distance, preparations for enrollment must begin. At times, Jianping envied students in the Harmonious Society. How wonderful it must be to enjoy summer and winter vacations, an experience he had never had. He couldn't fathom the sheer joy of having 2 months of leisure. Old John scrutinized Jianping, noting his nonchalant demeanor. He examined him closely, his eyes growing wider with each glance until he circled around Jianping in astonishment. Can it be that you've mastered your cultivation? Jianping found it somewhat amusing. Was it possible that he, a somewhat notable figure, had only just come to this realization? Chapter 45, Cloud Mist Grass and the general textbook. However, he was acutely aware that his stardom was confined to a specific demographic, specifically, households with children of school age. Nodding slightly, he remarked, "You truly have an eye for talent." Old John even donned his reading glasses and made a startling observation. The aura surrounding this lad is remarkably dense. He does not resemble a novice in cultivation. That can't be right. How is that possible? Jianping cut off Old John before he could delve deeper, fearing that the old man might experience a crisis of faith. After all, one's realm was not a closely guarded secret. I have achieved the fusion realm, Uncle John. Achieving the fusion realm, the revelation struck like a thunderclap. Old John stammered, "How old are you to have reached the fusion realm?" What nonsense. His true nature surfaced momentarily. Not everyone possesses the ability to discern another's realm. Jianping could do so because they were engaged in combat. Through various means, one could naturally glean insights. Without any confrontation, only those of significantly higher realms could perceive even a semblance of it. Jianping had successfully feigned his prowess, albeit unexpectedly in front of Old John. He spoke casually, "Uncle, you understand, it's best not to pry into matters of genius. Let's discuss." The dust caused Jianping to cough uncomfortably. He promptly enveloped himself in a protective aura before brushing off the dirt. Old John rolled his eyes, fully aware that Jianping was merely showcasing his success in the fusion realm. This book contains a wealth of information regarding the conventional herbs associated with the fusion realm, including the cloud mist grass you mentioned. Take a look, and return it to me once you've finished. Jiang Ping gazed at him incredulously. You still want this? Observing old John's lackadaisical attitude, he initially assumed it to be worthless, only to discover it needed to be returned. Old John shot him an irritated look. Open your eyes and see what this is. Do you dare to discard it? Only then did Jiang Ping scrutinize the gradually revealed cover beneath the dust. General Textbook for Cultivators, 3rd edition. Edited. Proofread. A series of information unfolded before him. The 3rd edition of the general textbook. Surely, it must have reached the 9th edition by now. Indeed, I cannot afford to discard this. Realizing its significance, Jiang Ping understood the gravity of the situation. Disposing of such a tome could lead to dire consequences if discovered. With the book in hand, he felt no need to linger. Though this is the 3rd edition, many aspects remain unchanged, such as the locations of the cloud mist grass and the methods for harvesting it, Old John affirmed. Jiang Ping nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Uncle John. After bidding farewell, he refrained from seeking the old principal's assistance, knowing it would require excessive explanation. Upon returning home, he noticed the door was unlocked but instinctively jumped over the wall to enter and then secured the door behind him. Inside, he slightly parted the curtains to reveal a glimmer of light before shutting them again. Jiang Ping retreated to his room, eagerly switching on the light to search for information regarding the cloud mist grass in the table of contents. Cloud mist grass. Clears heat and detoxifies, adjusts residual toxicity from elixirs, effectively alleviating the agitation caused by an excess of vital energy in cultivators. Abundant locations, numerous stable fissures, primarily the number 883 fissure space in Chongming City. Additional fissures are as follows. Note, to ensure the maximum potency of the herbs, there is no stable production area. You must search independently, and the growth locations may be guarded by ferocious beasts. As Jiang Ping perused the recorded information, he nodded in approval, feeling a sense of admiration. Truly, this was a general textbook, so clear and comprehensible, with a well-organized structure. It exuded an air of authenticity. Satisfied with the newfound knowledge, he retired for the night. The following morning, after exchanging pleasantries with his parents, he prepared to concoct a reasonable excuse. After much deliberation, he settled on, Mom, going to school now seems futile. I'd like to take this time to explore a bit. Could you lend me some money? Yao Yujing looked up, assessing Jiang Ping, who appeared unusually composed. Where do you intend to wander? Indeed, returning to high school now held little value. She could not prevent her child from exploring, but funds were limited. Jiang Ping was well aware of this and quickly added, I want to go to Chongming City. I happen to have made a friend there. Just a bit for travel expenses is all I need. I can manage the rest myself. Yao Yujing shot him an admonishing glance. You plan to visit someone else's place to eat and drink at their expense, and you think that is acceptable. Jiang Ping refrained from countering, though internally he pondered, I saved his life. Is it so wrong to enjoy a meal or two? He harbored concerns regarding the family's financial situation, stemming from his past illness, which had compelled him to seek ways to earn money. Although he wouldn't incur expenses for future tuition, as the academy would cover it, after all, the fire seed had its own privileges, he certainly didn't want to report every trivial purchase to the school. That would be far too embarrassing. Earning money and acquiring cloud mist grass were now his objectives. Yao Yujing set down her bowl and handed Jiang Ping a bundle of cash, 10,000 yuan. It was initially meant for you to buy blood essence, but since you no longer require it, consider it a reward. Jiang Ping accepted the money with mixed emotions. Thank you, Mom. Yao Yujing smiled softly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Shall I help you pack? Jiang Ping quickly declined. He possessed the Swallowing Heaven secret realm, where all essential items were stored. He only needed to bring along a few trivial things. If Yao Yujing were to pack for him, she'd likely end up bringing half the house, complicating the matter of what to take. After a brief phone call with Dongfang Lan, he set off. The distance from South City to Chongming City spanned at least 800 kilometers. Under ideal conditions, Jiang Ping could reach it within a few days on foot, considering his ability to float in the fusion realm. However, the journey was far from smooth. Firstly, the fissure spaces disrupted the pathways. These fissures appeared haphazardly, with designated personnel managing the cities, but outside, it was left to chance. Thus, the journey posed various dangers. To ensure safety, one could adopt two approaches. The first involved having a personal flying pet like those in Jiangnan. No matter how formidable the fissures, they could not manifest mid-air, requiring only vigilance against airborne monsters. However, that option was quickly dismissed. If he had such a creature, why would he need money? The second option was to utilize the intercity rail system established by the 13 cities. This rail line was constructed at great expense to facilitate transport for the common populace, while there were regular roads alongside the rail, meant for those with vehicles. Self-driving was prohibitively expensive. Thus, Jiangping was left with no choice but to purchase a ticket at the station and board the rail car. Chapter 46, An Unexpected Encounter. Do you have an appointment? The train station was bustling with activity, a veritable sea of people, some visiting family, others embarking on journeys, and still more traveling for business. In short, it was a crowded scene. Jiangping managed to secure a half-price ticket using his student ID. In fact, he could have traveled for free, as he possessed another card gifted to him by Chen Juanxiu, which represented his identity as a fire seed. However, that card had been gathering dust in the abyss of the devouring sky. The after-effects of using it were quite severe. It granted immediate access through a VIP channel with personnel awaiting him, yet he felt unworthy of such treatment at this moment, having accomplished nothing. The half-price ticket from South City to Chongming City cost less than 400 yuan, a reasonable fare. Once he found a seat, Jiangping leaned back against his small backpack and pretended to doze off. Opposite him sat a young woman with a child, accompanied by a middle-aged man who appeared to be her husband, dressed in decent attire. The woman offered Jiangping a slight smile. Are you heading to school, young man? She inquired, clearly making small talk in an attempt to break the ICE.AT this moment. You would be heading to school. Jiangping merely nodded in agreement, adopting a nonchalant attitude. The intercity train traveled swiftly, reaching its destination in under 7 hours. The journey was quite smooth, devoid of any unfortunate incidents. Upon stepping out of the station, Jiangping exhaled deeply, making a beeline for the registration area of the 883 Rift. His anticipation was palpable. However, upon arriving at the registration desk, he was taken aback. I'm sorry, but the quota for entering the Rift is fully booked for the next few days. Jiangping found this hard to believe. Was it truly in such high demand? Did entering the Rift require an appointment? The staff member, exhibiting commendable professionalism, smiled as she explained, this Rift has been developed for quite some time and it is only natural that it attracts a lot of attention. Jiangping nodded with difficulty. Couldn't there be some flexibility? He was genuinely anxious. You could understand the frustration of reaching the doorstep only to be turned away. It wasn't due to any shortcomings on his part, but rather, the staff member politely declined with a smile. I'm afraid the earliest available slots are booked for a week from now. Jiangping felt a wave of despair wash over him, not expecting such a turn of events. Sitting in the lobby, staring at the entrance, he pondered whether he should try using the fire seed card. Just then, a voice of surprise broke through his thoughts. Jiangping. The voice sounded somewhat peculiar. Jiangping looked up to find none other than Xu Qinjiao. She was a stunning beauty with short hair, exuding an air of competence and charisma, flanked by two bodyguard-like men in black, which left Jiangping momentarily speechless. He awkwardly nodded. Qinjiao, what a coincidence. Xu Qinjiao looked at Jiangping with curiosity. She respected him for being the top student and felt a sense of admiration. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with inquiry. Aren't you heading home? What brings you to Chongming City? With a resigned shrug, Jiangping replied, I did go home, but I heard that the 883 Rift is a relatively safe melting level rift, so I thought I'd come by to explore and broaden my horizons. He was quite adept at applying what the staff had just said. Xu Qinjiao exclaimed, Oh, I see, so why are you just sitting here? Why not go inside? Jiangping offered an embarrassed smile. I arrived too late. The earliest slots are booked for a week from now. Seems like a wasted trip then. Xu Qinjiao glanced at the man beside her, confusion etched on her face. What else going on here? The man, bowing his head, responded, Miss, only the descendants of prominent families like ours can enter ordinary rifts without a reservation. It's a privilege granted due to our family's historical contributions to the 13 cities. Generally, others must register and pay before they can enter. As he spoke, the man's curiosity piqued. He wondered who this Jian Ping was that could elicit such a greeting from the young lady. Jian Ping, was there a notable figure by that name in the 13 cities? He soon smiled faintly, concluding that he was likely just a fortunate fellow. After all, how could an ordinary person be turned away? Upon hearing this, Xu Qingjie finally understood the situation. This wasn't an act. She genuinely had no idea that such regulations existed, having never had to worry about such matters in her privileged upbringing. After a moment of contemplation, she declared, "Why don't you wait here today? Next time, come with me, Jian Ping. You can take this spot and come in with me." Those who had previously looked down on Jian Ping were now momentarily stunned, gazing at Xu Qingjie in bewilderment. "Miss me," Xu Qingjie affirmed. "Yes, you." The man beside her was flustered, realizing that accompanying the young lady into the rift was a great opportunity. "Miss, no, I need to protect you." Xu Qingjie, straightforward as ever, replied coolly, "With him here, it's safer than with you." "I don't want to repeat myself." Had it not been for the elder accompanying her, she would have grown impatient long ago, Jian Ping observed in astonishment as Xu Qingjie effortlessly resolved the situation. A strange admiration for power stirred within him. Was it envy? Perhaps. It dawned on him that what was exceedingly challenging for ordinary individuals could be accomplished with ease by others. However, he soon chuckled to himself. Reflecting on the calls from the old principal and the support he received from Chen Juanxiu during the assessment group, wasn't that a form of privilege as well? At that time, he had felt quite pleased, as the members of the assessment group had treated him with kindness. It became clear to him then, it wasn't that he resented privilege, but rather that he felt disheartened by its absence in his own life. In that moment, his understanding of the world deepened. Xu Qingjie, noticing Jian Ping's expression, paused for a moment. "What's wrong?" Jian Ping waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. I truly appreciate your help today, otherwise, I would not have been able to get in." Xu Qingjie smiled in return, unfazed by the small favor that could potentially bring her closer to the future captain of their team. "All right, let us head inside." Thus, Jian Ping entered the rift, much to the chagrin of the staff member, whose gaze seemed to say, "You have these connections. Why waste my time?" To enter the rift, they still had to traverse a short enclosed path. Xu Qingjie looked at Jian Ping with curiosity. "Do you really need to train in such a basic melting level rift? Shouldn't you aim for a higher level?" She was aware of Jian Ping's capabilities. He could break barriers effortlessly. It seemed somewhat pointless for him to be here. Jian Ping was candid. "I'm here to gather some cloud mist grass and see if I can find any solitary magical beasts to collect some s." Xu Qingjie regarded Jian Ping with a new understanding. She found his motives somewhat perplexing yet relatable. Was he doing this for financial gain? She had initially assumed that someone who could call the head of the assessment group and would, in such an environment, achieving this level of success was no small feat. Jian Ping sensed that Xu Qingjie's gaze was slightly off, but he had no proof. Fortunately, they were soon to enter the rift, at which point they would part ways. Chapter 47. What a coincidence! Stepping into the rift was nothing extraordinary. It was akin to entering an ordinary fissure, merely accompanied by an additional procedure. The 13 cities had established a station for management and toll collection, encircling the entire rift. Upon entering, Jian Ping felt his breath become significantly smoother. Xu Qingjie understood Jian Ping's intent to proceed alone and felt no reluctance. It was simply a fleeting act of kindness. "Then, we'll meet again," Jian Ping nodded. "Thank you. If you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." The timely reign of Nanchang began to make promises once more. Xu Qingjie chuckled softly. Perhaps there would indeed come a time when his help would be required. After bidding farewell, Jian Ping set off towards his destination, following the map. It was a valley located about 10 miles from the rift's entrance, but given Jian Ping's stamina, he anticipated a swift arrival. Channeling his energy, with a graceful step, he began to float. In an instant, Jian Ping ascended to a height of 10 meters, attracting the attention of onlookers who exchanged subtle smirks. Youngsters just love to show off. Who here can't perform such a trick? Har har, wait until his energy is depleted. Relying on levitation for travel in the fusion realm is a bit lacking. While those in the fusion realm can indeed float, it does not imply they possess exceptional endurance. Most cannot sustain it for long. Jianping paid no heed to their comments, smiling slightly. What do you know? He was well aware of his own capabilities, there was no need for further elaboration. Traversing 100 miles posed no challenge, the secret lay in the combination of his royal grade and mysterious grade inner elixirs, an unparalleled dominance that far surpassed ordinary individuals. Moreover, he had consumed an abundance of exquisite food, further enhancing his abilities. It was merely a journey, akin to play. Upon reaching mid-air, he sensed a slight dissonance in the atmosphere, yet Jianping was unfazed. Energy shield. He activated this, yet he felt he had yet to reach his limit. Occasionally, he witnessed others engaged in combat with beasts and observed packs of creatures roaring through the mountains. It was indeed an eye-opening experience. After approximately 20 minutes, Jianping arrived at his destination, a verdant valley, lush and vibrant. However, his keen sense warned him that this place was not as safe as it appeared. Within 500 meters, at least 7 or 8 fusion realm beasts lurked. Drawing his long knife, he felt a surge of anticipation. A vial of ordinary spirit blood could fetch tens of thousands, and a vial of fusion realm blood would undoubtedly command an even higher price. He was in dire need of funds. Tossing a stone to attract attention, a spotted leopard caught his eye, igniting a spark of excitement within him. "Come here, little leopard." The spotted leopard seemed gravely insulted, instantly enraged. Its spots appeared to leap towards him, catching Jianping off guard. "So, that's a trick you possess." Nonetheless, he remained composed. It was merely a leap. Slightly shifting his stance, he swung his long knife forward, exclaiming, "Breakthrough." The ability the leopard had just employed dissipated in an instant, and Jianping grinned. "Now it's my turn." Without hesitation, he charged directly at the leopard's face. "Strike the forehead." In a single move, the leopard was left dazed. Jianping's speed was too swift, and his attack too rapid, leaving even the notoriously quick leopard struggling to keep up. Instinctively raising its right forepaw to defend, the leopard's pride, embodied in the hardness of its claw, was akin to that of iron. However, in the next moment, it could not fathom the scene that unfolded before its eyes. Watching in disbelief as its right paw was severed, its arrogance vanished in an instant. Before it could even emit a cry of pain, its forehead was struck by the gleaming long knife. Henceforth, the world was devoid of a rebellious leopard. Jianping felt an overwhelming urge to howl at the sky, proclaiming his prowess. They were of equal rank. He had subdued it in just 2 moves. The creature had no chance to retaliate, and his previous greatest weakness, speed, had significantly improved since acquiring the wind step technique. What was once a disadvantage had now transformed into an advantage, and this revelation delighted him. Perhaps Jianping's formidable display had instilled a sense of crisis in the surrounding beasts, causing them to retreat. Yet, Jianping could not afford to miss this opportunity. These were all treasures. A vial of spirit blood worth at least 100,000. How could he let it slip away? The tide had turned. Jianping morphed into a butcher, wielding his knife with precision, slaying one beast after another. A dozen creatures lay vanquished at his feet, and he stood with hands on hips, a smile gracing his lips. From the secret realm of swallowing heaven, he produced 10 small vials, containers he was most familiar with for storing spirit blood. It was ludicrous to think he would lack vials when they were in abundance. Extracting spirit blood was akin to milking a cow. He hung the beasts from trees, made precise incisions at their heart, and watched as the blood flowed freely. At that moment, he simply needed to hold the vial steadily to catch it. Spirit blood was not the entirety of the creature's blood, only that from the heart region counted as spirit blood. Of course, some beasts lacked hearts, possessing various unique body parts instead. As the initial gush transformed into steady drops, Jianping wasted not a single drop, displaying remarkable skill. Having endured a life of hardship, he was loath to squander anything. The 10 beasts hung like skewers, and he was grateful for the sturdy trees. Otherwise, they would not have held. Jianping continued his meticulous work. Those unaware might easily mistake his actions for something else entirely. Typically, one would not suspend creatures in such a manner while extracting spirit blood. This was a unique technique of the Jiang family, a legendary martial arts secret passed down through the lineage of the cremation sect. Finally, as the last drop of spirit blood appeared, Jiang Ping sealed the vial with satisfaction, gazing at the array of carcasses before him, chuckling softly. This can't go to waste. I've heard that the claws of the spotted leopard can also fetch a good price, and what's this? An iron-footed centipede. This is also a valuable find. I've heard its whiskers can be sold. As for the flesh, he could simply consume it. Jiang Ping murmured to himself, yet there was no time to tidy up the remains. He would collect them later. At that moment, even a scavenger would have to acknowledge his ruthlessness. Not a single drop was wasted. As Jiang Ping continued his search, his eyes suddenly lit up upon spotting a familiar sight, a grass, standing proudly amidst a thicket, towering half a meter high. Cloud mist grass. Jiang Ping was elated. He had stumbled upon it. Just as he prepared to retrieve his tools for digging, he heard a voice filled with laughter. Kid, you're quite brave to dare compete with us for our treasure. Turning around, Jiang Ping beheld several robust men, their muscles visibly bulging beneath their tank tops, advancing toward him. Chapter 48, Peril. The speaker was a man with a horse-like face, clad in gleaming black leather armor that shone brilliantly, and beneath it, he wore a white T-shirt. At his waist hung a leather sheath containing a dagger. The others were similarly attired, presenting a professional appearance with protective gear, long weapons, and short daggers, typical attire for many rogue teams. With the abundance of monstrous beasts, relying solely on official forces was impractical, and those graduates would need to find their own paths after leaving. This group, perhaps, were monster hunters, individuals who risked their lives for profit. Curiously, Jiang Ping inquired, "Is that yours? Have you written your name on it?" Judging by their demeanor and appearance, he quickly grasped their intentions. He recognized this atmosphere, reminiscent of the ruffians he had encountered before. The horse-faced man, unashamed, retorted, "Just listen to what I say. This cloud mist grass belongs to us. You'd best move aside, or you'll find yourself on the receiving end of a beating." This audacity made Jiang Ping chuckle in disbelief. So, they were here to steal from him, and he was expected to express gratitude. With a wry smile, he replied, "If I don't leave, does that mean I can't avoid that beating?" The group sneered, "That's for sure. You clearly look like an inexperienced student. It's our duty to enlighten you on the harsh realities of society." Let us make this quick, Jiang Ping thought to himself, relieved to see that they were professionals who only sought to rob, not to kill. He smirked, "Well, I must thank you for that." As he spoke, he activated his energy shield, utilized the wind step, and drew his blade, unleashing a crimson arc towards them. The group was taken aback by his swift and decisive action. The horse-faced man, scowling, bellowed, "Step back, let me handle this. How formidable can a mere brat be?" But before he could finish, Jiang Ping's strike was too rapid. With a resounding crash, the horse-faced man vanished. His lackeys were horrified. Boss, one of them exclaimed, bewildered. "Where did my big boss go?" They glared at Jiang Ping. At that moment, the horse-faced man was spotted pinned against a nearby tree, coughing blood. "Cough? Don't move." Upon hearing this, the lackeys finally located their leader, but the sight of him suspended against the tree, along with the indentation of his form on the trunk, left them in shock. "Boss, are you all right?" The horse-faced man regretted not striking himself in frustration. He had underestimated this seemingly NAV student, who turned out to be a formidable opponent. Wincing from his injuries, he knelt before Jiang Ping. "Young man, I was wrong." Jiang Ping was somewhat taken aback by the horse-faced man's abrupt capitulation. It was the first time he had encountered someone yielding so swiftly in a fight. "Aren't you going to resist?" The horse-faced man shook his head vigorously, as if it were a rattle. What could he do against someone of such caliber? It was better to concede sooner rather than later. In the world he navigated, one had to be adaptable. No matter how impressive one might be, flexibility was essential. Among his peers, only the horse-faced man remained alive. The others had perished. His philosophy was to yield quickly, even if he could win. As long as the other party didn't cause trouble, he would simply take the money. Younger brother, I truly apologize. I was sincerely mistaken. Jianping found himself both amused and bewildered. It seemed the hearts of people in society were indeed complex. He had never intended to take a life, especially since the horse-faced man bore him no ill will. However, while death may be pardoned, lesser sins are not easily forgiven. I could let you go, but you must relinquish all your valuables, and also gather that cloud mist grass for me. You know how to harvest it, don't you? The horse-faced man, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, eagerly replied, Of course, younger brother, we completely understand. In a flurry, they discarded their valuables, including the leather armor. Jianping sifted through the items and found them to be of some worth. Unceremoniously taking what he deemed valuable, there were 3 to 5 stalks of cloud mist grass among them. Wasn't he that fortuitous? After receiving the harvested cloud mist grass from the horse-faced man's lackey, Jianping waved them off. Now, be gone. The horse-faced man and his lackeys hastily retreated. He wandered for half a day, yielding a substantial bounty of cloud mist grass. As he entered the abyss of devouring sky, Jianping felt that the rift was a treasure trove, exceedingly generous to him. When hunger struck, he would venture into the abyss to procure some meat. His supply of meat was ample, and he had even captured several live creatures, which he drove to the back mountain of the temple ruins, reserving them for future breeding. He was pursuing a sustainable development route, however, gazing at the cloud mist grass before him, an idea sparked in Jianping's mind. He had 5 bundles of cloud mist grass. Could he perhaps transplant some? While the native soil was unsuitable for cultivation, this abyss of devouring sky was not native land. It was, in a strict sense, a rift as well. Excitement surged within him. If this truly works, will I ever lack cloud mist grass for my stews again? Thus, Jianping began to plan with paper and pen in the abyss of devouring sky. A plan to enrich the pantry. Shortened to their comprehension. First, he needed to clear an area suitable for cultivation. The temple ruins already had a vegetable patch, making it convenient. He simply needed to tidy it up. Next, he would study the relevant knowledge about cloud mist grass, especially the precautions for planting. However, he felt this was somewhat futile. Out in the wild, what precautions could there be for these cloud mist grasses? Furthermore, once planted, it would simply grow. Ultimately, he returned to the task of clearing. The ease with which he had burned it before now felt like a burden. With a tripled flow rate, Jianping was unperturbed by the time lost. He didn't clear everything, only the area where he could plant this batch of cloud mist grass, and then he ceased further work. Armed with a shovel, he began planting. The appearance of cloud mist grass resembled that of half-human tall scallions, one after another. Ultimately, it took him 3 hours within the abyss to finish. Outside, an hour had passed. Gazing upon the verdant expanse, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment. As long as he could survive, he would soon enjoy the freedom of cloud mist grass. He ventured out to continue his search, uncertain of when such an opportunity would arise again. Capturing live monsters and seeking cloud mist grass, Jianping immersed himself in this joy until, as dusk approached, he heard a piercing scream. Jianping immediately looked up and, utilizing his levitation technique, ascended into the air to survey his surroundings. As he scanned the distance, he encountered a sight that incensed him. Esteemed readers and patrons, having reached this point with over 100,000 words, those familiar with my work will recognize that 100,000 words marks a significant debut. During this period, all data, including updates, comments, and even gifts and praises, are crucial for a book. Therefore, if you find this story enjoyable, I kindly ask for your support. Gifts are welcome, praise is appreciated, and requests for updates are also a form of love. I wish for this book to achieve favorable data and to continue sharing Jianping's story. I have no other means of repayment, only the promise of higher quality narratives for everyone. Thank you. Chapter 49, The Spark, Never Extinguished. Xu Qianjiao. Xu Qianjiao and her bodyguard were valiantly resisting an onslaught from at least a dozen assailants, a sight that left Jianping incredulous. Wasn't Xu Qianjiao from a prominent family? How could anyone dare to lay hands on her? The man leading the attack wore a mocking smile as he observed Xu Qinjiao and her bodyguard, who were gradually becoming overwhelmed. With a derisive tone, he taunted, "Miss Xu, surrender your resistance. If you do, I might grant you a swift end." Xu Qinjiao, wielding her long blade with dexterity, shot a fierce glance at the speaker, retorting, "You would do well to cleanse your neck." The death of the Xu family's eldest daughter here would entail dire consequences for many. To her astonishment, the man laughed heartily. "You think I wish to kill you? I would hardly dare. But I have heard that the eldest daughter of the Xu family is the most illustrious of them all. Just imagine if such a prodigy were to bear my child." Xu Qinjiao's expression turned to one of horror. This group was indeed deranged. Death would be preferable. The thought of the Xu family's eldest daughter bearing a child with an unknown individual was too dreadful to contemplate. She would no longer be the esteemed figure she was now. "Miss, cease your resistance. I shall treat you well. If you persist, my subordinates will show no mercy. You need only grant me a child. Do not make it so that everyone has a share in this affair, only to have the farther remain unknown. What a pity that would be." The surrounding assailants wore grins of malice, with one exclaiming, "Har har, boss, I'm next." Others clamored, "No, I am." Fury surged within Xu Qinjiao, her countenance darkening. This band of unknown assailants sought to ruin her and bring shame upon the Xu family. She would rather die than submit. How tragic it was that a mere training excursion had led her to become the target of such vile intentions. Despite the official restrictions on entering the fusion realm, determined individuals still managed to slip through. In a flash, Xu Qinjiao's blade struck, decapitating the man who had spoken. Immediately, the surge of energy from the king-level and mystery-level inner elixirs manifested, prompting her to declare, "Secret technique." Diamond wheel. With a swift motion, Xu Qinjiao's long blade spun rapidly in the air, imbued with her unique energy, and charged toward the group assailing her. The proximity resulted in instant annihilation. The attackers faltered under her ferocity, and it was only after she had slain 4 of them that they finally halted, completely drained of momentum, her blade clattering to the ground. Xu Qinjiao panted heavily, clearly exhausted from the exertion. The leader's eyes burned with rage. "Xu Qinjiao, have you slain my brothers? Very well." He chuckled bitterly. "A mere girl who has just entered the fusion realm has managed to kill 5 of my seasoned warriors. You may take pride in your achievement." Though his words were laced with sarcasm, the reality of the situation was startling. A newcomer had indeed vanquished 5 formidable foes, an outcome that defied expectation. Had it not been for his backup plan, he might have lost her entirely. His expression darkened as he glared at Xu Qinjiao. Nearby, the bodyguard witnessed her act of defiance and shouted, "Miss, you are magnificent. Step back, I will gather inner elixir energy and self-destruct to block them." Upon hearing her bodyguard's words, Xu Qinjiao remained unresponsive. Could she abandon her comrade and still call her? She could not do it. Silently, she braced herself, refusing to let her body succumb to fatigue. Rage coursed through her veins as she cursed herself for not waiting a bit longer to refine her skills. Coughing violently, she began to spit blood. Clearly, that last strike had taken a toll on her as well. The leader prepared to engage personally, seeking a swift resolution. His presence radiated a golden aura as he gripped his long blade, though his stance appeared somewhat peculiar, holding the weapon. Xu Qinjiao laughed heartily. "I wondered who it was. Turns out to be a whelp from the Sakura Alliance. Come, I was nearly out of strength, but seeing you ignites my fury. I can still fight." How utterly fascinating. Perhaps it was her anger, or perhaps something else, but her words became more vulgar. The leader had refrained from attacking earlier to avoid revealing his capabilities, but that concern had dissipated. With a sinister grin, he declared, "Is that so? Let us test the might of my heavenly battle blade technique. Kill." He stomped forward, ready to charge. Xu Qinjiao had assumed a defensive posture, but without her long blade, she could only muster her bare hands to channel her energy. The bodyguard desperately attempted to rush to her aid. At that moment, a leisurely voice resonated, let me see which scoundrel dares to bully my little sister. An explosive sound broke through the air as someone tore through the sound barrier, arriving with astonishing speed to stand before Xu Qinjiao. The newcomer even had the audacity to dust off his attire, casting a condescending glance at the men. This demeanor was unmistakably that of a youthful rebel. Jianping. Xu Qinjiao's eyes widened with delight. Jianping, was she truly saved? Yet, she quickly urged, hurry and leave, you cannot defeat them, these men are all half-step into the mystical realm, I only managed to slay a few thanks to the Xu family's secret techniques. Return and inform my father that it was the Sakura Alliance who attacked me. Jianping, listening to her pleas, sighed in resignation, closing his eyes. Sister, could you allow me to maintain this? This feeling of being caught in between is truly unbearable. He exhaled, do you not wish to tell your father yourself? Xu Qinjia hesitated, pondering the possibility of survival. Was it truly feasible? The situation was starkly clear. Although Jianping possessed the ability to break barriers, what could it achieve against these meticulously orchestrated predators? Jianping observed Xu Qinjiao's silence, and the smile on his face faded. He suddenly barked, Xu Qinjiao, who are you? Xu Qinjiao was momentarily taken aback. She was the eldest daughter of the Xu family, but then she recalled the days of training. Without thinking, she exclaimed, the spark. Her face bore a resolute expression. She finally grasped the meaning behind Jianping's words, recalling the phrase from the formation of the Spark Squad. The spark, never extinguished. This was a vow that every generation of the Spark must solemnly remember and uphold. Indeed, the spark never dies. What had overcome her just moments ago? In an instant, her fighting spirit reignited. She picked up a discarded knife from the ground, steadied herself, and faced forward. Captain! The spark, Xu Qinjiao, still stands ready to fight. Her eyes gleamed with determination, even as exhaustion threatened to overwhelm her. At that moment, she acknowledged him as her captain. Jianping regarded Xu Qinjiao with approval, poised to speak, when he was the man in the lead glowered at the two youngsters, his voice dripping with menace, do you take me for a mere spectre? Chapter 50, On the Road, They Call Me Bottle Brother. Jianping did not respond to him. He merely cast a glance in his direction. Interrupting his own admonition was utterly inexcusable. Sakamoto Gyro, incensed, wondered what kind of look that was. Did he hold him in contempt? Without hesitation, he charged forward, intent on imparting a lesson about the principles of life to this young brat. Combat is determined by strength, not by some lofty ideals or empty boasts. As Jianping observed Sakamoto Gyro rushing towards him, a crimson aura enveloped him, and in that fleeting moment, it seemed as though the Jianping's expression twisted with intensity as he casually hurled out his claws, the blood-red talon seizing Sakamoto Gyro's long blade with a fierce grip. Who dares to interrupt my speech? Crash! The long blade shattered, yet the claws remained firm. It was as if they possessed a life of their own, drawn by crimson threads. Each word Jianping uttered was explosive. Who allowed you to bully my little brother? Boom! Another roar resounded, but this time, it was not the long blade he grasped, but rather Sakamoto Gyro's arm. In an instant, flesh and blood flew, and Sakamoto Gyro did not even have the chance to scream. Then came the third inquiry. Who gave you the audacity to create such a ruckus in the territory of 13 cities? This time, Sakamoto Gyro responded with a wail. His arms had lost all sensation. He could scarcely fathom it, his eyes brimming with terror. How could this be? How could a youth so young possess such formidable strength? The mystical realm, heaven above, he was on the brink of madness. What was supposed to be a simple task had spiraled into this unexpected chaos. Meanwhile, Xu Qinjiao observed Jianping as he effortlessly dispatched an opponent she deemed insurmountable with nothing more than a simple claw. Her mouth fell agape. The claws were the most rudimentary of skills, and Jianping's action was akin to an enemy unleashing their ultimate technique while he merely relied on his basic abilities to vanquish them. For the first time, Jianping unleashed his full power, and he was astonished by his own ferocity. Looking down from a position of dominance at those who had ceased their assault on the bodyguard, he spoke coolly. A crimson thread connected to his claws, fear gripped them, causing them to retreat in haste, exchanging glances of apprehension. Yet, in an unexpected turn, instead of fleeing, they organized themselves, standing resolute against Jianping. Jianping chuckled, ignorant of your own demise. Step back. Xu Qinjiao swiftly retreated to the side, positioning her blade against the now defenseless Sakamoto gyros. In that moment, she realized just how formidable this captain of the Fire Sea team, hailing from humble origins, truly was. But could an ordinary person genuinely grow to such heights? The bodyguards hastened to their lady's side, incredulously regarding the figure before them. So, this was their lady's leader. How laughable that they had once considered him a mere sycophant. At this instant, their prior mockery seemed utterly foolish. Indeed, the only foolish ones were themselves. Noticing Xu Qinjiao retreating to the back, Jianping, in a rare moment, drew the long blade from his back, holding it in his right hand, wiping it on his sleeve. Let me see what emboldens you to resist. Before the last word fell from his lips, Jianping's figure vanished. He moved with astonishing speed, so swift that even those on the brink of the mystical realm could scarcely perceive his actions. By the time they comprehended what had transpired, their hands instinctively clutched their throats. Each pair of eyes bore expressions of utter disbelief. They could not fathom how they were utterly powerless to retaliate. Was this speed truly attainable by someone in the fusion realm? Surely, even those specialized in speed within the mystical realm would struggle to. But no one answered their unspoken questions. Wiping the blade once more, Jianping gradually sheathed it, a faint smile gracing his lips. What are you staring at? Speak up. He turned to the dazed Xu Qinjiao, offering a reminder. Xu Qinjiao's face flushed. How was it that she appeared like a mere schoolgirl before Jianping? All right, understood. Her attractive face set with determination, she jabbed the tip of her blade. Regrettably, they seemed to be professionals. Aside from the essential weapons and armor, they possessed nothing of note. He grimaced. Paupers. As for Xu Qinjiao's inquiries and what she might uncover, Jianping refrained from involving himself. It was clear there were grievances at play, and he had no desire to intrude. After a considerable duration, Xu Qinjiao regained much of her strength and approached, her face smeared with blood. Captain, thank you. If it weren't for you today, in that moment, she was entirely convinced. Jianping, perceptive to the situation, chose not to bring up past matters but instead smiled and pointed to her blooded face. Wipe that off. From now on, don't call me just refer to me as Bottle Brother if you wish to show some respect. Bottle Brother. Xu Qinjiao did not grasp the meaning behind the title. Jianping offered no clarification. You'll come to understand in due time. By the way, let us go. I assume you have matters to attend to? As she spoke, Xu Qinjiao's expression hardened. Yes, Bottle Brother, you must accompany me home. My family may wish to express their gratitude. Enough, I have my own affairs to attend to. By the way, if you're willing, please help me find some medicinal herbs. Xu Qinjiao promptly responded, what are they? Mystical realm herbs, wind. If available, splendid. If not, at least inquire where I might find some. This was also an ingredient for stewing meat, and Jianping had yet to determine its source, thinking that with the Xu family's vast resources, they might have leads. Moreover, having witnessed the fickleness of human relationships since childhood, he understood that such favors should not burden the giver unduly. Indeed, Xu Qinjiao's face brightened. All right, I'll instruct. My family's business will cover your expenses directly. You cannot refuse. Jianping regarded the card with curiosity, yet he found no reason to decline. Very well. He then proceeded. However, upon seeing the trio's appearance, it was evident they were not to be trifled with. They experienced no significant hurdles. Once they exited the fissure, they maintained a remarkably low profile. Outside, the three parted ways. Jianping headed to a hotel owned by the Xu family, and upon presenting the card, a dedicated staff member promptly arranged his accommodations. Their demeanor rarely, Jianping savored the luxury of being a member of a prominent family. However, the Xu family was far from tranquil at that moment. Upon Xu Qinjiao's blooded return home, the entire Xu household erupted in fury. Xu Qinjiao's father, Xu Lei, glared with rage, shattering a solid wooden table with a single strike. Scoundrel, how dare you! Chapter 51, The rest of the Xu family fared little better. Uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters alike were seething with fury. What has become of this world, that even the most insignificant can dare to target the Xu family? We must thoroughly invest. This is nothing short of a contemptible affront to our family. If we do not teach them a lesson, they will truly believe the Xu family is but a plaything. The Xu family must assert its stance. A child nearly lost their life on our own territory. This is a provocation. As the atmosphere in the room intensified, Xu Qinjie found herself less enraged than before. Turning to her father, that is of utmost importance. Xu Lei nodded in agreement. Do not worry, my daughter, we are not a family that forgets its obligations. It is merely Feng Lei Zhen. After all, I shall dispatch someone to arrange a search at our family. Xu Qinjie felt a sense of relief wash over her. She retired to rest, unaware of the repercussions that the Xu family's anger would bring forth on the front lines. At that moment, a figure approached from outside, holding a folder. Xu Lei was taken aback, saying, "Is this all the information?" The individual nodded slightly. Yes, elder brother. This is all we have on Jiangping. It may not be as simple as the girl suggested. A glimmer of insight flickered in Xu Lei's eyes. Surely, a person capable of leading the Firestarter team cannot simply be of ordinary origin. What was the final discovery? The visitor softly uttered a name, Chen Juanxiu. It appears the only connection we could trace leads back to his aunt, Chen Juanxiu. In an instant, Xu Lei rose to his feet. Aunt hailing from South City, could it be? A suspicion brewed in his mind, though he could not yet ascertain it. After a moment of contemplation, he suppressed the folder and stated, "Let it be, we shall allow the girl to handle this matter herself, let us pretend we are unaware." In a prominent family, friends or foes must undergo thorough scrutiny. A mature family would never allow enemies to thrive unchecked. If they did, they would be nothing more than nouveau riche. Jianping finished a hot shower and proceeded to the dining hall, marveling at the luxury of the hotel. He had inquired and discovered that a night's stay here cost 10,000 yuan, a sum he had never dared to imagine before. During his meal, although he knew the food would not sate his hunger, the exquisite flavors were irresistible, prompting him to take more than he needed, drawing quiet laughter from those around him who mistook him for a bumpkin. One mother even took the opportunity to chastise her child. "You must not behave this way, we ought to be ladies, eating with grace and sitting properly." Jianping paid little heed to such remarks, dismissing them as a waste of breath stemming from differing worldviews. As long as they did not provoke him, he had no intention of engaging in a futile argument with a child. However, someone sought to assert their superiority, pointing at Jianping and jeering, "Har! Where did this bumpkin come from? Have you never tasted such fine cuisine? Look at your plate, it's nearly overflowing." With a faint smile, he condescendingly added, "Little brother, this is an all-you-can-eat establishment. You can request more whenever you wish, no need to." Though he left his statement unfinished, the implication was clear. Jianping raised an eyebrow slightly, regarding the middle-aged man with a calm demeanor. "Sir, what I choose to eat is of no concern to you." The man was momentarily taken aback. "Yet here you are, ungrateful for my good intentions." Jianping chuckled lightly, holding his plate without engaging in further debate. Instead, he snapped his fingers. Immediately, a figure resembling a manager approached, albeit with a slight jog. "Young Master Jiang, what can I do for you?" In the Xu family's enterprises, there were always established protocols, with family cards categorized into several tiers. Xu Qianjiu had provided Jianping with the highest tier. "There is no such rule, young Master Jiang. Should you desire, I can summon the chef to prepare something fresh for you. In fact, if you are displeased, feel free to demolish the place as you see fit." His demeanor was consistently cheerful. Jianping responded nonchalantly, "So there are no restrictions." He then turned to the middle-aged man. "Then, why do you bark like a dog? Who established the rules you mentioned?" At that moment, all eyes in the restaurant were drawn to the unfolding scene. Both the middle-aged man and the other patrons were taken aback, realizing that the young man before them was no ordinary individual. As evidenced by the manager's deference, the middle-aged man's expression soured, sensing that he had perhaps overstepped his bounds. Anxiously, he stammered, "No, I did not mean it that way." He then lowered his voice. Little brother, have some mercy. I spoke out of turn today. I am connected to Liu Xiao. Perhaps you can overlook this in light of that association. Jiang Ping had initially felt no anger. Mistakes must be acknowledged, yet the middle-aged man seemed to oscillate between seeking favor and flaunting his connections. Jiang Ping's eyes narrowed slightly. So, are you threatening me? If I do not grant you face today, will I be unable to leave this place? He had not anticipated that the youth would be so difficult to handle. Was it necessary to escalate the matter over mere words? With a subtle glare directed at Jiang Ping, the latter, having caught the gesture, turned to the manager and asked, "Am I allowed to smash this place?" Jiang Ping had little patience for such individuals, confident in his own status to act without fear. But what if he did not possess such status? Was it truly gratifying to mock others from a place of perceived superiority? In a heartbeat, the food struck the middle-aged man's face. Shocked, he exclaimed, "You dare? I am associated with Liu Xiao. I have already apologized. What more do you want?" Jiang Ping exhaled, relishing the fearful expressions around him. It seemed to alleviate his frustrations. "Apologize? Do you think I am obliged to accept your apology?" "I'm sorry, but I do not accept it. I care not for your Liu Xiao. All I know is that if I do not strike you, my thoughts will remain unfulfilled." Jiang Ping was unaware of why his temper flared so fiercely. Previously, he might have brushed off such incidents without a second thought, yet today, he found himself unable to contain his ire. Was it the youthful spirit surging within him? No, that did not seem quite right. He sensed something peculiar stirring within him. Chapter 52, Psychology. The middle-aged man's face was etched with grievance, and in that moment, Jiang Ping appeared akin to a nefarious villain, for the surrounding crowd bore similar expressions. Someone whispered, "Just because he has a bit of influence, he acts so spoiled." Goodness, what a brazen remark, yet, everything changed with the arrival of a young man. The middle-aged man seemed to see a savior, his face smeared with remnants of food, shouting at the young man, "Young Master Liu, it's me. This person is disrespecting you," I told him, but before he could finish, a sharp slap echoed through the air. The crowd was stunned. Liu Baichuan shook the assailant slightly and remarked coolly, "Are you all right?" The onlookers recognized Liu Baichuan, a prodigy of the Liu family, renowned especially in this city of Chongming. However, Jiang Ping chuckled. "Is this how you treat your guests, Liu Baichuan?" Liu Baichuan immediately slapped the middle-aged man again, stating, "Taking advantage of my name, this is well deserved." This time, he must have exerted considerable force. Everyone looked on in disbelief. Their curiosity about Jiang Ping's identity piqued. Liu Baichuan is not to be trifled with. Good heavens! Especially those who had just mocked him now bore expressions of fear, wishing to sink their heads beneath the table. Observing this scene, Jiang Ping shook his head slightly. "Let us educate him properly. He just happened to cross paths with me." Liu Baichuan was equally vexed. Hearing Jiang Ping's call had initially thrilled him. Despite his reluctance to lower his pride, he acknowledged Jiang Ping as his savior. He was genuinely pleased that Jiang Ping had come to Chongming City to visit him, having even planned how to entertain him on the way. Little did he expect this incident to arise, all due to someone misusing his name. His frustration was palpable. The middle-aged man had completely shrunk back, realizing he could not even contend with young Master Liu. Perhaps he had finally bitten off more than he could chew. At that moment, a voice filled with vigor rang out, "Liu Baichuan, if you cannot manage your dog, I shall take charge." Xu Qianjiao. Liu Baichuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Xu Qianjiao made a powerful entrance flanked by two bodyguards. The manager rushed over to greet her. "Miss?" Xu Qianjiao nodded slightly, commanding, "Go, find out who this man is." From now on, no industries under the Xu family are to engage in any cooperation with him, nor are they to allow him entry. With that, the entire venue was left in shock. The Xu family's young lady and the Liu family's young master, each a figure of formidable standing, were now standing up for this young man. Could he possibly be an extraordinary talent from elsewhere? The middle-aged man's face turned ashen. He understood his predicament. If Liu Baichuan had merely slapped him out of obligation, he was now utterly finished. Once word spread that the Shu family was targeting him, survival would be impossible. Pleading for mercy, a belated apology would be of no value. Shu Qinjie looked at Jiang Ping with genuine concern. Bottle brother, are you all right? My people informed me that you were in trouble, so It was the first time he had been ridiculed like this. He could only mutter to Jiang Ping, wait for me, I will give you an explanation. Jiang Ping waved it off nonchalantly. He was indifferent to how the situation would be resolved. All right, let's eat first. I haven't had a meal yet. Let us sit down and chat while we eat. Shu Qinjie did not refuse, as her original intention was to express gratitude to Jiang Ping. The atmosphere was calm. Jiang Ping once again piled his plate high, effectively recreating the previous feast. However, this time, silence reigned, punctuated only by sycophantic murmurs. Liu Baichuan was gone for 5 minutes, and no one knew how he handled the situation. Upon his return, he stated, he has been disowned by the Liu family and will no longer appear before you. Jiang Ping acknowledged with a nod. Shu Qinjie poked at a blood. Be wary, it may one day bite you. If you hesitate, I can handle it for you. Liu Baichuan's expression darkened, a mix of red and green on his face. But with a single utterance from Jiang Ping, tranquility returned. All right, you two stop bickering and eat. At once, they fell silent, leaving. Our family's hospital has some in stock, though it's limited, only about 7 or 8 pounds, and it's dried. I'll have someone deliver it to your room. Jiang Ping marveled at the Shu family's capabilities. He nodded, great. 7 or 8 pounds of dried herbs were no trifling matter. These were rare medicinal herbs of superior grade. To procure such a quantity so swiftly was impressive. Liu Baichuan, curious, asked, what did you summon me for? Jiang Ping. They had all received the qualification for the fire seed and could enter the academy without examination. Thus, attending high school was no longer of paramount importance. Liu Baichuan paused. Do you have any ideas? I just wanted to ask. Of course, if you have no plans, you could accompany me to explore the fissures. Fissures, the two exchanged glances. Liu Baichuan nodded, but Shu Qinjie shook her head. I can't go. You know what just happened. I might not be able to travel far for a while. Jiang Ping understood immediately. All right. Ultimately, after their meal, the trio parted ways. Bringing along Liu Baichuan was a carefully considered decision for Jiang Ping. If he intended to explore the fissures, having a familiar companion was essential, otherwise, he would be barred entry as before. With Liu Baichuan by his side, he could access VIP channels wherever he went. As for whether this could be seen as exploiting someone, let's not dwell on that, just look at Liu Baichuan's expression. He was eager for this opportunity. Jiang Ping was destined to ascend in status and cultivation, and with such a golden opportunity before him, he could not. Moreover, Liu Baichuan was his savior, so he was more than willing to accept his assistance. Before long, the second day arrived. Chapter 53, Homecoming. Jiang Ping followed Liu. Throughout this journey, Jiang Ping sold numerous quantities of demon beast essence, causing his purse to swell day by day. He also managed to gather most of the low-level medicinal herbs needed for his first recipe, with only one herb remaining to complete the list of ingredients. Liu Baichuan initially intended to learn from Jiang Ping, yet found little to glean from his combat style, which was rather straightforward. Enter a state, then crush with claws. When faced with equally matched opponents, he would simply break. In essence, there was no technique to speak of. Nonetheless, it proved remarkably effective. As time passed, the days dwindled down to a mere week before the college entrance examination. Jiang Ping received a call from him. Realizing that it was time to choose a school, Jiang Ping parted ways with Liu Baichuan, each returning to their respective homes. On the intercity train back, he found himself seated across from 2 individuals who made him cringe. One was a timid yet somewhat handsome boy, while the other was a girl clad in a floral dress with striking blue hair. The girl was passionately lecturing the boy. Shenyang, I'm doing this for your. You know your grades aren't up to par, you definitely want to get into a good school this time, why not review for a year and try again next year? I heard that the academic performance in Nanchang has historically been quite low, which is why I had my parents buy a house there during my first year of high school. I'll take the exam under the Nanchang identity but study in the superior Chongming city. I'll surely excel there. Don't lose heart, I'll be waiting for you at the academy. The money from the house will be returned to your parents promptly, and soon, our families will be one. Jian Ping was taken aback by the girl's incessant chatter, struggling to comprehend her words at first. Upon reflection, he realized that while her initial statements seemed reasonable, they progressively shattered his worldview. It was true that Nanchang's academic performance was lacking, which had led to an influx of so-called exam immigrants. This was an unspoken secret. However, the fact that she was utilizing funds from her family to secure a residence and residency in Nanchang, yet seemed to express no gratitude and even implied a sense of entitlement, was quite disconcerting. Jian Ping felt a pang of annoyance, especially since the boy appeared to agree wholeheartedly. I know you mean well. I'll definitely study hard this year and reunite with you at the academy. However, my mother suggested we hold an engagement party after the exams. What do you think? The girl visibly bristled but inexplicably calmed down. Xin Yang, do you not trust me? I thought after all these years you understood who I am. Never mind, I'll focus on the exam, and once I return, I'll have my parents sell our house to repay your family. She wore a heart-wrenching expression, evoking a sense of pity in Jian Ping. The boy, clearly flustered, exclaimed, No, that's not what my family meant, you're overthinking it. Jian Ping observed this high martial arts version of a white lotus, gaining newfound insight. He had no desire to continue listening, fearing that further exposure would upend his own values. Strangely, he found himself feeling more enraged by the girl's flowery speech than the boy was. An impulsive urge to confront her bubbled within him, leaving him perplexed as he struggled to contain it. Since his encounter with that middle-aged man, he had sensed something amiss within himself, and this was becoming increasingly evident, though he remained unaware of the cause. Fortunately, the journey was swift, and upon disembarking, Jian Ping felt a wave of relief wash over him. He took a deep breath, reflecting on the myriad of human experiences he had witnessed during this trip, deeming it a worthwhile venture. All he longed for now was to return home and indulge in a hearty stew, as he had finally gathered enough ingredients for his first recipe. The meat was already simmering in the Swallowing Sky secret realm, awaiting his eager feast. However, before that, he needed to pay a visit to the old principal. Hailing a taxi, he made his way to the school. Strolling leisurely into the premises, he arrived at the office door. Knock, knock. Come in. Jian Ping promptly entered, grinning widely. Principal, I'm back. The principal regarded Jian Ping, who had matured considerably through his experiences, with a hint of surprise. Yet, he quickly shifted to a playful reprimand. You rascal, you actually decided to come back. The calls from the 5 great academies have nearly driven me mad. Here is the contact information. You can tell them where you wish to go. This matter is beyond my concern. Jian Ping feigned understanding, replying with a grin, as long as you take charge, I'll follow your lead. This was no mere politeness. He genuinely believed it. When it came to choosing a school, the principal was undoubtedly the most esteemed figure in Nanchang. The principal spat dismissively. Listen to me, I couldn't care less about your affairs. However, despite his words, he eventually invited Jian Ping to sit down and began discussing the pros and cons of the 5 great academies. You know, our 13 cities' 5 great academies are the most prestigious and top-tier institutions. Countless students aspire to attend. Now that you have earned this qualification, cherish it. Jian Ping nodded earnestly, resembling an eager elementary school student. You're absolutely right. The principal, with his wealth of experience, coaxed him gently. Indeed, what he said was accurate. The 5 great academies were unparalleled, renowned for producing exceptional talent. Of course, there were other second-tier and third-tier institutions, but Jian Ping had no intention of attending those. The difference between the academies was like night and day. The Qinglong, Zhuqiu, Baihu, Xuanwu, and Zhongji academies are the best in the 13 cities. You only have these 5 options. However, it lacks its own domain. In other words, if you wish to make progress in practical combat at Zhongji Academy, it will be quite difficult. A domain, essentially, refers to the front lines. Jian Ping understood this. The names of the 4 major academies, Qinglong, Zhuqiu, Baihu, and Xuanwu, were derived from their positions and symbolism. guarding the 4 cardinal directions. Each academy had its own designated domain. Moreover, beyond these domains, in the vast fissured spaces, there were even city-states. Yes, city-states. Jiang Ping had been unaware of this until he learned about it during his recent experiences, particularly while listening to Liu Baichuan's banter. Reflecting on the principal's words, Jiang Ping realized the implications were quite clear. If he sought safety or wished to avoid the front lines, then Zhongji Academy was not the place for him. Chapter 54, Vermilion Bird. Foolish boy. However, if one aspires for greater advancement, one must seek opportunities in the other for great institutions. Principal, why the vermilion bird? This was the question that lingered in Jiang Ping's mind. The old principal pondered for a moment, as if lost in reminiscence. Though the institution bears the name of the Azure Dragon, there is no Azure Dragon present. The same applies to the white tiger and black tortoise. With a sudden exclamation, Jiang Ping rubbed his ears, feeling as though he had just heard something truly remarkable. Principal, do not jest. Could it be that the Vermilion Bird Academy actually possesses a vermilion bird? It seemed utterly impossible. If such a creature existed, the world would have erupted in chaos. The old principal shot him a glance of exasperation. What are you thinking? There is no vermilion bird at the academy, but within the 7th realm lies the largest volcano known to date, a veritable paradise of fire attributes, home to the renowned immortal fire crows. I have heard that the Vermilion Bird Academy has a custom. Any new student who secures first place in the grand competition is granted a chance to ascend to the immortal fire mountain, essentially enabling them to seek an immortal fire crow that takes a liking to them and form a contract. If luck is on their side and they manage to acquire a royal-level immortal fire crow, as long as they are not stabbed to death, they could live a charmed life. The immortal fire crow is famed for its speed and ferocity, a prized possession of the Vermilion Bird Academy, far surpassing the prestige of any black-winged eagle. You must have heard that most flying beasts are of the wind attribute, yet the immortal fire crow possesses both wind and fire attributes, making it not only swift but also endowed with remarkable survival capabilities. Whether for travel or self-preservation, it is unparalleled. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping finally grasped the significance of the principal's words. He felt a surge of emotion. The principal's concern was for his safety. The wilderness beyond the 13 cities was still fraught with danger, otherwise, intercity railways would not have been established. However, with a fire crow as a steed, he could traverse independently, no longer reliant on other modes of transport. Furthermore, this would extend to exploring rifts. So long as he did not act recklessly, he could evade peril. Attending the academy was not akin to high school. It demanded genuine experience to pursue higher aspirations in the outer realms and rifts. Having such a mount would indeed be immensely convenient. The old principal observed Jiang Ping in contemplation and earnestly stated, "Little bottle, my many years of experience have imparted a singular truth. There are many prodigiously talented individuals, but only those who endure to the end are truly remarkable. Allow me to share a tale. Once there was a person whose abilities in youth were neither exceptional nor lacking, falling short compared to those prodigies. Yet, as time passed and the years wore on, many of those old friends, the geniuses, perished in the rift space or in the outer realms, leaving only him and a few others to survive. Then a miraculous event unfolded. He gradually found himself on equal footing with those few geniuses. Of course, I speak of their standing in the world. Everyone had to afford him a measure of respect. Would you not find that astonishing?" Listening to the principal's narrative, Jiang Ping fell into deep reflection. Principal, this contrasts sharply with the teachings we received in the 13 cities. Indeed, the 13 cities emphasized self-sacrifice, the notion of serving humanity, and the relentless struggle of the eternal flame at the forefront. Yet, what the principal conveyed today was about survival. He felt an inexplicable warmth. It was as if the principal regarded him as his own child. Upon hearing this, the old principal wiped away a trace of emotion from his eyes and chuckled reproachfully. "I merely offered a suggestion. How you choose to proceed remains your prerogative." With a sigh, he added, "Perhaps I am growing old, having witnessed too many farewells. I only hope you do not surpass me." Those words brought a smile to Jiang Ping's face. "Rest assured, I will certainly live well." As the conversation shifted to light-hearted banter, the somber mood dissipated. Jiangping began to comprehend the principal's intentions. Another reason I encouraged you to attend the Vermilion Bird Academy is that upon reaching the fusion realm, did you not notice the absence of fixed rankings? Furthermore, the guiding techniques seem to gradually lose their efficacy, am I correct? The principal continued. Jiangping found this truly perplexing. Indeed, after entering the fusion realm, it seemed as though the previous system of ranking had vanished. Before entering the spirit realm, one spoke of layers of heaven. Once within the spirit realm, one referred to specific moments of the spirit realm, and he could clearly perceive these distinctions. Yet, upon entering the fusion realm, everything suddenly appeared hazy. The rankings had disappeared, and Jiangping initially felt somewhat disoriented. What does the principle mean? Indeed, everyone spoke of the fusion realm as the threshold of the extraordinary, and he could feel its veracity. This is not mere hyperbole. It is indeed true. The fusion realm signifies the inception of the extraordinary, yet it remains merely a starting point. The reason you no longer perceive rankings in the fusion realm is that the grading system has evolved. The guiding techniques were foundational for you, and once you arrive at the academy, you will encounter new knowledge. In the 13 cities, it is referred to as martial arts. In the West, it is deemed a divine gift or ancestral bloodline, yet, at its core, it is fundamentally one and the same. To put it simply, the fusion realm is the No wonder he sensed that his guiding techniques had lost their potency upon reaching the fusion realm. There was such an explanation. But wait, during this time, I encountered quite a number of individuals in the fusion realm, and none of them mentioned martial arts. I even came across some from the Cherry Blossom Alliance, and they did not mention it either. The old principal smiled slightly. The individuals you encountered in the fusion realm are not truly in that realm. They merely possess a superficial ability to manipulate the energy within their bodies, akin to yourself. Genuine practitioners of the fusion realm are those who have mastered the art of energy manipulation to its fullest extent. The concept of fusion is profound and expansive. Suddenly, the old principal realized he had overlooked something. He looked at Jiangping in astonishment. What did you say? You mentioned encountering people from the Cherry Blossom Alliance. How do you know? It is inconceivable that you would have crossed paths with them. Jiangping couldn't help but chuckle at the principal's surprise. When we were in Chongming City, that vile fellow even spoke of the heavenly battle one-blade style. He recounted the events of saving Xu Qinjiao. The principal's expression shifted to one of complexity, and he could not help but pat Jiangping's head. You rascal, could you be some kind of prodigy? Jiangping felt displeased. Principal, why are you insulting me? The old principal chuckled in amusement. Insulting? What could you possibly do to me? Now, tell me, what techniques did you employ at that time? Jiangping replied matter-of-factly. First, I broke the barrier. Breaking the barrier can dismantle myriad techniques, as my aunt once said. Then, I threw a claw strike, and he exploded. At that moment, the old principal was genuinely at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. You rascal, it seems that the members of the Cherry Blossom Alliance. However, I can assure you with certainty that the person you mentioned practiced martial arts. That so-called heavenly battle one-blade style is. Chapter 55. The so-called lore. The heavenly battle one-blade style is the lore of the fusion. It encompasses the methods I just mentioned, cultivation techniques, bloodlines, and everything else that is difficult to comprehend can be termed as lore. And the reason he could not defeat you, as you have already pointed out, lies in your ability to break through barriers and dismantle myriad laws. You have already shattered his lore, leaving him utterly defenseless. At this point, the old principal wore a look of helplessness. This young man truly was fortunate. How could it be that despite his ignorance, he managed to kill someone? The assassin from the Sakura Alliance must be feeling quite frustrated. When Jiangping heard the principal's explanation, he finally understood why someone as talented as Xu Qinjiao had been suppressed when he did not take the stage. Ultimately, it was because Xu Qinjiao had not learned the so-called lore either. Like him, she was merely a spirit realm practitioner disguised in the garb of the fusion realm. For the first time, he felt that his ability to break through barriers was indeed formidable. Upon posing this question, the old principal chuckled and scolded. Of course it's impressive, breaking through barriers is a skill that can only be attained through various fortuitous encounters and requires a profound understanding of law. Yet, I cannot fathom how someone like you, who hardly takes classes seriously, has come to grasp it. Otherwise, do you think you could become the leader of the Fireseed Squad? Indeed, but you still haven't explained what the law of Jukyu Academy truly is. After hearing so much, he grew even more curious about what kind of law could warrant the principal's recommendation. The principal cleared his throat. The true law of Jukyu. Aha, it sounded rather grand, but he couldn't quite grasp its meaning. The principal, aware of his confusion, continued, the true law of Jukyu is a cultivation technique modeled after the mythical phoenix of antiquity. It encompasses both cultivation methods and combat techniques. In terms you might better understand, it's akin to cultivation arts and skills. Moreover, after years of refinement, it has reached a level of maturity. However, the most crucial aspect is its effect. The true law of Jukyu possesses an extraordinarily domineering ability. At this point, the principal enunciated clearly, limb regeneration. Jiangping stood up in disbelief. What did you just say? Seeing the astonishment on the young man's face, the principal finally revealed a satisfied smile. Limb regeneration, when cultivated to a certain level, allows one to disregard physical conditions and directly regrow new limbs at the site of injury. Of course, this requires energy, or qi, which you will come to understand in due course. The reason I share this with you is to convey that the true law of Jukyu is exceptional for self-preservation and possesses explosive fire techniques, which are quite formidable. If paired with an undying fire crow, given your barrier-breaking abilities, it would be quite challenging for anyone one major realm above you to pose a threat. A tempest surged within Jiangping's heart. So I have become this powerful. If one major realm above is insufficient to harm me, does that mean only those in the Xian realm or Wang realm can inflict damage? This true law of Jukyu seems rather extraordinary. Jiangping was truly captivated. Noticing Jiangping's engrossed demeanor, the principal seized the opportunity to unveil his final trump card. With a nonchalant smile, he stated, all of the above pertains to cultivation recommendations. Now comes the crux. Jiangping's curiosity was piqued even further. He adopted an attentive posture, hastily pouring tea for the principal, realizing that the old principal was indeed a treasure of a person. Wait, that sentiment seemed misplaced. As the saying goes, having an elder in the family is akin to possessing a treasure. The principal was his treasure. Observing Jiangping's considerate behavior, the principal casually remarked, primarily, at Jukyu Academy, we have connections. With a thunderous realization, Jiangping's mind was blown. The academy has connections. This connection, unlike the usual understanding, could be interpreted as networking. The principal's words implied a solid network within that institution. Jiangping's eyes brightened. Principal, numerous teachers were classmates with your uncle, and even in the City of Rifts, we have our people. As Jiangping listened to the principal enumerate a plethora of names, he was completely astounded. He never imagined that a high school principal could wield such influence. Truly, he was a mentor with a vast network of disciples. Suddenly, he recalled, Principal, the uncle you mentioned, his surname is, if my son doesn't carry the surname Mo, what else could it be? Realizing his verbal misstep, Jiangping quickly retreated. I misspoke. He then recounted his encounter with that Wang-level individual during the assessment, mentioning that the finger he had obtained also came from that source. The principal calmly responded, that should be your second uncle. He is likely in the third realm right now. Knowing to leave you a finger indicates he holds you in high regard. By the way, speaking of that finger, I had someone craft it into a knife for you. Take a look. As he spoke, he retrieved a long object from beneath his desk, a finely crafted, slender knife handle, accompanied by a meticulously polished sheath that gleamed with a luxurious finish. Upon receiving it, Jiangping examined it closely, noting that the knife was longer and slimmer than conventional ones. The principal continued, this was crafted in imitation of the ancient Miao knife. Given the limitations of your materials, it could only be made to this extent. However, 3 holes have been left for you. As you gain more experience, you'll understand their purpose. With that one remark, all of Jiangping's subsequent questions were quelled. He had been pondering the use of those 3 holes, but it seemed they held significant utility. He carefully stowed the knife away. "Thank you, Principal," he expressed with utmost sincerity. The principal waved him off. "You've learned what you needed. Now be off. By the way, I've also planned for Lanlan to attend Jukyu Academy in the 7th realm. You'll need to look after her." Jiang Ping chuckled. "That's for certain. Now go." With a quick acknowledgement, Jiang Ping made his exit. Upon returning home, he was enveloped in the warmth of familial affection before he slipped away into the devouring sky secret realm. His pot of meat had long been awaiting him, and he could hardly contain his anticipation. This was his first time utilizing a recipe to concoct wine-level stewed meat, and his excitement was palpable. As he beheld the aromatic, enticing wine-level stewed meat that drew the attention of surrounding beasts, Jiang Ping could hardly suppress his salivation. In that moment, he made a decision that went against his ancestors' teachings. Swiftly, he seized the largest piece and began to gnaw on it. The instant the meat entered his mouth, Jiang Ping's eyes widened in astonishment. It was delicious, truly, extraordinarily delicious. Chapter 56. Once more, Jiang Lang immediately, he felt a surge of energy within him. If he had previously possessed an energy level 3 times that of an ordinary person, it had now increased even further. Yet, this was not the culmination of his transformation. He sensed a peculiar movement within his body, blood coursing vigorously, bones resonating in harmony. At that moment, he felt as if he were on the verge of transcending the mortal realm, acutely aware of the enhancement in his physical prowess. No, it was more accurate to say that his corporeal form was rapidly strengthening. This was an all-encompassing elevation, ineffable yet unmistakably clear. Jiang Ping was entranced by this sensation, unable to extricate himself from its allure. 1 morsel, 2 morsels, 3, until at last, every ingredient in the pot, various medicinal herbs, had been consumed, leaving him yearning for more. In a moment of fervor, he embraced the steaming pot and drank every last drop of the broth. It was at this juncture that a wave of refreshing energy surged from the crown of his head, bringing him unparalleled comfort. He clenched his fists tightly and struck out, producing a sound that pierced the air. Jiang Ping was astounded. His physical abilities had always been his Achilles heel, a consequence of years of malnutrition. It was a wonder he could even be well, yet, just moments ago, he felt as though he had undergone a metamorphosis, as if he were immersed in warm spring water, acutely aware of the flow of his blood and fully experiencing the vigor of his robust physique. In all his life, there had been no moment more pleasurable than this. How delightful! Jiang Ping licked his lips, reveling in the abundance of meat from his first pot. Once he had finished, he pondered just how powerful he might become. The recipe was extraordinary. He still had a considerable stock of herbs and could replicate the concoction he had just consumed. Salivating, he awaited the next opportunity. However, as time dragged on, impatience began to gnaw at him. Seeking distraction, he resolved to visit the Sutra Pavilion to peruse some texts. Upon entering the Sutra Pavilion, he was struck by an inexplicable sensation, as if the atmosphere had grown considerably warmer. Of course, it could merely be a figment of his imagination, a consequence of his enhanced physical condition. As he browsed, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Perhaps it was the comfort of being well-fed that made him feel lethargic, for as he read, he found himself drifting in and out of consciousness. It was then that he seemed to hear a voice, plaintive and yearning. Jiang Lang, Jiang Lang. Jiang Ping felt as if he had slipped into a dream, one that was both intoxicating and prolonged. In this dream, he found himself kissing an exquisite woman, and just as he prepared to take things further, a sudden snap jolted him awake. Blinking in confusion, Jiang Ping froze. Good heavens, where is my physique? I was so strong. As he attempted to rub the sleep from his eyes, he discovered that he could barely lift his hands. Trembling uncontrollably, dumbfounded, he gazed at his hands in despair. Am I losing my mind? Just moments ago, I was terrifyingly powerful. How could I have become so weak so suddenly? Yet, he soon realized something was amiss. There seemed to be an additional presence in his mind, a technique, pulsating with a crimson light. The words "a sun and moon cycle" appeared to be etched into his consciousness. However, he found himself unable to unlock its secrets. Irritated, he took a moment to regain his composure. Stay calm, stay calm. I still have meat left. I can recover. Leaning against the wall, he contemplated the events that had just transpired. Though he could recall only fragments, he began to piece together a semblance of understanding. It must be connected to the woman in the ice coffin. This was Jian Ping's deduction. He had lapsed into unconsciousness multiple times, each occurrence linked to that enchanting figure, yet, upon reflection, he noted that there had never been any genuine danger. Rather, he had consistently reaped rewards. The first time had been atop Qianfu Mountain, where he inexplicably gained control over the rift in time. The second time, just moments ago, he had acquired a new technique. Though the specifics eluded him, he suspected it was something beneficial. Feeling the weakness in his body, Jian Ping resolved to set aside his thoughts for now. His head ached. He rushed outside and devoured every morsel of meat from the pot, finally sensing his return to peak condition. Suddenly, a thought struck him as absurd. That woman must be extraordinary, and yet here I am, weakened, trading my physical strength for knowledge. Jian Ping found this notion dangerously intriguing, yet his gaze was drawn inexplicably toward the Sutra Pavilion. It seemed that this exchange might not be to his detriment. As Jian Ping emerged, he realized that night had long since fallen. Before he knew it, a new day had dawned. Perhaps due to the exertion of the previous day, he slept more soundly than ever. Upon waking, he found his father still engaged in work, processing the corpses of monstrous beasts. Jian Ping assisted with the tasks at hand. Days passed in this manner, with little more than brief encounters with his younger brothers and offering encouragement to Dongfang Lan. Each evening, he would venture in to feast on meat, then cautiously approach the Sutra Pavilion to absorb its knowledge. Following this, a remarkable phenomenon began to unfold. More and more words filled his mind. The technique of the sun and moon cycle gradually revealed its full form. Jian Ping gazed at the intricacies of the sun and moon cycle, his mind reeling. The more I look, the more it seems like something out of myth. Sun and moon cycle. Capture two avian creatures using secret methods, refine them, and exert control. Place them beneath your feet and command them with secret techniques. Speed is determined by the quality of the avian creatures. You may enter combat mode to enhance the innate abilities of the avian creatures, assisting in battle. This was Jian Ping's understanding, and the more he read, the more impressive it became. The sun and moon cycle was indeed remarkable. He had initially intended to attend the Zhuqiu Academy. If he were to acquire 2 royal-grade fire crows, he might just take flight. The text indicated that avian creatures of the Shen realm could travel 1,000 miles in a day. What of royal grade? The only limitation would be energy. The higher the level, the more energy would be required for cultivation, and the standards. Yet, such considerations no longer served as deterrents for Jian Ping. From his initial trepidation regarding the ice coffin, he had gradually grown accustomed to entering and drawing from its power, embodying the principle of true allure. However, Jian Ping also discovered an intriguing phenomenon. Though his body had begun to develop a resistance to the effects of the first recipe, a mere absorption allowed him to reset the process. In just a few days, he lost count of how many pots of meat he had simmered. In any case, nearly 6 or 7 cubic units of royal-grade meat remained, yet Jian Ping found himself reluctant to consume more. He wished to wait, eyeing the second recipe. The materials required for this next concoction were even more advanced. Ingredients at the fusion realm were no longer sufficient, with the lowest grade being those of the Shen realm. If he could gather these materials, would the effects not be even more pronounced? With this thought in mind, Jian Ping felt a sense of urgency to head to the academy. Such items were difficult to obtain in South City, and he was eager to claim the academy's rewards. The Undying Fire Crow, Chapter 57. The gathering comes to an end as the days passed. On this day, the entirety of South City became a hive of activity. Numerous individuals were stationed on the streets to maintain order, while throngs of people surged towards the examination venue. Among them was Dongfang Lan. Aunt Hui personally escorted the child to the examination hall, accompanied by Jiang Guanli and Yao Yujing. Although Jian Ping himself was not required to take the exam, he felt that Dongfang Lan was no different from his own child. In fact, perhaps in Yao Yujing's heart, Dongfang Lan held an even more significant place. This was Jian Ping's private speculation. Observing Yao Yujing's incessant instructions, Jian Ping could not help but smirk. That's enough. The worst thing before an exam is to apply pressure on someone. With that, he approached Dongfang Lan and confidently declared, Lan Lan, rest assured and focus on your exam, I guarantee your admission to the academy. Yao Yujing shot him a disgruntled glance. What ability do you possess to guarantee Lanlan's entry? You can't even manage your own affairs. Dongfang Lan stifled a giggle behind her hand. Jian Ping was unfazed, a slight smile gracing his lips, thinking to himself, I possess that very ability. This brings us back. As the captain of the Spark team, Jian Ping had an unconventional meeting with a teacher from the Zhuqiu Academy regarding admissions. Teacher Zhu, I have a strong desire. If this request can be fulfilled, I will enroll promptly and arrange my academic registration. Teacher Zhu regarded Jian Ping with amusement, were it not for the considerable pressure Zhuqiu Academy was facing lately. Nevertheless, as the captain of the Spark team, it was reasonable for him to make a request. Speak freely, as long as it is not excessive, I can agree. Jian Ping, unreserved, she must accompany me to the academy, otherwise, I will enroll elsewhere. Teacher Zhu was momentarily taken aback. Do not jest, Jian Ping, there is no precedent for this. If I go, she must come with me, otherwise, I refuse to attend. You mentioned Qinglong or Zhengji, but what of a second-tier academy? Teacher Zhu's eyes widened in disbelief. Jian Ping, there is a fundamental difference. Do not jeopardize your future. Jian Ping shook his head slightly. What future? Whether I would have survived to this moment without her is debatable. His words sent Teacher Zhu into a spiral of concern. If he were a typical child, even as captain of the Spark team, this situation would not be so complicated. Would he not come, then let him not come. Previous members of the Spark team had attended Zhuqiu Academy, but reports from the military indicated that this child had grasped the concept of breaking barriers soon after entering the fusion realm, which essentially guaranteed a ticket to compete at the same level. Coincidentally, Zhuqiu Academy had recently been experiencing a downturn. Securing Jian Ping would be a boon, however. No one anticipated the predicament Jian Ping had posed. To bring someone in with him, what a fast. Jian Ping remained silent, patiently waiting. After an indeterminate time, Teacher Zhu finally spoke. What is the name of this child? I need to assess her abilities, otherwise, even if I were to overlook you, I cannot arbitrarily admit an unqualified student. That would be irresponsible to both the child and the academy. Jian Ping understood instantly. This was akin to forcing someone with inadequate intelligence into a prestigious institution. It would only lead. Yet he had faith in Dongfang Lan, for she was a prodigy. He merely sought an additional layer of assurance for himself. When Dongfang Lan's information was relayed, Teacher Zhu fell into a long silence, casting a somewhat. This child does not require your backing. As long as she performs normally, admission to Zhuqiu is a certainty. Why put me in this predicament? Jian Ping shrugged. There could still be unforeseen circumstances. Who can predict the outcome of an examination? I desire certainty, not uncertainty. Teacher Zhu was exasperated. Observing Jian Ping's demeanor, he sensed that Zhuqiu Academy would soon be anything but tranquil. This was a troublesome character. Let us deliberate. Ultimately, it was this assurance that enabled Jian Ping to boast. His reasoning was simple, to provide Dongfang Lan with security. If all proceeded smoothly, then all would be well. In the event of an unexpected occurrence, the examination stretched over several days, and during this time, Jian Ping frequently visited the principal's office to gather insights about Zhuqiu Academy. He found it immensely beneficial. During this period, the old principal received a phone call from Li Ziqing. Forget about that sharpening stone. After a prolonged silence on the other end, it was clear that she had come to understand something. With a sigh, she replied, well, let it go. She had not anticipated that the seemingly trivial sharpening stone she had sought for her brother would turn out to be so formidable, ultimately leading to his position as the captain of the Spark team. What was there to sharpen now? Li Zimu would need to sharpen his dull blade instead. Time passed swiftly, and at long last, Dongfang Lan completed her examination. Following this, Xiao Huang proposed they all go out for a meal. Many from the Zhenjiao gathered together, all of whom were close to Jian Ping. They even indulged in a bit of drinking. As the gathering drew to a close, bolstered by the effects of alcohol, Xiao Huang proclaimed, "It was you, Liu Zi, who, just after receiving the vital essence, selflessly withheld it from yourself and instead gave it to me. When I returned home, my uncle nearly beat me to a pulp." Jian Ping's words elicited an embarrassed smile from Liu Zi. "Brother Ping, you remember that?" I didn't mention it, how did you find out? Laughter erupted among the group. Well, you didn't say anything, but your big-mouthed sister certainly spread the word at school. Har har. And Nio Ben, I believe it was during the 3rd year I came home and was cornered by a group of brats. You brought your brothers to take revenge for me, right? Nio Ben scratched his head. That does ring a bell, but I had almost forgotten. Jiang Ping shook his head slightly. You may forget, but I, Jiang Ping, cannot forget. I am here today thanks to the support of my brothers, so in the future, should anyone encounter trouble, do not hesitate to call me. No matter where I am, I will undoubtedly be there at the first opportunity. The group was moved by his words. Xiao Huang quietly remarked, Brother Ping, while you speak highly of us, what about your own merits? Over the years, how many burdens have you shouldered for us? The storms you have weathered for us are not easily forgotten. Chapter 58. Departure. At the mention of the departure, a ripple of laughter swept through the crowd as they reminisced about the days gone by. It was common knowledge that the moment they stepped out of the towering gates, their lives would irrevocably change. They were transitioning from mere students to warriors. This was the destiny of every gifted individual from the 13 cities. With access to superior resources came the necessity to make sacrifices. From the very outset at the academy, they would encounter magical beasts. With those who had, a farewell banquet lasted until dusk, after which Dongfang Lan supported Jiang Ping as they made their way home. Along the way, she inquired, Are you certain about going to Zhuqiu? Her eyes sparkled like stars, glimmering with a gentle radiance. Jiang Ping, slightly dazed, replied, Yes, I must go. Don't worry, Lan Lan, you need not fear being bullied there. Your brother Ping will have some standing. Dongfang Lan shot him an exasperated glance, feeling the disparity in their conversation. You're speaking nonsense. At the tender age of 18 or 19, girls are particularly sensitive, often maturing both mentally and physically faster than their male counterparts. Instead of returning home, Jiang Ping found solace on the rooftop of their residence, the two of them leaning back against the vast expanse of twinkling stars above. The next morning, Jiang Ping awoke at home once again. For several consecutive days, he did not venture outside but instead engaged in a relentless cycle of absorbing and replenishing his energy, preparing to master the entirety of the Sun and Moon Wheel before heading to the academy. He wished to avoid arriving at Zhuqiu Academy with the Undying Fire Crow in hand yet lacking the means to cultivate the Sun and Moon Wheel. The Undying Fire Crow was a prize reserved for the top newcomers at Zhuqiu Academy, and Jiang Ping had already set his sights on securing that position. The next time he met Dongfang Lan was when they received their acceptance letters. Dongfang Lan was overjoyed to have been admitted to Zhuqiu Academy, and naturally, so was Jiang Ping. This jubilant news sparked celebrations in both families, even drawing the neighbors into the festive mood. However, such happiness was short-lived. As the time to depart approached, there was no concept of summer or winter breaks. They would rest for a few days before heading to the academy. Each city dispatched its own designated transport, special flying mounts, to be precise. Parents, please step back, and students, move forward to take your seats behind the Undying Fire Crow. Awaiting departure called out a representative from Zhuqiu Academy, youthful. There were also two slightly older individuals nearby, whom Jiang Ping surmised to be teachers. Among the 13 students from South City heading to Zhuqiu Academy, Jiang Ping's reputation preceded him, and upon his arrival, many greeted him with cheerful smiles. Brother Ping, you're going to Zhuqiu too? Wow, Brother Ping is finally no longer the frail one. Har har. Does this mean it's your turn to share your essence with us? Jiang Ping reciprocated their greetings. They were all acquaintances, at least within the student circle of South City. He casually selected a seat for himself and Dongfang Lan and began chatting with his classmates, a vibrant group, brimming with youthful energy. At the teacher's command, the Undying Fire Crow finally took to the skies. Jiang Ping gazed at the magnificent creature before him, feeling a pang of envy. This was indeed the Undying Fire Crow, a sight to behold. Its entire body resembled flames, and with each flap of its wings, it appeared to ignite the air around it, a visual spectacle that was nothing short of breathtaking. Its size was also considerable, capable of accommodating 13 students, 2 teachers, and 2 additional students. However, at the moment of takeoff, Jianping, experienced as he was, promptly activated the protective energy shield, enveloping both himself and Dongfanglan securely. The 2 leading teachers cast a glance in Jianping's direction but chose to remain silent. Initially, his classmates were puzzled by his actions, but as the fire crow accelerated, they quickly understood. One by one, they lamented, "Brother Ping, how could you be so inconsiderate? The wind is howling. Why didn't you warn us?" Their lips were blown into comical expressions. Jianping chuckled, "What is the point of warning? The energy shield is only available at the fusion realm. I can only protect myself and Lan Lan." His classmates protested, "Brother Ping, you're lacking in camaraderie." "Exactly, I want to be like Lan Lan too," Jianping retorted. "The bond between Lan Lan and me dates back to our childhood. Can any of you compare? Just embrace the wind and enjoy the thrill of flying." This left Dongfanglan somewhat embarrassed, feeling the need to admonish him for his indiscreet remarks. The group erupted in laughter. Fortunately, their teachers were merely encouraging them to enjoy the experience and did not intervene further. Soon, a massive energy shield enveloped them, providing relief from the harsh winds, allowing them to appreciate the sea. This was their first experience of flight, and each student was filled with a sense of wonder, imagining themselves riding the fire crow. The teachers, aside from offering necessary explanations, maintained a cool detachment. Yet, even the most stunning sights can lead to aesthetic fatigue. After a while, many began to tire of the view. They even encountered solitary flying magical beasts that occasionally threatened the fire crow, sending tremors through the air and causing hearts to race. After all, they were high above the ground, and finally, after enduring numerous trials and tribulations, they reached the 7th realm. Upon entering, everyone sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere. The sky darkened considerably, and the air was thick with the scent of blood, causing those unaccustomed to the realms to frown in discomfort. This was not quite as they had envisioned. Someone asked, "Senior, why is there such a strong smell of blood in the 7th realm?" The senior, one of the 2 older students, was the only one they could consult, as the teachers would not engage. The senior, with a round face adorned in Jukyu Academy's crimson uniform and a delicate Jukyu badge hanging from her chest, smiled at the inquiry. "How should I put it? On the front lines, if there were no scent of blood, would it even be considered a battlefield?" In that moment, comprehension dawned upon them. They were no longer in the rear but had stepped directly into the fray. They had not anticipated the reality of the front lines to be so stark. To their astonishment, they could see combat taking place below, with victors emerging with magical cores and vital parts of the defeated beasts. The sight of discarded magical beast corpses left many feeling curious. "Isn't there a risk of contamination?" The senior smiled gently. "The front lines are not like the rear. Thousands of magical beasts are slain daily. Who has the time to burn each one?" Most are simply discarded. As for contamination, as long as you don't consume anything, you'll be fine. Once you enroll, you'll all enter the fusion realm, and at that stage, this book is likely nearing its end. It has already reached 120,000 words without any traction or views, and the debut has been lackluster. I will observe for another day, alas. Chapter 59. An unexpected turn. The explanation provided by the senior left the crowd in astonishment, yet Jianping maintained a serene expression. Dongfanglan's demeanor shifted slightly. "Bottle, did you already know?" "Or were you on the front lines during your recent disappearance?" Upon uttering these words, the crowd turned their gaze towards Jianping. Even the senior, filled with curiosity, looked at him intently. Prior to their arrival, they had heard whispers of a special recruit in Nanchang, one whom the academy had gone to great lengths to invite back. They had been subtly observing Jianping, initially taken aback when he manifested, yet they remained uncertain about his combat prowess. Now, they were eager to hear Jianping's response. Jianping looked at everyone, somewhat exasperated. "Why are you all staring at me? I've never been to the 7th domain, but I have visited the 3rd domain, which is quite similar, so I'm not particularly astonished." The crowd seemed to understand. "Bottle brother, care to elaborate?" This query served as an icebreaker, as Jiang Ping occasionally enjoyed sharing stories. The others were eager listeners. Jiang Ping sighed in resignation. Honestly, I learned all this from the senior. I don't know much myself. With free labor at their disposal, he found himself rather idle. The senior regarded him with evident dissatisfaction, clearly feeling that Jiang Ping was being somewhat insincere. However, she refrained from voicing her displeasure, recognizing that this was, after all, her responsibility. She was not volunteering her efforts without recompense, she was earning credits. The academy was unlike ordinary institutions. Here, currency held little value. Credits and contributions were paramount. All resources could only be obtained through these credits and contributions. Credits could be seen as a tiered system. 100 credits might allow one to exchange for a spirit realm, while 200 could potentially secure a fusion realm, though these figures were merely illustrative. Every student was acutely aware of the importance of credits, while contributions functioned as currency, redeemable for resources only after fulfilling credit requirements. The senior was essentially on a mission, thus earning credits in the process. Jiang Ping was well aware of this system. Indeed, he had his own credits. The foundational credits allocated to him by Jukyu Academy amounted to 500. This was due to two considerations. 1. To provide this prodigy with a slight advantage, and 2. Because ordinary resources held little value for someone of Jiang Ping's caliber. It would be impractical to toil for a year only to acquire resources that would serve no purpose for him. Jiang Ping would not acquiesce to such an arrangement, nor would the academy. His presence was not merely to lounge idly but to realize his potential. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for him to receive credits directly. His contribution points also stood at 500, though their exact worth remained uncertain. The senior, hoping to glean some insights from Jiang Ping without compensation, ultimately found herself explaining the situation patiently. Upon entering the domain, they soon approached Jukyu Academy. Just as the group anticipated their imminent arrival at the academy, the body of the immortal fire crow began to descend. Suddenly, with a swift motion, it turned. The dozen or so individuals from Nanchang, who had been comfortably seated atop the crow, let out a collective gasp as their protective aura abruptly vanished. Even the previously sweet and charming senior wore an inexplicable smile. What on earth is happening? We're flipping over. Yet no one responded to their cries. From an altitude of over 100 meters, panic ensued. Jiang Ping was the first to regain his composure. Stay calm, the trees are tall and dense here. Everyone, quickly use your skills to cushion your fall with the tree canopies. As Jiang Ping's voice resonated, the crowd finally reacted, showcasing their diverse abilities. However, when they turned to glance back at Jiang Ping, their eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 60. Are you speaking to me? Some among the crowd could no longer contain their fury, shouting, Bottle Bro, let go of Lan Lan. No, wait, Lan Lan, release Bottle Bro. Woo woo, Bottle Bro, I beg for a hug. How can you be so heartless with the opposite sex, you scoundrel, Bottle? Even as they maintained their free fall, the onlookers could not bear the spectacle before them. There stood Jiang Ping, resembling a solitary youth detached from the world, stepping gracefully down from the void, as if descending upon invisible steps. Beside him, Dongfang Lan, initially flustered, gently entwined her arm with Jiang Ping's, transforming into a celestial being descending from the heavens. Together, they formed a picture of a golden boy and jade girl, evoking both envy and jealousy among the spectators. Even the senior sister, controlling the immortal fire crow nearby, could not help but click her tongue. This newcomer is quite the show-off. The two usually stoic teachers, upon hearing this, burst into laughter. Mind your language, the senior sister playfully stuck out her tongue, chuckling. Teacher, this poses no challenge for Jiang Ping. I sense you may have miscalculated. The teacher, suppressing a smile, replied nonchalantly, Jiang Ping's battlefield lies not here. His current strength would indeed rank him among the top in the second year. The senior sister covered her mouth in astonishment at the teacher's assessment of Jiang Ping. Another senior sister incredulously remarked, You can't be serious, teacher, the second year is a completely different realm from the first. They had endured much to reach the second year, and now a newcomer was said to be on par with them. It felt fundamentally unjust. The disparity between the first and second year was akin to that between adults and children. First-year prodigies merely reached the melding stage, and mastering a single advance. Yet in the second year, they had already delved into the lore, various techniques and extraordinary abilities had begun to emerge, some among them had even attained the profound realm, capable of competing in the rifts. Thus, the teacher's evaluation of Jianping implied that he was already equipped to contend in the rifts. The teacher understood the discontent of the two but offered no further explanation, simply stating, "Let us wait and see." As the group landed, their years of training aided them, and most attendees of Jukyu Academy possessed a certain prowess, enabling them to maintain their footing and avoid embarrassing themselves by creating a crater upon impact. Nonetheless, their appearance was less than pristine, with some having deliberately donned new attire for the academy, now marred and scratched. Frustration grew as they exchanged glances, watching Jianping descend nonchalantly. Their anger reached a boiling point, and someone suddenly shouted. Jianping swiftly dodged, laughing heartily, fully aware that he had drawn considerable ire. He shouted in jest as he fled. In reality, this group could not hope to overpower him, but could he afford to retaliate? After some playful antics, Dongfanglan finally exclaimed, "Enough already, let us settle down, we still don't know why the teacher brought us here." The group settled down, yet they noticed Jianping lingering at the periphery. They chided him, "Bottle, we won't beat you up anymore, just come back." "Yes, you promised not to use that skill in front of us again. I'll cover your breakfast from now on." A girl whispered, "I'll cover the milk tea." Jianping, bemused, replied, "Is it really necessary? I'll make you eat 20 pounds, can you handle that?" After a lengthy deliberation, some were genuinely prepared to speak up. Dongfanglan, exasperated, called out again, "Why are we getting more animated? Let us get back to business. Jianping, come over here." Finally, they shifted to the main topic. The group ceased their playful banter, engaging in serious contemplation. This must be deliberate on the teacher's part. Otherwise, how could we have faced such a mishap? Exactly, I think so too. But why? The young minds struggled to comprehend, sensing a deep. Then a surprised voice exclaimed, Chen Ji, come quickly, another batch of unfortunate souls has arrived." In no time, a throng of individuals emerged from the thicket. The group was taken aback. Over 30 peers approached, each bearing marks of wear similar to the newcomers from Nanchang. One from the opposing group cheerfully remarked, "Chen Ji, another group of unfortunate souls has come down. It's unclear which city they hail from. I've never seen them before." The Nanchang group, upon hearing themselves labelled as unfortunate, bristled. "Hey, what do you mean by unfortunate souls? You look like you were tossed down here as well, don't you have the audacity to speak?" The leader of the opposing group, identified as Chen Ji, pulled the speaker aside and then, mimicking an adult, clasped his hands together. "I'm Chen Kai, from Doutai City. These are my companions. We're curious to know where you're from." This was a fair introduction. Dongfanglan prepared to respond, but Jianping interjected, "We hail from Nanchang. It seems you've been down here for a while." Taking the lead, Jianping asserted his role, balancing the playful antics with the seriousness of the situation. Chen Kai, upon hearing Nanchang, paused, struggling to recall, before feigning enlightenment. "Oh, I see, I thought there were so few of you. So, you're from Nanchang." Laughter erupted from the crowd. "I thought you were from somewhere else. Turns out you're from that city about to be eliminated from the 13 major cities." Sure, keep it down. Calling the disabled a cripple isn't he wise, you know?" Though some attempted restraint, their words remained less than courteous, and the Nanchang group overheard, causing immediate discontent. "What do you mean by that? If you look down on us, you're free to leave, don't linger here and be a nuisance." They longed to retort, yet the truth stung, leaving them speechless. However, their discomfort was palpable. A glint of coldness flashed in Jianping's eyes. His sense of belonging to Nanchang was stronger than anyone else's. To speak ill of him or his home was intolerable. Stepping forward, he gestured dismissively, "Everyone, it's best you leave. We have nothing to discuss." No matter how forlorn, Nanchang remained his home. Chen Kai, taken aback, stared incredulously at Jianping. "Are you speaking to me?" A hint of absurdity arose within him. He believed he had shown this group sufficient courtesy, yet they appeared so ungrateful. Chapter 61. Let the battle commence, and not just you, but all of you. In an instant, A pin drop could be heard. Silence enveloped the room. The crowd from Nanchang nearly erupted in applause for Brother Bottle, but reconsidered, as propriety demanded restraint. After all, Brother Bottle had previously remarked that one should be subtle in their arrogance, leaving no trace. Thus, they stifled their enthusiasm, though internally they were elated. Chen Kai's face flushed crimson. He was about to speak when a voice of astonishment interrupted. Jianping. Jianping looked up, revealing a slight smile. Xiaoqi, you're here at Zhuqiu too. Xiaoqi, typically taciturn, he shows no manners at all. Xiaoqi remained silent, neither responding nor nodding, further inflaming Chen Kai's sense of humiliation. What do you mean, without my family, could Xiaoqi have survived this long? I am speaking to you, respond. Xiaoqi continued to bow his head, uncommunicative. Jianping observed the exchange with a hint of surprise. Clearly, there was a backstory here, but now wasn't he the time to inquire further. He turned to Chen Kai, saying, if you're upset, direct it at me. Venting your anger on others shows a lack of grace. His tone was calm, yet it only made Chen Kai feel more cornered. Me? Lacking grace, today, I shall show you what true grace is. With that, he prepared to strike. Jianping had anticipated this moment, ready to deliver a jolt of electricity to Chen Kai the instant he advanced. However, just then, two more groups appeared as if summoned to a meeting. Oh, isn't he this the esteemed Chen Dieshao? What is happening here? A full-on brawl. Liu Baichuan remarked. Chen Kai, if you dare to raise a hand, I'll smash you, and my surname will be written upside down. The first comment came from Liu Baichuan, while the latter was uttered by Xu Qianjiao. Behind them lingered another figure, silent but casting a hostile gaze at Chen Kai, Li Zimu, standing quietly behind Jianping, his stance unmistakable. Jianping sighed, unable to suppress a chuckle. Could this pressure still allow him to maintain his composure? You're here at Zhuqiu too. Liu Baichuan, having forged a friendship with Jianping over the past month and a half, spoke casually. Meanwhile, Xu Qianjiao flashed a charming smile, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Jianping. Brother Bottle, it's been a while, you seem to have gained a bit of weight. This was merely an attempt at conversation. The moment she spoke, Dongfang Lan's expression shifted to one of bemusement. The crowd from Nanchang regarded Jianping with curiosity, as they speculated on the identities of Xu Qianjiao and Jianping. The only one not observing was Li Zimu, familiar with the scene, having been overshadowed by Brother Bottle. Unbeknownst to Jianping, a crisis was quietly brewing. He awkwardly remarked, it has been a few days since we last met. So, you all came to Zhuqiu? Xu Qianjiao nodded. Yes, my father suggested I come to Zhuqiu. This double entendre hinted at her newfound assertiveness. The remaining individuals from Nanchang exchanged puzzled glances, while those from Chongming City displayed astonished expressions. Who was this person? The offspring of prominent families from Chongming City seemed to be familiar with him. Their curiosity piqued. In the midst of this silence, Dongfang Lan stepped forward. Brother Bottle, who are all these people? Friends, yet no introductions. However, unseen by others, she pinched him sharply from behind. Jianping gasped inwardly. Had he offended her? Yet, he dared not evade. Clearing his throat, he began, this is Liu Baichuan. I encountered him during my time out. He proceeded with the introductions. Chen Kai's face turned an unsettling shade of purple. Humiliated. As the young master of the Chen family from Daotai City, he had never endured such indignities. In Daotai City, everyone catered to him. Now, this group disregarded him entirely, engaging in nostalgic chatter as if he were invisible. Unable to contain himself, Chen Kai erupted. You are taking this too far. His outburst startled the crowd. Xu Qianjiao shot him a fierce glare. Chen Kai, are you out of your mind? Do you think this is Daotai City? Do you believe I wouldn't knock you out, and your father would have something to say about it? Chen Kai's face darkened. Someone queried, what is going on? Li Zimu replied with a smirk, Chen Kai is related to Xu Qinjiao. I've heard he has been the target of her pranks since childhood. Instantly, laughter spread like wildfire. Even Jiang Ping was taken aback by this twist of fate. However, given Xu Qinjiao's relation to Chen Kai, he felt he couldn't be too harsh. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he mused, well, I suppose I'll just manage a light reprimand. It will serve to strengthen our camaraderie. After all, he had spoken ill of Nanchang. While not wishing for a life-and-death confrontation, he still needed to establish who held the upper hand. With a smile, Jiang Ping turned to the cornered Chen Kai and proposed, how about this, Chen Kai, you just claimed that Nanchang is inferior, which unsettled me. Ignoring you makes you uncomfortable, so let us settle this with a duel. Afterward, we'll both feel better. What do you say? Liu Baichuan struggled to stifle his laughter. Jiang Ping was truly impressive. As the leader of the Fire Seed team and a master of breaking barriers, he could have simply stated his desire to defeat Chen Kai, yet he chose to frame it in such a grandiose manner. Chen Kai, oblivious, seized the moment to vent his frustrations. Fine, whoever loses must apologize and treat everyone to milk tea at the academy. Do you dare? His definition of everyone was vague. He was determined to ensnare Jiang Ping, having judged from his attire that he was no wealthy heir. A financial burden would certainly sting. Although unsure how to connect with Xu Qinjiao's group, it mattered little. Jiang Ping smiled and nodded, removing the machete he had been carrying on his back and handing it to Dongfang Lan. Observing that Jiang Ping was weaponless, Chen Kai scoffed, take it, tossing it to someone behind him. The two prepared to fight. The crowd parted, all eyes glued to the impending clash, believing it to be an even match, except for Xiao Qi and a few others who understood the disparity in their capability. Chen Kai stomped his foot, veins bulging. The wrathful diamond. His eyes bulged, muscles rippling, exuding a golden glow reminiscent of a Buddha. An intimidating aura enveloped him. The Daotai City crowd erupted with excitement. Brother Chen's family secret technique, the wrathful diamond, is said to be unmatched in defense. Jiang Ping chuckled inwardly. The very first opponent he faced was a bald monk. What an odd twist of fate. Chapter 62. Are you still dazed? Jiang Ping stirred, his hand moving slightly, extending his claws. However, he refrained from exerting too much force, fearing that he might inadvertently crush Chen Kai. A mere exchange of words shouldn't lead to such dire consequences. In an unexpected turn, he grasped. What followed was a spectacle that left onlookers astounded. The very individual who had boasted about the might of the furious Varger now wore a visage of utter disbelief. The blood-red hand, akin to a colossal claw, gripped Chen Kai with relentless ferocity, lifting and slamming him repeatedly. Thud, 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 each impact resonated rhythmically. Chen Kai felt as if he were aboard a roller coaster, soaring to unimaginable heights, each descent testing the limits of his very essence. After what seemed like an eternity of 20 to 30 strikes, Jiang Ping finally ceased his onslaught. Chen Kai's eyes glazed over, froth escaping his lips as he mumbled, "You lack martial ethics. Face me directly." Remarkably, he still retained some defiance. Members of the Daotai City rushed to assist, exclaiming, "Brother Chen, what has happened to you?" Some even shook his hand, asking, "Brother Chen, how many fingers am I holding up?" In a moment of bewilderment, he was left speechless. Jiang Ping stifled a chuckle, recognizing the slight twitch of Chen Kai's lips as a sign of feigned confusion, yet he chose not to expose the ruse. After this brief interlude, the group finally grasped who wielded true power. Each individual gazed at Jiang Ping with unabashed curiosity, some even inquiring about him from the residents of Nanchang. After a while, the crowd settled once more, as individuals descended from the sky in droves, a veritable cascade of newcomers. The throng continued to swell, ultimately numbering 400 to 500, all students hailing from the 13 cities, most likely fresh entrants to the Zhukyu Academy. At that moment, a haunting cry from the immortal fire crow captured everyone's attention, as a teacher appeared upon its back. "It seems you are all gathered. You are the new students of Zhukyu Academy, yet admission is not a simple matter. The academy lies 300 miles ahead. Regardless of the means you employ, you must arrive at the academy before sunset tomorrow. Failure to do so will result in expulsion. A wave of disbelief swept through the crowd. What was this, an examination? As murmurs began to rise, the teacher spoke nonchalantly. I am aware you have Fear not, they will match your current levels. These beasts will appear along your path. Whether you choose to fight or flee is of no concern to me, but I expect to see you all. By the way, each of you possesses beast-attracting fragrance. Do not tamper with it. Should any of you attempt to remove it, you will be disqualified. With that, the teacher vanished alongside the flapping wings of the fire crow, leaving behind a group of stunned individuals, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. What was the meaning of this? After all the effort to gain admission, they were met with such a challenge. In an instant, uncertainty enveloped them. 2,000 beasts. The majority of these students had only just graduated high school. How could they possibly confront living demons? With no gradual introduction, they were thrust into this daunting scenario, and many voiced their inability to cope. Even Chen Kai, who had been feigning unconsciousness on the ground, could not suppress his rising frustration. Instantly, someone noticed Chen Kai had regained consciousness. Brother Chen, you're awake. How do you feel? Still dazed? In that moment, Chen Kai wished nothing more than to silence the speaker, gritting his teeth as he spat out, "Shut up." PS to all esteemed readers, could you perhaps offer a bit of encouragement? The author seems to be lacking motivation, as this book has yet to garner any attention, despite my daily updates. Wouldn't it be touching if someone showed a little compassion? Chapter 63. Feel free to do as you please around them. Many were oblivious to the unfolding events, their curiosity piqued as they observed Chen Kai. His notoriety was not insignificant, after all, as a member of a prominent family in the city of Daotai, he wielded a certain influence, witnessing his evident embarrassment naturally around. In contrast, the people from Nanchang and those hailing from Chongming City stifled their laughter, some even snickering behind their hands. Even Jiang Ping was amused, viewing Chen Kai as nothing more than a spoiled child. However, this matter held little relevance to him. At that moment, someone nearby inquired, "What is the plan, Brother Ping? Those of us from Nanchang are undoubtedly following your lead. Should we fight or flee?" "Indeed, your word is law," they echoed. The harmonious scene among the people of Nanchang astonished many. Even within a single city, there were those of dubious character, yet few had the instinct to immediately acknowledge a leader as Jiang Ping had done. In this regard, Chen Kai demonstrated some degree of capability, albeit it might merely be due to his wealth, an admirable trait nonetheless. Jiang Ping offered a faint smile, perhaps a touch pretentious, but he spoke nonetheless. "Fleeing is an option, as is fighting. I suggest, if you all wish to train, we can charge forward together. I will safeguard your rear, but if you prefer not to engage, we can retreat." The instructor merely stated we should not eliminate the beast-attracting scent, not that we must stubbornly confront them. Upon hearing this, the people of Nanchang were not yet deeply affected, but those around them perceived Jiang Ping as quite ostentatious. What did he mean by providing protection if they chose to fight? What strength did he possess? Only Chen Kai wore a glum expression, for it was entirely possible that Jiang Ping truly possessed that strength. The Nanchang crowd lowered their heads in contemplation, exchanging glances until finally, Dong Fanglan spoke up, "Brother Ping, we wish to press forward. Since this is a test, we must give it our all. If we can rely on you now, can we count on you in the future? We may simply be slower, but we do not wish to fall too far behind you." Jiang Ping wanted to say that they were overthinking it. Since it was a test, they had been told they could flee, so why exert themselves so? But he refrained from voicing this thought. "Very well, you decide," he replied. No matter how his classmates, such trifles were inconsequential. With Jiang Ping's words, the Nanchang students seemed to find newfound resolve. One by one, they readied their weapons, preparing earnestly for the task ahead. Meanwhile, Xu Qinjiao and others, as leaders from Chongming City, made their choices as well. Chen Kai had originally intended to proceed alone, but feeling a bit sheepish after being spurred on, he called out, "Those from Daotai City, follow me. Let us take this route to avoid accusations of taking undue advantage." Following this, some chose to proceed solo, while others formed teams. At that moment, the dynamics of camaraderie and leadership were vividly showcased. Not far above, the seemingly absent instructor had been quietly observing their choices, saying nothing. Only a senior student, curious, asked, "Instructor, Jiangping seems to possess considerable cohesion, even those from Nanchang and Chongming City are willing to heed his words." The instructor's lips moved slightly. Indeed, Nanchang has always been a place rich in human connection. The senior did not grasp the meaning behind. He merely sighed inwardly, pondering how there is no love or hatred without cause. These children remained oblivious to the deeper truths. He was well aware of Jiangping's background, thus commenced a rather unique assessment, with the 13 from Nanchang, led by Dongfang Lan at the forefront and Jiangping as their support. Not long into their journey, they encountered 10 beastly creatures. Many students could not suppress their nervous gulps, yet they did not falter. After all, they had trained for this moment for years. They shouted in unison, "Those with ranged attacks, initiate a harassment wave. As they draw near, each of us will take responsibility for one attack." In Jiangping's view, this strategy was somewhat flawed, but it mattered not. He would address any shortcomings as needed. During the fray, one student from Nanchang nearly fell victim to a beast's jaws, but Jiangping intervened just in time. "Be cautious, these creatures are cunning and possess intelligence. You were distracted just now." The student flushed with embarrassment. "Understood, Brother Ping, I'll pay attention." Soon after, Dongfang Lan, as the spearhead, found herself besieged by 3 beasts, prompting her nearby classmates to rush to her aid in a flurry of anxiety. Jiangping's voice rang out, "Is haste of any benefit? Use your heads, eliminate your own threats first. Lan can handle them. Do not disrupt the formation." Gradually, the team began to operate with remarkable order. Their speed in slaying and advancing was swift. Even without Jiangping's direct involvement, they ranked among the top, covering considerable ground. At this juncture, students from other cities watched the Nanchang group with envy. "If only we had someone like him." He hadn't even needed to make a second move. The students of Nanchang are fortunate indeed to have such a talent safeguarding them. Initially, they had perceived Jiangping as somewhat boastful, but now, seeing the results, they were all convinced. Discussions arose among them, lamenting the absence of such individuals in their own cities. Someone remarked, "Will you be the leader, or shall I, who is truly deserving of respect, let go of envy? Forming a trio would be a remarkable achievement for us." In second place were Xu Qinjiao and his companions, followed by Chen Kai and Xiao Qi's team. These groups had established their leaders early, and though they lacked the smoothness of Nanchang, they still outpaced others. As they journeyed on, the students of Nanchang transitioned from initial uncertainty to seamless coordination, facing only spirit realm or near-spirit realm beasts. Those among them nearing the fusion realm found the encounters increasingly manageable. Time swiftly passed. This assessment bore little significance for Jiangping. Bored, he yawned from the rear, then began collecting the beast's blood essence. This seemed to be a unanimous decision among the Nanchang students, expressed without prior discussion, as if it were a natural inclination. "Brother Ping, you keep the blood essence. We can't manage it." Jiangping felt a warmth in his heart. He longed to say that he no longer needed it, yet the habit cultivated over years among his classmates was to offer him their surplus whenever possible. Such a harmonious scene was rare, due to the multitude of makeshift teams. A bottle of spirit realm blood essence still held considerable value in the eyes of these students, who had not yet experienced the wider world. After witnessing more, they would come to view sums of 80 or 90,000 as trifling, yet, for them, those numbers represented astronomical figures. After all, a spirit realm beast's inner core was worth about 100,000. Thus, the value of this blood essence was self-evident. Unbeknownst to them, many had quarreled over such matters. Meanwhile, the Zhuqiu faction observed everything from the shadows. Chapter 64, Who is the waste before long. After enduring a grueling half-day and night of relentless combat, Jiangping found himself adorned with an abundance of blood essence vials. Curiously, These vials seemed to have been prepared well in advance, as he stumbled upon batches of them at regular intervals. This left Jianping in a state of exasperation. He had originally thought to call it quits, using the lack of vials as an excuse to stop collecting. Yet, as if by some cruel twist of fate, just when he thought he was done, a classmate from Nanchang would exuberantly shout, "Har har, bottle bro, I found more vials. Quick, quick, fill them up. Save them all, they're treasures." Oh my, is this arranged by the heavens? Another batch? Thus, when they finally caught sight of the towering walls of Zhukyu Academy, each of the 13 from Nanchang was draped in strips of cloth, laden with blood essence vials. Even Dongfang Lan was not surprised. Having collected the most, this situation left them too fearful to engage in battle. Upon encountering a demon beast, they would flee. Why the trepidation? It was simply the fear of shattering the precious vials. Some began to grumble, "Bottle bro, your appetite seems to have diminished lately. You need to drink more. If you do, we can collect fewer." Jianping, with vials hanging from him, walked with a clanking sound, rolling his eyes. "Am I a bottomless pit? Do you think I can drink all this in one go? Are you trying to kill me?" At that moment, the group could only chuckle awkwardly. Indeed, there were a bit too many. Nevertheless, their chatter continued as they finally drew closer to the walls. As they approached, a palpable difference in atmosphere greeted them. At the grand entrance stood a magnificent statue of a soaring Zhukyu, inscribed with the words, "Zhukyu Academy." Strangely enough, none knew who had crafted this inscription, yet it was quite aesthetically pleasing. As they gazed at the entrance, someone exclaimed, "We finally made it. Attending school was such a laborious endeavor." Laughter erupted among the group. At the entrance, there were already individuals waiting to welcome them. The senior who had previously assisted them approached with a beaming smile. "Congratulations, you are the first to arrive, and you all came together from the entire city. I'm basking in your glory. Come, take a moment to rest here. There are food and drinks over there." Basking in glory, a thought struck Jianping. It seemed there were matters unbeknownst to him lurking behind the scenes. Nevertheless, he paid it no mind. After nearly a day and night, they were having arrived at school with eager hearts. None had thought to bring provisions. They had merely sustained themselves on the blood essence of demon beasts. Even though this essence could enhance their physical abilities to some extent, when compared to regular food, the sight of delectable dishes nearby made it impossible for them to resist any longer. One by one, they swiftly hung all their vials around Jianping's neck. "Bottle bro, since that stuff doesn't satiate you, let me help you finish some off. Make sure to hang them well. These should last us for a while. Who knows when we'll have another chance to gather such wealth after enrolling." Suddenly, they all covered their mouths, as if realizing they had spoken too freely. Jianping was taken aback. At that very moment, he seemed to grasp something profound. Unbelievably, he looked at Dongfang Lan and the others. "You guys?" In that instant, a tinge of shame washed over Jianping. He had thought his cultivation was sufficient, adopting an aloof demeanor that allowed his classmates to make their own choices. But what did his classmates truly think? Perhaps their notion of training was merely a facade, while their genuine intention was to earn him sustenance. Hadn't he heard? Opportunities for wealth like this were rare. To think that so many shared such sentiments left Jianping feeling utterly despondent. He longed to declare that he no longer needed to rely on blood essence for survival, yet the words remained stuck in his Dongfang Lan approached him and lightly patted him. "What are you daydreaming about? We're still waiting for you to safeguard us. Don't you dare try to snatch our food. Be careful, or we'll bite you." Displaying her cute tiger teeth, the nearby girl, Jianping looked skyward, turning his head away. The wind was too strong. Finally, the group indulged in a feast, while Jianping sat on the ground, staring blankly at the vials strung around his neck. He had previously suspected that something was amiss with his mindset, and now he was certain. He pondered silently about where things had gone awry. The demon-eating codex, surely not, for he felt this way at the outset. As he stroked the red tear mole on his face, it dawned on him where the issue lay. Is it you? The only enigma he couldn't fathom was that woman from the Crystal Palace. Gradually, as the students from Nanchang filled their bellies, some began to lounge on the ground to bask in the sun. Eventually, newcomers arrived. As expected, Xu Qianjiao and the trio of Liu Baichuan and Li Zimu were the fastest. The three fire seeds led a group of prodigies from Chongming City, maintaining a semblance of unity and speed. However, the third group left him momentarily stunned, as it was not Chen Kai but a new small team, 3 individuals. The leader's eyes lit up upon spotting Jian Ping. He approached with enthusiasm. Hello, I'm Zhu Mochuan. Your strength should not be mingled with this group of waste. These useless beings will only slow your progress. This is my newly formed team. We don't differentiate by city, only by talent. I sincerely invite you to join. Being part of us will accelerate your growth. With that single statement, Jian Ping's brows furrowed in irritation. He felt no joy from Zhu Mochuan's flattery of his talent. Instead, he was filled with anger. Are you addressing me? Zhu Mochuan laughed heartily, exuding the charm of a born leader. Of not only you, but also Xu Qianjiao, Xie Qi, Liu Baichuan, and Li Zimu can all join our little group. We shall be the strongest assembly of this cohort. Staying with a bunch of weaklings is a waste of your life. His words dripped with temptation. Xu Qianjiao and the others exchanged glances, bewildered by the sudden appearance of this individual. Did they need his validation? They had all passed the fire seed selection. Now, they were all in the fusion realm, having consumed 2 demon cores to qualify. How dare he presume to affirm their worth? They had not even exerted their full strength during the recent assessment. It was baffling where this man drew his confidence from. With keen interest, he observed the expressions of the Nanchang students soured. How dare he label them as waste? This brat was truly infuriating. Did he dare to sow discord between them and Bottlebro? Some even contemplated confronting him, but at that moment, Jian Ping spoke up, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. Are you really that strong? Zhu Mochuan's heart leaped with joy. He had already discerned Jian Ping's formidable prowess, undoubtedly a standout. If he could recruit Jian Ping to his team, the benefits would be immense. Chuckling, he replied, naturally, I'm strong, not just me, but the 3 of us. It was one thing to call him waste, but to label his brothers and sisters as such was audacious indeed. Is your head made of iron? Chapter 65, Am I saying you're particularly strong? With those words, the entire gathering fell silent. Zhu Mochuan frowned slightly. What do you mean? Before Zhu Mochuan could articulate further, a blood-red spectral hand materialized behind Jian Ping, his face contorted with fury. Are you really that strong? With a thunderous crash, the hand offered Zhu Mochuan no opportunity for contemplation, forcefully pinning his head down. Each impact was met with Zhu Mochuan's agonized wails. Jian Ping would smile and inquire, who gave you the audacity to call my brothers and sisters waste? Liang Jingru, perhaps. This was a reference to a popular saying in a harmonious society. Though no one truly understood its meaning, they enjoyed its usage. Bam, bam, bam. The scene was painful to behold. A small team emerged from the back, Chen Kai, yet they quickly recoiled. A shudder ran through them, wondering who. As they observed Zhu Mochuan being forcibly restrained, even Chen Kai felt a twinge of discomfort. At that moment, the seniors at the academy could no longer remain passive. They rushed forward, sensing something was amiss. Though verbal disputes were common, they could not allow matters to escalate to life-threatening levels. A handsome senior stepped forward swiftly, attempting to bind Jian Ping's blood-red claws with an invisible restraint. Stop! You're going to kill him. To the senior, dealing with the junior should have been a simple task, hence he acted rather presumptuously. However, upon collision, a flash of crimson light erupted from Jian Ping's claws, shattering the restraints. A collective gasp spread through the crowd. It stunned not only the first-year students but even the seniors who were left agape. The senior whose restraints had been destroyed stumbled back, his hand trembling slightly within his sleeve, his face a mix of red and pale, clearly furious at having lost face. Just as he was about to make a move, Jiang Ping's gaze locked onto the senior. You attempted to ambush me. At that moment, the students from Nanchang, who had regained their composure, surged forward, leaping to their feet with indignation. Their faces were flushed, and their voices loud. Damn, an ambush? In an instant, their blood boiled. Armed with blades, they approached Jiang Ping's side. Some, still rational, muttered quietly, don't act impulsively, he's a senior. However, the more hot-headed students disregarded the hierarchy. They only knew they could not be bullied, with shouts of, "What's wrong with the seniors? Is it honorable to ambush someone? First year's fighting has nothing to do with you seniors. Damn it, let us take him down." At that moment, Li Zimu watched this unfold, facepalming. The aggressive tradition of Nanchang High was indeed infuriating. He himself had nearly suffered a beating in a similar situation. This group of individuals cared little for right or wrong. They only knew that anyone who attacked their own could not be spared. He acknowledged that the senior had a genuine intent to mediate, but there was undoubtedly an element of bravado involved. Dante asked him how he knew. The scene descended into chaos, nearly dissolving into a free-for-all. The crowd was stunned by the actions of the Nanchang students. What kind of group was this? Jiang Ping turned to face the senior. Calling you a senior is a sign of respect, but that does not justify your ambush. This matter requires an explanation. Zhu Mochuan was left dazed, and Jiang Ping ignored him entirely. He was well aware that the saying, "good people are often bullied," held truth. This act also served to establish his authority. The students had a point. What made the seniors any different? Could they attack under the The handsome senior's composure was slipping. What do you intend to do? How can you be so arrogant before even entering the academy? Jiang Ping's lips curled into a sneer. He acknowledged the opportunity to capitalize on this moment. If they wanted to be arrogant, he would gladly show them what that meant. With a swift motion, he redirected his claws, charging forward with lightning speed. The conflict was on the brink of eruption. Clang! A tangible shield manifested before the handsome senior. All gazes turned to the figure emerging from the crowd. A man clad in a crimson robe, adorned with a Zhuqiu insignia, stepped forward. Though unremarkable in appearance, his aura was undeniably powerful. As he approached, even the seniors instinctively parted to clear a path. With a subtle smile and hands clasped behind his back, he spoke in a calm voice, "Bottle bro, that's enough." Among the crowd, a female voice emerged from the student. "You re-siding with outsiders while Bottle bro is being bullied. I'll tell mom and dad when we get home. Let us see if you can still enter the house." Instantly, the man could no longer maintain his composure, his face darkening. Damn it, is it that hard to pretend to be aloof?" Jiang Ping chuckled at this. With a mischievous grin, he commented, "Big Tiger, you've really made a name for yourself." "Yeah, it's quite impressive." The man, now exasperated, retorted, "Don't call me Big Tiger, call me by my real name. Chen Kaituo." Before Jiang Ping could respond, the girl who had spoken earlier chimed in again. "Pfft, real name, if you side with outsiders again, I'll tell our parents." Chen Kaituo glared at his younger sister. "Chener Ya, shut your mouth. When did I ever say you could speak?" Chener Ya. Instantly, the crowd erupted in laughter. Pointing at Chen Kaituo, she exclaimed, "Chen Darhu, stop pretending. My name is Chen Area, call me that again and see what happens." In an instant, the onlookers were filled with amused expressions, particularly the seniors. They whispered among themselves, "So, Brother Tuor has such an adorable nickname. Hee, it's clearly not a nickname, it must be a childhood name, too cute for Big Tiger." Har, who would have thought that was it that difficult to maintain the image he had painstakingly built over the past year? Feeling a mix of frustration and helplessness, he realized they had to address the situation. As the overall coordinator of the students, responsible for assisting the teachers, he needed to step in. "Bottle bro, give me some face, I'll resolve this matter for you." Jiang Ping Indeed, Chen Kaituo turned to the handsome senior, who still trembled slightly, and declared, "You will go to the confinement room for 3 days." In an instant, the atmosphere froze. 3 days in confinement. This confinement room was no ordinary space. It entailed being locked within a peculiar rift for 3 days, constantly besieged by demon beasts, an incessant nuisance. While there was no mortal danger, it could be utterly exhausting. Upon hearing this, a wave of trepidation washed over the second-year seniors. Brother Tor was truly ruthless. Although Jiang Ping was unaware of the specifics of the 3-day confinement, he recognized the apprehensive expressions around him, indicating it was no light punishment. Just as he was about to speak, Chen Kaituo wiped the smile from his face, turning to Zhu Mochuan and his companions. "Is it you who dares to call the people of Nanchang waste?" With that, the atmosphere erupted. No one had anticipated that Chen Kaituo would pose such a question. Wasn't he supposed to be an impartial senior? Chapter 66. The senior bully Zhu Mochuan rubbed his buzzing head, feeling as if he hadn't fully awakened. Why was the senior so protective? Before Zhu Mochuan could utter a word, Chen Kaituo, with a frosty expression, continued, "If it weren't for the task at hand, and the fear of being perceived as bullying the weak, just for you say." The crowd once again gained a new understanding of Chen Kaituo's protective nature. The term martial arts hall sounded pleasant, but in reality, it was merely a battleground for settling disputes when communication failed. To witness a senior, who claimed to be unmatched in defense as a second-year student, resorting to the martial arts hall to bully a newcomer was a blatant disregard for dignity. It was evident that Chen Kaituo was seething with anger. His words made many uncomfortable, perceiving him as overly domineering. After all, we were all from the same academy. Why should it be unacceptable for someone from Nan City to be bullied? Whispers arose, "Aren't we all from the same academy? Isn't this creating a rift?" Coincidentally, Chen Kaituo overheard, his eyes, glinting with coldness, fixed on the speaker. "Out there, you and I may be from the same academy, and I wouldn't hesitate to shield you from harm, but within the academy, bullying someone from Nan City is absolutely intolerable. If you don't believe me, ask the upperclassmen from your own city whether I, Chen Kaituo, operate differently." Suddenly, silence fell. His statement garnered nods of agreement from many seniors. Indeed, Chen Kaituo was that kind of person. He was a reliable ally against demonic beasts, and even when outsiders spoke ill of his fellow students, he would defend them fiercely. However, within the academy, anyone who dared to bully someone from Nan City would face his wrath. Zhu Mochuan's face turned pale. He was bewildered as to why everyone seemed to target him. He had nearly been knocked out during a head count, and now he was being scolded by a senior. He felt utterly miserable. Jiang Ping watched the scene with a grin, realizing that the people from Nan City were indeed as stubborn as ever, protector of the weak. Truly, they were the most compassionate city. Seeing Jiang Ping chuckling, Chen Kaituo helplessly remarked, "All right, let's put this matter to rest and focus on our duties." Then, unexpectedly, he bellowed, "Welcome, teacher." Ian stood rigidly like an elementary school student. A middle-aged man clad in red and white stepped forward, a smile gracing his lips. "Not bad, you're beginning to exhibit the demeanor of a second-year senior." Chen Kaituo quickly donned a sycophantic smile, akin to a shrewd merchant. All thanks to the teacher's guidance. As newcomers, we must establish some rules." No one anticipated that the previously furious Chen Kaituo could switch to such a cordial demeanor so rapidly. Some even questioned whether he was still the same imposing figure. How could he transform into such a fawning sycophant? Only Jiang Ping silently lowered his head, recognizing a reflection of himself in Chen Kaituo. Chen Ya, or Chen Area, who was Chen Kaituo's younger sister, covered her face in disbelief at her brother's antics. This shift in identity was astonishingly swift. The students stood at attention, awaiting the teacher's address. At this moment, the over 100 second-year seniors stationed at the entrance also quickly assembled, some even taking on the role of sports committee members to organize the lineup. The atmosphere was tense. The middle-aged man cleared his throat. "I'm Cheng Zhou, a teacher at the academy. As for my subject, you will find out in due course. It is not of utmost importance. However, I must convey a critical message. The situation at the front lines is dire. No one is available to teach you for the time being. It will be at least 3 days before any faculty members return to the academy, and I must take the remaining second years to provide support. Therefore, for the next 3 days, only you first years will remain here." A wave of shock rippled through the newcomers. What was happening? After enduring great hardships to arrive at the academy, they were being told that there were no teachers. Not only were the teachers absent, but so were the upperclassmen. What a cruel joke. "Teacher, what will we eat and drink?" Cheng Zhou replied kindly, The academy has provisions, you can eat at the cafeteria, and the staff there is still present. This brought a sigh of relief, but there was still something amiss. Teacher, what about the upperclassmen? Cheng-Jo chuckled, do you think this academy is like your high school? It is different here. Attending school means engaging in battle, and battling is the essence of learning. The upperclassmen may very well be fighting demonic beasts in some rift right now. Panic ensued. This academy truly seemed unlike anything they had imagined. All right, enough small talk. The situation at the front lines is critical, with demonic beasts attacking and rifts opening unexpectedly. Therefore, for the next 3 days, the academy will rely on you to defend it. You may encounter stragglers from the front lines whom you will need to deal with. We cannot allow the academy to fall to the beasts. Without waiting for a response from the crowd, he called out, second years. All second-year students stepped forward, their gazes resolute. Present. Cheng-Jo waved his hand dramatically, let us move out to the front lines. In a flurry, the second years displayed their prowess. Those with mounts quickly summoned them, while others eagerly stood beside their more fortunate peers, hoping to hitch a ride. The less fortunate simply gravitated toward Cheng-Jo, awaiting his lead. In an instant, they were all gone, leaving the bewildered first year staring at one another in confusion. What was happening? They had come to school, only to find the teachers absent. What were they supposed to learn? Someone finally broke the silence. Are we here to study, or are we just acting as security guards? The remark left everyone speechless. You certainly have a way with words, but perhaps it's best to hold your tongue. It was akin to stabbing a knife into the heart. Bro, what should we do? Dongfang Lan furrowed her brow, sensing something was off but unable to articulate it. She could only turn to Jian Ping. Jian Ping pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. What can we do? We've come this far, we might as well enter the academy. The others nodded in agreement. They had come all this way, they certainly couldn't turn back. Besides, there were no vehicles to take them home. With Jian Ping leading the way, the group from Nan City entered, followed by Xu Qianjiao, Liu Baichuan, and the others, gradually moving inside. The academy was vast, but fortunately, there were signposts. They followed the signs to the dormitory and were pleasantly surprised to find that the beds had already been arranged. Without hesitation, they began to make their beds, as all necessary toiletries and bedding were provided. This was indeed considerate. After a flurry of activity, they neatly stored their blood vials, and evening was fast approaching. Someone couldn't resist rubbing their stomach and sought out Jian Ping. Bro, let us head to the cafeteria. Jian Ping, realizing his own hunger, replied, indeed, I am quite famished. Let us go. Chapter 67, Another Arrival. The 13 from South City set out. On the way, they encountered Xu Qianjiao, Liu Baichuan, Li Zimu, and Xiao Qi. It's sufficient that we can let them in. This was indeed true. Not all cities shared the same customs as South City. And you? Dongfang Lan cast a wary glance at Xu Qianjiao replied with nonchalance, Brother Pingzi is our captain now, we'll just follow him. Dongfang Lan seemed poised to respond, but Jian Ping interjected. And you, Xiao Qi? Xiao Qi remained reticent, shaking his head slightly. I am not on the same side as Chen Kai and his group. Jian Ping chuckled. Well then, let's join forces. The team of 13 expanded to 17. Along their way, Chen Area gazed at Li Zimu with a smirk. Li Dosher, you seem less pompous lately. The term pompous is a local dialect from South City, implying a sense of arrogance and defiance. Li Zimu chose to ignore her. After all, this girl had used Dongfang Lan's erroneous information to deceive him out of 3 vials of essence blood, making her even more vexing than Jian Ping. Noticing Li Zimu's silence, Chen Area attempted to say more, but Dongfang Lan tugged at her arm. Enough, Area. They were all here for Jian Ping, and she couldn't make things difficult for him. Chen Area then relented, chuckling. Before long, they arrived at the cafeteria. Jian Ping was astonished by the vastness capable of accommodating over 1,000 diners. Truly, it was a grand academy. However, after wandering around for some time, they discovered that there was not a soul at the service window, save for an elderly man sweeping the floor. Excuse me, does the cafeteria open at meal times? Xu Qianjiao posed the question. The old man suddenly looked up, startling them. and grinned, revealing only 3 teeth. "What did you say?" Xu Qinjie repeated his inquiry. Thank goodness it wasn't just him, little did they know, the old man continued, "It's just that I am the only one left in the entire academy. If I weren't so old, I would have taken up arms and gone to the front myself," he added, with a hint of regret. The group seemed struck by lightning. After a long pause, Liu Baichuan was left bewildered. What now? All eyes turned to Jian Ping, who was equally unprepared for this turn of events. Clearly, there is something amiss. "What else can we do but take matters into our own hands? I suspect trouble is brewing." Everyone present was no fool. What a coincidence that they arrived just as the front line was in turmoil. Nonsense, they just didn't know what trickery was at play. "All right then, let us handle it ourselves. Once we're fed, they can do as they please." Jian Ping, a capable cook, surveyed the kitchen supplies and felt reassured. As everyone else went back to retrieve their weapons, any lingering doubts vanished. This was undoubtedly the Academy's doing. Wave after wave, the old man, like an NPC, repeated the same lines. With Jian Ping leading the charge, the group could only hunker down and prepare their meals, while those lacking culinary skills simply scavenged. It was a chaotic affair. 500 freshmen chattered away in the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Chen Kaituo, standing beside Chengazhou, chuckled, "Teacher, it seems they've eaten enough. Shall we commence the show?" Though this batch of freshmen appears quite astute, likely bracing themselves. Chengazhou chuckled, "Whether they are prepared or not is inconsequential. Seal off the breach, and let us serve the new." Jian Ping's strength surpassed theirs by a significant margin. If he were to intervene, it would all be rendered meaningless. The elderly man, who had been sweeping, approached Jian Ping and patted him on the shoulder. "Kid, just stand by me for a moment." Jian Ping was still trying to grasp the meaning when the ground outside began to tremble, as if a mighty wave was crashing. Everyone froze, then raced toward the perimeter. They beheld a sea of crimson eyes beyond the academy walls. "Quick, turn on the searchlights." A clever individual hurriedly activated the lights. Upon witnessing the scene outside, their legs trembled uncontrollably. An endless ocean of monstrous beasts awaited. Did we inadvertently disturb a beast's nest? Although they had traversed a path guarded by 2,000 beasts prior, that had been a scattered affair. Now, the sheer sight was overwhelming. The old man deftly leaped onto the wall, still holding onto Jian Ping. No longer appearing frail, he proclaimed with vigor, "Students, the beasts are attacking. Protect the academy." The crowd stared at the old man, speechless. He was still performing, yet they understood this was the academy's tactic. Enrollment was indeed a challenge. What could they do but muster their spirits and prepare for battle? "Students, do not panic. These beasts are of similar rank to us. We have the advantage of the high walls and our weapons. Let us not falter. Everyone, listen to my command and split into 2 teams, one for defense, the other as a reserve." Zhu Mochuan seemed to spring back to life, darting about. However, the students paid him no heed, dismissing him with a scoff, and instead turned their attention to Jian Ping. They had long recognized that Jian Ping was the strongest among them, and that this small group was the mightiest of all the freshmen. Jian Ping met their gazes with a slight smile, addressing the old man, "I want to fight. Is it acceptable if I offer a suggestion?" The old man nodded with a grin, still displaying his 3 teeth. Jian Ping then called out, "Liu Baichuan." Liu Baichuan promptly stepped forward, present. In that moment, he seemed to grasp the academy's intent. He straightened up, ready for orders. "Take 50 students proficient in close combat and secure the southern front." Liu Baichuan immediately called out, "Southern front, 50 volunteers, step forward." In no time, hands shot up. "Xu Qinjie. Here. You lead 30 students with ranged attack capabilities to assist Liu Baichuan." One by one, Xiao Qi and Li Zimu were assigned to different fronts. But the last name surprised everyone. Chen Kai. Chen Kai stepped forward reluctantly. Jian Ping simply smiled. "You'll handle the northern front with the friends from Zhongming City. Can you manage that?" Chen Kai paused for a moment. "You dare to use me?" Jian Ping, "I thought they would end up fighting over command." Chen Kaituo quickly chimed in, This is all due to solid foundational education. Facing the beasts, prioritizing external threats is the first principle. Chapter 68. I don't want to live anymore. Cheng-Zhou let out a derisive laugh. Spare me the sweet talk. What nonsense is this about salted eggs? If it were truly that simple, there wouldn't be any traitors. Enough? Since they have deviated from the script, we must adapt as well. Open the beast-attracting incense from the academy and add some extra ingredients. Chen Kaituo clicked his tongue. Open it. If we do that, those beasts will go berserk. The academy's beast-attracting incense is no ordinary concoction. Teacher, are you serious? Cheng-Zhou replied coolly, do you see me jesting? Chen Kaituo felt sentimentality has no place in such moments. They can still recover from their injuries now, but if they are harmed during the wilderness expedition, who will care? It is best to teach them a lesson while we can. After all, in a month they will be entering the outer realm, where no one will show them any leniency. Although Chen Kaituo was aware of the future events, he still deemed the teacher's approach rather ruthless. Cheng-Zhou's severity was not merely reflected in the beast-attracting incense. Release 10 fusion realm beasts, and they must possess intelligence. With a gasp, Chen Kaituo stared incredulously at his teacher. Teacher, you must be joking. Intelligent fusion realm beasts, in simpler terms, are those with exceptionally superior bloodlines, and such beings invariably have access to a plethora of techniques. The beasts refer to this as bloodline memory. The term heritage also fits. Such knowledge is the core secret of their species. Most of these beasts have already grasped a certain level of lore during their fusion realm phase. This would be an overwhelming challenge for these rookies. Cheng-Zhou smiled faintly. Rest assured, they won't die. The old man is watching over them. They are not like your cohort. Although Jianping cannot intervene directly, those little rascals have all entered the fusion realm. How can they become skilled without some trials? Chen Kaituo nodded with difficulty, already imagining the profanities this group of newcomers would unleash after 3 days. The teacher was. What he did not realize was that, despite Jianping not allowing direct intervention, this cohort was far stronger than theirs had been. Xu Qinjiao and his peers were no ordinary individuals. Their potential had merely been overshadowed by Jianping's overwhelming presence. This dominance rendered them all somewhat mediocre, but that did not imply they were genuinely ordinary. Take Chen Kai, for instance. To become the leader of Daotai City, despite the advantage of his family background, he must possess considerable capability. It is worth noting that students who gain admission to JUQ are already regarded as geniuses. Chen Kai must surpass them by a fair margin. Moreover, Xu Qinjiao and his companions surpassed Chen Kai, Zhu Mochuan, and others. Jianping stood at the pinnacle, let alone the fact that these individuals had faced real challenges before. These fusion realm beasts were prepared specifically for them, yet, the crucial factor that emboldened Cheng-Zhou was Jianping. From the moment Jianping enrolled, everyone found themselves inexplicably drawn to him, a phenomenon never witnessed before. Who among them was not proud and ambitious? Would they easily submit? Thus, the strength of this cohort was by no means weak. In the academy, Jianping turned to the old man trailing him, exasperated. Uncle, could you refrain from following me? I assure you I won't intervene. The old man grinned widely. While I do not know why Cheng chose to isolate you, it is evident you possess some skill. Just use your words. Do not attempt to exploit any loopholes. Jianping was nearly swearing to the heavens. I promise, I won't intervene. Besides, I'm merely in the fusion realm. Is such vigilance truly necessary? At this moment, Jianping still did not comprehend the sheer dominance of the skill-breaking barriers. Observing that the old man would not leave, he took his position atop the academy's highest structure, employing the dynamic vision of Eagle Eye. For details, refer to the section on Qianfu Mountain. His claws were continually advancing, now reaching the pinnacle of perfection, yet the Eagle Eye had not lagged behind. This dynamic vision proved incredibly useful. Even in the darkest of nights, he could clearly see various entities drawing near. The students on the wall displayed mixed expressions. Some appeared solemn, while others exhibited slight perspiration in their palms. The first to be attacked was the southern side of Liu Baichuan. Jianping promptly alerted Baichuan. He let out a loud shout, "What the hell? Brothers, quickly find cover, ranged attackers, move up, hurry. It's the Poison King Bee." What about the girls? Quickly gather the girls to kill the beast. The nature of this toxin was quite peculiar. It did not kill, however. Its venom had two effects. The first was intense itching. If one came into contact with the toxin, the itch would persist for 4 to 9 days without special medication. The second effect was the nightmare of many male compatriots. The exact mechanics of this toxin were unknown, but once stung, one would be unable to perform for half a month. Consequently, this creature was avoided by men like the plague. No one wished to endure such an affliction. To accurately describe the poison king bee, it was akin to a toad that does not bite but is utterly repugnant. The female students rolled their eyes. Now you remember us, we fear itching too. Nevertheless, they armed themselves. Sisters, let's attack. A front line composed entirely of females was quickly formed. All of this was knowledge they had acquired in high school. Regardless of their efficacy in battle, their formation was commendable. Jianping observed the poison king bees to the south and found himself engulfed in helplessness. Old man, are you a bit twisted for devising such a test? The old man revealed 3 teeth, clearly delighted. What do you need to do at such a young age? What does it matter? What a trivial matter. If Jianping were capable of overpowering him, he would have delivered a couple of hefty blows. Setting aside further contemplation, he focused on observing the battle and promptly adjusted strategies, considering the gender ratio. After all, he had to take into account the emotions of his male classmates, yet, no matter how skillfully he maneuvered, perfection was unattainable. After all, there were hundreds of half-step fusion realm poison king bees. Inevitably, a male student began to wail, I don't want to live anymore, damn you, poison king bee, I will fight you. Just moments ago, he had lost consciousness. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, seeing this young man in despair, everyone understood what had transpired. They could only call out, brother, take care, don't be too sorrowful, it won't last more than half a month. The boy roared, half a month. I can't endure even a single day, boo-hoo, I will fight you. Jianping covered his face, embarrassed. Brother, if you hadn't said anything, no one would have known. Now that you've charged in, everyone is aware. Students were still somewhat nave. Chapter 69, each showcasing their powers. The poison king bees surged forth like an unstoppable tide, their numbers swelling to seemingly infinite proportions. They buzzed ominously in the air, forming a chilling black cloud. As the swarm of poison king bees continued to multiply, the victims of their onslaught increased exponentially. The male students' cries of despair echoed relentlessly, filled with hopelessness and a sense of futility. Faces contorted with despair, the boys flailed their arms in a desperate attempt to ward off the encroaching bees, yearning to escape an inevitable doom. They regarded the poison king bees with the same animosity one might reserve for a. This spectacle elicited uproarious laughter from Jianping and a group of girls, though such mirth was short-lived, for soon, the surrounding area was inundated with monstrous beasts. The poison king bees remained as vile as ever. A group of boys appeared as repulsive as dogs, yet it was clear that they could not afford to let their guard down. It was not that they were incapable of defeating these creatures. Rather, it was the sheer disgust they inspired. At last, the first wave of poison king bees was utterly vanquished. Just as the students began to exhale a sigh of relief, Jianping's voice rang out once more. Be careful, they are coming again. The teacher was utterly unreasonable. Furthermore, this time was different. It was evident that several of the beasts exuded a terrifying aura, instilling in most a sense of insurmountable dread. The absence of a casualty count earlier was easily understood. If such a student would surely be deemed utterly incompetent, even in the rare instance that someone was injured, they would endure the pain, fearful of being looked down upon by their peers. In summary, the advantage lay with them, yet now, that advantage had shifted. Jianping's dynamic vision lifted as he gazed into the distance, addressing the old man. Has the old man gone mad? These are creatures of integration, and not just any integration. You are putting lives at risk. The old man ignored him, his gaze fixed on the scene outside. He too felt that things had escalated beyond reasonable bounds. Nevertheless, he remarked, you are quite remarkable, aren't you? No wonder I have been instructed to keep an eye on you. Your eyesight is extraordinary. at least at the level of advanced dynamic vision. I never expected a mere freshman to hone their skills to such a degree. Jian Ping thought to himself, I have trained in the art of survival. It's all about sustenance. However, he could not afford to dwell on the old man's praise at that moment. He shouted to the crowd, Xu Qinjiao, Liu Baichuan, Dongfang Lan, Li Zimu, Xie Qi, and Chen Kaiju, hold those few integrated beasts at bay. Instantaneously, a clamor erupted among the students. What? Several figures leapt gracefully from their respective city walls, resembling birds in flight. Even more astonishing was the sight of these individuals completely suspended in mid-air, as if celestial beings had descended upon the mortal realm. Among them, Xu Qinjiao and a few other formidable warriors stood out, unhesitatingly tearing apart their outer garments to reveal exquisite armor beneath. The moonlight cascaded upon the armor, reflecting a dazzling brilliance that left the onlookers breathless. In an instant, the entire scene fell into a hushed silence as the students widened their eyes, gazing in disbelief at Xu Qinjiao and the others. Could it be that these individuals have already reached the realm of integration? This thought flashed like lightning through each mind, stirring waves of astonishment within their hearts. All eyes turned toward the ascending figures with a mix of reverence and envy, contemplating their own perceived inadequacies in comparison. In stark contrast, those once hailed as talents found themselves stagnant, squandering precious time. The disparity was akin to a heavy hammer striking their hearts, instilling a profound sense of defeat. In that moment, even the pain inflicted by the poison king bee seemed trivial. The students' thoughts coalesced around the extraordinary prowess displayed by Xu Qinjiao and her companions, their fists clenching with determination. I am not inferior. A glimmer of fighting spirit ignited within. It is merely our lack of resources. We are saving ourselves for breakthroughs at the academy to secure better resources and superior beast cores. Indeed, they merely possess an advantage in resources. It does not mean they have truly surpassed us. Many quickly grasped this notion. It was indeed reasonable for ordinary individuals to aspire for breakthroughs at the academy, for it was the only place that offered the best resources. However, some pondered deeper. While Xu Qinjiao and her companions could be understood in terms of resource advantages, what of Jian Ping, who commanded the operation? How could he be explained? A person capable of overpowering Chen Kaiju and others was beyond mere resource advantages. Fortunately, the beasts did not afford them much time for contemplation. With another wave of beasts approaching, Xu Qinjiao and her companions engaged in combat with the integrated beasts, leaving no room for further thoughts. Xu Qinjiao faced off against an integrated beast that wielded fire magic, the searing flames pressing down upon her, yet she was not merely a passive target. Occasionally, she would bravely withstand the onslaught, leveraging her superior equipment to retaliate fiercely. Such a ferocious approach sent chills down the spines of onlookers. Nobody could have anticipated that a girl would prove to be such a formidable contender. Meanwhile, Dongfang Lan fared somewhat better. Although she had not yet reached integration, her innate talent shone through. Having refined her skills to a commendable level, with her adept techniques, she managed to hold her ground, albeit at a disadvantage, thanks to the support of Chen Area and other allies from Nanchang. The situation grew increasingly dire. Jian Ping observed anxiously, his heart racing. Old man, grant me a backdoor pass, and I shall treat you to some delicacies in the future. Jian Ping regarded the old man earnestly. The old man, visibly alarmed, responded, You little rascal, how old do you think I am? You expect me to entertain your backdoor schemes? How shameless! Jian Ping, momentarily taken aback by the retort, soon regained his composure, his face flushed. You are shameless. He attempted to act, but the old man remained vigilant. Zhou silently observed the students' performance, noticing that some were beginning to falter. They started to rotate out, and some had even sustained injuries. Yet, no one retreated. Several gifted individuals stood firm on the front lines, enduring the blows with unwavering resolve. However, all were acutely aware that this was not a sustainable strategy. Chen Kaituo began to grow anxious. His younger sister was among them. Teacher, this is too harsh, it's unacceptable. I'll go and take down a few beasts. The spark of potential did not appear as formidable as he had imagined. Only Jian Ping seemed capable of making a significant impact. With a heavy sigh, he prepared to monitor the battlefield closely, ready to intervene if necessary. Just as he was about to succumb to disappointment, Xu Qinjiao let out a fierce shout. Fire magic, flame explosion. Die, you beast! A blade of searing light cleaved through the air, striking the neck of the integrated beast before her. Zhengzhou's eyes flickered with awareness as he instantly recognized the underlying strategy. A hint of relief washed over his face. Har, this little girl is quite impressive, she is not foolish. Chen Kaituo scrutinized the scene closely, his eyes lighting up as he discerned the strategy. Teacher, Xu Qinjiao's seemingly reckless exchange of blows was actually a calculated move. She realized her magic was inferior to the beast's, so she consistently targeted the same spot, ultimately using her spells to overcome the foe. Zhengzhou nodded with a smile. It was worth bringing you along. You possess a keen eye. If the others can exhibit similar ingenuity, they may just turn the tide. Clearly, Xu Qinjiao's emergence had alleviated much of his concern. He had genuinely feared that the potential of this cohort was limited. If it were solely this, he would hesitate to send them into the outer realms. As the two conversed, an unexpected figure suddenly erupted with power. Xiao Qi, who had maintained a low profile, unleashed a radiant brilliance from his eyes, true, genuine light, not merely an illusion. And remarkably, it emanated from just one eye. Chapter 70, Teacher, when will the undying fire ravens be distributed? To his astonishment, a slender, elongated beam suddenly manifested at the center of his brow, resembling a sci-fi laser shooting forth. Wherever the light reached, charred and decayed flesh appeared. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Qi plunged the knife in his hand deep into the eye of the demonic beast, blood gushing forth in a spray. He simply wiped his face lightly, then leaped down, heading straight for the defenses of Daotai City. Everyone was taken aback. Chen Kai was especially stunned, exclaiming, Xiao Qi, you were this strong all along. Reflecting on how he had previously bullied him, he found Xiao Qi quite formidable indeed. Lost in thought, Xiao Qi arrived, unexpectedly assisting Chen Kai. Chen Kai, bewildered, asked, Xiao Qi, you're helping me. Xiao Qi gently shook his head, replying, I'm not helping you. At that moment, he found Xiao Qi somewhat impressive. Continuing his actions, he declared, all right, I've noted it down. When we return to Daotai City, you shall be my iron buddy. Jian, what kind of demonic beast skill is that? It seems rather abnormal, he inquired. The old man cast a deep glance at Xiao Qi and replied blandly, would you believe me if I said it was a skill of the King Realm's suspended Aitai? Where would he have acquired a King Realm? Suddenly, he recalled his own aura, realizing that Xiao Qi might also possess his own fortuitous encounters. In that moment, Xiao Qi appeared akin to the protagonist of a novel. With a breakthrough in the stalemate, Liu Baichuan and Li Zimu also held their breath, eager to unleash their capabilities, attacking with renewed ferocity. Xu Qinjiao, meanwhile, moved to support Dongfang Lan. Brother Bottle's people were, by extension, also her allies. Dongfang Lan regarded Xu Qinjiao with a curious gaze but said nothing. Nevertheless, the two, one embodying water and the other fire, displayed an astonishing synergy. Zhengzhou observed the gradually stabilizing situation with a satisfied smile, clearly exceeding his expectations. Chen Kaituo watched him cautiously, fearful that this unpredictable teacher might once again unleash a wave of chaos. This is 3 days' worth of intensity. If the teacher unleashes it all at once and adds more, isn't he that just bizarre? The situation steadily stabilized, and Jian Ping's strategic prowess came to the fore once again. Liu Baichuan, where the hell are you aiming? Stab him, can't you see his left foot is injured? Li Zimu, are you lacking common sense? His hide is tough, why are you engaging in a battle of attrition? Don't you know how to maneuver? Liu Baichuan and Li Zimu wore expressions of dismay but complied obediently, for Jian Ping was indeed right. This was the essence of combat experience. The old man observed Jian Ping, who was adept controlling the battlefield, offering insights here and there, and he was somewhat taken aback. This young man was rather extraordinary. At such a tender age, possessing such perceptiveness and considerable strength, he should not be underestimated. The slaughter continued throughout the night, and many students found themselves utterly exhausted, some foaming at the mouth. The girls, too, had long abandoned any semblance of decorum. Fortunately, with the dawn's arrival, the demonic beasts retreated. Someone shouted, "We won!" Instantly, others echoed, "We won!" "Har har har, we won!" Did we slay all these? Gazing at the multitude of demonic beast carcasses strewn across the ground, easily numbering in the thousands, the students fell silent. It seemed that these demonic beasts were just that trivial. After an indeterminate time, one by one, they began to feel pain. Previously, they had been oblivious to their injuries, but now, as the realization set in, they acknowledged their wounds. Jianping observed quietly, and once everyone had collected themselves, he spoke, "Let us bandage each other's wounds. We cannot be careless. We don't know if the demonic beasts will return." Instantly, everyone seemed to snap back to reality. "Please help me with my wounds. This feeling is exhilarating. Hey, take it easy, that hurts." A cacophony of voices erupted as they began to bandage their injuries, yet, amidst them, "He is dying." The girl immediately froze, then urgently responded, "I'll go right away." The boy began to remove his trousers. The girl gasped, "Pervert, what are you doing?" The boy, in agony, replied, "It's my brother. How can I see if I don't take off his pants?" In an instant, the girl's face turned crimson. "Oh my gosh, you better stop." Laughter erupted as everyone joined in, a boy and a girl engaging in a playful chase. Youthful exuberance reigned as they cried, laughed, and expressed genuine pain. Cheng Zhou watched their antics with overall satisfaction, though he noticed there was still energy to spare, and he contemplated stirring up some mischief. Chen Kaituo hurriedly interjected, "Teacher, don't act impulsively. If this continues, someone might truly get hurt. Let them take a breather." Cheng Zhou reluctantly nodded, "All right, you make a fair point." For 3 consecutive days, every night mirrored the intensity of the previous one. This was a decision Cheng Zhou had contemplated thoroughly. It had been arduous for the newcomers. Each day left them utterly drained. Injuries, those without broken limbs, were considered merely light wounds. They had grown indifferent to minor injuries, their singular focus now on annihilating the horde of demonic beasts. Jianping observed the transformation in his peers, suddenly realizing something profound as he looked at the old man. "Old man, I think I'm beginning to understand the Academy's intentions." Being a student of a renowned institution is no simple feat. You've all just graduated from high school, and your youthful naivety was quite apparent. Look at how much you've improved over these past few days. You've begun to embody the essence of iron-blooded warriors. Just take a look, who still regards minor injuries lightly. The old man's words resonated with Jianping, igniting a flicker of combat spirit within him. "Old man, they've all trained. What about me? I haven't had any training yet." He felt he, too, needed such rigorous training. The old man shot him a disdainful glance. "Get lost. Are you looking for a beating right now? You could obliterate an ordinary. What do you need training for?" "Old man, that's discrimination. Why can't I train? Surely there are no demonic beasts left for me to practice on." In an instant, the old man fell silent. "You're correct. At your current level, you can only hone your skills against demonic beasts at the Mystic Realm. However, those at the Mystic Realm possess intelligence. Training under such conditions is challenging. The only option is to engage in genuine assaults on city walls. By the way, there are even some at the King Realm." Jianping quickly shook his head. That wouldn't be necessary. He was eager for training, but he wasn't looking for a fight, engaging with King Realm opponents. He must be out of his mind. His ascension had not come from rigorous practice, but rather from consuming resources. As this thought crossed his mind, Jianping felt a spark of inspiration. The front lines might not be entirely off limits. Once he acquired the necessary skills, he could venture to the front lines to capture some demonic beasts and bring them back to the Devouring Heaven secret realm. They didn't need to be high level. Mystic Realm would suffice. However, he first needed to secure the Undying Fire Ravens. Only then would he be able to maneuver freely. "Teacher, wasn't it said that newcomers have a chance to obtain high-tier Undying Fire Ravens? Where are they? I've done well enough to be considered first, haven't I?"